Chapter 116. The heads. The slothful individual remarked that regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to extricate the entities. For who could fathom the calamities they might wreak whilst concealed beneath human skin? The combustion duration of solid fuel was notably prolonged, although the flesh-eating insects incessantly ascended. The majority met their demise in the flames, their numbers dwindling with each passing moment. We found ourselves at an impasse, unable to devise a method to extract the insects. Employing force was futile, as the deceased or injured insects appeared to possess corrosive properties. The mere thought of them eroding away within our flesh left a pallor upon our faces. It seemed that brute force was not the solution. We had to lure them out instead. The wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in 100 battles. Yet presently, we were utterly ignorant of the nature of these insects, making it impossible to ascertain how to entice them forth. The great yellow duck proposed that we attempt to extract them with a knife, making small incisions to coax them out. However, Old Who shook his head in disapproval, warning that wielding a knife might result in our demise not at the hands of the insects, but rather from excessive blood loss. In the midst of our discourse, I suddenly felt a peculiar tingling sensation in my neck. Although I could not behold my own reflection, I observed the protruding lumps on Doufu's neck slowly shifting as if they were intent on burrowing deeper into his flesh. My composure began to waver, and I urged the great yellow duck to proceed with his method, advising him to be cautious and avoid excessive bleeding. The great yellow duck nodded, clutching his neck, poised to grasp the knife when the slothful individual raised a hand, as if struck by a revelation, to halt our actions. He then requested that the great yellow duck hand over the previously extracted object. The elongated, wallet-like item was still encrusted with some unremoved viscous substance. The slothful one peeled away the outer leather, revealing a wooden box of indeterminate material, emanating a peculiar fragrance. He applied the dark liquid onto his hands, still smeared with the viscous residue, and subsequently brought them to Doufu's neck. Moments later, the insects that had burrowed beneath the skin began to emerge, crawling onto the slothful one's hands. I was taken aback and exclaimed, "How did you know this would work?" He tilted his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I merely surmised that the scent of the familiar environment would be more appealing than that of the new." Following this, he repeated the process, and soon nearly all the insects congregated upon his hands. Without further ado, he removed his gloves and cast them into the flames, where they were consumed by the fire, while the insects above were incinerated instantly. At that moment, aside from the small red dots adorning our necks, the lumps vanished entirely. The slothful one produced some medicine, signaling us to disinfect our wounds, for the insects had once resided within corpses, and one could only speculate about the myriad of bacteria present. We endured the sting of the alcohol as we disinfected our injuries and rose to depart. Meanwhile, the box was securely tucked beneath the slothful one's arm, releasing an indescribably delightful aroma that wafted through the air. The fragrance stirred within us a collective curiosity, compelling us to contemplate the mysteries that lay within the wooden box. However, we were well aware that this was not the appropriate moment, and Ben suppressed his thoughts as we ascended to the third level, the very place that once housed the statue of the joyful Buddha. We had no intention of lingering, and just as we were about to climb to the fourth level, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the mural that had previously been deliberately defaced, now astonishingly reappearing. Believing my eyes to be deceiving me, I shook my head and looked again. The painting was indeed present, though obscured by distance, rendering its details indistinct. What was happening? How could that image have resurfaced? My heart raced as I called out to the others, pointing toward the last mural, and said, "Look over there." As everyone turned to gaze, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Uncle Who exclaimed, "How can this be? Let us investigate." He led the way back with his flashlight, while Doufu closely followed me, still shaken from the earlier events, nearly resembling a frightened koala. As we approached, the image on the wall gradually became clearer. This newly emerged painting was strikingly different from the surrounding murals. It was vibrant in color, showing no signs of decay over time. Upon closer inspection, we realized it was not a dual cultivation image, but rather a depiction of 5 heads, each bearing an uncanny resemblance to the 5 of us. In that moment, these 5 heads stared back at us coldly through the mural. Doufu screamed, covering his eyes in terror, shouting about ghosts. I kicked him, urging him to be silent, and then turned to the others, asking, "What do you make of this?" Uncle Who, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "This place is rather sinister. Let us not dwell on it." I shared his sentiment. Since we had already obtained what we sought, there was no need to linger. Even if the place was peculiar, as long as it did not provoke us, we had no reason to engage it further. Just as we resolved to retreat, the heads on the wall appeared to shift slightly. As we took a step back, the heads advanced toward us. What had once been flat now bulged outward. We retreated 2 more steps, but dared not go further, fearing that the heads might emerge from the wall. This bizarre situation left Doufu on the brink of tears, exclaiming, "Will they come out and eat us?" I responded, "What do you think?" Doufu replied, "They will." I said, "You guessed correctly." Doufu, who had been silent for a moment, was now drenched in cold sweat, unable to withstand the eerie atmosphere. He cursed under his breath and then drew his gun, aiming it at the head that mirrored his own. With a deafening bang, he fired. We barely had time to react before a splatter of blood erupted. The bullet had struck the forehead of the figure on the wall, yet blood gushed from Doufu's own head. He stood to my right, while Doufu, terrified, clutched my left arm, crying out for his mother. At that moment, warm blood splattered across my face, the overwhelming metallic scent assaulting our senses. A bullet hole appeared in the forehead of the large yellow duck, its eyes wide with disbelief and horror, its face contorted. It stumbled momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Blood flowed incessantly, and my throat felt as though it were constricted by a fist, rendering me speechless. How could this happen? The gun was clearly aimed at the head of the person on the wall. Could it be a ricochet? Yet even if it were, the force of such a rebound could not possibly penetrate a human skull. At this moment, Doufu, with the mind of a mere 12-year-old and unaccustomed to such terror, I heard the sound of water. Turning, I saw that he had soiled himself. Fortunately, this allowed me to regain my voice, albeit with difficulty. How could this be? Even Hu Yi, despite his vast experiences, appeared ashen-faced. As for Lazy, his eyes, usually heavy with sleep, were now wide open, his facial muscles twitching. I could see his hand tense up as he gripped the curved knife at his waist. At that moment, the large yellow duck lay on the ground, bleeding and evidently lifeless, yet we dared not move a step closer to assess its condition. Who knew what might happen if we did? Were all our attacks on that wall destined to rebound upon ourselves? To validate this unsettling theory, an idea struck me, and I signaled to the mute to hand me his knife. Taking the blade, I drew it across the face of the head on the wall, identical to Doufu's. There was no choice. Doufu's healing abilities were swift, and a mere scratch would be inconsequential. If I were to slash at my own head, however, and my fears proved true, I would be disfigured. Doufu, not entirely foolish, immediately screamed, "No, don't touch it. I don't want to die. Mommy, Daddy." At that moment, I was overwhelmed with irritation and retorted, "Your parents have been gone for over 10 years. What good does that do now?" Doufu, momentarily stunned into silence, forgot to protest as I acted swiftly, making a cut across the face of the head on the wall. In an instant, Doufu let out a piercing scream, clutching his own face as blood streamed down his hands. Indeed, although the knife had struck the wall, the wound manifested on Doufu's face. How could this be? I felt my hand tremble around the knife, my throat making gurgling sounds from the tension. What do we do now? We could neither retreat nor attack. Were we to remain frozen in place? Heavens, why did I notice this painting earlier? Why did I lead everyone here? Had we not approached, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The body of the large yellow duck lay lifeless on the ground, while the 4 of us stood in stunned silence. Save for Doufu's sobbing, the surrounding atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness. After a moment, I forced myself to regain composure and said, "Let us not act rashly. We need to think of a solution." Now calm, I noticed Doufu's face smeared with blood, and guilt washed over me as I recalled my earlier harshness. I inwardly scolded myself. "Chen Xian, what are you doing, quarreling with a child of 12? This scolding and wielding of a knife must have terrified him enough." Doufu, covering his bloodied face, shrank back in fear, unable to utter a word. I felt a profound unease in my heart, just as I intended to examine his wound. He mistook my outstretched hand for an attempt to slash his face, letting out a terrified scream and bolting away. His sudden flight, however, was inconsequential compared to what transpired next. A head emerged from the wall in an instant. Chapter 117. Caught in the trap, a collective gasp escaped the crowd as the head appeared, its neck still attached to the wall, elongating further as it pursued Doufu. Gripping my spade, I instinctively considered severing that grotesque appendage, yet as I raised my weapon, a chilling thought crossed my mind. Would my strike render Tofu's neck severed as well? Upon this realization, I hesitated, nearly dropping my weapon. Tofu, upon witnessing the head's emergence, stumbled in fright and fell clumsily, landing squarely on his rear. The head swiftly pressed against Tofu's backside, its mouth agape in an alarming manner. Panic surged within me as I shouted, "Get down!" Were it not for the fear of what might leap from the wall, I would have dashed forward to rescue him. Under ordinary circumstances, Tofu would have fled with agility, but at 12 years of age, he was paralyzed by fear, reduced to tears. My urgency mounted to the brink of despair, and at that moment, I pondered, the presence of that head was decidedly sinister. Perhaps it was some form of sorcery. I wondered if anything could counteract its influence. My thoughts drifted to the celestial bead possessed by the lazy one, yet he was in the same predicament as us, clearly rendering the bead ineffective. What manner of entity could invoke such terror? Before I could contemplate further, the head lunged, biting into Tofu's backside, eliciting cries of agony from him. Desperation seized me. This entity could neither be fought nor evaded, and it seemed intent on our demise. If this continued, would Tofu not be devoured alive? In a moment of frantic inspiration, I shouted to Tofu, "Stop your wailing and return. Perhaps that head will retract." Tofu, terrified and disoriented, seemed to heed my words as if they were a royal decree, and he began to crawl back, enduring the pain. He struggled to rise, but instead, in a chaotic scramble, he retreated. Miraculously, as he crawled a short distance back, the neck began to retract. By the time he reached his original position, the head had closed its mouth and returned to the wall. Tofu sat upon the ground, his pants and shirt stained with blood, presenting a gruesome sight. I helped him to his feet, offering comfort while turning to the lazy one and the others, inquiring, "What are your thoughts? Are we truly to be trapped here?" The lazy one furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Moments later, Mr. Who spoke up, "I have never encountered anything like this. What could be responsible for such mischief?" After a moment's reflection, he seemed to recall something and urgently commanded the lazy one, "Quickly, retrieve that box from earlier." The lazy one appeared puzzled but complied, producing the box that exuded a strange fragrance. Mr. Who examined it closely, his expression shifting to one of understanding as he declared, "We have fallen into a trap. What we see before us is an illusion. If I am not mistaken, this object is crafted from a wood known as corpse incense. Legend has it that this wood, akin to the man-faced flower, thrives on the essence of the deceased and is exceedingly rare. The scent emanating from it can evoke remarkably vivid hallucinations." I glanced at the lifeless giant rubber duck and found this claim hard to believe. Hallucinations? How could they lead to death? Mr. Who continued, "You have not closely examined the patterns on this box. Observe closely what these designs resemble." The lazy fellow and I leaned in to take a closer look. I had previously caught a glimpse of this box while it was attracting insects and had noted its exquisite craftsmanship, which seemed beyond what the Tibetans could have produced at that time. It undoubtedly bore the mark of Pujan. The box was a deep ebony, adorned with intricate vine motifs, specifically twisting tendrils devoid of blossoms, entwined in a manner that conveyed a subtle sense of order. At the time, I had overlooked it, but now, urged by Mr. Who to scrutinize the details, I suddenly realized that the shapes among the vines strikingly resembled bizarre human faces. Observing my astonishment, Mr. Who recognized that we had discerned the underlying truth. With a sigh, he remarked, "The individual who crafted this is quite remarkable. The patterns here likely serve as a form of talisman, or to use contemporary vernacular, they encapsulate a specific psychological suggestion. This suggestion induces anyone who gazes upon this box to experience the same hallucination, rendering them incapable of distinguishing reality from illusion. If it weren't for Mr. Who's meticulous nature, we might never have arrived at this conclusion." I still harbored doubts and voiced my earlier question. If this is merely a hallucination, then what is the current state of the giant rubber duck? Mr. Who glanced at the fallen figure, his expression grave, and shook his head, stating, "It has perished by its own hand." Initially, I did not grasp the meaning of his words, but upon his explanation, I began to understand. The vividness of the hallucination was such that one could hardly differentiate between reality and illusion. Consequently, when the giant rubber duck realized it had been shot in the forehead, its brain issued a command for death. Once the brain concedes to death, it triggers a series of physiological signs indicative of demise: cessation of breath, heartbeat, and oxygen supply to the brain. Over 20 minutes had elapsed since the duck's assumed death. This meant that its physiological functions had ceased for over 20 minutes. Thus, even if it had not initially been truly dead, it was likely beyond recovery now. Of course, there exists a phenomenon of apparent death in medicine, akin to a state of suspended animation, and if we could rapidly dispel these hallucinations, perhaps there remains a chance to rouse the giant rubber duck. What would transpire upon its awakening, however, remained uncertain. The best-case scenario would be a period of weakness, while the worst could lead to a vegetative state. Upon hearing this, I cursed those wretched insects. Had it not been for the necessity of dealing with them, no one would have rashly removed their gas masks, nor would they have unwrapped the sheepskin scroll, allowing the scent of the corpse flower to permeate the air. Now, attempting to don the mask again would likely be too late. I could only inquire, how can we rid ourselves of these hallucinations? Should we simply ignore them and walk away? This seemed implausible, such an ultra-realistic experience. What if it bit me, and my brain issued commands for disability? The blood-soaked tofu, the overwhelming metallic scent, it felt all too real, and honestly, I began to doubt the veracity of Mr. Who's words. What if this conjecture proves to be erroneous? Should we recklessly depart and allow those entities to bite us? If that were the case, we might still be under the illusion of safety when faced with the fatal consequences, and that would be most lamentable. No, we must take action. I glanced at the incense box held by the slothful one and proposed, let us first remove its contents and then dispose of the box, perhaps incinerate it. However, while I was engaged in discussion with Hu, the slothful one had already begun to examine the box. After I finished speaking, he shook his head and replied, it cannot be opened. There is a self-destruct mechanism within. If he were still alive, perhaps there would be a way to unlock it. He gestured towards the large yellow duck lying on the ground. A self-destruct mechanism? Would that not mean that whatever lies within would perish? For the slothful one and Hu, this may merely represent a task to be completed, but I understood that the contents were of utmost significance to me. Tofu, Bai San Yi, and LV Su. If they were destroyed, the repercussions would be unfathomable. No, it must not be destroyed. Yet, the slothful one's demeanor suggested a desire to eliminate it for self-preservation. After pondering, I stated, we are not yet at that point. Let us consider alternative methods. First, let us don our gas masks to buy ourselves some time. The group retrieved their masks and even adorned the already deceased yellow duck with one before we remained in place, contemplating our next course of action. The corpse incense combined with psychological suggestion. How could we extricate ourselves from these two forms of manipulation? We had inhaled the incense for so long, and the psychological suggestion had already taken root. If we did not liberate ourselves from both, we would be ensnared by this wretched illusion. At that moment, Tofu sobbed. This is not an illusion. It hurts so much. Woe is me, Mama, Papa, I want to go home. I felt my neural pathways twitch in response, but I lacked the inclination to chastise him. Sighing, I settled on the ground and said, stop wailing. We shall return home soon. You are all villains. You promised to lead me to treasure, yet here we are, seeking corpses. The slothful one, displaying even less patience than I, wielded his curved blade threateningly against Tofu's throat, declaring, if you continue to scream, I shall slay you. Faced with such an overt threat, Tofu fell silent, fear evident in his eyes. For a moment, the surroundings grew quiet. We sat on the ground, pondering, but no solution emerged. If the illusion were induced by scent, it would equate to a form of neurotoxicity. However, I am no physician. Even if I understood the principle, I was at a loss as to how to counteract this poison. In desperation, we decided to attempt to rouse the yellow duck, administering chest and abdominal compressions. We exhausted every conceivable method, yet there remained no response. Could it be that the yellow duck would die here, shrouded in ambiguity and in such a manner? That would be most unjust. Chapter 118. The theft. The yellow duck remained unresponsive, and we were at a loss as to whether it could still survive. In our anxious state, the slothful one seemed to have an idea, though he furrowed his brow and remained silent. Observing this, Hu inquired, is there a possible solution? The slothful one shook his head and replied, I am uncertain of its efficacy, but it is worth a try. Subsequently, he stood up and turned around, retrieving a nearly empty water bottle from his equipment bag, pouring out its contents. I could not discern his intentions, but after a moment, I heard a clattering sound, reminiscent of water being released. In an instant, the realization dawned upon me. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that the human body is a treasure trove, with every part suitable for medicinal use, be it hair, nails, blood, urine, or even feces. To delve deeper, human flesh, bones, organs, placentas, and even the flesh of infants could serve as medicine. In ancient times, affluent families, faced with illness, resorted to secretly purchasing impoverished children to concoct remedies. In this world, human beings consumed exquisite herbs, as every inch of flesh from head to toe was deemed valuable. Initially, the Compendium of Materia Medica contained sections on human medicine, but following the establishment of New China, much of that content was expunged, leaving only non-harmful substances like placentas and human excrement. It is said that human urine possesses detoxifying properties, though its scent is repugnant. Nevertheless, it invigorates the spirit and sharpens the mind. Evidently, this lazy fellow was inclined to experiment. He took a substantial amount of his own urine without so much as a grimace and drank it down entirely. I was appalled and remarked, "Your appetite is quite extraordinary." He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, yawned, and replied nonchalantly, "You have never experienced true desperation, hence your limited appetite. Just wait and see if it yields any results." His words seemed to stir some memories within Mr. Hu, and as we had nothing else to do, we could only await the lazy fellow's reaction. Mr. Hu began recounting an incident from 6 years prior when he was abroad. Naturally, this venture was not about treasure hunting, as opportunities for such endeavors were scarce overseas. Thus, they occasionally accepted assignments from private exploration teams. On this occasion, Mr. Hu partnered with a group of foreigners whose destination was a place known as Death Valley, reputed to be the cradle of an ancient civilization. The purpose of their expedition was to uncover clues related to that civilization. Death Valley was certainly not a hospitable locale. The hardships encountered were manifold. After considerable effort, the group managed to enter the ancient ruins, only to be ensnared by a landslide, trapping them within. Mr. Hu promptly employed his skills to create a counter-tunnel. The sight left the foreigners in utter astonishment. When trapped underground, attempting to excavate an escape route often results in soil accumulation, which can lead to fatalities. However, there exists a technique for tunneling that does not require soil to be removed. Thus, Mr. Hu wielded his whirlwind shovel with determination, yet midway through, he encountered a massive stone slab. With no other recourse, they were compelled to abandon the tunnel and seek alternative exits. During the search, their supplies of food and water dwindled. Upon finally discovering an exit, they were confronted with a narrow fissure barely wide enough for a single hand to pass through. The group, now in dire straits, realized that their only hope of escape lay in being discovered, prompting them to call out for help with great fervor. Yet, due to the harsh and arid conditions of Death Valley, human presence was exceedingly rare, and assistance was unlikely to arrive. Thus, a week passed. In the first half of that week, they subsisted on dry rations and water. In the latter half, they resorted to drinking their own urine and consuming various insects that inadvertently wandered into their midst. Eventually, even their urine ran dry. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, a rainstorm occurred, allowing water to flow into the low-lying areas. They managed to collect 2 bottles of muddy rainwater, which sustained them until the end. 2 weeks later, a group of adventurous young individuals stumbled upon the remnants of their ordeal in the Valley of Death and promptly alerted the authorities. Thankfully, this particular group was a professional expedition team. Thus, although their employer faced a fine, Mr. Hu and his companions remained unharmed. Mr. Hu rarely smiled, but he did, saying, "That was an incredibly significant experience for me. I have encountered numerous dangers, yet I have never faced such a dire scarcity of food. You cannot possibly imagine that." In the end, we were reluctant to consume even our own urine, savoring it in our mouths for a long while before finally swallowing. Those insects, spiders, scorpions, green-headed flies, and their larvae, in truth, had a rather peculiar flavor. Doufu, who had initially listened with rapt attention to the tale, almost retched at this moment, exclaiming, "Fly larvae? Aren't those maggots? Uncle, please stop, I feel nauseous." At that moment, the slothful one suddenly rose, nodding at us with a flicker of joy on his face, declaring, "It's working. It's working? Could this urine actually be an antidote?" I turned to glance at the face on the wall, still present. The slothful one took a step back, and suddenly, the head corresponding to his image protruded violently from the wall, biting into his neck. In an instant, blood spurted forth, intensifying the metallic scent in the air. Yet, the slothful one appeared unfazed, his expression remaining calm. I quickly realized that these apparitions could no longer affect him, and he likely could not even perceive this illusion any longer. Fortunately, amidst our frantic efforts, we had not had the chance to relieve ourselves. Thus, when the moment arrived, it was indeed a necessity. In the grand scheme, drinking one's own urine was far superior to imbibing another's. Mr. Hu and I each took a bottle and unfastened our trousers. Doufu, in a state of panic, was scratching his head, having previously wet himself out of fear. He was now unable to urinate. I held my breath, gulping down half of the contents, leaving the remainder for him, saying, "Drink up, see. In times like this, you must rely on me." Doufu, ungrateful, continued to mutter about the foul odor. My temper flared, and I forcefully poured it down his throat. After a considerable commotion, the mingling sense of urine and blood filled the air, combined with the nauseating memories of having just consumed urine, causing my stomach to churn violently. Yet I fought against the urge to vomit. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, the metallic scent of blood began to dissipate, and shortly thereafter, no trace of blood remained. Doufu's wounds had vanished, and the yellow duck lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of gunshot wounds on its forehead. However, the wall's mural remained unchanged. Everything felt as though it were a surreal dream. Finally, the group exhaled in relief, supporting the seemingly lifeless yellow duck, not daring to linger, and hurriedly exited the pagoda. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with a chill in the air, accompanied by the mountain winds and moisture. I glanced at my wristwatch, noting it was just past 8. In the mountains, the darkness enveloped us, compounded by the absence of moonlight, rendering our hands invisible before us. We switched on our flashlights and hurried to administer first aid to the great yellow duck. Earlier, Hu had forcefully administered half of his urine to the great yellow duck. Its efficacy remained uncertain. At this moment, the wooden box, steeped in the scent of corpse incense, was tightly wrapped in leather, exuding no fragrance. As Hu worked on the great yellow duck, the situation appeared more promising than before. After a brief moment, the great yellow duck suddenly coughed. Its breathing gradually returning to normal. It slowly opened its eyes and, after a pause, weakly uttered, "Is this the underworld?" I replied, "Have you ever encountered a bull-headed horse-faced spirit as handsome as I?" Upon seeing me, the great yellow duck exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chun, you too have passed away?" Hu scolded him to sit up and gestured for him to observe our surroundings, explaining that we had emerged from that pagoda. He then elaborated on the matters concerning the incense-tinged wood, allowing the great yellow duck to comprehend the insignificance of its demise, almost rolling its eyes in disbelief. I remarked, "Be grateful, at least you have regained consciousness, and you have not become a vegetable." As I spoke, our group had successfully acquired the items and completed the mission without significant harm, leaving everyone in high spirits. As night fell, we set up camp, igniting a bonfire and sprinkling sulfur powder. Each of us took turns to guard the camp, while the others retreated into their tents for rest. Doufu and the great yellow duck did not take shifts, so the rest of us each stood watch for 3 hours. The lazy one voluntarily took the first watch, allowing the others to sleep through the night without incident. Upon waking the next day, we were suddenly struck by the realization that one person was missing. As we exchanged glances, Hu inquired, "Where's that lad beside you?" A sense of unease gripped me, yet I hoped it was not as I feared. I replied, "Perhaps he went to the restroom. Let me search the vicinity." I then called out Doufu's name. Before long, the usually indifferent tone of the lazy one turned cold as he said, "No need to search. The box is gone." He produced a piece of leather, revealing that the precious box, which we had worked so hard to obtain, was now empty. Cold sweat immediately broke out on my skin. It was the corpse immortal. No wonder it had remained silent after the last devouring. It had been biding its time for the opportune moment. At that moment, Hu declared, "I found a trail of footprints. They belong to it. Quickly pursue." Chapter 1, The Return. At this juncture, I could think of nothing else. We hastily packed our gear and immediately followed the footprints left behind. Fortunately, the previous day's thaw had left the ground damp, allowing the traces to remain. Otherwise, we would have struggled to find any sign of life. Doufu's route was clear. He was heading out of the mountains. We pursued along the water's edge, quickly reaching the point where we could hear the thunderous roar of the waterfall in the distance. However, due to the rocky terrain along the water's edge, the footprints abruptly ceased here. Nonetheless, we had deduced Doufu's general path and continued our ascent along the riverbank. At that time, the object was always placed in the lazy one's pack, which was consistently kept close to his head. This meant that last night, Doufu silently evaded the highly vigilant lazy one and managed to steal the item. For someone as alert as the lazy one, this was an immense humiliation. Even now, I cannot comprehend how Doufu managed to evade him. Even though the spirit of the corpse had devoured his thoughts, the changes were not significant. And thus Doufu's agility remained as timid as before. How could he have eluded all of us? The more I pondered, the more unsettling it became. Could it be that Doufu's constitution had transformed? The group pursued him all the way until nightfall, when darkness enveloped the surroundings, making further travel impossible. Doufu had taken an equipment pack on his back, and I surmised that by this time, he must be setting up camp. After some discussion, the group decided to press on through the night to catch up with him. We quickly organized ourselves and began our nocturnal trek through the mountains, as torches were far safer than flashlights. At this moment, I was utterly exhausted after a whole day of trekking, and with the large yellow duck unable to walk on its own, the three of us had taken turns carrying it, leaving us thoroughly fatigued. Now, trudging along a dark path was unbearable. We followed the route we had taken to enter the mountains, and just as fatigue was overwhelming us, we suddenly spotted a flicker of light ahead, which invigorated our spirits. The source of the fire in the dead of night could only be Doufu. We hastened our pace and soon found the familiar sight of a tent, with a pile of almost extinguished campfire outside. The lazy one immediately drew his curved knife and, without hesitation, slashed it downwards, tearing a large opening in the tent. Concerned that he might act too rashly, I grasped his shoulder, intending to caution him against being too impulsive. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the gash in the tent. The person moved with remarkable speed. I could only discern from his attire that it was indeed Doufu. In an instant, both the lazy one and I were knocked to the ground. Being knocked down was one thing, but this fellow stepped directly on our chests, rolled his body, and swiftly positioned himself at the other end, coldly gazing at us. The lazy one and I scrambled to our feet, and at that moment, Doufu stood between us, separated only by a dwindling campfire. I then caught a glimpse of Tofu's face. It bore an unusual expression. One half was crying, while the other displayed a disturbingly bizarre demeanor. The combination of these two aspects created an indescribable sense of eeriness. At that moment, Doufu suddenly spoke, his voice laced with a sob. "Uncle, help me." As soon as he uttered those words, his voice seemed to be choked, transforming into a series of gasps, akin to a specter struggling to breathe. The half of his face that was strange and eerie animated, while the other half revealed a look of anguish. At that moment, I realized that Doufu was not acting intentionally. Within him resided two souls, and it was evident that the other soul was far stronger. How could I possibly save him? Just then, the gasping sound subsided, and Doufu began to speak again. "Old Shun, I have a way to deal with the wooden creature. Trust me." It was another Doufu speaking, to be precise. "It is the consciousness that has been consumed and merged. I find myself in a quandary about whether to trust him." At that moment, Doufu shouted vehemently, "Uncle, do not believe him. He is a fraud." To the uninformed observer, it might appear that Doufu was suffering from a form of schizophrenia. The lazy one glanced at the bizarre situation before him, a flicker of flame igniting in his otherwise languid gaze, clearly seeking an explanation from me. "Silence," Doufu retorted, evidently addressing the 12-year-old version of himself. Immediately, the two asymmetrical expressions on his face vanished, slowly transforming into a familiar demeanor, albeit one suffused with profound exhaustion, before he swayed and collapsed. My heart raced, and I rushed forward, discovering that he had lost consciousness. Without the need for my prompting, Master Hu had already instructed the lazy one to bind him. Master Hu asserted, "Although I am uncertain if he is possessed or genuinely mentally ill, he has disrupted our mission. Until we ascertain safety, we shall not release him." I nodded, aware that I had no grounds to contest his decision in this matter. Thus, the group secured Doufu and rested briefly before continuing on our journey. The following day, Doufu awakened but remained silent, refusing to speak to anyone. However, whenever he had an opportunity to approach me alone, he would plead pitifully, "Old Shun, please let me go. Being tied up is unbearable." I couldn't help but smirk, replying, "Pujin, you need not deceive me. Your consciousness has already been consumed by him. No matter how convincingly you act, I will not be fooled." Doufu's expression darkened momentarily, and he exclaimed in frustration, "I have been exerting immense effort to restrain it. Why do you refuse to believe me? What happened the night before last was an accident. I was merely temporarily overpowered by him. Am I not back now? Rest assured, I will not steal that item. All I ask is for you to loosen my bonds a little. Look, my hands are being choked. How can I paint in the future? A pang of sympathy tugged at my heart. The ropes were indeed excessively tight, primarily due to the lazy one's uncertainty regarding Tofu's abilities. His hands were already bruising, yet recalling Tofu's formidable recuperative powers steadied my resolve. Your hands will not be ruined, I reassured him. After a pause, I added, just endure a little longer. Once we return to Shenzhen, I will find a way to free you. The expression on Tofu's face shifted dramatically, and he began emitting that peculiar gasping sound from his throat again. At times, he resembled a monstrous being, only to revert to normalcy, then take on the appearance of a 12-year-old child, crying uncontrollably. I realized that the very concern I had harbored from the beginning had now materialized. The corpse immortal had seized control of most of the consciousness. If Tofu had once embodied the corpse immortal, now, with the increasing absorption, the roles had reversed. The corpse immortal had become Tofu. My former brother might truly have vanished. 3 days later, we emerged from the mountains and contacted our prearranged group for assistance, boarding a vehicle directly to the local county town where we spent the night. Due to the multitude of onlookers, we were compelled to untie Tofu's ropes. However, to be cautious, the lazy one and I each grasped one of his wrists during this process, our hands intertwined in a manner that drew the curious glances of several passers-by. Upon entering the room, the slothful individual once again bound the person, and I shook my head in disapproval. Yet I found myself without a better solution. The following day, the vehicle for our departure arrived, and everyone boarded. I instructed Master Hu and the slothful one to return to Beijing with their belongings, while I took Tofu with me, allowing the driver to convey us part of the way back to Shenzhen. The one-eyed dragon, upon witnessing Tofu tightly bound, expressed his astonishment, inquiring what transgression Tofu had committed this time. I shook my head, disinterested in explaining, and asked if Bai Shuang had reached out to me. The one-eyed dragon smacked his forehead, affirming that she had, urging me to call her upon my return. Exhausted, I took a shower and had a bite to eat before contacting Bai Shuang to inquire if she had any news. To my surprise, she exclaimed that not only did she have news, but she had also managed to invite someone to meet me. I was taken aback and asked if this person was indeed capable. Bai Shuang replied that she had expended a considerable sum, promising to fund the renovation of a temple, which coaxed the individual down from the mountain, describing him as a sage of sorts, quite eloquent in his manner. She urged me to come quickly as he was currently residing with her. Pausing momentarily, she inquired about Tofu's condition. Listening to her tone of concern, I hesitated, unsure how to convey Tofu's current predicament. With a resigned sigh, I suggested bringing him along so we could discuss matters collectively. Upon hearing he was to meet Bai Shuang, Tofu lamented pitifully, pleading, "Old Chun, please reconsider. Look at me, all travel-worn. If I am to meet my girlfriend, could you help me tidy up? Let me bathe and change my clothes. There's no way I'm going like this." I scrutinized him for a moment, retrieving a discarded wooden stick from the room. I replied, "That's acceptable, but I will be watching closely. After all, you're not in immediate danger, yet should you attempt any tricks, this stick will be applied to your backside." Tofu, glancing at the stick, chuckled awkwardly. "It feels rather embarrassing for a grown man to bathe under your watchful eye." Recognizing his intent to shirk responsibility, I thought, embarrassed? You've got the audacity to act coy when you wouldn't even turn your back to relieve yourself. I then kicked him lightly, saying, "If you wish to wash, do so." Tofu, upon hearing this, quickly relented, reluctantly trudging into the bathroom to bathe while I stood guard like a sentinel, the stick in hand, listening to him murmur various grievances about my ancestors. Since I was watching, he dared not act foolishly. After he was finished, we proceeded to Bai Shuang's residence. Chapter 2. Deception. I secured Tofu in the back seat and took the wheel, reaching Bai Shuang's home in no time. The moment she saw her beloved bound like a dumpling, Bai Shuang grew anxious and rushed to untie him. I swiftly intercepted her, briefly explaining Tofu's circumstances. Naturally, Bai Shuang felt a pang of distress and refrained from unbinding him, leading Tofu to sit beside her on the sofa for a conversation. At this moment, Tofu displayed his usual demeanor, and the two exchanged heartfelt sentiments, completely disregarding my presence. Just then, a figure burst through the door with great fervor. I surmised that this individual was the Taoist from Mingshan whom Bai Shuang had invited back, as he had long hair unbound in a braid cascading down his back, reminiscent of the time Tofu had braided the hair of the corpse fairy. However, the corpse sorcerer, with his braid, presented an effect as serene as a clear sky after rain. This individual exuded a rather unsavory aura, characterized by his downturned eyebrows, beady eyes reminiscent of a rat, a gaunt physique, and a sallow complexion, appearing to be in his 30s, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. I inquired with a glance at Bai Shuang about this man's reliability, as he appeared to be nothing short of a charlatan. The man clutched an array of snacks in his hands, including spicy crayfish, suggesting he had just returned from an outing. I pondered to myself, do Taoists not also adhere to a vegetarian diet? The more I looked at him, the more he resembled a fraud. Bai Shuang, disregarding my concerns, beckoned him upstairs to freshen up, taking the assorted items from his hands before addressing my earlier doubts, asserting that he was not a scammer, as she had once witnessed his skills firsthand. Just like in the movies, he produced a talisman from his grasp, and in an instant, flames erupted. He tossed the talisman into the large incense burner, which erupted with a loud bang, and a billowing cloud of white smoke ascended, forming a hazy fairy dancing in the air, truly a marvel. Thus, Bai Shuang affirmed that he possessed genuine abilities. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but feel skeptical. Could it be that he truly was a man of concealed talents? This fellow had even adopted the online moniker Little Taoist of Mongshan. Yet he bore no resemblance to a young disciple. He appeared more akin to a con artist. Although doubts lingered in my mind, the man had already been invited, so I felt compelled to give him a chance. Consequently, that afternoon, I treated the Taoist to a meal, during which he voraciously indulged in rich dishes, his mouth glistening with grease, all the while remarking, training on the mountain lacks sufficient sustenance. How embarrassing. I could only manage a dry laugh in response. As evening descended, the tofu remained bound upon the sofa, and the old Taoist scrutinized it from head to toe. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "What a formidable primordial spirit." I found his reaction somewhat exaggerated and furrowed my brow in skepticism. At that moment, Bai Shuang hurriedly asked, "Master, do you think you can save it?" The Taoist stroked his beard, replying that he could only give it a try, with a 50% chance of success. Yet the fee for his services would remain unchanged regardless of the outcome. Just as Bai Shuang was about to speak, I interjected, "If successful, I shall offer you additional compensation, but should you fail, your fee will be reduced to half." The Taoist appeared displeased, retorting, "Is this how you approach someone seeking assistance?" Having encountered countless individuals, I had honed my discerning eye, and the more I observed the old Taoist, the more dubious he seemed. Just as I was about to respond, Bai Shuang pinched me to silence, addressing the old Taoist. "My friend has a poor temper. Please do not take offense. Let us adhere to the terms we previously agreed upon, and kindly proceed with your task." The old Taoist finally nodded, having prepared the requisite items he had requested, which were merely some talismans and rice. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for a pair of candles flickering on the altar, their flames dancing erratically. The old Taoist resembled a character from a television drama, muttering incantations such as treading upon the celestial poles, traversing the seven evils, akin to a monkey performer. His dexterity was commendable, as he deftly handled his craft. I glanced at the tofu, sealed by a large talisman, and then at the charlatan-like Taoist, unable to suppress a sigh, reflecting on the absurdity of my situation. Who would have imagined that I, Chen Xian, would find myself in such dire straits? In truth, my hopes for the old Taoist had waned considerably. Yet, in the next moment, he unexpectedly scattered a peculiar substance, and instantaneously, the bowl filled with pristine water was transformed into a roaring inferno. This astonishing spectacle captivated my attention. Amidst the flames, the old Taoist suddenly thrust his peachwood sword into the chest of the tofu figure. The sword, being harmless, did not pierce the fabric, merely pressing against the tofu's front. In the following moment, the tofu's body convulsed violently, emitting a heart-wrenching scream that resonated hauntingly in the stillness of the night. The old Taoist, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure and commanded, "Gag him." At that moment, I realized I had misjudged the situation. The old Taoist was indeed a man of skill. Without further ado, I promptly covered the tofu's mouth. The tofu appeared to be in excruciating pain, thrashing about with immense strength. Eventually, I had no choice but to bind him with my arms and legs, and with the assistance of Bai Shuang, we managed to restrain him. The old Taoist then began to chant incomprehensible incantations, slowly withdrawing the sword that had been pressed against the tofu's chest. The blade trembled as if burdened by some heavy force, and I could vaguely perceive a small figure with feathers perched upon the sword's tip. Could this be the primordial spirit? However, as I turned to look again, the old Taoist abruptly plunged the sword's tip into the roaring flames of the bowl, and I could not discern whether it was my imagination or reality, but I faintly heard a chilling howl. In a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene, and I noticed that the tofu had fainted, drenched in sweat. The old Taoist's expression brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "It is done." He then coughed and added, "My payment." Bai Shuang, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly wept as she hurriedly called to arrange a transfer. Having witnessed the entity being extracted from the tofu, I felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over me, and most of my previous burdens dissipated. The thread of the curse had been severed, and my only concern was the fear of becoming like this tofu, a worry that had finally been alleviated. As the old Taoist reveled in his newfound fortune, the tofu gradually awakened, albeit with a vacant expression, gazing at us in confusion, asking, "Who are you?" Was he truly losing his memory again? I was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, I touched my own face and retorted, "Do you not remember who you are?" He shook his head. Bai Shuang, anxious, implored the old Taoist, "What is happening? Why does he remember nothing?" The old Taoist could not provide an explanation. I surmised that the tofu had perhaps lost too much of his consciousness to the corpse spirit and might genuinely be unable to recall. Observing his sweat-drenched state, I untied the ropes and reassured him, "It matters not if you cannot remember. I will take care of you." No sooner had I spoken than a strange smile appeared on the tofu's face, and he said, "Old Chun, you are truly kind to me." A sudden jolt coursed through my heart. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by tofu. In that fleeting moment, the realization struck me. I had fallen victim to a ruse. The old Taoist's methods were utterly ineffective. Tofu was merely playing a part, leading us to believe that his inner spirit had been vanquished. Damn it! Yet, it was too late for confrontation. With a swift kick, Tofu sent me sprawling and dashed out the door. By the time we pursued him, he had vanished without a trace. Cursing under my breath, I clutched my hair in frustration. I distinctly recalled seeing a small figure with long feathers perched upon the tip of the old Taoist's sword. Was it merely an illusion? No wonder Tofu had suddenly shouted, leaving the old man in a daze. He too had not anticipated the turn of events and mistakenly believed his incantations were genuinely effective. Realizing this, I promptly intercepted the fleeing old Taoist, binding him with rope and instructing Bai Shuang to keep watch, while I took the car in search of Tofu. After all, he was still human, relying on 2 legs, and could not have fled too far. I scoured the vicinity throughout the night, yet Tofu's whereabouts remained elusive. As dawn broke, weariness, anxiety, and despondency washed over me, compelling me to return to Bai Shuang's residence to interrogate the old Taoist. Initially, he remained obstinate, claiming ignorance. But eventually, the truth emerged. It was all a mere charade. Though true Taoist practitioners exist, he was not one of them. Merely a charlatan peddling fraudulent powders, substances akin to those used by street performers, clandestinely circulated among the folk. In fact, during the old Taoist's incantations and movements, the powder had already begun to work its magic, which explained the flames erupting from the large bowl. In truth, what Bai Shuang and I witnessed was entirely different. She had seen black smoke billowing from the bowl. As for the small, feathered figure on the sword's tip, it was merely a figment of my imagination. Conversely, Tofu, or the corpse immortal, had seen through the ruse, playing us like puppets and thereby executing a masterful escape. Both individuals had deftly led Bai Shuang and me in circles. Infuriated, Bai Shuang, in her high heels, began to rain down kicks upon him. As I listened to the old Taoist's pleas for mercy, a thought struck me. If he truly was a fraud, then who had authored the post I had seen online? The content and ideas expressed therein hardly seemed within the capabilities of a charlatan like him. When I posed this question, the old Taoist wailed, stating, "It was written by my master's uncle, who roams the world with us. He no longer uses that account." I inquired, "Where is your master's uncle wandering now?" The old Taoist replied, "His way of wandering is different. He does not take residence in other temples, but rather travels while begging, lost to the world, who knows?" I said, "I will return your money. I implore you, spare me. My old bones can endure no more kicks from high heels." Chapter 3. The sole hope, as the old saying goes, the exterior reflects the interior, and indeed, upon first glance, I found the old Taoist to be rather lecherous. I failed to heed my instincts and was ensnared by his deception. Now, it is too late for regrets. After he transferred the funds and returned the money, I kicked him away. At this moment, Bai Shuang was filled with self-reproach, lamenting her inability to discern character. The one task she was entrusted with was executed with such dismal failure. This woman, usually brimming with confidence, was now reduced to stamping her feet in frustration. Subsequently, she inquired about our next steps. Where would Doufu go? I pondered for a moment and formulated 3 hypotheses. First, he might seek refuge to continue his integration. As Doufu's consciousness has largely merged with the corpse immortal. In essence, Doufu has become the corpse immortal who naturally yearns for resurrection. At this juncture, he should also be aware that many are coveting him, including El Su, Bai Sanyi, and myself. Thus, the likelihood of him hiding is substantial. If we fail to locate him, the next appearance of Doufu will herald the corpse immortal's revenge. The second possibility is that Bai Sanye's concealed secret, buried long ago, has been unearthed by others. Whether it be the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone obtained by Princess Gidge, or the image stone from the tomb of the giant ears, or the contents from that wooden box, all remain a mystery. When we captured Doufu, we searched him and found a sheepskin scroll, the script of which was neither Tibetan nor traditional Han characters. This artifact, taken by the lazy ones, has likely fallen into Bai Sanye's hands. The scroll evidently contains significant information. Could it be that Doufu intends to visit Bai Sanyi to retrieve it? In response to my analysis, Bai Shuang could not offer much insight, as her understanding of the entire situation was limited. Her expression was one of anguish as she questioned, why would the corpse immortal target him? Could it not choose another? Her words sparked a realization within me, prompting the consideration of yet another possibility. The reason the corpse immortal initially pursued Doufu was due to the potent aura of celestial soldiers emanating from him. He had once thrown himself over me to shield me from the first wave of smoke emitted by the celestial soldiers in an effort to save me. Subsequently, it seems that the issues within the Celestial Nurturing Bureau affected the corpse immortal, leading to its original spirit abandoning its physical form to attack Doufu. The rationale behind this assault was likely that Doufu was the only living being nearby. If there were someone with a superior constitution, would the corpse immortal not prefer them? To rephrase, the most suitable vessel for the corpse immortal would undoubtedly be its original body. However, due to the malfunction of the Celestial Nurturing Bureau, that body has become a hybrid of corpse and immortal. While it possesses great power, it has no room for further evolution. Should the flaw in that body be rectified, the corpse immortal would no longer regard Doufu, but would seek its own corporeal form. Suddenly, I recalled that the wooden entity still resides within the void. Based on the information available at the time, we speculated 2 potential outcomes for the wooden entity. Either it has been consumed by the void, or it has devoured the void itself. If wood absorbs ethereal power, can its flaws be mended? While I pondered this, the corpse immortal surely must have contemplated it as well. Just then, my phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, I discovered a bank message that momentarily bewildered me. I had thought it was a notification of a client's payment, but to my astonishment, 50,000 had been withdrawn from my account. What on earth was happening? The funds in my portable bank card were minimal, as the main account was secured at home, with the password known only to me and Doufu. Due to the initial investments required for our shop, profits had yet to be distributed and remained pooled in the account for emergencies, allowing us to cover any shortages with our own funds. It dawned on me immediately that Doufu must have transferred the money. Such a significant transaction indicated he might be planning something substantial. My initial instinct was to report it and freeze the funds he had moved, which would thwart any plans he might have. However, I soon realized the impracticality of this approach. Reaching the nearest police station would take over 20 minutes. And with the card at home, by the time I completed the necessary procedures, Doufu would have likely already relocated the money. Damn it, what was that scoundrel Pujun scheming? I rushed back to the shop and inquired with the one-eyed dragon if Doufu had returned. The one-eyed dragon confirmed Doufu had indeed come by, bringing 2 ice creams, 1 for each of them, and was quite moved to see Doufu restored to his usual self. I retorted, moved? Nonsense, that rascal is merely feigning. The one-eyed dragon looked puzzled, so I ascended to check my computer and found it open, confirming that Doufu had directly transferred the funds via online banking. Given the nature of the antique business, where capital flows are considerable, I had not set a withdrawal limit. What could this scoundrel be plotting with such a sum? Lacking connections, he couldn't possibly confront Bai Sanyi with just 500,000, could he? After much contemplation, I arrived at a singular hypothesis. He intended to procure equipment. With the merging of memories from the corpse immortal, he likely recalled many things. Might he be seeking to retrieve items he had previously hidden? Could these items assist him in achieving some objective? What would he do with that 50,000? A wave of frustration washed over me. After some thought, I called Zhuan Rue, asking him to keep an eye out and inquire about the situation with Bai Sanyi. Zhuan Rue informed me that it was common knowledge on the streets that Bai Sanyi was embroiled in a fierce struggle with El Su. The Bai family had initially planned to open a branch, but El Su's extensive network thwarted those efforts, leaving everything in disarray. Bai Sanyi was struggling to secure any jobs, and upon finally managing to obtain one, the authorities had intervened, leaving him in dire straits. I mused to myself, goodness. When El takes action, he truly means business. I was fortunate to have Bai Sanyi as a formidable shield in front of me. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed. After further contemplation, I asked Zhuan Rue for information on De Huangya, Hu Yi, and Lanhua. I believe these three to be reliable and capable individuals for our collaboration, and gaining further insight could prove beneficial in the future. Zhuan Rue, ever loyal, assured me he would keep me informed. As the tone grew somber, he inquired, "Do you intend to persist?" I replied, "What other choice do I have? I cannot simply relinquish this matter. There are too many enigmas and illusions at play. Even if I were to abandon everything else, what would become of Doufu? Should I allow him to be manipulated by the corpse immortal? They have yet to achieve complete fusion, so there remains a chance for salvation. I may forsake other endeavors, but not this one." Zhuan Rue asked, "What are your plans?" I was uncertain why he posed that question, yet I regarded Zhuan Rue as a true friend. Despite his current state, which could hardly be deemed purely human, I said, "While El Su and Bai Sanyi are vying for that object, I intend to locate Doufu first. He has made a financial transaction, and I suspect he may be preparing to enter the fray, yet I currently cannot trace his whereabouts." Zhuan Rue immediately posed several questions. What are they attempting to seize? What fray? It seems he wishes to involve himself in this matter. Truth be told, I am in need of assistance, but I cannot drag Zhuan Rue into peril. However, if he chooses to dive in of his own accord, I would welcome it. Ultimately, humans are driven by self-interest. Thus, I recounted the recent events to him, stating, therefore, I suspect he may be attempting to act first and retrieve the items he previously concealed, yet I am unable to ascertain his movements. Zhuan Rue remarked, "Have you considered that even if the corpse immortal changes vessels, he may still—" I understood his implication. Even if the original spirit were expelled, could Doufu truly return to his former self? What would he become? A lifeless shell? Or a fool? The best outcome might merely be amnesia. The longer this situation drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Zhuan Rue further cautioned, "This matter must remain confidential. If word reaches El Su or Bai Sanyi, you will find yourselves beset on all sides, and all dangers will converge upon you." I replied, "I have contemplated this, which is why I wish to disturb as few people as possible." Zhuan Rue pondered for a moment before stating, "But now, what can you achieve alone?" Throughout this ordeal, I had unraveled the entire incident, first identifying my own objectives. The so-called truth, deception, enigmas, and curses were gradually receding from my grasp, becoming a dead end. I was at a loss for how to break through, and I felt utterly fatigued. My singular aim now was to save Doufu. The sole method of rescuing him lay in extricating the corpse immortal's spirit from his being. All of Doufu's actions and the troubles they incited stemmed solely from this spirit. Once it departed, all difficulties would dissipate. Thus, the pivotal question was how to facilitate the spirit's exit. I recalled a previous hypothesis regarding the wooden entity within the void. If I could rescue it, everything would fall into place. As for whether the wooden entity would retain its original essence after merging with the spirit, that would be a matter of fortune. Nonetheless, it was the only course of action. I remembered when Min mentioning she knew an expert in material research. Perhaps I could seek assistance from that individual. I have resolved to cease my concern regarding the whereabouts of the tofu and instead focus on extracting the wood, for it now stands as my sole hope. Chapter 4. The package. After a brief conversation with Zhuan Rue, I hung up the phone, intending to call Wen Min. However, my attempts to reach her were met with failure, as her line remained unreachable. I took to the internet, only to discover that she was also absent online, severing our communication entirely. It was Friday, and I assumed she was perhaps occupied with work and unable to answer. Therefore, I decided to wait until the evening to try again, but this time, the call was met with a message indicating her phone was turned off. I pondered the situation. wondering if my clandestine actions had upset her, leading her to intentionally ignore my calls. After several more unsuccessful attempts, I resigned myself to sleep, only to awaken the next day and continue my efforts to reach her, yet still to no avail. A wave of concern washed over me. Was she truly angry with me? Or had something unfortunate occurred? As 2 days passed without contact, my restlessness grew, and I contemplated a trip to Beijing to ascertain the truth. Just then, the one-eyed dragon ascended the stairs, clutching a package. Initially, I assumed it was his delivery and refrained from inquiring. To my surprise, he announced, "This is for you." Me? "I haven't ordered anything," I replied, curious. "From Beijing," he stated, handing me the package. Upon inspecting the address, I realized it was sent from Wenmin's residence, prompting a sigh of relief. It seemed she was indeed miffed with me, but what had she sent? With a teasing tone, the one-eyed dragon remarked, "How can you be such a boyfriend, disappearing for 10 days or more? Perhaps Officer Gu is upset and has sent you a bomb." In jest, I retrieved a fruit knife to slice through the packaging. Moments later, I discovered several photographs within, 2 old photographs and 1 new. The new photograph featured Wenmin alongside another woman. In the image, Wenmin donned casual attire while the other woman wore outdoor gear. Her skin a healthy shade of wheat, glistening as though she had engaged in vigorous activity amidst nature. The 2 old photographs depicted a large group of individuals, at least 30, holding a banner that proclaimed the successful completion of an archaeological mission related to the ancient Shu civilization. I did not recognize a single face among them, save for 2 foreigners. The third image presented an odd pattern, a protruding object captured from an unknown location. Upon examination, I discerned it resembled an eye etched into stone, albeit with an exaggeratedly prominent pupil. Upon seeing the photograph, the one-eyed dragon remarked, "This eye bears a striking resemblance to those of the bronze statues unearthed from Sangsingdui. Given the mention of the ancient Shu civilization, these must be archaeological images. What could Officer Gu intend by sending these?" I shook my head, feeling perplexed by Wenmin's intentions. Why not communicate directly regarding her concerns? Why send 3 photographs instead? My gaze lingered on the latest photograph as I contemplated the identity of this unfamiliar woman. What had Wenmin been up to during my absence? At that moment, I suddenly discovered that there was indeed a card tucked inside, inscribed with a line of text. "I await you in Sanqing village. Hasten your arrival." The one-eyed dragon, well versed in this line of work, remarked, "It must be Sanqing village in Nanqing County, right next to the archaeological site of the Sangsingdui. What could she be doing there?" He then glanced at the express package, noting that it had been sent 2 days prior. I knew that Wenmin was not an unreliable person. Her actions were surely purposeful. After much contemplation, I resolved to make an immediate trip to Sichuan. The one-eyed dragon, sensing my intentions, suggested, "Why don't I accompany you this time?" I countered, "What will happen to our shop if you go?" He replied, "An antique shop can remain closed for 3 years and still thrive for 3 more upon reopening. 10 days or half a month one tea make a difference. Besides, with Duzi absent, although old Zhang may not be of much use, he possesses some experience and can lend a hand. Most importantly, I have been to that area before." I was somewhat taken aback. "You have been there?" The one-eyed dragon nodded, saying, "Indeed. Artifacts from the ancient Shu kingdom are rare due to their antiquity, and thus, they have always held value without a market. Before my imprisonment, I scouted around Sichuan and encountered a group of grave robbers who expressed a desire to explore the vicinity of Sangsingdui, hoping to stumble upon something. So, I joined them." I inquired, and then the one-eyed dragon gestured to his blind eye, stating, "Well, it ended up like this." I knew that his eye had been injured during a fight, but I hadn't anticipated such an ironic coincidence in the Shu region. As he continued, he mentioned, "The area around Sanqing village was originally quite remote, surrounded by towering mountains. It wasn't until the archaeological team unearthed the Sangsingdui that tourism began to flourish, prompting extensive development in the region. At its height, the territory of the ancient Shu kingdom encompassed Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, with Sangsingdui being a particularly concentrated site for discoveries. Thus, the surrounding area holds immense archaeological value. However, due to later financial constraints and the dense forests and rugged terrain, further explorations were never undertaken. The one-eyed dragon and his companions delved deep into the mountains, searching for tombs and treasures, often not necessarily seeking graves, but rather ancient sites from which they could unearth valuable items. They ventured deep into the mountains and, by fortune, stumbled upon an ancient tomb. Regrettably, It was a half-collapsed ruin, making excavation exceedingly challenging. Such collapsed tombs, even if they contain mechanisms, generally render them inoperable. The group, overly focused on their quest for treasure, let their guard down, which ultimately led to their downfall. The one-eyed dragon pondered for a moment, rubbing his face, and said, "What I'm about to share may sound unbelievable, but it's truly bizarre." I replied, "Have I not encountered my share of the extraordinary?" The one-eyed dragon then continued with his tale, explaining that the ancient Shu kingdom revered the eye, believing it possessed a certain mystical power. As a result, such patterns, like those in the photographs, were prevalent. Within the tomb they descended into, there was a bronze statue of a standing figure, albeit heavily corroded and covered in verdigris. One member of the group, known as Lao-san, took a liking to the statue and wished to carry it away, only to be met with a scathing rebuke from the one-eyed dragon. "What are you thinking? That's a death warrant. You have no connections. Who would dare take that on? Moreover, with such a substantial object, how could one possibly extract it without drawing attention? It is utterly foolish to take only the smaller items." This group lacks the experience of the Cyclops. They have allied with him primarily due to their brute strength and their ignorance of the true value of what they seek. After ransacking the chamber, an unexpected turn of events occurred in a tomb they presumed to be devoid of traps. The Cyclops was caught off guard, suffering the loss of his eye, as subterranean waters began to surge in. In a panic, they fled, leaving behind most of their plunder. Upon escaping, the Cyclops suddenly realized that Lao-san was missing. Fear gripped the group, leading them to burn incense at the tomb's entrance for Lao-san, wishing him peace in his afterlife. Subsequently, they retreated in a state of disarray. However, during their escape, an unsettling sensation washed over them, as if someone were trailing their steps, accompanied by an intense feeling of being watched. Could it be the ghost of Lao-san? Yet, in broad daylight, how could a spirit manifest, having ventured deep into the mountains? They were compelled to spend the night there. That evening, the Cyclops found himself alone in a tent, as he had previously shared it with Lao-san. With Lao-san's demise, he now slept in solitude. The others, aware of the Cyclops' melancholic disposition due to his blindness, dared not disturb him. As he lay down, the disquieting sensation returned. The Cyclops felt an undeniable presence within the tent, a profound instinct that something was amiss. Suddenly, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The fabric of the tent's base was being pressed down in segments, each impression resembling a human footprint, as if an invisible entity were traversing the space. The Cyclops' hair bristled in terror, and he glanced toward the tent's entrance, contemplating escape. However, at that moment, the unseen entity lay down beside him, leaving an imprint in the fabric. A chilling thought crossed the Cyclope's mind. Had Lao-san returned? Had he transformed into a ghost and followed them? Fortunately, the Cyclops was not without wisdom. After a moment of fear, he steadied himself and cautiously retreated from the tent. He retrieved incense and candles from his pack, intending to invoke the spirit. Trembling, he lit the candles, yet they did not turn green, indicating no ghost was present. He then lit the incense, but it exhibited no peculiarities. Could it be that it was not a ghost? Yet, how could he rationalize what he had just witnessed? At that moment, the feeling of being watched surged anew, and the Cyclops understood that the invisible entity had emerged from the tent, presumably standing not far from him. Chapter 5. The Eye of Heaven. The others, roused by the commotion, clearly observed wet footprints on the ground, advancing toward them. In a frenzy, they began to retreat, ultimately succumbing to panic and fleeing with their gear. They ran for over an hour, until exhaustion overwhelmed them, and they finally stopped. In their hazy state, the Cyclops seemed to hear a desperate voice calling out, "I am here, why can't you see me?" At that moment, the Cyclops did not ponder deeply. He merely knew to flee. However, no matter where he went, that invisible man persisted, shadowing him until he finally managed to shake him off upon entering a vehicle. Subsequently, the Cyclops researched the origins of the ancient Shu people's veneration of the eye, discovering various interpretations. The most credible suggested that the ancient Shu relied on hunting for sustenance. The ability to see farther significantly enhanced their hunting yield and ensured their safety. Thus, they sought to possess formidable sight, accentuating the eyes to embody the power they believed they held. Some less credible theories posited that the Shu revered the eye for its peculiar powers, viewing it as a conduit between the soul and the world. It is likely that Lao-san, influenced by some force within the ancient tomb, found his communication with this world severed, rendering him invisible to all. Therefore, The Cyclops could only describe that area with one term, eerie. I inquired, "If that is the case, are you still willing to accompany me?" The Cyclops wiped his face and remarked that he had not ventured to Shu for many years and was uncertain if Hu still existed. It would be good to take this opportunity to investigate. As we spoke, news finally arrived from Juan Rue, who sent me an email containing information about the lazy fellow and his companions. Big Yellow Duck, a genuine Beijinger, a hereditary craftsman of mechanisms. He has long been engaged in this trade and now associates with Bai San Yi, lacking any notable reputation on the streets, having spent many years abroad. Hu Yi, once an artilleryman, he went abroad after his discharge. His experiences remain unknown, yet they have positioned him as the current overseer. He possesses no extraordinary skills, but is remarkably steady, able to consider the bigger picture and adept at utilizing others. Lazy fellow, a Tibetan, his origins are somewhat mysterious. Hailing from the area surrounding the eternally frozen Lake Jamuko, a region devoid of human life, located west of Naku. The Kunlun Mountains extend like veins across this territory. Standing around 6,000 meters high, one must traverse these towering peaks to reach the snow-laden expanse. The Tibetan population living beneath the mountains is sparse, often comprising single families that control vast tracts of land, far removed from civilization, leading a primitive pastoral life. To procure tea, they must journey for an extended time. Rumor has it that this lazy fellow emerged from that very place, appearing in tattered clothing. When locals inquired about his origins, he gestured towards the depths of the uninhabited zone and claimed he was too lazy and had been cast out. He then vanished, only to reappear later beside Bai San Yi. The term eerie is employed because, in the minds of the local Tibetans, that area is deemed uninhabitable due to its extreme altitude and harsh conditions, compounded by the continuous mountain ranges and snowfields. Surviving there is an arduous endeavor for humanity. All three individuals come with a clear price tag. Hu Yi cannot be persuaded, as he has been with Bai San Yi for an extended period, serving as an internal and external hand for the Bai family and refusing private jobs. Big Yellow Duck is available for hire, commanding a fee of 200,000, while Lazy Fellow's fee stands at 800,000. According to customary practice, half of the payment is required up front before commencing the journey. The Cyclops lingered beside me, poring over the materials. After a while, he rubbed his face and exclaimed, "Damn it, if my eyesight were intact, I might have been able to command an appearance fee of 800,000. I urged him to abandon such fanciful dreams and promptly booked our tickets online. We hastily gathered our belongings and once more ventured into Sichuan, albeit by a markedly different route this time. By the afternoon of the following day, we arrived at Sanqing village. Though modest in size, it was neither impoverished nor backward. Perhaps due to it not being the peak tourist season, the place was relatively uncrowded. Before long, we discovered that a research team had arrived a few days prior and was lodged at the nearby Sanqing Inn, making quite an impression. Upon reaching the inn, we entered and immediately spotted a group of people dining downstairs, among whom sat one Min. She noticed me and whispered something to the stranger seated beside her, who I recognized from the photograph. Shortly thereafter, when Min approached the entrance and beckoned for me to follow her, we ascended the stairs, our footsteps echoing, and entered her resting chamber. I inquired about the situation, wondering why she hadn't answered her phone. When Min shot me a glare, chiding me for my habitual disappearances, suggesting that I ought to endure some hardships to learn my lesson. I offered a wry smile and quickly apologized, swearing by the heavens that I would never repeat such behavior. She relented, then said, "Didn't you always urge me to keep an eye on the matter of saving the wood? The professor I mentioned is currently abroad and cannot return, but he has a friend whose daughter is the woman in the photograph. She is reportedly quite fascinated by ancient Shu civilization and has funded the formation of this research team. However, due to certain connections that need to be navigated, the professor sought my assistance, hoping I could extend a favor. He then revealed something significant to me. I instantly grasped the implication, asking, could this matter be related to the wood? A faint smile graced Wen Min's face as she nodded and replied. He shared with me a legend concerning ancient Shu civilization. The ancient Shu kingdom spanned a vast territory with numerous cities, and its people possessed a peculiar culture surrounding their eyes. A silk manuscript unearthed in 1967 recorded something unusual that the ancient Shu people referred to as the heavenly eye. It is said that the people of Shu descended from a group that migrated from the snowy western regions, led by the figure known as Kintsong, who established the ancient Shu civilization. Some accounts describe Kinsong as having 3 eyes, akin to Erlang Shun, with a third eye situated in the center of his forehead. The heavenly eye revered by the ancient Shu was considered a sacred object, believed to be the manifestation of Kinsong's third eye. Is it possible for a human to possess 3 eyes? Certainly, the incidence of conjoined twins is rising, if not 3 eyes. There are even cases of individuals with 2 heads. However, this heavenly eye is said to differ from ordinary eyes. Its appearance is remarkably translucent, akin to crystal. The monarchs or priests of the ancient Shu, after performing certain rituals, could harness the power of the heavenly eye to glimpse into the past and future, to witness life and death. During the downfall of the ancient Shu kingdom, there was a particularly intriguing phenomenon, which can be described as a timeless enigma that remains unsolved to this day. Firstly, the ancient Shu kingdom encompassed a vast expanse of land. Thus, the annihilation of Shu was not an endeavor achieved in a day. However, just prior to its impending demise, many areas of the ancient Shu kingdom, along with their inhabitants and cities, vanished entirely. This obscure information is recorded on silk manuscripts, leading some to speculate that the ancient Shu people, harnessing the power of the celestial eye, foresaw the downfall of their kingdom and thus utilized this power to escape to another realm for survival. Though this legend may seem peculiar, the concept of the celestial eye has captivated the attention of many astute individuals. This expedition team was, indeed, drawn by the allure of the celestial eye. They were unaware of the source of their information, which indicated that west of Sanqing village, near the borders of Aba, there once existed an ancient city, one of the fabled cities of the ancient Shu that had mysteriously disappeared. It is highly likely that the celestial eye lies hidden within that city. I remarked, from Sanqing village to the Aba border? That is quite a considerable distance. Why not proceed directly to Aba and gather there? Wenmin shook her head and replied, the leader is Lu, the woman who financed the expedition. It seems she has dispatched another group of individuals, the purpose of which remains unclear. In a couple of days, we shall head towards the Aba border, where the terrain is comprised of the remnants of the Kunlun Mountains, characterized by its steep and rugged features. It is said that in ancient times, the area was inhabited, but eventually, all inhabitants migrated to the Central Plains, leaving behind a vast expanse of desolation. Even mobile phones may struggle for signal there. Pausing for a moment, Wenmin continued, the professor informed me that the power of the celestial eye might not be mere folklore. It could potentially be a unique substance capable of altering spatial effects, reminiscent of the void. If we were to obtain the celestial eye, we might just be able to rescue Mu from his plight. I contemplated this, realizing that Mu had developed his own consciousness throughout this ordeal, no longer bound by the control of the corpse immortal. If we were to liberate him, he could become our ally, allowing us to strategize against the primordial spirit at a later time. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but admire Gu, the beautiful strategist, for her meticulous thought process. I had only recently arrived at this conclusion myself, yet she had already taken action. At this juncture, the Cyclops interjected, that Lu is also after the celestial eye. If we truly locate it, would that woman be willing to share it with us? Wenmin responded, I have yet to devise a plan for this situation, which is why I sought your counsel. We shall assess the circumstances when the time comes. The Cyclops rubbed his hands together and added, if all else fails, we may have to resort to underhanded means. Wenmin fell silent, not contesting his remark. I had encountered Lu's group briefly and perceived them as a rather conventional expedition team. They exhibited little trace of malevolence, suggesting they were relatively untainted. Thus, if we desired to outmaneuver them, it would not pose a significant challenge. Wenmin mentioned that she had secured 2 spots for us. Believing that both Doufu and I would attend, yet unexpectedly, it was the Cyclops who had arrived. Chapter 6. Departure. It appeared that during the time Doufu and I were seeking the Bawa Tower, Wenmin had devoted considerable effort to this endeavor. Given the clues regarding Mu's rescue, it was imperative not to abandon the pursuit. As for Doufu, the corpse immortal now held the upper hand, with its cunning intellect. It was unlikely to be easily captured again. Therefore, I would allow Liu Su and the others to continue their struggle. Ultimately, the outcome mattered little to me. At present, under the recommendation of the beautiful Gu, we were introduced to team leader Lu, the woman in charge. Lu appeared to be around 20 years of age, tall and with a healthy complexion, exuding the vitality of someone accustomed to outdoor activities, devoid of the delicate demeanor typical of many young women. Her statuesque figure suggested a remarkable dynamism. Min fabricated a title of weapons consultant for me, and I promptly followed her lead, introducing myself as someone who had undergone extensive training in weaponry and had collaborated with various expedition teams. I boasted that should we encounter any wolves or leopards in the mountains, I would certainly take down one, or even two. With a wave of her hand, Lu stated, "You are the ones introduced by Officer Gu. I trust that the necessary equipment is prepared. You should be well aware of our objective this time." This woman, surnamed Lu, was decisive and assertive. Gu had mentioned that she spent most of her time abroad, which contributed to her fiery temperament and straightforward nature. She had little patience for ambiguity. Thus, our pleasantries were brief. Seemingly awaiting someone, Lu indicated that we would not be departing for the next couple of days, allowing us to explore the nearby historical sites and gain a general understanding of the ancient Shu civilization. This ancient culture, which originated from the snow-capped mountains, gradually declined during the late Warring States period, having persisted for a considerable duration in history and once encompassing a vast territory. However, following the fall of the ancient Shu state, little documentation remained, as if many of its cities had vanished overnight, leaving behind endless conjectures for future generations. It was not until the subsequent discoveries at Sangxingdui and the Jinsha site that the enigmatic veil of the ancient Shu civilization began to lift. What formed this civilization? Extending from the snowy regions, once inhabited this land remains an intriguing mystery awaiting exploration. We lingered in Sanqing village for 2 days, and on this particular day, after receiving a phone call, Lu promptly instructed everyone to prepare for departure. Our group was sizable, totaling 13, including myself, the One-Eyed Dragon, and Min. As we set off in 3 off-road vehicles, traversing the only national road amid towering mountains toward an unknown destination. By this time, it was late October, and the climate in western Sichuan was quite chilly. Rolling down the car windows invited a gust of cold air, yet with fewer vehicles on the road. The atmosphere was refreshingly crisp. The winding mountain roads appeared aged, resembling serpentine dragons meandering through the hills. In the distance, the undulating green mountains came into view, and as we progressed, the terrain transformed, revealing the distinctive knife-edge formations characteristic of the fault lines, starkly contrasting with the softer contours of the southern hills. The mountains stood as if chiseled by blades, their sharp lines evident, while the types of trees began to change, their leaves displaying hues of yellow, green, red, and silver, creating a picturesque tapestry of autumn colors. Were it not for the equipment securely stowed in the trunk, one might easily mistake this journey for a leisurely excursion. As the sun descended, the road wound down a mountainous path, leading us into a fleeting basin. On either side, vast expanses of golden grasslands unfurled, their elevated terrain already speckled with patches of snow. Within this golden meadow, a crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully. The vehicle came to a halt, and team leader Lu greeted us. "Brothers and sisters, let's disembark. We shall proceed on foot." At this moment, everyone had donned their gear, slipping into waterproof jackets and donning thermal gloves, gazing ahead along the golden grass and the stream that intertwined. The setting sun cast a shimmering golden hue upon the clear waters. In the distance, a large herd of yellow sheep and a shepherd on horseback could be faintly discerned, though their features and ages remained obscured by the great distance. Further still lay the rugged, typically folded mountain range, its sharp ridges exuding an air of chilling solemnity. As the saying goes, the mountains tire the horse. We could see these peaks now, yet to approach them would likely require 2 or 3 days of arduous travel. After disembarking and organizing our equipment, Lu was seen making a phone call, seemingly issuing instructions. The signal was strong here, but as we ventured into those rugged folds, the high mountains and deep valleys might render communication impossible. Thus, it was prudent to address any necessary arrangements beforehand. I realized I need not explain myself to anyone. With the shop closed and only my companion in tow, I was quite unencumbered. At this moment, the One-Eyed Dragon inhaled deeply and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "This place is magnificent. I, Zhang Shang, have traversed countless regions, all characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, teeming with venomous creatures and wild beasts. Here, it resembles a fairyland. Surely, this is an auspicious sign." When Min interjected, "Nature has always been beautiful. However, the more populated an area becomes, the quicker its beauty diminishes. Often, the most stunning vistas are concealed in less traveled locales." Zhang Sheng agreed. Indeed, otherwise, The trend of traversing uninhabited territories would not have gained such popularity in recent years. I once thought those adventurers were simply idle, yet now it seems they have gleaned some rewards. As we spoke, we gathered our belongings and ventured into the meadow. The golden grasslands felt soft beneath our feet, and the air was imbued with the fresh, aromatic scent of flora. From across the meadow, we could clearly see fish swimming in the stream, their sizes modest, mostly palm-sized, yet their forms were pleasing, and the water was strikingly clear. Having been cooped up in the vehicle for an entire day, we stepped out to breathe in the invigorating, crisp air, and our spirits were buoyant. The atmosphere along the trail was lively. I took a moment to observe our group, comprised of individuals aged between 20 and 30. There were 3 women among us. The rest were men, including Min and team leader Lu, as well as a short-haired young woman, rumored to be a doctor, capable of providing timely medical assistance in case of mishaps in the mountains. Despite some lack of experience, the overall structure of this team was well defined, instilling confidence that following them would not be overly burdensome. After a little over 10 minutes, we encountered the shepherd, only to discover he was a youth of about 14 or 15. His expression a blend of curiosity and shyness as he inquired in a Sichuan dialect about our origins and destination. We merely stated that we were here for tourism. Observing that we intended to proceed further, the young boy, speaking in his local dialect, kindly advised, "Uncle, night is approaching. There are many night mosquitoes in the meadow, which makes it unsafe. Why not stay at my home?" When I inquired about the distance to his home, he replied that it would take over an hour to walk. This region is known for its lush pastures, and with a bit of diligence, one could easily reach this side for grazing. Lu, ever the opportunist, did not overlook even the smallest child, taking out a packet of filled biscuits to offer the boy while subtly inquiring, "When you tend sheep around here, do you ever find anything unusual?" The boy pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Mushrooms, wild chickens, snow hares, foxes." Lu smiled and pressed further. "Is there nothing else?" The boy shook his head. Lu then allowed him to continue on his way, stating that we had brought a tent to experience life here. The child, knowing little of our world and feeling shy in the company of adults, hurried off with his flock. The only aspect that left us adults in awe was his graceful posture on horseback. It was evident he had been raised in the saddle, eliciting envy from the one-eyed observer among us. We continued onward, determined to find a campsite before dusk. Along the way, we encountered numerous shepherds and cowherds, all around the ages of 14 or 15, predominantly local Sichuanese, with a few Tibetans among them, all herding their cattle and sheep homeward. The last we met was a Tibetan boy, his robe soiled to the point that its original color was nearly indiscernible. Noting our intention to venture further, he waved his hands urgently and, in halting Mandarin, warned, "Do not proceed. It is too dangerous ahead. Even the cattle and sheep dare not enter." Lu, ever the diplomat, offered him a few biscuits to win his favor, inquiring, "Why do the cattle and sheep avoid that area? What dangers lie within?" The Tibetan boy replied, "There are many winter snakes beneath the grass. If you tread upon them, disaster will follow." The winter snakes he referred to likely indicated those that hibernate. Given the abundant water and grass in this area, the presence of snakes was not surprising. Moreover, winter snakes typically hide deeply and are sluggish, posing little threat to us even if encountered. We surmised that the dense grass ahead might intimidate the child, but we paid it little mind and pressed on. As twilight approached, we found a dry patch of land, clearing a spot for our camp. We kindled a bonfire to eat and drink. And when it came time to sleep, we washed our faces and feet in the chilly stream. Although the initial cold made us shiver, the warmth returned quickly after washing. And once nestled into our sleeping bags, the comfort was unparalleled. I apologize for the delay in the second chapter's arrival. Recent events have been rather overwhelming. I wish to inform everyone of a change in my work schedule. Ghostly Breaths has consistently been updated twice per day, but due to personal matters, I have decided to reduce it to once daily starting tomorrow. Next month, in December, I will return to the usual 2 updates. I hope for your understanding. Furthermore, during this busy period, I have not had the chance to correct typos, but I will address them after each update to enhance your reading experience. Now, I am ready. Feel free to share your thoughts. Chapter 7. The story the night passed in silence, and we slept soundly. With so many of us, each person's turn to keep watch was brief. In truth, during this season, the surroundings are devoid of trees, thus wild beasts are absent, rendering the night devoid of peril. I stood guard for approximately 40 minutes before succumbing to slumber until dawn's light. Upon emerging from the tent the following morning, I was greeted by a shrouded world. With the nearby grass cloaked in morning mist and the mountains, once visible to the naked eye, now obscured. The golden grass was sprinkled with frost, the tips glistening with dew. As I stepped out of the tent, a chilling breeze enveloped me, biting and cold. Half of the group was engaged in washing by the stream, while the other half had boiled water and set a pot to prepare breakfast, instant noodles with dried meat, simmering in a hearty broth that wafted an enticing aroma, stirring hunger in all who inhaled it. I washed my face and hands in the icy water, my skin turning crimson from the cold. By the time I returned, breakfast was ready. After partaking in the warm meal, we felt rejuvenated, packed our gear, and continued our journey. This path, since my descent into the valley, was the most favorable I had traversed. Free from danger and surrounded by a landscape reminiscent of a celestial realm, it allowed one to wholly disregard the weariness of the long trek. As we advanced, the surrounding dried grass thickened, and we grew concerned about stepping on something undesirable, prompting each of us to procure a stick to probe the ground ahead. As time passed and the sun ascended, the mist dissipated, revealing the mountains in the distance once more. The grass beneath our feet grew increasingly lush with our progress, until it became nearly impossible to navigate. These grasses should have flourished, but the arrival of winter had rendered them yellowed and withered. Weighed down by snow and drenched in dew, they bowed together in submission. At first glance, the expanse ahead appeared to be an ordinary meadow, yet upon stepping onto it, my thighs sank deep into the sodden earth. Each step produced a squelching sound, and prolonged walking in such conditions left my feet numb from the cold. When men, panting heavily, remarked, "Fortunately, we arrived in winter. Had it been summer, the grasses would have stood tall, and we would have been besieged by insects and mosquitoes, which would have been far more terrifying." Leading the group was Lu, a woman clearly accustomed to outdoor exertion, displaying no adverse reactions even in this frigid climate. Though the short-haired female doctor in our party seemed to struggle. Thankfully, our group was predominantly male, and the rare presence of a beautiful yet delicate woman prompted the men to offer their assistance, with light-hearted banter and laughter, ensuring that our progress was not hindered. I, naturally vigilant, was acutely aware that beneath the veneer of safety often lay hidden threats, and thus remained watchful. A young man named Xiao Wu, noticing my silence, approached and inquired, "Chun, why are you so quiet? Why the long face? We're sharing stories. Why not join in?" Sharing stories? It seemed more like they were boasting in front of the female doctor than anything else. One particularly flamboyant bald man, donning a hat, recounted an exaggerated tale of a time he ventured out to sea for a swim. Beneath the waves, he claimed to have encountered a colossal octopus, which, in a single gulp, devoured 3 individuals. Just as it sought to consume him, he cleverly brandished a knife, piercing the creature's eyes. The female doctor, rather naive, believed his story wholeheartedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I found myself speechless, pondering how challenging it would be to wield a knife while swimming, let alone in the depths of the ocean. This fellow's boast of battling an octopus underwater was sheer nonsense. Furthermore, the appetite of an octopus is not particularly vast. What kind of octopus could possibly devour 3 people in one go? Upon hearing the bald man's tale, the group shed any reservations, each person engaging in boastful banter, leaving the beautiful doctor dizzy with confusion. At that moment, when Xiao Wu spoke, all eyes turned towards me. The curious doctor inquired, "Chun, I've heard you're a weapons consultant. Do you often handle firearms?" I nodded, reluctant to elaborate, and shifted the conversation, urging, "Let us not dwell on such topics. Pay attention to our surroundings and stay vigilant." I used to possess a rather humorous disposition, but recent experiences had rendered me more serious and pragmatic, leaving me disinterested in such fanciful tales. My words undoubtedly doused the group's enthusiasm, prompting a man with a buzz cut to object, "What danger could there possibly be? It's the middle of winter. What threats lurk in the meadows? Stop acting tough with that cold face." This group exhibited a complete lack of caution. While Team Lu was physically fit, they appeared overly relaxed, giving me the impression that they were merely on a leisurely outing. I felt compelled to impart a word of warning. Casting a glance at the buzzcut man, I suggested, "You all enjoy stories, don't you? Very well. Allow me to share one." The bald man interjected, "It better be true. No tall tales allowed." I assured them that I would not embellish, promising that my story was indeed a genuine experience. Thus, I began my narrative. Before I became a weapons consultant, I was merely a 20-year-old lad. Coming from a poor family, I ventured out into the world at an early age, engaging in the trade of mountain goods. On one occasion, I traveled to the Shaoxing region of Heilongjiang to procure mountain products. The area boasted a pristine natural environment, filled with lakes, pine forests, meadows, and a variety of wildlife, a veritable paradise, though regrettably no longer accessible. During my time collecting mountain goods, I sought to minimize costs by taking the back roads. I connected with a local mountain dweller, known as Dan, who frequently dealt in mountain products. We collaborated, and our endeavor coincided with mid-October when the Shaoxing region was already quite chilly, much like the weather we experienced now. Dan brought along a companion, and we donned large backpacks, equipped with tools, to gather a local wild mushroom known as the musk deer mushroom. This peculiar fungus is found solely in the greater Xing'an range during the period from mid-October to early November, rendering it exceptionally rare and valuable, regardless of the price. Its limited yield and the absence of cultivation techniques mean that those engaged in foraging must personally seek it out. A single fully loaded backpack can yield substantial profits. At that time, aside from myself, there were other foragers, yet due to certain delays, I arrived 2 days later than intended. My competitors, fierce and relentless, had left no trace behind by the time I reached the site. Facing potential losses, I was fortunate to have the assistance of Dan, who suggested, "Fear not. Xiaochun, I shall not let you leave empty-handed." I recalled that beyond the ridge lay a meadow, though fraught with peril, that, if traversed, would lead to a pine forest where the elusive roe mushroom could be found. Thus, I accepted his proposal with gratitude, knowing that I could not afford further losses as a novice in trade. Dan, a straightforward man from the northeast, was eager to join me, while his assistant opted out, citing the dangers and the plummeting temperatures. The dangers Dan referred to stemmed from the lush meadow, which attracted various wild beasts in search of food and water. During summer, it teemed with mosquitoes, ticks, leeches, and countless other creatures. Entering alone, without precaution, could lead to dire consequences. Winter, though somewhat less threatening, still bore its own uncertainties, as prior incidents of disappearances had been reported in that very area. We prepared ourselves by purchasing waterproof rubber boots that reached mid-thigh. While these boots offered protection against water and snake bites, they lacked insulation, causing our feet to grow uncomfortably cold after just 10 minutes of wear. We stuffed cotton into our boots and changed into them upon reaching the meadow. By this point, the audience had become engrossed in my narrative, captivated by the authenticity of my experiences, which stood in stark contrast to the dubious tales of others. Even team leader Lu was drawn in. I endeavored to keep their attention as I continued. The meadow's landscape bore similarities to our current surroundings, albeit smaller and elongated. Stretching across our path, navigating through it was not particularly challenging, requiring perhaps half a day's journey. The scenery was quite beautiful, free from insects and serpents in winter. After walking for over an hour without incident, I began to lower my guard, only to be met with an unforeseen turn of events. As I walked, I suddenly felt my foot sink, causing me to tumble forward into a waterhole concealed beneath a layer of floating ice. The meadow, rich with aquatic vegetation, was dotted with such depressions. Smaller ones merely soaked my footwear, but larger ones, deceptively covered by grass, concealed water and ice beneath a layer of mud. Stepping into one could result in a complete plunge into the frigid depths. As I walked ahead of Dan, misfortune struck and I inadvertently stepped into a large waterhole, plunging into its icy depths. In the early winter chill of the northern region, the sensation was utterly unbearable. When Dan pulled me out, I was so frozen that my speech became slurred. He remarked, "Your clothes are drenched. We cannot proceed any further. We must return to change, or you might succumb to the cold." Alas, our luck had turned against us. We had no choice but to retreat. I stripped off my clothes and wrung them out, while Dan generously offered me one of his jackets, a far better option than remaining in wet garments. At that moment, the meadow offered no dry patch to ignite a fire for warmth or to dry our clothing, forcing us to abandon the idea altogether. To our astonishment, merely 10 minutes into our retreat, the meadow began to tremble subtly, as if something lay hidden within the grass. A long, sinuous trace emerged, suggesting some elongated creature was advancing towards us. My immediate instinct was to assume it was a snake, an enormous serpent. Yet, given the season, it was improbable for a snake to be active. Surely, they should be in hibernation. Chapter 8. Digging startled, Dan and I hastily retreated. Yet that sinuous line continued to approach us. When it was but a meter away, a yellow head suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. Indeed, it was a large snake. Ban Siyuan interrupted, questioning, "How could there be a snake in the dead of winter? Surely you jest." I cast him a glance and replied, "If I am jesting, you shall find out soon enough." In truth, at that moment, both Xiong and I were equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend how a snake could be out in such cold weather. Under the pressure of the serpent's advance, we took flight, and fortunately, Xiong was quick-witted enough to pull me back into the frigid water. The cold was unbearable. Even now, I shiver at the memory. The snake halted at the water's edge, watching us with its flickering tongue, yet it dared not enter the icy depths. I understood that snakes are adept swimmers, but the water was far too frigid for it to venture in. We remained in the water, nearly succumbing to hypothermia, but thankfully, the snake soon lost interest and slithered away. With a sense of relief, Xiong and I, our bodies stiff and faces tinged with purple, finally crawled ashore. The first thing we did was shed our wet garments. To stave off the cold, we, two grown men, embraced one another, rubbing our bodies for warmth. Had it not been for the rain poncho we carried, provided by the locals to shield against the biting wind, we surely would have perished that day. Huddled together for warmth, wrapped in the poncho, we struggled through the underbrush. It wasn't until much later that I learned of the geological anomaly nearby. A depression not far from the meadow was a tectonic fault line, where geothermal activity kept the ground perpetually thawed, regardless of the snowfall. That great snake likely resided in that area, unperturbed by winter's chill, hence its absence of hibernation. Subsequent explorers who ventured into that region discovered numerous animal nests of various kinds, and even human bones, those who had gone missing or met with misfortune, likely claimed by the wild beasts that did not hibernate there. Once I finished speaking, a sense of trepidation enveloped the group. Our progress through the terrain became increasingly arduous. Each step plunged into the grasslands, which reached up to our thighs, rendering our lower bodies invisible, leaving only our upper halves visible to the outside world. This realization prompted a newfound vigilance among the previously relaxed group. The female doctor, Han Qing, appeared intrigued and approached me with inquiries about subsequent events. I perceived that she was ill-suited for adventure, lacking both the physical stamina and mental fortitude. If the woman surnamed Lu sought a physician, she ought to have chosen a male counterpart instead of this inexperienced girl, as it would only lead to misfortune for her. I replied, "What more do you wish to hear? It unfolded as it must. This is no television drama where the protagonist is frightened by a snake and subsequently seeks revenge. Reality is far more straightforward. Without the means, one must bear the consequences alone." Han Qing nodded, seemingly enlightened, but before she could engage further, Wenmin suddenly exclaimed, "It seems there is something." She squinted toward our left, her head tilting slightly as if searching for something. Following her gaze, I noticed a dazzling reflection in the sunlight, fleeting yet distinct, emanating from what appeared to be some ceramic object near the water's edge. Indeed, it is not uncommon to discover artifacts or antiques in rivers or bodies of water. Most of these items are unearthed following torrential rains or geological shifts that expose relics from ancient tombs, some of which roll down slopes into the rivers, gradually being carried away by the current or sandy beds over time. Previously, Team Lu had inquired with the shepherd boy about any discoveries, likely hoping to ascertain whether any ancient relics existed nearby, as such sites generally yield artifacts to some extent. The unnatural gleam caught Wenmin's attention, her startled exclamation drawing the gaze of the entire group. Upon noticing, Team Lu promptly suggested, "Let us go investigate." She appeared quite exhilarated, though I was perplexed by her keen interest in ancient Shu civilization. According to Wenmin, Team Lu's father was an archaeologist who later emigrated abroad. Though not a professional archaeologist herself, her upbringing deeply immersed in cultural heritage had instilled a fervent passion for exploration, and she had achieved considerable success abroad. Yet, I wondered why she was so fervently pursuing the mysteries of the ancient Shu kingdom, which is cloaked in enigma. Our ancestors possessed a wealth of inexplicable wonders that modern individuals struggle to comprehend. Relying solely on her overseas experience could potentially lead to missteps. This thought flitted through my mind as we navigated the grasslands, the obscured footing evoking an unsettling sensation. Influenced by my earlier tale, the others began to feel as if something lurked within the grass beneath their feet, their expressions betraying unease. The bald man wearing a hat candidly voiced his discontent, stating, What kind of story are you weaving? Are you deliberately trying to frighten us? I refuse to believe there are snakes in this place. If one dares to appear, I'll stew it for a snake soup. When Min remarked, it may not necessarily be a snake. In fact, the deeper significance of this story lies in our tendency to think rigidly. There are always exceptions to every rule. Much like Chun Xian's experience, though it is winter and snakes should not be present, one has emerged nonetheless. This place may appear devoid of danger. Yet who can truly ascertain its safety? Thus, nothing should be viewed in absolutes. The bald man, showing deference to the beautiful Gu, remained silent, merely rubbing his nose. As they spoke, the group stepped closer to the water's edge, and upon closer inspection, they indeed discovered something buried in the grassy bank. The object was approximately the size of a palm, flat and triangular, its surface devoid of any discernible patterns. Its material did not resemble porcelain, but rather that of silver, albeit tarnished, suggesting it bore some age. Team leader Lu reached down to grasp it, pulling upward, only to pause with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "The part buried in the sand seems quite deep. Everyone, lend a hand." It appeared that this flat item was merely a small fragment, and the bulk of it was likely concealed beneath the sand. Lu shifted her body aside, signaling for a few men to assist. Du Yin and I happened to be nearby, and promptly offered our help, both of us attempting to extract the object. Having trained regularly, we possessed a strength that surpassed that of many urban men in suboptimal health, yet despite our efforts, the item remained immovable. Observing from the side, a short-haired man scoffed. "Is it really that difficult? Step aside, let me try." With that, he gripped the object with both hands and began to pull. The short-haired man was muscular, and though I had never tested his strength, the tension in his muscles and the veins on his forehead suggested considerable power. Du Yin, impressed, whispered to me, "No wonder this fellow is so audacious. He possesses quite a bit of brute strength. He could handle the entire excavation by himself." Since we had stepped aside, no one overheard our conversation. I replied, "This group consists of ordinary surveyors, not treasure hunters. What good is mere strength? Perhaps he's merely someone who gets weak in the knees at the sight of a zongzi." In the midst of our banter, the short-haired man let out a yelp, stumbling backward and nearly falling into the water. Gasping for breath, he waved his hands and exclaimed, "Oh no, this is beyond me. Whatever is buried here is far too deep. We must dig." This revelation piqued everyone's interest. Team leader Lu immediately commanded, "Dig it out. We must see what it is." The group quickly retrieved their tools and began to excavate. As I struck the first shovel into the earth, I felt a jolt through my wrist. The shovel had struck something very hard. It was evident that whatever lay buried not only was deep, but also substantial in size. Cautioning everyone to be careful, I urged them to avoid damaging what could potentially be an artifact. After digging approximately 2 meters down, the object finally began to reveal its true form, leaving us utterly astounded. Apart from the previously exposed palm-sized flat object, the item beneath gleamed with a silvery luster, shining as if newly forged. Most importantly, its shape resembled that of a colossal bullet. More accurately, it appeared to be a missile. I immediately recognized that this was not silverware. Initially, we had hastily assumed it was an antique, leading us to consider silver. However, it was evident now that it was crafted from some modern material. The one-eyed man, astonished, circled the object and remarked, "Goodness, what on earth is this? A missile?" Team leader Lu replied, "It certainly resembles one, but it differs from typical missiles. There are no visible seams on its surface. It appears to be a sealed container. The material doesn't seem like ordinary stainless steel. It should be some type of military-grade substance." I inquired, "Has anyone here served in the military and knows what this could be?" Her gaze swept across the group, but no one spoke. At that moment, I noticed when Min's brow furrowed as she stared intently at the upright object embedded in the sandy soil, as if she had recalled something significant. Remembering that when Min was a graduate of a police academy and came from a knowledgeable background, I asked her, "Do you recognize it?" This time, she didn't even spare me a glance, her eyes still fixed on the object. After a moment, she turned away and shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Having encountered many individuals, I sensed a subtle change in her demeanor. Despite her seemingly unchanged expression, my experience told me she was not being truthful. I glanced at the others, pondering whether she felt uncomfortable revealing information in front of so many people. Could it be that this missile-like object held some special significance? Given her deliberate concealment, I decided not to press further and turned to team leader Lu, stating that the item had been unearthed. It was not an antique. and asking what we should do next. Lou appeared equally perplexed, attempting to kick the object but hesitating, likely due to the missile's shape. Fearing it could indeed be a weapon, he withdrew his foot, grumbling, "What more can we do? It's not going anywhere. It'll remain here. Let us move on for now." He signaled for the group to continue their journey. Chapter 9. The vehicle after expending considerable effort to uncover this object. Everyone broke a sweat and felt less cold, forging ahead through the meadow until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the thick grass finally began to thin out. In the distance, a vast expanse of primeval forest emerged along the ridge, suggesting that this area was within the range of wildlife activity. At this time of year, although snakes and similar creatures had already entered hibernation, other animals that did not hibernate were foraging, and the various sounds from afar exuded vitality. Having journeyed for most of the day, the group finally arrived at a dry spot where the grass was sparse and the water was shallow. They promptly laid out a rain tarp on the ground to rest, and once their stiff muscles relaxed, the comfort was indescribable. Among the team was a professional photographer, presumably responsible for documenting the expedition. He was a young man in his mid-20s, fit and equipped with heavy camera gear. After resting sufficiently, he assembled his camera and began scouting the surroundings for suitable scenes to capture. The one-eyed dragon observed with keen interest and followed along, the two of them meandering nearby. They ventured quite far, and we initially paid little mind, but moments later, the one-eyed dragon suddenly exclaimed, "Master, come quickly." He seemed to have made a significant discovery, his voice brimming with excitement. "Master?" Lou, with a look of perplexity on her face, turned to me and asked, "Is he calling you?" For the sake of maintaining anonymity, the one-eyed dragon had always referred to me by name. Thus, his sudden address was puzzling. I surmised he must have encountered something noteworthy, which prompted his call. So I chose not to respond to Lou's inquiry. I promptly stood and, along with Wenmin, made my way toward the one-eyed dragon's location. Lou, an energetic woman of considerable stamina and spirit, naturally would not miss out and followed suit. As we waded through the grass, we saw the one-eyed dragon and the photographer turned away from us, their backs to the sky, bending down with their hands flailing about as if they were rummaging for something. As we approached, we discovered they were using their knives to clear the surrounding underbrush. With their movements, another object emerged from the thicket. This time, it was not the missile-like item we had encountered earlier, but rather an off-road vehicle partially embedded in the mud. I was taken aback at the sight. This location had no roads, and the meadow was hardly suitable for vehicular passage. How had this off-road vehicle ended up here? The one-eyed dragon remarked, "It's a red Jeep. Oh, and it's a domestic model. I can't discern the make, but this model appears to be over 30 years old. Curiously, there's no visible branding on the exterior." I quickly realized that this vehicle was likely custom-made. Wenmin scrutinized the vehicle's external structure and, after a moment's contemplation, concluded, "Although there are no markings on the body, I suspect this is a military vehicle. Look at the shape of the rear. It seems designed to carry something, and the material is exceptionally sturdy." In the meantime, Lou had moved to the other side of the vehicle and suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed, this must be a custom military vehicle. Otherwise, a standard automobile of that era would never have employed such bulletproof glass." Bulletproof glass. Before we could fully grasp her words, she gestured for us to join her. We circled around the front of the vehicle and were met with astonishment, as the Jeep was tilted into the sandy soil. We had been unable to see the windows from our previous vantage point. Now, having shifted positions, the side facing us was upright, revealing the glass in its entirety. To our shock, there was a dent the size of a basketball on the glass, as if someone had struck it with a heavy object. However, this was not metal we were observing, but glass. Had it been ordinary glass, it would have undoubtedly shattered. Yet, remarkably, the glass remained intact, save for the central indentation, while the rest was flawless. Wenmin tapped the glass with her hand, nodded, and declared, "This is indeed bulletproof glass." Such material was quite expensive and restricted 30 years ago. It seems our conjectures were correct. I recalled the missile-like object I had discovered earlier that morning, and now, inexplicably, I stumbled upon a mysterious military vehicle in the meadow. Could it be that something transpired in this very location 30 years ago? My gaze fixated on the basketball-sized mark on the glass, pondering what kind of force could have left such an impression on soft glass. After all, even a bullet would leave at most a mere dent, so the power that struck this glass must have been more forceful than that of a bullet. While I was examining the glass, my peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the rear half of the vehicle, but due to my angle, I could not discern it clearly. I adjusted my position several times, yet remained unable to grasp what lay there, only sensing that the tail end seemed to harbor a cluster of objects. What could they possibly be? I attempted to open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. The one-eyed man exclaimed in surprise, "Could there be someone inside?" His words prompted me to look again at the shadowy mass in the rear, which increasingly resembled a human form. I immediately said, "Go fetch a tool. We must pry the door open." This antiquated vehicle lock could only be manually released from within. Thus, we had no choice but to force it open. The others, noticing the commotion, quickly joined to assist. With our combined efforts, we soon managed to pry open the heavy steel door. As it swung open, a nauseating stench surged forth, overwhelming those standing at the entrance and causing dizziness and nausea. Except for myself and the one-eyed man, everyone else was compelled to vomit. The odor was indeed foul, yet strangely familiar. It was the unmistakable stench of decay. A corpse, long confined within a coffin, would still emit its foulness even after the body had decomposed into mere bones. I took a step back with the one-eyed man, waiting for the noxious air to dissipate. It appeared that what lay within was indeed a corpse. How peculiar! How could someone have died inside this vehicle? Was it a case of murder and disposal? If so, how could the door be locked from the inside? The only plausible explanation was that there had once been a living person inside the vehicle who had locked the door, ultimately succumbing to death within. While the others were retching uncontrollably, it was Liu, the team leader, who first regained his composure, waving his hands and exclaiming, "This is unbearable. What is that foul smell?" When Min replied, "It's the stench of decay. Haven't you encountered it during your investigations?" Liu's face paled as he confessed that he usually unearthed bones directly from the mud, thus never encountering such a putrid odor. After a moment, the stench began to subside, though the others, being somewhat timid, were primarily here to lend their strength and lacked experience in dealing with the deceased. In contrast, the one-eyed man displayed no concern. Surprisingly, he appeared quite vigorous. He casually donned a glove and then climbed into the vehicle. Moments later, he emerged with the object from the corner of the car. Indeed, it was a corpse, perhaps due to climatic conditions or the vehicle's airtight seal. The body had not fully succumbed to decay, but had instead transformed into a desiccated cadaver. As the corpse was pulled from the vehicle, everyone instinctively took a step back, the female doctor covering her mouth in disbelief. Although she had likely encountered the living before, this was probably her first encounter with the mummified remains. The gazes of the crowd towards the one-eyed dragon shifted instantly, transforming into a mixture of admiration and peculiarity. They were likely pondering how this blind man could exhibit such audacity, twisting the corpse as easily as one would ring a chick. The unusual reaction of the one-eyed dragon caught team leader Liu's attention. A flicker of suspicion danced in her eyes. However, after a moment's contemplation of Wenmin's identity, her doubts seemed to dissipate somewhat. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over me, a feeling intermingled with guilt and a subtle undercurrent of suspicion. Having known Wenmin for 2 years, I was acutely aware of her character. She was a person imbued with an overwhelming sense of justice and deep emotional ties, which was why she had repeatedly risked her life alongside me. Team leader Liu evidently held immense trust in her, yet not long ago, we had conspired to undermine Liu. From a certain perspective, I ought to be grateful for her contributions, even feeling remorseful that such an inherently righteous individual had been gradually dragged into murky waters because of my influence. Yet, amidst these reflections, a flicker of doubt emerged. I recalled the black knife in the lazy man's hand and the traitor. According to our previous deductions, the spy could potentially be Zhong Gong, Haricha Gai, or Wenmin. I had never doubted Wenmin before, yet now, a hint of suspicion began to surface. In my heart, Wenmin was not the kind of person to betray a friend's trust. If team leader Liu trusted her so deeply, she would not conspire against her. Was it truly Wenmin who harbored issues, or was it I who tarnished the reputation of this originally just and loyal person, leading her to this juncture? A heaviness settled in my heart, and my mind felt as though it had been plunged into icy waters, sending a chill through me. The corpse before us was clad in military attire, its color darkened and fused with the body. In its cavernous eye sockets, shriveled eyeballs, resembling raisins, were embedded deep within. The body was enveloped in a layer of corpse oil, and the stench of decay lingered heavily in the air. Due to maintaining a singular position for an extended period, the corpse oil glued the body together, preserving the posture at the moment of death. Even as the one-eyed dragon twisted the body out, it retained its original stance. A black combat dagger was plunged into the chest, its hilt resting in the man's own hand. The crowd quickly realized that this individual had committed suicide. He had locked himself inside the vehicle and then taken his own life. What had transpired at that moment? How could a soldier meet his demise in such a place? The one-eyed dragon's left hand grasped another item, a black notebook. He shook the notebook and handed it directly to me, stating that it was found beside the man's leg. The presence of a pen in his left hand suggested that he had recorded something in the notebook prior to his death, likely a last message. Upon hearing this, I immediately opened the notebook, and the others gathered around. Chapter 10. The notebook. This was an old-fashioned notebook, its surface marred by dried bloodstains. Upon opening it, I noticed that blood had seeped into the edges of the pages, though fortunately, it was confined to the periphery, thus causing minimal impact. The first piece is a diary, quite ordinary in nature. As the entries consistently refer to the author in the first person, the identity of the diary's owner remains a mystery. The contents are simple, merely chronicling daily events or occasional musings, which suggest a somewhat sensitive disposition of the writer. Upon reaching the final entry, we uncover the crux of the matter. The last diary entry is dated March 16, 1974, and consists of a mere sentence. Tomorrow we set off. I feel a bit anxious. Always sensing something peculiar about the purpose of our journey. Well, soldiers must obey their country's orders. I shall not dwell on it further. Time to sleep. This marks the conclusion of the diary, yet it is not the final record within this notebook. Turning over a blank page reveals an extensive, letter-like text before us. The writing is lengthy and meticulously penned, each stroke seemingly infused with an unwavering determination, exuding a solemnity that is palpable. As we delve deeper into the text, it reads as follows. What day is it today? I cannot recall. Now, there is no food or water in the vehicle. This is the third day. My legs are in agony. The wounds are so severe that I can see the bones, and I dare not even look at the horrifying decay. I know that no miracles will occur. No one will come to save me. Everyone has perished, and those who survived have evacuated, leaving me to await my demise. This is indeed a torturous ordeal. I am so hungry. I long for my mother's cooking. If I die, my parents will surely be heartbroken. I have yet to marry or bear children for our Liu family. Yet, such thoughts are no longer within my capacity to entertain. The ink in my pen is limited, so I shall be brief. At the very least, before I meet my end, I wish to clarify my fate. Should anyone discover my body or this notebook, I hope a kind soul will return my remains to my hometown, Guanyin Village, Dashizhen, Chongqing, Sichuan Province. My father's name is Liu Minsheng, and my mother's is Li Fenghua. Please ensure my remains are brought back. Otherwise, I am at a loss as to what to do. Do souls become spirits after death? If there are indeed spirits, I could then say something like I would not spare you even in death. Upon reading this, the one-eyed dragon murmured, this deceased fellow has a rather humorous side. If we do not retrieve his body, he threatens to haunt us. What? Does he intend to rise from the grave? Despite their earlier bravado, the crew, including the crew cut and others, now recognized the one-eyed dragon's formidable nature and dared not provoke him. Only the bald man with a hat spoke up. The man is dead, one-eyed. You should show some restraint. One man frowned and said, enough chatter. It seems a significant upheaval indeed transpired here. Let us ascertain the details. The gaze of the crowd once again converged upon the notebook. Where shall I begin? The battalion to which I belong is an ordinary garrison unit at the township level. 2 years ago, on an ordinary day, we received a transfer order. Nearly half of our personnel were to be reassigned to a new unit. The reasons for this transfer and the purpose of our new assignment remained a mystery to everyone. The soldier's duty is to obey commands and defend the homeland. Thus we found ourselves, somewhat bewildered, in this place, the Annihilation 01 Self-Defense Force. For miles around, there was no sign of civilization. Ahead lay the foothills of the Kunlun Mountains, whose ridges resembled blades. The elevation was considerable, and the interior remained unknown. To the left sprawled a vast expanse of primeval jungle, which in winter transformed into a boundless snowy plain, with icicles hanging from the trees, a sight both chilling and breathtaking. It was then that I understood the meaning of the idiom ice-carved jade. Yet after 2 years, even this snowy landscape no longer piqued my interest. To the right lay a plain, its terminus marked by a geological fault with significant elevation changes, leading down to a gorge where only animals like the yellow goat dared to leap from the rocky heights. Behind us was the place from whence we came. a locale thick with grass, bisected by a muddy path. Upon our arrival, the base of the Annihilation-01 self-defense force was still under construction, and we were integrated into the workforce, leading me to ponder whether I had inadvertently become a combat engineer. After all, I hailed from a field battalion. And if base construction was the objective, we hardly seemed the appropriate choice for such labor. The area designated for the base was modest yet sturdy, constructed from materials transported from afar, surpassing the specifications of my previous unit. Each night after our labor, we lay in the camp, speculating on the purpose of erecting such a base in this remote location. Even in the event of conflict, the flames of war would struggle to reach us. Was it not an extravagant use of resources to build such a fortified structure? Before the base was completed, all personnel rested in military tents under harsh conditions. The sole advantage here was the scenic beauty, yet even that grew tiresome with prolonged exposure. The winters brought bone-chilling cold, while summers were plagued by swarms of mosquitoes, leeches, snakes, and ticks. One night, while we were resting during a lull, we suddenly realized one of our number was missing, a female leader responsible for logistics who rarely made an appearance. Concern rippled through the group that she might have been taken by a wild beast, prompting an immediate search. Eventually, we found her in a patch of grass towering above a person's height, her body covered in ticks and leeches, surrounded by a multitude of mosquitoes. Nearby lay a basin and a pile of freshly washed clothing. The woman was known for her cleanliness and had likely stepped out to wash her bedding. But none expected to encounter such a scene. The soldiers who found her were left in stunned silence as they beheld her body, infested with leeches and ticks. An autopsy later revealed that the logistics officer had been menstruating and had squatted in one place for an extended period while washing clothes, attracting the insects with the scent of blood, resulting in her tragic fate. From that day forward, a shroud of terror enveloped the entire grassland. Half a year later, the base was completed and the soldiers began to inhabit it, significantly enhancing our security. Shortly thereafter, I was assigned to transportation duties, primarily moving supplies, a role that afforded me a relatively relaxed schedule. Not long after the base's construction, a peculiar group of individuals arrived. They were not military personnel, and their ages ranged widely, leaving their purpose shrouded in mystery. However, based on the higher-ups' demeanor, it was evident that they regarded these individuals with great importance, prompting us soldiers to treat them with a measure of respect. Nonetheless, most of the time, this group remained within the confines of the base, allowing me few opportunities for interaction. One day, while resting after delivering supplies, a corpulent man approached me, his face glistening with sweat. He claimed to have uncovered a monumental secret, specifically, one that had been circulating in whispers for quite some time, which he had now substantiated. The secret pertained to the very existence of the base. Our facility had an unusual regulation. At night, the perimeter could not be illuminated, while the interior, specifically the underground levels, could be. Once 6 o'clock struck, our base was plunged into darkness, devoid of light or open flames. The outer walls were towering and fortified, topped with electrified fencing, seemingly erected to deter some unknown threat. As night fell, the gates of the base would close, and the electric fencing would activate. With no personnel stationed to guard the premises, an anomaly for a military installation. What were we guarding against? What necessitated such tall and sturdy walls? What was the purpose of the electrified fencing? The designation Elimination-01 was clearly not an official title. Our unit appeared to be hastily assembled. But what did 01 signify? Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that whatever we were guarding against only emerged at night, referred to by the code name 01. It was said to be drawn to open flames, and the base's purpose was to discover a means of ultimately vanquishing it. What kind of entity warranted the mobilization of an entire unit and demanded such significant resources? And what role did the newly arrived group play? Some speculated that 01 referred to a mysterious creature, one that would incite widespread panic upon its emergence, necessitating its extermination before it posed a threat. Consequently, bait was required, and this bait was likely to be human blood. This theory, whose origins were unclear, sent shivers down spines. The audacious scoffed at it, while the timid whispered anxiously. It only emerged at night and required human blood to be lured. Surely, it could not be a mere beast, but something far more sinister. On that fateful day, the corpulent man, trembling in a secluded area, shared with me that he had eavesdropped on a conversation involving a man known as Buzzard. Buzzard was among the newcomers, a man in his 50s, nearly bald. with a stern demeanor who looked down upon the soldiers, his gaze filled with disdain. It is evident that he is a cultured individual, likely discontented with the roughness and the pervasive odor of sweat that accompanies us soldiers. The portly man expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Without us soldiers, where would you find your comfortable lives? And now, you dare to look down upon us. How absurd." Consequently, he secretly referred to that individual as Baldy, the portly man, who belonged to the cooking brigade and was quite rotund, often indulged in laziness when not engaged in culinary duties. He would lounge by the water, soaking his feet, with the tall grass serving as a natural barrier. Before long, he suddenly overheard a conversation not far behind him. However, due to the dense foliage, they were unable to see one another. Chapter 11. The Great Hole. As the portly man's feet soaked in the water, he listened intently to the dialogue emanating from the thicket nearby. The signs of movement are becoming increasingly evident. This base may not endure much longer. This was a voice unfamiliar to him, and for those of us in the military, the voices of the newcomers were largely alien, as they exuded an air of arrogance and seldom engaged with us. In contrast, the portly man had grown somewhat accustomed to Baldy's voice after being scrutinized by him on several occasions. "Indeed, the operation is about to commence. I wonder if we will succeed in our retreat," Baldy remarked. The portly man's heart stirred, and he refrained from making a sound, pondering what operation they spoke of and what traces they referred to. Subsequently, the unfamiliar voice continued, "If this endeavor to draw the snake from its hole truly unfolds, I fear that half of the soldiers here may suffer casualties." Baldy sighed, replying, "There's no way around it. Sacrifices are inevitably part of war. All we can do is strive to minimize the losses." As the two conversed, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, indicating they were moving away. The portly man was left in a cold sweat, shocked by the implications of their words. What did it mean for half to be lost? What sacrifices were they discussing? What did they mean by drawing the snake from its hole? What bait would they use? At that moment, I too felt a profound shock. What exactly were they preparing to confront? Why would half the soldiers die or be injured? I had been stationed here for 2 years, and aside from the tragic incident involving the deceased female dispatcher, there had been no significant calamities. Thus, hearing the portly man's comments left me feeling unsettled and helpless. In the aftermath of this unsettling encounter, the base remained calm. However, our transport team suddenly became inundated with tasks, tasked with moving a peculiar set of items. These objects were wrapped in white waterproof fabric, with a core of hard sponge, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, and were exceedingly heavy, packaged in bundles of 4 or 5, ultimately stored in the base's basement. Initially, we were unaware of what these items were, but during one transport, following a heavy downpour the previous day, the road was littered with stones, causing the vehicle to jolt. One of the packages fell from the vehicle, striking the ground and damaging a corner. Peering through the gap, I immediately discerned black wood, the type that had been lacquered. And combining this with the dimensions of the object, I swiftly realized what lay within: a coffin. A black coffin. Had we been transporting coffins to the basement all this time? What could possibly be contained within those coffins? Corpses? Though I have encountered corpses before, the mere thought of it sends a chill down my spine. It dawned on me that the cargo I had been transporting late at night was none other than the deceased. As I sat in the front of the vehicle, behind me lay a row of coffins, and the very thought of it was unsettling. However, I understood that these coffins, being sealed, were meant to conceal their contents from us. Thus, I pushed the coffins back onto the truck and transported them to the base, feigning ignorance. Since then, I have made several such deliveries. One day, I received another assignment. The unit had summoned a large truck for me to transport goods, and I was not alone. Accompanying me were Baldy and a dozen armed comrades. The coffins, still wrapped in tarpaulin, were loaded onto the truck. There were at least 30 of them. This time, our destination was deeper into the base's rear, a location inaccessible by smaller vehicles. Only this large truck could navigate the terrain, and a driver lacking skill could easily encounter mishaps. It was no wonder they sought my assistance. Having enlisted at 19 and engaged in transport for 4 years, my driving skills were commendable. Alongside us was a small vehicle, occupied solely by its driver, with the rest of the space vacant, the purpose of which was unclear. After laboriously driving for about half an hour, Baldy announced we had arrived. He instructed the soldiers to unload the truck, but did not allow me to assist. In no time, the truck was emptied. Baldy then ordered me to return to the base alone with the large truck. stating that the small vehicle would later transport the remaining personnel. I sensed that the ensuing events were beyond my purview, so I drove the large truck back to the base. As dusk approached, the small vehicle returned with everyone, yet the coffins were conspicuously absent. A sense of bewilderment enveloped me, and I pondered how those coffins had been disposed of. A couple of days later, I encountered a bio, whom I had met since arriving at this base. He was among those tasked with the transport that day. A daring individual, he had an assertive demeanor. However, after that transport, I noticed something was amiss with him. He seemed distracted, frequently gazing outside the base as if searching for something. One day, I inadvertently tapped him on the shoulder, intending to inquire if something was wrong at home. To my surprise, he recoiled in shock, huddling in a corner. Once he recognized me, his expression shifted to one of embarrassment mixed with anger, chiding me for startling him. I felt unjustly accused. Was a mere tap worthy of such a dramatic reaction? Had a bio endured some frightful experience? Seeing that the vicinity was devoid of others, I asked a bio if something was amiss. If there were troubles, he need not conceal them. As comrades, we could find a way to support him. A bio was reticent, his face revealing an unusual pallor. He turned to leave, but paused, returning to speak to me. If you ever have the chance to leave this base, seize it quickly. This place is perilous. I cannot divulge much, but take heed of my warning. The words struck a dissonant chord within me. What could he possibly mean? I immediately responded, "We are soldiers, not employees in a corporate office. One cannot simply resign at will." Glancing around to ensure we were alone, I lowered my voice and added, "I sense something amiss as well, but as soldiers, we have no recourse to leave. Departing would label us as deserters. If you truly have my best interests at heart, please enlighten me on the matter so I may prepare myself." Upon hearing my words, a bio, however, dismissed my concerns with a shake of his head and walked away. In the following days, I found myself escorting shipments periodically. The cargo remained largely unchanged in both nature and quantity, consistently delivered to that same old location. Afterwards, I would drive back to the base in my truck. There were several transport drivers at the base, and I was uncertain whether they had noticed anything unusual. They were seasoned veterans, having served for over a decade, and were adept at concealing their thoughts amidst casual conversation. The disruption occurred not long ago. One of the drivers, referred to as Old Sue, was assigned an external mission. This time, it was neither the transport of supplies nor the conveyance of coffins. However, the specifics of his task were shrouded in secrecy, leaving the rest of us puzzled. Unfortunately, Old Sue did not return. He had vanished. That day, everyone ventured out to search for him, but the vast expanse of the grassland proved overwhelming. As night fell, we adhered to the military protocol of not remaining outside or turning on lights, returning to the base. That evening, a palpable tension enveloped the base, stemming from the collective uncertainty that weighed heavily on everyone. Most of us were oblivious to the true nature of this installation. We remained ignorant of its purpose, the significance of our presence here, and the nature of the items being transported. We were perplexed by the electric fence and its intended defense, and we could not comprehend why light was forbidden at night. Everything felt ensconced in a thick fog, suffocating all of us who were in the dark. While searching for the driver in the wilderness, I fortuitously crossed paths with a bio. Since we were conducting a dispersed search, it was just the two of us in that vicinity. Suddenly, a bio called out to me, urging, "Let us run." I replied, "Run?" He nodded, asserting, "I believe something will happen in the next couple of days." A flicker of irritation ignited within me, and I whispered, "Could you clarify? What exactly are you trying to conceal?" A bio swallowed hard and said, "Do you know what we discovered after you left that day?" He continued, "A massive hole. A grassy pit approximately 10 meters in diameter, where rainwater and soil had accumulated, giving rise to a verdant expanse both inside and outside the hole. The commander ordered everyone to unpackage the contents, at which point the escorting soldiers realized they were transporting coffins. Subsequently, the commander observed something for an extended period, though it remained unclear what captured his attention. Suddenly, a young soldier beside him remarked, "There's movement." In truth, apart from the sound of the wind, a bio had heard nothing amiss. The commander then ordered the coffins to be pushed into the pit. A bio and the others, adhering strictly to orders, complied and pushed the coffins down into the abyss. Heavy coffins rolled down the opening, crushing the dense undergrowth beneath them. As they tumbled, the dark forms of the coffins burst open, revealing a corpse wrapped in white cloth that tumbled out. With the force of the roll, the body was propelled forth. And in that fleeting moment, A black appendage emerged from the grass, seizing the flying corpse with sudden ferocity. It was a hand, long, yet exceedingly slender. The grotesque nature of this hand defied description. Its surface was slick and dark, extending ominously from the thicket, evoking an indescribable terror. Soon after, the body was dragged into the depths of the foliage, and a chilling sound echoed from the overgrown pit, a crackling noise, akin to something gnawing on bones. Could it be that creature was feasting on the corpse? At that moment, the bald man glanced at the sky and ordered a retreat, leaving the remaining coffins at the mouth of the cave. Upon returning, Biao was consumed by thoughts of the entity within the cave. Sensing it was human, yet decidedly not, it became apparent that this base harbored numerous bodies. Where did these corpses originate? What purpose did they serve? What lay within the great pit? Tormented by these questions for several days, the second escort mission commenced. Upon arrival, the group discovered that the coffins left at the cave's entrance had all been opened, and the bodies within had mysteriously vanished, leaving only remnants of chewed flesh and tattered white cloth. Chapter 12. Lure the enemy. Upon reading this, the bald man with the hat spoke, inquiring about the nature of the hidden entity within the cave. What were these individuals attempting to achieve by throwing the coffins into the great abyss? The one-eyed dragon replied, "Who knows their intentions? However, this fellow scribbling the will has quite the penchant for verbosity. This lengthy composition seems more like a novel than a farewell note. If not for the presence of the corpses, I would suspect it to be mere folly." Wenmin shook her head and remarked, "Have you ever heard the saying that a person's memories become exceptionally vivid just before death, allowing them to recall every detail? I believe that writing these words in a state of despair must have been profoundly agonizing. As I gaze upon the ink-stained pages, I ponder whether it could be anything but painful. If I were in his position, trapped and awaiting death, fully aware of the absence of escape, I would likely document even the color of my undergarments. This was perhaps the final testament of a soul that once breathed in this world." The one-eyed dragon rubbed his nose, his remaining eye glinting with intrigue, stating, "This door can be opened from within," yet he managed to confine himself inside, suggesting that something far more terrifying than death lurked outside. His ominous tone sent a shiver through those gathered beneath the winter sky. What could be more horrifying than death? Might it be the thing residing in the great pit? We continued to read on. When Biao encountered the remnants of flesh within the coffin for the second time, he was filled with confusion, pondering whether the entity within the cave had emerged to consume the corpses contained within these coffins. Yet this enigma remained unsolvable. Once again, the group proceeded as before, pushing 2 coffins down into the abyss while leaving the remainder set aside. After several iterations, numerous empty coffins encircled the vast opening. This affair was mandated to be kept strictly confidential, and Biao and his companions dared not utter a word to anyone. However, after spending considerable time in the company of the bald men, Biao gleaned snippets of their fragmented conversations, ultimately leading him to an astonishing revelation. The target was the annihilation of Entity 01, which was rumored to be a creature left behind by an ancient civilization. The bald men had mentioned something about a mysterious black cat within the Egyptian pyramids, and this creature bore a striking resemblance to that very cat. The self-defense force aimed to eradicate Entity 01, though the reasoning behind this directive remained a mystery. Orders were simply followed from above without question. Biao could not ascertain the precise rationale. He overheard the bald men discussing the need to wait for samples before dispatching them, and only upon receiving results could they proceed with the deployment. The act of placing coffins and corpses had, in fact, been a means of sample collection, during which several comrades tasked with escort duties stood watch, oblivious to the actions of the bald men. The driver who had vanished was responsible for transporting what the entire base had awaited for 2 years. Yet now, he had disappeared. Biao confided in me that their planned operation was imminent. In truth, Entity 01 had already begun to stir since yesterday. But with the current loss of critical supplies and no signs of troop withdrawal, an ominous premonition settled within me. I sensed Biao's intent. However, disbelief lingered in my heart. He likely assumed that no one would have the courage to flee alone, thus seeking to drag me along. I chastised myself for my stubbornness. As thoughts of cowardice flooded my mind, being a deserter was a crime, and could one simply run away and continue living afterward? I declined Biao's proposition, and the driver's whereabouts remained elusive. As night approached, we returned to the base, and I tossed and turned in bed for a long while before succumbing to sleep. In the dead of night, The usually tranquil grassland was suddenly pierced by a deafening alarm, the sound of the electric fence activating, sharp and jarring. Those in deep slumber were jolted awake, the sensation unbearable. Amidst the alarm, a more terrifying sound emerged, an enormous, labored breathing, as if a colossal head loomed above our base. Exhaling heavily, the eerie noise sent shivers down our spines. Everyone hastily donned their clothing and armed themselves, rushing outside only to witness the electric fence above, now ablaze with light. Under normal circumstances, only the junctions would emit visible sparks upon activation, yet now the entirety of the electric grid overhead glowed ominously. What did this signify? It indicated that something immense, enough to envelop the entire base, hovered just above us. All the personnel at the base gathered outside, illuminated by a colossal flash of electricity that rendered their faces ghostly pale. Through this blinding light, I beheld an enormous figure sprawled upon the electric grid, occupying half the base. Its body was adorned with an unfathomable number of limbs, resembling that of a cephalopod, enveloping the entire network. In that instant, I recalled Abayo's description and instantly recognized that this entity was the 01 that the base had been tasked to confront. How could such a monstrosity exist in this world? A significant portion of the onlookers was paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Shortly thereafter, the unit issued orders to engage. The electric grid's power caused all other energy sources of the base to cease functioning. Given the remoteness of this location, the supply of cables to the base was arduous and limited. The grid could sustain itself for no more than 10 minutes, after which it would be rendered mere scrap metal. The creature, sensing the potency of the electric grid, descended, yet everyone understood that it had not perished. For when it was above us, it exhibited no signs of distress. Perhaps the grid had not inflicted significant harm upon it. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the lights within the base flickered to life under the intense surge of electricity, some even bursting outright. The unit and the group led by Baldy ordered everyone to stand by urgently while they entered the base, engaged in discussions unknown to us. Approximately 20 minutes later, orders were issued. The personnel was divided into two factions, one to retreat and the other to confront the threat. As a member of the field combat team, alongside Abayo, we were assigned to the engagement mission. We all boarded vehicles, and Abayo, perceptive as ever, decided to join me and another comrade, ABA, in a jeep due to the urgency of the situation. Abayo's strategy was clear. Should anything go awry, we would flee. He expressed his frustration, questioning the efficacy of our firearms against a creature seemingly impervious to electricity. While one group was tasked with confrontation, those retreating were primarily Baldy's faction. It was evident that we were being sent forth as bait, destined to meet our demise. Yet, regardless of the shifting tides of history, the military command remains unyielding. What could we do, even if we were aware of our fate? Resist with our weapons? With no other option, at the moment the gate swung open, we, the bait, were the first to charge out. As we emerged, the darkness enveloped us, obscuring the monstrous being. Our vehicles traversed the vast, shadowy plain like beetles. However, before we could take flight, a colossal entity descended upon us. It had been lying in wait amidst the grass. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and within moments, two vehicles were overturned by the creature's elongated appendages. What immense power it possessed! We adhered to our original plan, driving inward to lure the enemy. But after a short distance, Abayo cursed vehemently. This is no grand liberation. This vehicle is utterly unsuitable for the terrain, and any further advance will lead to our doom. We must flee. This time, Abayo did not solicit our opinions. He deftly turned the steering wheel. Simultaneously, he cleverly extinguished the headlights. Everyone understood that illuminating the path would only serve as a fatal lure. Despite numerous vehicles attempting to escape, not a single light shone. Darkness enveloped us, and we could only navigate by memory. In the enveloping darkness, we were oblivious to the fates of the others. All that reached our ears were the haunting cries of despair and the fierce crackle of gunfire. Soon, the gunfire ceased, leaving the vast expanse seemingly occupied solely by the three of us. That entity appeared to be advancing towards us. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, and I felt as though my heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Abba, a member of a minority ethnic group, gasped heavily. Though I could not discern his expression, he suddenly flung open the car door and uttered a single command. "You must leave." Before we could react, he leapt from the vehicle, tumbling into the underbrush. Biao did not hesitate. I turned to see a light suddenly illuminate the foliage. Abba had activated a flashlight, and the beam was moving as he ran in the opposite direction from us. In that moment of clarity, I realized he was buying us time to escape. I could not fathom where he found such courage. An overwhelming urge to kneel washed over me. The glow of Abba receded further away, and suddenly, like a candle snuffed out, he vanished into the void, leaving behind only a piercing scream. I understood then that Abba would remain there forever. At that instant, our vehicle jolted violently, and it seemed as though the left side had plunged into a pit, causing the entire car to tilt precariously. Biao cursed vehemently, sweat glistening on his face, as he turned to me, trembling. We have no choice but to exit the car. In that moment, I realized the extent of my cowardice. And I responded, I cannot. Biao, gritting his teeth, retorted, I told you to run earlier. You truly lack the spirit of a man. Regret washed over me. Yet what use was regret? Biao, exasperated by my timidity, disregarded me and exited the vehicle. I was too afraid to remain alone, just as I contemplated following him. He was suddenly seized by a hand, a long, slender, ebony hand. In that instant, I cannot explain why I reacted with such swiftness. I swiftly closed the car door that Biao had opened and locked it securely. When I lifted my gaze again, Biao had vanished. The next moment, a dark hand slowly crawled up the car window, then began to pound against the glass. Chapter 13. Equipment. The force of that hand was immense. Each strike left an imprint. I was on the verge of madness, for this was bulletproof glass. I stared at that hand, trembling uncontrollably, reflecting on Abba and Biao. For the first time, I felt unworthy of being a soldier. How could I be so cowardly? How could I lack the courage to resist? Yet, I truly could not muster the strength. The mere thought of the fate that had befallen Abba and Biao after leaving the car extinguished any semblance of defiance within me. I thought, if death were inevitable, I would rather take my own life than be dragged out by that creature to be devoured. In a fleeting moment, that hand withdrew, and a head emerged from the darkness outside. It was a head the size of a basketball, bald and devoid of eyes. Compared to the enormous head I had previously seen ensnared in the electric net, this one was considerably smaller. I could not fathom from whence it had come, nor could I comprehend why such a ghastly head would be in motion. Moments later, its face turned towards me, followed by a violent collision of its head against the glass, leaving a dent. I had a foreboding sense that if this continued, the glass would surely succumb to its relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. It struck 3 more times, causing the entire Jeep to tremble. I instinctively shrank into the corner of the vehicle, from where it could not see me, nor could I see it. To my surprise, this maneuver proved effective. After a brief while, it ceased its onslaught. Eventually, silence enveloped the surroundings, suggesting that the creature had departed. However, the darkness of the night deterred me from venturing outside. It was only when dawn broke and the sun illuminated the sky that I found the courage to approach the door. Yet, upon reaching it, I discovered that the creature had not left at all. The surrounding grass was in motion, as if numerous entities were writhing beneath, akin to serpents slithering through the underbrush. Suddenly, I caught sight of a hand emerging from the thicket, swiftly seizing a rabbit, only to retract moments later. Shortly thereafter, the hand reappeared, now devoid of the rabbit, clutching only snow and a few strands of rabbit fur. Wasn't this creature supposed to remain dormant during the day? I recalled Biao's earlier words, coming to the realization that perhaps this 01 had undergone a profound transformation. This change must be known to the bald-headed group, prompting them to collect samples and devise a means to combat 01, intending to eliminate it in daylight. However, this plan faltered due to the disappearance of the transport driver. And now 01 seemed utterly unperturbed by the light of day. Even if they were to locate it again, it would likely be futile. I stared at the bloodied hands and retreated back into the vehicle, continuing to wait. I had no idea when it would depart, but at this moment, waiting appeared to be my only option. Minutes turned to hours, and it would be no exaggeration to describe the passage of time as akin to years. Occasionally, I would climb to the car window to observe the environment outside, always discovering traces left by those hands. I understood that it had not ventured far. Its massive, flattened form was likely lying in ambush among the grass. Soon, the torment of hunger and thirst became unbearable. Initially, I harbored hope of escape, yet as time progressed, I acknowledged the impossibility of that escape. Before my eyes, a golden haze enveloped me, My tongue and stomach had become numb from extreme hunger and thirst. Now, I felt neither hunger nor thirst. During the day, I could barely crawl, yet at this moment, I could sit up to pen this record. I realized this was a fleeting moment of lucidity before death. My time was running short. Yet before I succumbed, I could not resign myself to the thought of becoming a mere sacrifice. I could die on the battlefield, defending the people at the front lines. But I should not perish in this place. It was unjust. It should not be. Ultimately, these words dominated my thoughts. The notes concluded here. Upon reading this, the others exchanged glances, and it was the one-eyed man who spoke first, saying, "Looking at these words, there is a profound sense of resentment. I've heard that bodies filled with resentment are prone to transform into zongzi." Zongzi. Team leader Lu echoed in confusion, asking, "What kind of zongzi?" I hastily shifted the topic, remarking that he probably craved savory rice dumplings. According to the notes, this locale had once been home to something extraordinary, a relic of a bygone civilization. One might wonder whether it bore any relation to the ancient Shu kingdom. The bald man with a hat clicked his tongue and stated, "I cannot ascertain the connection to the Shu kingdom, but what concerns me now is whether the item chronicled in this notebook, referred to as 01, still resides in this vicinity." He then turned to Miss Lu and added, "We are merely an expedition team, not a death squad. If that entity is indeed present, we cannot proceed with this mission." It was evident that the individuals hired by Miss Lu were linked to this bald man. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement, expressing their trepidation and voicing that they would not venture if it risked lives. Miss Lu, momentarily exasperated, retorted, "This occurred over 30 years ago. What is there to fear now? Furthermore, if that entity were still active in this area, would those youths have dared to come out to shepherd?" The crew-cut man stroked his scruffy chin and replied, "Not necessarily. This region has long been the stronghold of that entity. It is possible it has never ventured beyond. Those shepherding youths have never set foot in this territory, have they? Do you recall the last shepherd we encountered? He mentioned that one might tread upon winter snakes here. Yet we have been inside for a full day and night. Have any of you seen any trace of these winter snakes?" At that moment, I grasped the implication. Perhaps the so-called winter snakes were not actual serpents, but rather the hands concealed within the grass. We found ourselves amidst grass taller than half our height, with the weight of fallen snow bending the withered blades. Otherwise, they would have towered even higher, surrounding our vehicle. The underbrush had been cleared by the photographer and the one-eyed man, allowing us to discern the moist, dark earth beneath our feet. Should we depart from this spot, our lower halves would be ensconced in the meadow, the secrets of which remained unknown to us. An overwhelming fear of the unknown suddenly enveloped the group. The bald man with the hat fixed his gaze upon the corpse by the vehicle, his eyes flickering, and asked, "Miss Lu, did you not research the information pertaining to this area before your arrival?" Seeing the group wavering in their resolve, Miss Lu felt a surge of irritation and replied, "Of course I did. I was aware we would traverse a meadow. Thus, waterproof boots were included in our gear. However, I did not anticipate the peculiar conditions of this meadow." After a pause, she furrowed her brow and declared, "This is my oversight. I shall add an extra 30,000 to each of your compensations. Let us continue." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the bald man suggested they confer privately. They huddled together a few meters away, whispering among themselves. Only I, Wenmin, the one-eyed man, and the female doctor remained. The doctor was a friend of Miss Lu from the mainland. Although Wenmin and Miss Lu were not close, they shared a mutual trust due to familial introductions. The calmness exhibited by the one-eyed man and myself puzzled Miss Lu, who inquired, "What is this? Are you not hesitant? After reading this notebook, do you still dare to proceed?" For an ordinary person, my reaction alongside the Cyclops does indeed appear quite peculiar. Just as I was preparing my words, the Cyclops burst into laughter and declared, "What nonsense! My brother and I did not come here for your fee. Surely, the ancient Shu kingdom must possess numerous treasures. When the time comes, you can use your celestial eyes, and we shall select a few items for ourselves. Everyone takes what they need, just don't hinder us." I refrained from interrupting the Cyclops' remarks, for it is unlikely that anyone would risk their life solely for a person they have only recently met. In contrast, the Cyclops' assertion that we were here for the treasures of the ancient Shu kingdom seemed more credible. Indeed, team leader Lu visibly relaxed and chuckled. "So? The drunken man's intent lies not in the wine." She cast a playful glance at Wenmin and said, "Sister Minmin, Are you not going to intervene when someone speaks of stealing treasures from the ancient Shu kingdom in front of you, an officer in charge of artifact smuggling? When Min feigned ignorance, responding, "What are you talking about? What treasures?" The group shared a tacit understanding, except for the female doctor, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Moments later, the group seemed to have reached a consensus and returned to say, "We have considered this matter. Everyone wants to make money, but we cannot risk our lives for it. We have an idea. If Team Leader Lu is willing to accept it, we can continue our collaboration. If not, we shall part ways." "What idea? Speak." Team Leader Lu inquired. The bald man with a hat pointed to the notebook in my hand and said, "We must guard against that thing. It is impervious to bullets and electricity, so we need means to counter it just in case. But look at us. What do we have? Just a few guns. I propose we abandon this venture for now, return, and prepare heavier equipment for a more robust approach." The term heavy equipment naturally referred to explosives, grenades, and firearms, items that are not easily acquired without the right connections. However, for those like Zhuan Rue, procuring such items is a straightforward task, provided one has the funds. Yet, Team Leader Lu, being a person of integrity, had likely put considerable effort into acquiring the few guns they currently possessed. It was implausible to seek heavier equipment. Team Leader Lu frowned. The bald man continued, "We have accompanied numerous expedition teams, so we do have some contacts. If you are willing to finance it, we can procure the equipment. A general does not engage in unprepared battles. To rush in blindly is akin to jesting with our lives. Miss Lu, consider it for yourself." After pondering for a moment, Team Leader Lu asked how long it would take to acquire the heavy equipment. The bald man replied, "At least 2 months. We must place advance orders." Upon hearing this, I was somewhat astonished. Previously, when Zhuan Rue and his group had descended into the depths, acquiring equipment seemed effortless. At the time, I did not think much of it. Now, in comparison, it became evident just how deep Zhuan Rue's connections ran. Team Leader Lu immediately rejected the idea, stating it was unacceptable. The reason being that it was already October. In 2 months, winter would have set in, making access to this location even more challenging. When snow blankets the ground, escape becomes nearly impossible in the face of danger. Thus, we would have to wait until spring, which would amount to over 5 months overall. Team Leader Lu expressed that she did not have that much time to spare. Chapter 14. The basement in this manner. The discord between the two parties led to discontent among the group of bald men in hats. In a fit of anger, Team Lu decided to pack up their equipment, declaring that they would sever ties, confident that without them, success would be unattainable. The bald leader, however, chose not to escalate the situation, remarking that in business, when deals fall through, civility remains. It seemed wisdom could not sway them any longer. He cautioned the others to remain vigilant, suggesting they temporarily store their equipment with him and settle accounts upon their return. As the daylight waned, they resolved to depart under the cover of darkness, concluding that distance from this place would ensure their safety. Lu instructed them to dispose of the body, incinerating it, and to return the ashes to the address noted in their notebook. The process of cremation would take no less than half an hour, yet the group was adamantly opposed, displaying a remarkable lack of loyalty as they chose to leave. Only the photographer hesitated momentarily, seemingly torn. When questioned by the one-eyed leader about his reluctance to leave, he expressed a desire to witness the rumored creature, glancing eagerly at his camera. The one-eyed leader exclaimed, "No wonder people say artists are troubled. Are you truly willing to risk your life for a photograph? Have you made up your mind? Are you staying or leaving?" After a moment's contemplation, the photographer resolutely declared he would remain, asserting that if danger arose, he would accept it as a sacrifice. I couldn't help but regard him with increased curiosity. Once the one-eyed group's departure was confirmed, we set up camp as usual. To mitigate unforeseen incidents, we refrained from lighting a fire this time, positioning the two tents closely together. The body was placed back in the vehicle, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we intended to retrieve it on our return journey. Although we dared not kindle a fire, it was imperative to maintain a watch through the night, primarily to listen for any disturbances. The only sound that accompanied us was the whispering wind, and after a night of vigilance, no further anomalies occurred. The following morning, we rose early, having passed the night without incident. The female doctor, brimming with joy, remarked, "There seems to be nothing unusual. It appears that the entity designated as 01 has vacated this locale, allowing us to breathe easier." After all, this incident had transpired over 30 years ago. With a restful night behind us and no apparent threats, spirits lifted, and we packed our belongings to continue our journey. Throughout the day, the photographer frequently paused to capture images, thus lagging behind the rest of the group. The one-eyed leader shared a congenial rapport with him, and their banter rendered the journey less solitary. By mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, the photographer trailing behind suddenly gasped, drawing a sharp breath, and exclaimed in alarm, "Wait! You all must see this." He halted, fixated on the screen of his camera, his face pale in the winter sun, drained of color. A chill ran through me. Sensing that something was amiss, I hurried to his side, refraining from questions as I leaned in to observe his camera. The timestamp indicated that a photograph had been taken mere seconds ago, capturing an angle from our left front. The sun hung low, casting a dark golden hue over the golden grass, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Yet, amidst this picturesque moment, a peculiar dark spot in the photograph seized my attention. In the heart of the golden meadow, a dark spot emerged, captured from a considerable distance due to the wide-angle perspective. Those with a discerning eye for photography understand that such a visible that at this range suggests a substantial entity. Proportionately, it ought to be at least the size of a human. My gaze swiftly shifted from the camera to the photographer's vantage point. Yet there was naught but the golden grass line. What could that dark spot signify? At that moment, the photographer, visibly agitated, remarked, "My shutter speed was rapid, but the instant I captured this image, it vanished." He turned his gaze towards the grassy shoreline, indicating that something, towering as a person, had momentarily graced his lens before disappearing. I immediately pondered whether that entity had concealed itself within the meadow. What could it be? A wild beast or something far more sinister? Having perused that ominous notebook, an unsettling knot formed in our hearts. I urged the photographer to magnify the dark spot. He seemed momentarily stunned by the fright, but upon my insistence, he slapped his forehead and hastily adjusted the camera to enlarge the enigmatic figure. The dark spot grew larger and clearer, yet the limited resolution of the camera screen rendered the distant enlargement insufficient for a complete view. At that moment, a shadowy silhouette took over the screen, distinctly humanoid. I could ascertain that it was not a beast, but rather an unmistakable human form. Was it a person or the entity designated as 01? No, the notebook had documented 01 as being immense, with numerous appendages. While the figure on the camera bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human, it could not possibly be 01. Yet, how could another person appear in this desolate locale? The photographer gulped, trembling slightly, and exclaimed, "Look, this figure is facing us. It was spying on us from that very spot." His words jolted us into the realization that our surroundings were far less secure than we had presumed, having been watched without our knowledge. Lou, ever cautious, turned to me and said, "It's your turn now. Let us see who is trailing us. We must not jeopardize our mission. Come, let us investigate." Sharing a glance with the one-eyed dragon, we retrieved our weapons, and our group promptly advanced toward the location of the dark spot captured in the camera. The dense meadow left no trace of any presence. There was no sign of a person. We strained our ears to discern any sounds around us when suddenly, a loud thud resonated. The female doctor paused, her delicate brows furrowing as she remarked, "There's something obstructing our path ahead." As she reached to part the grass, a sudden scream escaped her lips. "It's a wall." "A wall?" questioned the one-eyed dragon. Could it be the previous base? As we gathered around, we pushed aside the grass to reveal a constructed brick wall, albeit crooked and seemingly on the verge of collapse. The top of the wall lay exposed, revealing red bricks adorned with a thick layer of withered moss. Following the contour of the stone wall, we spotted what appeared to be a marshy expanse, marked by shallow depressions, their surfaces glazed with a thin veneer of ice. Lou, astonished, declared, "Could this be the remnants of the base? It is inconceivable that after 30 years, a base could be reduced to mere crumbling walls. Could it be that the entire facility was annihilated by Entity 01? Ignoring the others, I crouched down for a closer inspection and discovered scattered metallic fragments embedded in the surrounding soil. Some were no larger than a fingernail, while others appeared granular in form. Regardless of their appearance, they seemed far from natural, likely remnants of human fabrication. It dawned on me that these could very well be remnants of shrapnel. Why would there be such an abundance of fragments in this place? As I scrutinized the nearly vanished perimeter wall, a thought struck me. Could it be that the base was obliterated by aerial bombardment following that incident? If so, was Entity 01 also shattered in the explosion? Did it still reside upon this land? The shadow captured in the previous footage must have stood amidst this forsaken base. What was its connection to this site? Lost in thought, the group dispersed, while the photographer began documenting the dilapidated walls. The one-eyed man and I scoured the vicinity, hoping to trace the mysterious figure. After approximately 10 minutes, a sudden, thunderous bang resonated through the air. It was the sound of gunfire. The only individuals in the team armed with firearms were the one-eyed man, Min, and myself. Alarmed, I turned towards the source of the sound and saw the one-eyed man swiftly crouch down, vanishing into the grasses. In that instant, memories from my notebook flooded my mind, particularly of the individual named Biao, sending a shiver down my spine. Without a second thought, I called out the one-eyed man's name and sprinted towards the spot where he had disappeared. I anticipated encountering Entity 01, yet when I reached that location, I found a small opening in the ground. This aperture was not large, and the surrounding grass nearly obscured it. The one-eyed man must have fallen into this hole, as the grass around it had sunk slightly. Peering into the darkness below, I could discern nothing of its depths. Suddenly, I recalled that the base was originally equipped with a basement. Could this opening lead to it? Zhangsheng, I shouted into the void, but there was no response. When Min and the others gathered around me, the photographer exhibiting evident concern, asking, "What happened to Lao Zhang?" I shook my head and explained, "He has fallen into this hole. I do not know what lies beneath. You all stay here while I investigate." When Min retrieved her handgun, frowning as she stated, "I'm coming too." As she spoke, she busily procured a length of rope. Recognizing her skills and the uncertainty of the situation below, I welcomed her assistance without hesitation. We secured the rope, instructing Liu, the photographer, and the female doctor to remain above while we descended into the depths. Upon entering the cavern, I immediately realized my assumption was correct. This was indeed no natural cave, but rather a stone chamber, encrusted with mud and sand. The area near the entrance was overgrown with weeds, while the interior remained remarkably clean, likely due to the absence of sunlight, which prevented the growth of vegetation. This appeared to be the original basement. By the glow of the flashlight, I immediately discerned a series of footprints on the ground. Clearly, these prints were not made by a single individual. They were distinctly imprinted in the damp soil, trailing along the corridor of the basement, leading into the unseen darkness ahead. The marks suggested that one person had evidently been abducted, as the footprints were dragged and elongated, appearing quite chaotic. I quickly realized that the shadow I had previously observed must be concealed within this subterranean chamber, and that the one-eyed man had detected his presence, sounding an alarm, yet remained oblivious to the means by which this individual had ensnared him into this abyss. I exchanged a glance with Min, and we both raised our weapons, moving toward the source of the footprints. Chapter 15. The unexpected. Before us lay a corridor, once presumably a passageway of sorts, illuminating our path with the flashlight. We treaded upon the silent mud and sand beneath our feet, while above, the remnants of broken light bulbs were visible. The footprints remained remarkably clear due to the consistency of the soil. As we traversed the corridor, we suddenly encountered a massive iron door ahead. It was a heavy gate of iron bars, and upon shining the light upon it, I discovered that it had been locked from the inside with a substantial iron padlock. Evidently, this lock had been frequently engaged over the years, for it had not rusted and remained functional. Min shook the iron door, but it did not budge, the only sound being the clinking of the padlock. I gestured to her to remain calm, then retrieved a crowbar from my equipment and began to strike the lock. Perhaps due to its age, it took only a few blows before the lock yielded. We immediately swung the iron door open, cautiously stepping inside. I led the way, and as I turned the light, I caught sight of a figure curled up in a corner behind the door. It was none other than the one-eyed man. However, he appeared to be unconscious. In that instant, I realized that the assailant might still be present in this stone chamber, and I swiftly turned to assess my surroundings. To my astonishment, as the flashlight beam shifted, a figure suddenly lunged from the darkness, knocking me to the ground. I reacted quickly, intending to roll over and overpower my assailant, but as I turned my head, I was confronted by a disheveled face, reminiscent of a wild man. The visage was obscured by thick hair and smeared with black grime, emanating a foul stench that invaded my nostrils. In that fleeting moment, he seized my throat, uttering the words, "Drop your weapon, or I will strangle him." He was not merely grasping my neck, but was applying pressure to my windpipe, a distinction of considerable significance. To choke someone involves a firm grip around the neck, leading to asphyxiation over time. However, applying pressure to the windpipe with 3 fingers, thumb, index, and middle, can instantaneously damage both the trachea and esophagus, a lethal technique capable of swiftly ending a life. Thus, upon hearing his threat, Wenmin dared not fire her weapon. I was grasped by the throat, feeling an excruciating pain that rendered me utterly voiceless. At that moment, I heard Wenmin's voice. "Who are you?" The individual holding my throat replied, "Shouldn't it be more appropriate to ask who you are?" Wenmin furrowed her brow and stated, "We are merely an ordinary exploration team." "An exploration team?" The man muttered, his gaze scrutinizing Wenmin's attire. Suddenly, he posed a peculiar question. "Who am I?" Taken aback, Wenmin replied, "How would I know who you are?" However, she quickly sensed that this man might be mentally unhinged, and thus softened her tone, saying, "Sir, let us not be so agitated. Can we communicate peacefully?" The man's sanity appeared compromised, his gaze wandering to the iron door we had opened. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shoved me aside, sprinting toward the door in an attempt to lock it again. Yet, the lock was already broken beyond repair. Seizing the opportunity, Wenmin and I hastened to the side of the one-eyed dragon to assess his condition. Fortunately, he had merely fainted, showing no visible injuries. At that moment, the man realized the lock was malfunctioning, and his eyes fixated on us, revealing an unrestrained and savage glare. Wenmin inched closer to me, and I sensed her muscles tense. However, we were armed, and there remained a distance between us and him. I aimed my weapon at him, prepared to fire should he exhibit any threatening behavior. The beam of Wenmin's flashlight illuminated him, and I then noticed that he wore multiple layers of tattered, filthy clothing, the style indiscernible, suggesting they had been worn for many years. Observing his long, unkempt hair cascading down to his waist, a bold hypothesis emerged in my mind. Could this man be a survivor of this base? Apart from this possibility, I could hardly fathom why anyone would reside in such a place. Thus, I asked, "Are you a soldier of the Annihilation 01 Self-Defense Force?" Upon hearing this, the man's ferocious gaze dulled slightly, as if recollecting something, and he began to tremble, muttering incoherently, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Gradually, he retreated to a corner, appearing completely unhinged. I signaled to Wenmin, who immediately aimed her weapon at him for caution. While I assisted the one-eyed dragon toward the exit, the man seemed to have forgotten our presence, lost in his own world. At this juncture, I had surmised that he was likely a survivor of this base, driven mad by the events involving 01. However, his ability to survive here for so many years indicated that 01 posed no longer a threat. Perhaps they had perished during the destruction of the base or had relocated elsewhere, which was indeed a favorable revelation for us. Soon, we crawled out of the cave with the one-eyed dragon, and the female doctor promptly examined him. I splashed cold water onto his face, rousing him from his stupor, though the female doctor appeared somewhat displeased with my roughness. However, the first words that escaped the lips of the Cyclops upon awakening astonished everyone. 01 is below. Wenmin was momentarily taken aback and replied, "We just came up from the basement and did not see 01. "What do you mean?" The Cyclops' solitary eye fixed intently on the cave's entrance as he continued. "As I approached this spot, I was pulled down by a hand." While speaking, he wiped the moisture from his face, uncertain whether it was water or sweat. The hand was long, not human. I felt a sense of unease, pondering that Wenmin and I had only just emerged from the basement, where only 2 stone chambers and a passage remained intact. The rest had collapsed, leaving no trace of 01. What could that hand, which the Cyclops spoke of, possibly be? As the group grappled with their confusion, the underbrush at the cave's mouth suddenly rustled. Startled, we instinctively stepped back. At that moment, a disheveled and filthy head emerged, a familiar figure, the deranged individual from earlier. He gazed at us, seemingly regaining his composure, and began to claw his way out, grasping the grass with both hands. Accompanying his movements, another hand protruded from his back. It was a long, thin, and boneless hand, dark and sinewy. From our vantage point, it was evident that this hand had grown directly from the man's back. What a curse! How had we missed this before? The photographer shouted in alarm. Could he be 01? I sensed something amiss. Why did this not match the accounts documented in the notebook? As he continued to crawl out of the cave, the hand on his back lunged towards the nearest female doctor. Lacking bones, it swiftly ensnared her neck and began to drag her into the abyss. In a moment of urgency, the Cyclops seized the doctor's legs and bellowed, "Grab your weapons." Without needing further prompting, I aimed my gun at the man's head. Resolving that whether he was 01 or a surviving soldier, I could not afford to hesitate now. Just as I raised my weapon, the dark hand that clutched the female doctor suddenly released its grip and lashed out at me like a whip. The tremendous force striking my chest and making me doubt the integrity of my own insides. In that instant, I was not only unable to fire my weapon, I was also propelled backward, landing in a nearby meadow, my body sinking into the soft grass, obscuring my vision with the surrounding foliage. All at once, I heard a cacophony of gunfire accompanied by startled cries. Likely one man and the Cyclops had opened fire. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I scrambled to my feet, only to witness the figure of that man leaping to an unnatural height. His visage twisted in a way that could scarcely be described as human as he lunged towards Lou, the nearest team member. My gun had been flung from my grasp, rendering me unable to shoot. In a moment of desperation, with no time to aim carefully, I hurled a throwing knife, intending to strike at his neck. But the blade veered off course and instead pierced his shoulder. The diminutive flying dagger failed to strike a vital point, rendering him seemingly oblivious as he abruptly tackled team leader Lou into the underbrush. At that moment, before anyone could react, a figure suddenly emerged from the dense meadow, brandishing a knife that plunged fiercely into the man's back. I was taken aback, for this individual was a man, neither the Cyclops nor the photographer. From my vantage point, I could only discern his silhouette, yet I recognized that blade. It belonged to the slothful one. How could he possibly be here? As thoughts whirled in my mind, connecting the slothful one's black knife to the matter of the traitor, I could not help but glance at one man, my heart sinking as a painful suspicion surfaced. Could it be that the traitor truly was? In that fleeting moment, the slothful one had already thrust his knife through the man. A surge of warm blood gushing forth, the pungent scent of iron saturating the air of the prairie. The arrival of the slothful one caught everyone off guard, prompting team leader Lou to exclaim, "Who are you?" What perplexed me was one man's reaction. She too was astonished, exclaiming, "Knife? What is your relationship with Wu Shui?" She had evidently recognized the knife in the slothful one's hand, yet her reaction suggested she was entirely unaware of the situation. If this were a performance, the acting was remarkably convincing. Could it be that I had misunderstood her? For a moment, I felt a headache coming on as I waded through the grass towards the slothful one. I refrained from speaking to him and instead examined the fallen man, only to discover that it was not the slothful one who had pierced him through, but rather he had severed the hand that reached out from the man's back. Chapter 16. Appearance fee. At this juncture, the man on the ground seemed to be unconscious, lying motionless, a conspicuous patch of blood staining his back. Beside him lay the severed hand, measuring over 2 meters in length. The man was now in a state of oblivion, temporarily unable to stir any further turmoil. And the gazes of the onlookers converged upon the slothful one. He appeared utterly oblivious to the attention, busily retrieving a cloth to wipe the blood from his curved blade. His eyelids were slightly swollen, suggesting a prolonged lack of sleep, and he soon yawned, saying, "First, let's bind him up, then I'll take a nap." It was just past 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours shy of our usual camping time, but after the recent upheaval, everyone was too weary to care and hastily set up camp. Once the tent was erected, the slothful one wasted no time and crawled inside, curling up in his sleeping bag and drifting into a deep slumber. Typically, he was quite alert, yet this time, as I stood in the tent observing him, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as if in a profound slumber. Soon, I recalled a detail that struck me with sudden realization. The slothful one was not alone. When I first encountered him, he had no gear bag behind him, and aside from his attire, he possessed nothing else, his clothing relatively clean. This could only imply that he must have had companions. Instantly, I thought of old Baisan, pondering the inconsistency. My actions had been exceedingly covert, with only Zhuan Rue privy to the information. Old Baisan should not have been aware, so could it be that someone had leaked our movements? The object of our search had no connection to old Baisan. He had no reason to involve himself in this affair. Who could have disclosed my whereabouts to the notorious Baisani? Was it Wen Min who betrayed me, or did something go awry on Zhuan Rue's end? When I finally regained my senses, I realized I had begun to suspect Wen Min as a spy. I was puzzled by the emergence of such thoughts. Perhaps it was the culmination of my experiences over the past 2 years that had insidiously eroded my ability to trust wholeheartedly, even in a woman who had once stood by me through life and death. Contemplating this, I felt a discomfort gnawing at my heart. I cast a glance at the slothful individual beside me and chose not to linger, promptly making my way outside the tent. At that moment, team leader Lu and the others were gathered around the campfire, clearly awaiting my explanation. As I settled down, Lu turned to Wenmin and demanded, "You owe me an explanation. Is this the person you introduced to me? He clearly has dubious origins." "Min, you have deceived me." I replied, "Dubious origins? What do you mean by that? Have I ever harmed you during our journey? If it weren't for Officer Gu's involvement, I would never have entangled myself in these matters." While I knew this assertion was disingenuous, now was not the time to confront the truth. After all, in our quest for the Tianyin, we needed this woman surnamed Lu, as she possessed the requisite expertise. When Min interjected, "These two are my friends. I cannot vouch for their backgrounds, but I did indeed seek their assistance this time, so do not overthink it." Upon hearing this, Lu furrowed his brow, and after a moment, gestured towards the tent, saying, "I can overlook him and Zhang Sheng. But who is the one with the knife?" It seemed when Min genuinely did not recognize the slothful man, she hesitated, casting a furtive glance at me, signaling for me to concoct a lie. I was uncertain of the slothful man's intentions for being here, nor could I discern whether Min had truly betrayed me. So I chose to disregard the topic and instead gazed in the direction from which the slothful man had arrived. After waiting in silence for a while, Lu grew impatient and asked, "Why are you not speaking? What are you looking at?" I replied, observing. The photographer scratched his nose and muttered, "I have no idea what kind of riddle you are playing at." With that, he busied himself adjusting his camera, capturing the stunning landscape beneath the setting sun. Just then, at the edge of the meadow, a figure suddenly appeared, slowly approaching us. There he was. I scrutinized the figure, pondering his identity. Could it be Hu Yi or De Huangya? The photographer, quick on the uptake, trained his lens on the individual, meticulously adjusting the focus until the image came into sharp relief. Upon seeing the figure on the camera's display, I was taken aback, and even when Min beside me exclaimed, "It's him." The figure was neither Hu Yi nor De Huangya, but rather Ha Richago. Hadn't Ha Richago been following Zhuan Rue all along? What was he doing entangled with the slothful man? Ha Richago seemed to have spotted us as well, his gaze fixated on our direction, appearing disheveled and ill-tempered, muttering something incoherent, seemingly in a fit of rage directed at someone. Moments later, we finally converged, and even without the camera, we could discern each other's faces clearly. The instant Ha Richago caught sight of me, he exhaled in relief and rushed towards our camp, exclaiming, "At last, I found you. I'm utterly exhausted." As he spoke, he greeted the one-eyed dragon and Wenmin, having spent some time in my shop and being quite familiar with the one-eyed dragon. He promptly set down his gear and said, "I understand you have many questions, but please hold them for now. Let me rest a bit." With that, he entered the tent, where he found the slothful individual inside, and was not at all surprised. He chose a spot beside the sloth and promptly fell asleep, soon snoring gently. I felt an impulse to rouse them both, yet after a moment's thought, I refrained. It wasn't until around 9 in the evening that the slothful duo finally awoke from their hunger. They settled by the fire to warm up some cold jerky. After waiting a moment to see that they had both risen and eaten, I inquired of Harichagai, "Are you not going to provide me with an explanation?" Harichagai wiped his mouth and replied, "Have you forgotten about the inquiry we had with Chief Zhuan regarding the individuals?" Reflecting on it, I realized that indeed, I had asked Zhuan Rue to look into the sloth and his companions, and nodded in acknowledgement. Harichagai continued, "As you know, those with the surname Zhuan are often cold in demeanor, yet warm-hearted. He discovered that some troublesome matters have previously arisen in this area, matters which you ought to be aware of." When Min interjected in surprise, "You mean 01? Chief Zhuan truly has his ear to the ground. He could uncover even this." Harichagai shrugged and added, "So, this is why he sought my assistance along with this fellow. Although, I wouldn't exactly call it assistance. The fee is 800,000. As the chief stated, it will be charged to your account." Upon hearing this, the sloth yawned, his half-closed eyes glistening with tears, and replied nonchalantly, "Considering this is our second collaboration, I'll give you a discount of 20%, rounding off the remainder." I could not help but smile ruefully. "Is that so? Then I must thank you. So, this means it was Zhuan Rue who approached you? You are a man of Bai. Yet you so quickly shifted allegiance to Zhuan Rue. Isn't that a bit too swift a change?" With a piece of meat in his mouth, the sloth took his time chewing before saying, "I belong to no one. I only recognize money, not individuals." I pointed to the knives at his waist and remarked, "If they didn't consider you one of their own, would Bai have entrusted you with these 2 blades?" The sloth glanced down, drew one of the knives, and said, These two knives were my last fee. I heard their previous owners met a rather grim fate. As he spoke, his eyes fully opened, and he looked at me calmly, adding, I am curious to see how my own fate will unfold. His words genuinely surprised me. I had always assumed he was aligned with Bai Sanyi. But according to his current assertion of recognizing money over people, this situation seemed unrelated to Bai Sanyi. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief and asked how rich a guy. Did Zhuan Rue have any messages for you? He replied, a businessman keeps accurate accounts. You must also reimburse the equipment costs for this endeavor. At this, the female doctor nearby let out a laugh. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, what exactly are you two involved in? Her gaze lingered on the sloth, likely captivated by the manner in which he had previously made his entrance. Haru Shigai, ever the jester, jovially engaged in conversation with the female doctor, and within moments, they were exchanging affectionate terms like brother and sister. However, Haru Shigai, being rather slick, deftly maneuvered the conversation away from any substantial topic. Team leader Liu, clearly displeased, pulled Wenmin aside, his demeanor stern, though the words exchanged between them remained unspoken. After a brief interval, the two returned to the camp. Liu cast a glance in my direction, huffed in irritation, yet chose to remain silent. Soon, only I, Wenmin, and the one-eyed dragon remained in the camp. Before I could utter a word, the one-eyed dragon remarked, Zhuan, the leader, is quite the man of honor. He takes care of business with decisiveness. Had it not been for this knife-wielder's sudden appearance, we might have been subjected to far worse fates. He gestured toward the bound, unconscious figure nearby, and continued, if 01 exhibits such qualities, it is truly disappointing, a stark contrast to what is recorded in the notes. What do you think? Is there something amiss? The blood behind the person had ceased to flow without treatment, indicating a significant disparity between his condition and the notes. Perhaps only his awakening could unveil the truth. In retrospect, it seems I had overthought the situation. With the inclusion of the lazy fellow and Haru Shigai, the safety of our team had markedly improved. Since I was on the first watch, it wasn't long before the one-eyed dragon retired for the night. When Min and I sat across from each other by the fire, she appeared lost in thought, remaining silent for a while before finally speaking. Chunxian, you do not trust me. Her words were direct, and meeting her unguarded gaze, I found it difficult to fabricate a response, ultimately opting for a nod. She, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile and said, lately, I have sensed a peculiar shift in your attitude towards me. Although it seems unchanged, my intuition tells me you harbor some reservations. Initially, I was uncertain why, but now I realize it pertains to him, referring clearly to the lazy fellow. When Min, being astute, quickly grasped my earlier concerns and continued, your suspicions are entirely reasonable, but I assure you, those two knives were not brought by me. Her declaration sought to affirm her innocence, and with a hint of anger and disappointment in her expression, she entered the tent without allowing me a chance to respond. Chapter 17. Interrogation. After when Min departed, I found myself alone by the campfire, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped me. I had ventured into the world at the tender age of 14, having witnessed the mercenary, duplicitous nature of humanity, and one would think I had become accustomed to solitude. Yet, at this moment, I felt as though it had bested me. I pondered whether my own heart was too base, measuring noble intentions with a petty mindset, or if the world was inherently hypocritical. Sitting by the fire, I reflected on recent events, the curse's deception, the tofu gradually consumed, the secrets belonging to the corpse immortal that Bai Sanyi and Lu Su had been eyeing, and now the web of relationships where trust was a scarce commodity. Lost in thought, I couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This indolent fellow, I cannot believe his motives are purely monetary. The string of celestial beads he possesses, which should be enshrined in a museum, is already of considerable value. To put it in simpler terms, it exudes an ostentatious aura that could easily blind the unprepared. How could such a person be tempted by an appearance fee of 800,000? Initially, I speculated about 3 spies, when Min, Harichagai, and Zhonggong. Now, 2 of them have joined this operation. Is this mere coincidence, or is there a mastermind behind it? If someone is indeed orchestrating these events, that individual must be closely linked to Bai Sanyi, thus exonerating Zhonggong from suspicion and narrowing down the culprits to Wenmin and Harichagai. Consequently, I find myself surrounded by few trustworthy individuals. Perhaps the only reliable one is the Cyclops. However, as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years fearing the rope, I now question whether I can trust him as well. The Cyclops has been by my side for 2 years. Once a disciple of the blind Elder Chun, diligently serving me. With his talents, he could seek better opportunities elsewhere. Why does he persist in following me? Some matters are best left unexamined. The more one contemplates, the colder the heart becomes. After more than an hour, I glanced at the time and prepared to summon the photographer for the shift change, only to be startled by a faint groan. The sound emanated from the bound individual, who seemed to have regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes, staring blankly ahead while emitting meaningless, pained moans. The weather was frigid, and we paid little attention to this dangerously deranged person. He was tightly bound and distanced from the fire, visibly shivering, evoking a sense of cruelty akin to torturing a captive. I approached him, scrutinizing his features, and inquired, "Who are you? Are you 01 or a soldier? Did something extraordinary occur?" Regrettably, he continued to tremble, exhaling vapor and producing weak groans. I removed my coat and draped it over him, surprised by my own compassion. Had Doufu seen this, he would likely think I had changed my nature. I did not ponder the reasons behind my actions. In truth, recognizing others is often easier than understanding oneself. Sometimes, we are our own most unreliable judges, and perhaps, when the time comes to be ruthless, we find ourselves acting with mercy. As I covered him with the coat and turned to call for assistance, I suddenly noticed someone standing behind me. It was the indolent one. This fellow moved as silently as a cat, appearing behind me without a sound, startling me considerably. Then it dawned on me that he was a highly alert individual, likely roused by the groans of the man. He gazed at the bound person and asked, "What do you think we should do with him?" I replied honestly, "I do not know. I cannot ascertain if he is even human anymore." The indolent one yawned and languidly remarked, "What if he is human? What if he is not? Have you forgotten what happened during the day?" I perceived a veiled meaning in his words and inquired about his intentions. The lazy one chuckled softly, revealing that he had already perused the contents of the notebook, which were far more detailed than the materials provided to him by Juan Rue. Adhering to his cautious methodology, it was evident that he sought to ascertain the movements of 01. As he spoke, he squatted before the man, yawning incessantly, and remarked, "I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle, does it not?" I retorted, "But what can you discern at this moment?" His mind appeared clouded, and one could hardly extract any coherent information from the ramblings of a madman. Suddenly, the lethargic expression on the lazy one's face tightened, his half-closed eyes fully opening to reveal a peculiar grin. This smile instantly summoned to my memory unsettling events, reminiscent of the time he observed the conflict between humans and wolves from atop a tree. On that occasion, he had decisively slain 2 individuals, triggering a butterfly effect that led to a chaotic clash, all the while wearing a similar expression as he watched from above. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I heard him coldly chuckle. "Madness? That is only because he has yet to encounter me. Even a lunatic would divulge everything under my influence." An expression of exhilaration spread across his face, tinged with a twisted desire for cruelty. During his dealings with that young boy, the more the child screamed in agony, the more exhilarated he became. With a swift motion, he drew his knife, appraising the man before him, then placed a foot upon the man's chest. He noticed the coat I had draped over the individual and smirked sarcastically, using his foot to push it aside, querying, "Is it particularly cold?" As he spoke, he began to slice through the man's clothing, whether intentional or not. His control over the force he exerted was imprecise. By the time he had completely stripped the man, numerous bleeding wounds adorned his body. The cold and the blade finally caught the man's attention, and he ceased merely moaning in pain, uttering disjointed phrases that sounded almost like delirium, though it was an improvement over his previous silence. Clearly elated, the lazy one, typically appearing lethargic and on the verge of slumber, now exhibited a rare vitality. He was undeniably a true sadist. I inquired, and then, "What do you intend to do with such a large man rendered bare? Your excitement may easily be misinterpreted." As I spoke, the rest of the individuals in the tent gradually awakened, and upon witnessing the scene before them, team leader Lou stood dumbfounded, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. The female doctor exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The lazy one glanced at the group with an air of indifference and replied, "I am assisting you, ensuring your safety. If you wish to spectate, refrain from asking too many questions. I dislike being disturbed during an interrogation." With that, he glanced at his watch, murmuring to himself, I aim to conclude this within the hour, so I can return to my slumber. The one-eyed man, unceremoniously whispering in my ear, remarked, "Boss, who is this person? His pretentiousness is infuriating. I genuinely wish to strike him." I smiled wryly and remarked, "You would do well to dismiss such thoughts. He is not merely posturing. He is genuinely formidable." In our previous encounters, while the lazy one's skills were commendable, they hardly rivaled those of the likes of Lu Su or Wu Shui. His true terror lies in his twisted psyche and profound cunning. When a person derives excitement from inflicting suffering upon others, such an individual is undeniably fearsome. At that moment, the lazy one casually tapped a knife against the man's face, as if selecting pork, yet in the next instant, the blade plunged dangerously close to the man's eye, poised to pierce it should it descend another centimeter. However, the target of this cruel display was a madman, who, devoid of fear, remained unchanged in demeanor, merely trembling as though he were freezing. The lazy one inquired, "Have you truly lost your mind?" Even a madman can comprehend human speech. Thus, I will ask you a question, and you shall answer. Of course, if you choose not to reply, it matters little, for the answer holds no great significance for me. He then queried, "Who are you?" Silence ensued, and the blade gradually descended toward the man's eye. The process unfolded slowly. Had the lazy one swiftly gouged out the eye, we might have found it less distressing. Instead, he executed the act with excruciating slowness. As we witnessed the eye being gently pressed aside beneath the blade, followed by a scream and a struggle. Yet, the lazy one's grip remained steady, maintaining his steady downward motion, while the man's thrashing caused his eye to inadvertently scrape against the knife. The sheer horror of being unable to escape the blade's grasp was palpable. Blood streamed down half of the madman's face, mingling with the dark fluid seeping from his shattered eye. The onlookers could scarcely endure the intensity. Lu and Wenmin swiftly intervened, each grasping one of the lazy one's arms in an attempt to pull him away. Just then, the madman spoke, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." Wenmin and the others halted in surprise, exchanging glances, astonished that the madman would actually speak. At this juncture, the lazy one's hand began to move with excruciating slowness, gradually attempting to extract the eye. Throughout this ordeal, the screams persisted, prompting Wenmin to draw her gun in anger, shouting, "Stop! You have no right to treat him this way." The lazy one retorted, "Why not?" Wenmin replied vehemently, "Human rights." Unperturbed, the lazy one continued, "But how can you be certain he is human? Have you ever seen a creature with such growths upon its back? I suspect he is some form of animal. Currently, there exists no anti-animal cruelty legislation in our country. Therefore, dear officer, you are addressing the wrong entity. If you believe I am breaking the law, then do await the relevant legislation before seeking retribution against me. As it stands, you are unjustly pointing a gun at me. I am the one whose rights are being violated." Lu cursed in English, "Barbaric people, barbaric laws, whether animal or human, cruelty is reprehensible. If you continue down this path, I shall not hold back." Chapter 17. The madman's assault team leader Lu's threats, evidently, had little effect on the slothful individual. He shrugged innocently and remarked, "I haven't laid a hand on him. He's the one moving about." At that moment, the face of the madman was drenched in blood, with one eye nearly gouged out. His anguished cries echoing across the field, creating a ghastly spectacle in the darkness. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, a sight that was truly jarring for those with fragile psyches. The photographer could no longer contain himself and began to retch. The one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow and instinctively covered his remaining eye, asking, "Boss, should we intervene or not?" Observing the madman now pleading for mercy, I pondered that perhaps employing the slothful one's method might yield positive results. Thus I shook my head. The one-eyed dragon looked at me, a hint of surprise in his expression, yet he did not intervene. I stepped forward to restrain Wenmin's gun, signaling for her to wait a moment longer. The eye was already ruined, so prolonging the madman's suffering a little longer might lead to unexpected insights. If he proved incapable of divulging any information, I could still act to save him later. Wenmin appeared quite displeased, pursing her lips as she shot me a glance filled with fury. Ultimately, she forcefully shook off my wrist and retreated into the tent, opting for the adage of out of sight, out of mind. What transpired next profoundly illustrated the extraordinary methods of the slothful one. In ancient times, torturing prisoners for confessions required various implements. Yet the slothful one needed none of that, merely his hands and a knife. instilling terror in all who beheld it. By the time I realized the madman was exhaling more than inhaling, I was already drenched in cold sweat. Thus, I hastily halted the slothful one, exclaiming, "Enough! This is your skill? It is hardly impressive. You're on the verge of killing him. Is there any result?" The slothful one, clearly irritated, glanced at the bloodied madman and replied, "If he won't speak, it matters not. We cannot take such a person on our journey." With that, as if the affair were of no concern to him, he sheathed his knife, yawned, and returned to the tent to sleep. The rest of us remained outside. The photographer now weakened, collapsing to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Team leader Lu, pale as a ghost, murmured, "Who on earth are you? Damn it, you're not human. How could anyone commit such acts? A pervert, an absolute pervert." At that moment, I found no desire to elaborate on the madman's plight. The slothful one had not targeted any vital areas, so the madman would not perish immediately. The skin on his legs was being peeled away like that of a banana, exposing the raw, crimson flesh beneath, which twitched incessantly. I felt a pang of pain in my own legs. I had no wish to describe the horrors that followed. Had this been a previous time, I would undoubtedly have intervened to stop the slothful one. Yet this time, why did I not? Had I become cruel? Or had I simply never envisioned that one day I could stand indifferent while witnessing the slow flaying of a man? A thought emerged in my mind. If Doufu is no longer the Doufu it once was, am I still myself? As I arrived at this juncture, was it a curse propelling me, or had I changed? In those days, my grandparents shared an extraordinary bond, yet ultimately, their story did not culminate in a favorable outcome. This reflection leads me to think of one man who left in a fit of anger not long ago. Perhaps I am unwittingly treading the same path as my grandfather. As if cursed by fate, inevitably, the human heart can become a vessel for uncontrollable emotions, transforming into the very embodiment of distrust. I find myself unable to ascertain how my future self will evolve, like a madman, one eye drenched in blood, staring wide-eyed. His injuries render survival impossible. Each additional second of life only amplifies his agony. I draw my gun, chamber around, and aim it at his forehead, uttering, "I am sorry. It is time to depart." The gunshot jolts everyone back to reality, their startled minds regaining focus. Lu, staring intently at me, does not blink. A guttural sound escapes his throat as if he wishes to speak, but swallows his words. After the shot, the madman ceases his wailing and struggles, lying still on the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood compels me to beckon the one-eyed dragon, signaling him to assist me in moving the body to a more secluded location. The others do not intervene. Even Ha-Rizagai, typically jovial, wears a solemn expression, furrowing his brow as he retrieves his staff. He solemnly touches the madman's forehead, murmuring ancient incantations that we cannot comprehend. After a moment, his grave demeanor softens, and with a slight grimace, he gestures for us to proceed at our discretion. As the one-eyed dragon and I carry the corpse away from the crowd, he finally speaks, asking, "What is the true nature of that individual?" I, Zhang Shang, have never feared anyone, not even those bearing the surname Lu, but this man is undeniably deranged. In retrospect, my legs tremble uncontrollably, questioning the safety of accompanying him on this journey. I can only manage a bitter smile and reassure him, "You need not worry. I have collaborated with him before, and he has never shown cruelty towards his own." The one-eyed dragon, still shaken, remarks, "Indeed, in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of characters. That fellow must have endured some profound psychological trauma in the past. Frankly, we have been deceived. What appeared to be interrogation was merely his twisted form of amusement. Did you not see his face, blooming with a smile? Whether he is a deviant or not, what difference does it make to us, who are stained with blood and burdened by sin? It is said that those who commit heinous acts will ultimately meet their demise. Perhaps dying in the wilderness would be the best conclusion for souls like ours." After a brief walk, I feel we have reached an appropriate location to discard the body. I do not linger to gaze upon it, and return to the camp with the one-eyed dragon. I wash the blood from my hands and retreat into the tent to sleep. At this hour, the photographer is on watch. He is rather genteel, and tonight's events have undoubtedly left a profound impact on him. I suspect he fears being alone in the dark, pacing restlessly and occasionally making noise. The lazy fellow seems to be a light sleeper. He suddenly shouts at the photographer, warning him that if he makes any more noise, he will face dire consequences. Although I cannot see the photographer's expression, the outside falls eerily silent, as if only the wind remains to whisper. It must be said that the peculiar behavior of the lazy fellow that night left an indelible mark on everyone's mind, evoking a profound fear that normal individuals harbor towards those who are eccentric. There is a saying that aptly captures this sentiment. One does not fear encountering the unruly, but rather the unhinged. Although the lazy fellow was not insane, in certain respects, he was not far removed from it. In a haze, I succumbed to slumber. When everyone arose the following day, the atmosphere within the group was notably somber. Centered around the lazy individual, a 3-meter radius remained untouched. As he blissfully munched on cookies while dozing off, oblivious to the diligent preparations of the others, Hariza, burdened with his moderately sized staff and a heavy backpack, bore the weight of 2 individuals' gear alone, while the lazy fellow could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes, let alone assist, much to Hariza's chagrin. After packing their belongings, the group resumed their journey. Ahead, the undulating mountain range came into clearer view. What had previously appeared as mere wrinkles from afar now revealed snow-laden trees, red pines, and the mist that floated between the peaks. Lu, usually composed, finally relaxed, exhaling deeply as he glanced at his wristwatch. By this afternoon, we should reach the base of the mountain and enter the first search area. Let us hope for a smooth passage. As they walked, a sudden sound broke the silence, a soft thud. Turning around, we were unsurprised to see the lazy fellow awkwardly rising from the underbrush, clearly having dozed off while walking and subsequently fallen. By this point in the morning, such occurrences had become commonplace, and the group continued onward, allowing the lazy individual to nap, tumble, and then rise again to doze. At midday, the group found a dry spot to rest, replenishing their energy with food and drink. Halfway through his meal, the lazy fellow, cookie in mouth, drifted off to sleep. The one-eyed dragon rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Is this lad truly asleep or merely pretending? I shall investigate." With that, he stealthily approached, seemingly intent on extracting the compressed biscuit from the lazy fellow's mouth. However, just as the one-eyed dragon's hand reached for the biscuit, the lazy fellow abruptly opened his eyes, his mouth moved, and the biscuit fell away. He then stood, gazing intently down the path from which we had come, declaring, "Something is approaching us." "Something? What is it?" The one-eyed dragon appeared bewildered. I, well aware of the lazy fellow's perceptiveness, promptly followed his gaze. In the biting wind, the meadows swayed gently, resembling waves of golden sea. Beyond that, there was naught else to be seen. What did the lazy fellow perceive? At that moment, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Be on guard, draw your weapons." I exchanged a knowing glance with the one-eyed dragon, signaling him to comply. The 3 of us positioned ourselves strategically, vigilant in the direction the lazy fellow was fixated upon. Were it not for our trust in him, it would have been difficult to summon any sense of alarm amidst such a serene atmosphere. Almost instantaneously, as I chambered my weapon, a line suddenly appeared in the golden meadow, a straight, undulating line that suggested something concealed beneath the grass. The trace of the line was hardly discernible. Had we not been vigilant beforehand, it would have been exceedingly difficult to detect. The lazy fellow nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed that thing. And both the one-eyed dragon and I wasted no time, immediately commencing a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, causing the line that had been advancing steadily to become agitated. Suddenly, a humanoid figure leapt forth from the underbrush. It was none other than the madman I had previously shot dead. How could he be alive again? Chapter 19. The devourer. The sight before us elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, and neither the one-eyed dragon nor I hesitated, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets, unconcerned about conserving ammunition since it was not our own. Before long, the madman was riddled with bullets, yet to my astonishment, he continued to writhe, advancing towards us at an alarming speed. It was evident that the madman bore a grudge, particularly against the lazy fellow, as he lunged towards him first. In that moment, I noticed that the hand which had once been severed had inexplicably regrown. The lazy fellow, surprisingly composed, drew his knife without a moment's hesitation as the creature lunged at him. He did not attempt to evade. Instead, as he was tackled to the ground, he swiftly crossed his knife in a decisive motion, and in an instant, the head was severed, rolling to one side. Simultaneously, a torrent of hot blood gushed from the neck, splattering across the lazy fellow's face. The madman lay still, his regrown hand collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Emerging calmly from beneath the corpse, The lazy fellow was nearly obscured by the blood that had splattered across his face. However, he appeared unfazed. He casually retrieved the cloth he typically used to clean his knife, wiping his face with nonchalance before stating, "He shouldn't survive this." At that moment, my mind replayed the scene of the lazy fellow decapitating the madman. This replay was not due to the sheer audacity of his action, but rather because the manner in which he had executed the decapitation was eerily reminiscent of someone I had seen before, Wu Shui. Back when I encountered that skinless corpse in the tomb of Su Fu on Time Island, Wu Shui had performed a similar maneuver, wielding his knives in each hand, slicing inward simultaneously to swiftly sever his opponent's head. The lazy fellow's recent actions mirrored Wu Shui's almost identically. The same movements, the same knives. Could it be mere coincidence? No. My inner voice adamantly rejected the notion. Such coincidences do not exist in this world. What connection could there be between the lazy fellow and Wu Shui? Once this question took root in my mind, it began to grow uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the lazy fellow had sheathed his knife and kicked the corpse on the ground, shaking his head as he remarked, "It seems that the thing on his back was some form of parasite. Who knows if it will come back to life again?" He then glanced at the stunned onlookers, yawned, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, no need to gawk. It's safest to burn the corpse. Let us clear a space for that." The entire expanse is a meadow, and igniting it directly would result in a conflagration engulfing the entire pasture. Therefore, we were compelled to employ shovels and other tools to clear a patch of land, subsequently piling dry grass upon it, and placing the bodies atop the hay before setting them alight. Although this was not my first experience with cremating remains, each time I am confronted with the unguarded scent of burning flesh, it induces a wave of nausea. The aroma itself is not particularly foul. Over time, it resembles the fragrance of roasted meat. However, the stench of charred human flesh, as it invades the nostrils and permeates the lungs, evokes a profoundly unsettling sensation within the heart. The onlookers clutched their mouths and noses, retreating to the periphery, and it took more than half an hour for the flames to fully extinguish, leaving behind only charred fragments of bone mixed with ash, congealed into grotesque black clumps. Throughout this ordeal, I was particularly struck by the photographer, who clearly faced such a scene for the first time. Initially, he was overwhelmed to the point of retching. Yet moments later, he eagerly set up his camera to capture the event, stating that such an opportunity to document a live cremation might only occur once in a lifetime, making it a regrettable loss if not recorded. As the fire dwindled, the photographer approached the heap of ashes to take what he termed record shots. However, the idle fellow beat him to it, crouching beside the ashes and prodding the charred remnants with a knife. At that moment, an object, roughly the size of a finger and about 20 centimeters long, was unearthed from the embers. It was entirely blackened, yet it writhed like a sinister, ebony caterpillar, appearing exceedingly repulsive. The object was diminutive, with several bifurcations at one end, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a shrunken human hand. I immediately surmised that this diminutive entity was likely linked to the deranged individual. According to the idle fellow, this creature could parasitize a human host, rendering them immortal, which explained the madman's sudden revival. I had not anticipated that even the remains could be reduced to clumps while this entity retained its vitality. Had the photographer rashly approached moments earlier, who knows what calamity might have ensued. At that instant, the writhing object was pinned to the ground by the idle fellow's knife. It struggled to escape, its body sliding across the blade, and in an instant, it was cleaved in two. The idle fellow seemed taken aback by this spectacle, quickly withdrawing his knife. However, it was already too late. The severed entity, akin to a leech, did not perish but rather transformed into two, abruptly springing from the ground, one veering left and the other right, each hurtling towards the nearest individuals, one being the photographer and the other the idle fellow. Despite the latter's quick reflexes, he was unable to evade the assault. The creature instantaneously latched onto his forehead. The idle fellow's expression contorted into a ghastly grimace. Yet his subsequent action astonished us all. He swung his right hand and forcefully scraped the skin from his forehead, causing a layer of flesh to peel away, taking with it the creature that had just ascended to his brow. The grotesque creature fell to the ground, its flesh still attached, revealing a multitude of hair-like tentacles at the site of separation. In that instant, I comprehended that had the slothful individual not acted swiftly, those tendrils would likely have merged with his cranium. The slothful one had carved a piece of flesh from his forehead, his expression contorted in pain, displaying for the first time a visage that oscillated between solemnity and languor, now marred by a grimace of agony. He then forcefully stepped on the creature, turning his head away to bark at us. "Bring a bottle." Lu, ever quick to react, promptly tossed a plastic bottle to him. The slothful one plunged his knife into the creature he had pinned down, subsequently discarding it into the bottle and sealing it tightly. Meanwhile, the photographer was fortunate. Being at a distance allowed him time to evade danger. The creature collided with his equipment instead, bouncing back to the ground. In a fit of anger for his damaged lens, he disregarded his fear and swung a tripod at the creature, which thrashed about incessantly. After managing the first creature, the slothful one repeated the process, capturing a second one into another bottle. Once the two were contained together, they quickly merged into one. Evidently unable to survive outside the flesh, yet utterly powerless against the confines of the plastic vessel. At that moment, the slothful one tossed the bottle to me for safekeeping before retrieving his medical supplies to tend to his wound. His forehead, now missing a patch of skin, must have been excruciatingly painful. After a brief respite, he bandaged his injury with white gauze, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot, signaling for the group to proceed. The slothful one's two decisive actions had left everyone, including the usually assertive Lu, speechless, compelling even him to obediently follow the mute's commands. We pressed onward, fortunate that the remainder of our journey was uneventful. Around 3 in the afternoon, we finally reached the foot of the mountain. The altitude had increased, with the ground covered in an expanding expanse of snow. Gazing upward, the red pines sagged under the weight of frost, while mist swirled through the mountain's embrace. The underbrush retained its verdant hues, adorned with a variety of small berries, serving as sustenance for the animals. Occasionally, we spotted squirrels deftly transporting food for the winter, their agile forms darting through the trees. At this juncture, there was no snow at the base. Only the higher peaks bore the white mantle. Lu rubbed his hands together and remarked, "In a month, this place will be locked in snow. Our timing is impeccable. Now, everyone gather around to rest, and I will explain the search area." As we sat together, resting while absorbing Lu's instructions, I refrained from inquiring about the slothful one. Firstly, the crowd made it inconvenient to ask, and secondly, having known him for a while, I had previously questioned him about the origins of his knife and the mute, only to be met with vague denials. It was evident he harbored ulterior motives, thus any inquiry now would likely yield only falsehoods. After much contemplation, I have resolved to observe for a while longer, to discern whether he might reveal any further flaws. Wenmin appears to still be seething over the previous incident, remaining largely reticent. I possess a plethora of comforting words meant for the young lady, yet at this moment, I find myself unable to articulate them, my throat stiffening as if any utterance would be inappropriate. In resignation, I opted to set my thoughts aside and listen to team leader Lu as he began his explanation. This locale was once one of the cradles of the ancient Shu civilization. According to the data compiled by team leader Lu, there once existed a city known as Tuncan, rumored to house the sacred artifact of the ancient Shu kingdom, the Heavenly Eye. Strangely, this ancient city has vanished, with legends suggesting that its inhabitants utilized the Heavenly Eye to transcend into another realm. Lu speculates that it is more plausible that some geological calamity caused the city to subside, resulting in its abrupt disappearance. Naturally, all of this remains conjectural. The existence of Tuncan within this territory has yet to be definitively ascertained. Our task now is to employ our professional expertise to seek potential relics beneath the surface. The entire investigative endeavor will span a fortnight, during which Lu has divided the mountainous terrain into 9 sectors. We must explore these 9 regions within this time frame. Should we uncover the remnants of the ancient city, we may proceed with subsequent operations. Conversely, should our search prove fruitless, our expedition will conclude, each of us returning to our respective homes. Chapter 20. Treading the earth with our plans for future operations meticulously laid out, the hour had grown late. After a day of exhaustive exertion, we set up camp at the base of the mountain to rest for the night. Upon rising the next morning, we commenced our search according to the designated areas. Team leader Lu, being a professional in this field, along with our own expertise in excavations, allowed us to work with commendable efficiency. By midday, the female doctor prepared a steaming pot of lunch, a concoction of biscuit mush and dried meat, perfectly suited for the weather. After our meal, we intended to rest for half an hour before resuming our labors. I lay beside the one-eyed dragon in the tent, closing my eyes to recuperate after a morning filled with digging and tunneling, both physically demanding tasks. As I reclined, I felt my muscles relax completely. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, a sudden voice pierced the stillness of the camp, its tone notably strained. Recognizing it as the voice of the slacker, I opened my eyes, pondering whether he had stumbled upon something unusual. Generally, the slacker is one who avoids speaking unless absolutely necessary. His sudden initiative to voice something surely indicated a matter of significance. I sprang up with the agility of a fish leaping from water, swiftly exiting the tent, only to find the others standing solemnly in a group. The slacker held an object in his hand, a bandage wrapped around his forehead stained with a hint of crimson. His expression far from pleasant. "What has happened?" I inquired. The object in his grasp was the plastic bottle from earlier, and I immediately noticed that its contents were conspicuously absent. At that moment, the slacker spoke. "Who opened the bottle?" The crowd exchanged glances, and finally, Team Leader Lu furrowed her brow and said, "Everyone is aware of the potency of this entity. Who would open the bottle without reason? Could it be that it was not sealed tightly, allowing it to escape?" The lazy individual raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I was the one who sealed the bottle. Are you implying that I cannot even tighten a cap?" People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong, despite Team Leader Lu's usual commanding presence. Having witnessed the ruthless methods of the lazy individual, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Clearing her throat, she replied, "That is certainly not my intention, but I firmly believe that this entity was not intentionally released. There is no benefit to such an act." Hariza, hands in his pockets, maintained an air of indifference. Upon seeing me emerge, he immediately remarked, "Chun, you are quite the schemer. What is your take on this?" I couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was that a compliment or a slight? It seemed my reputation was irreparably tarnished. The bottle had been under the lazy individual's care, which was to say it had merely been placed in the side of the gear bag after being sealed. We had set up 3 tents in total, one for the lazy individual and Hariza, another for the female doctor, Team Leader Lu, and 1 min, while the one I shared with the one-eyed dragon and the photographer was the last. Due to the larger space in the tent of the lazy individual and Hariza, most of the equipment was piled in their tent. Thus, I inquired of the lazy individual, "When was the last time you saw it? When did you discover it was missing?" The lazy individual did not seem particularly angry, responding in a tone reminiscent of someone still waking from slumber. "The last time was when we set off in the morning. I noticed it was missing just 5 minutes ago." This indicated that the item had vanished after we had departed. During this interval, there were 2 distinct time frames. The first was when we set off to search. At that time, everyone had ascended the mountain, leaving only the female doctor at the camp, making it plausible that she had released the entity. The second time frame occurred when everyone gathered to eat after descending. This lasted about half an hour. During this period, everyone was exhausted and did not pay attention to each other's movements, frequently entering and exiting the tents. Additionally, since most of the equipment was in the lazy individual's and Hariza's tent, anyone needing something would have to enter the tent. Consequently, nearly everyone became a suspect. Moreover, as Team Leader Lu pointed out, there was no incentive for anyone to release such a dangerous creature. Therefore, I speculated that it was likely some oversight on our part that allowed the entity to escape. Upon sharing my thoughts, the lazy individual did not dispute them. Hariza seemed to recall something, his expression shifting as he said, "That creature can parasitize. Once it escapes, it may have latched onto someone." The lazy individual yawned and replied, "That is precisely my concern. Therefore, we must undress." The final 2 words caused a stir among the group, clearly indicating a need for inspection. However, given the gravity of the situation, no one dared to be coy. Men and women separated to enter their respective tents to disrobe and conduct the necessary examination. The entire process did not last long. Our group of sturdy men conducted the examination swiftly, and no anomalies were detected. There were no peculiar growths on our bodies. By the time we exited, 1 min and her companions had also completed their tasks and shook their heads, indicating that everything appeared normal. It seemed that after that creature had escaped, it had not sought a host, likely fleeing to another location, leaving us uncertain about any potential repercussions. Although a lingering concern hung over us, we could not devise a countermeasure at that moment, and reluctantly, we resolved to continue our search as originally planned. To prevent any unforeseen incidents from occurring with the female doctor alone at the campsite, I instructed One-Eyed Dragon to remain with her. Upon hearing he could rest, he readily agreed. The rest of us, burdened with our gear, resumed our work. We dispersed to cover more ground, maintaining a distance that allowed us to keep each other in sight, ensuring we could provide support should any danger arise. I carried a probing spade, surveying the surrounding terrain. This process, though seemingly simple, required acute attention to various subtleties. I was not only observing the landscape, but also the geological formations, identifying suitable locations for construction, and noting the color and texture of the soil, each a valuable indicator. When faced with a suspicious target, it became necessary to dig for confirmation. It must be said that this task relied heavily on experience. According to Captain Liu's earlier conjectures, the grassy expanse we traversed upon our arrival was likely non-existent in ancient times. It bore a distinct characteristic, a flat, open center, flanked by a cliff on one side and rising mountains on the other. Such terrain in antiquity would have been a strategically advantageous stronghold, leading Liu to assert that the pasture must have once thrived, serving as a critical route for military passage and transport. Given the topography, it was almost certain that an ancient city lay beneath. Whether it was the fabled city of Tonkan, rumored to possess a heavenly eye, remained uncertain. Only the discovery of clues would confirm our suspicions. As I continued to observe my surroundings, exploring for more than 2 hours, I suddenly sensed an anomaly beneath my feet. The soil here was rich, dark earth, yielding a soft sensation underfoot. However, the hidden elements beneath the surface varied greatly, impacting the tactile experience. The art of soil assessment hinges on discerning changes in texture to infer what lies beneath. However, this is not an infallible method. For if something is buried too deeply, even the keenest sensitivity will fail to detect it. This technique primarily targets superficial layers. Ancient cities, being larger than tombs and composed of surface structures, suggested to me that even in ruin, they would not be buried too deeply. Thus, I removed my shoes and socks to better engage with the earth. Upon doing so, I indeed discovered something noteworthy. I quickly realized that when I walked eastward, the soil felt more compact, lacking the soft sensation. Conversely, when I shifted southward or northward, after 3 to 5 steps, the softness returned. Each of my steps measures approximately half a meter. Based on this observation, I surmised that beneath the superficial layer of soil lies a stone slab, likely elongated and uniformly shaped, with an unknown length but a width estimated to span 3 to 5 paces. Upon further inspection, I determined that the slab's width is around 3 meters, while its length extends eastward. An epiphany struck me. This could very well be an ancient path. Contemplating this, I crouched down and promptly retrieved my tools to uncover the surface soil. After excavating about 10 centimeters, I indeed revealed a stone slab. I devoted half an hour to clearing it, revealing a square stone approximately 3 meters per side, seamlessly extending forward. Evidently, this slab has endured the passage of many years. Its original hue obscured, now stained a deep brown by the earth, with eroded patterns resembling the delicate wavy lines of a silkworm. The sight of this evoked memories of the legendary silkworm cluster 100-legged demon mirror, said to be an artifact of the silkworm clan from ancient Shu. It was rumored to have been buried alongside its master. I pondered whether Pu Jun had ever excavated the tomb of a ruler from ancient Shu to acquire such a mirror. The silkworm pattern is emblematic of ancient Shu, and I realized I was on the verge of a significant discovery. Elated, I twisted my shoe in hand, barefoot, and proceeded in the direction the stone slab extended. This path was lengthy, and after about 20 minutes, I recognized that I had ventured far from our designated operational area. At this juncture, the figures of Liu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Given the terrain, even wearing shoes became inconsequential, as some of the slabs were elevated, their corners subtly emerging. I found myself deep within the snow pines, and perhaps due to the abundance of underground remnants, the further I walked, the sparser the trees became, likely hindered by the stones in the soil that curtailed their space for growth. While few towering trees remained, a plethora of shrubs and vines flourished, their half-yellow, half-green intertwining to form a dense web that obscured my line of sight. Following the ancient path's clues, I weaved through the underbrush for over half an hour. When I finally emerged from the thicket, I was greeted by the sight of a magnificent ancient city. To be precise, it was the ruins of a city enveloped by lush vegetation. Chapter 31. This ancient city vastly exceeded my expectations in size. In truth, its level of preservation surpassed my imagination. I had anticipated remnants of crumbled walls after 2 millennia, perhaps even the absence of a single wall. Yet, I was astonished to discover that a portion of the original structure remained intact in this secluded area, though this building constituted a mere fraction of the entire ancient city. The degree of preservation after over 2,000 years is nothing short of astounding. My arrival seemed to have startled some creatures, as shadows flitted through the densely vegetated ancient city, likely occupants of this natural refuge. For these animals, this ancient city serves as an ideal, unspoiled cavern, concealing unknown treasures within. I initially intended to investigate the situation myself, hoping to gain a strategic advantage. However, upon observing my surroundings, I surmised that the ancient city would not be tranquil. It was likely hiding some serpentine and crafty dangers. Entering alone would be excessively perilous. Thus, it was imperative to gather a full complement of personnel and equipment. Reluctantly, I emerged from the thicket and spent over an hour returning to my original position. By this time, my companions had already noticed my absence and were actively searching for traces of my whereabouts. The two groups coincidentally met, and I recounted the circumstances of the ancient city. Lu, the team leader, was elated, exclaiming that our journey would not be in vain. Although she was excited, she remained pragmatic, glancing at the sky, which had already darkened to 4 in the afternoon. She deemed it unwise to venture into the ancient city at such a late hour. Consequently, we relocated our camp closer to the city for future endeavors. After a series of transfers and adjustments, it was soon after 7 in the evening. Exhausted from the day's toil, we gathered around the fire to eat and drink. The lazier among us quickly retreated to their tents to sleep, their presence often unnoticed unless their darker inclinations flared up. Gradually, the others also retired to their tents, leaving only myself, Lu, Wenmin, and Harizagai by the fire. While Harizagai struggled to find sleep, Wenmin and Lu bore serious expressions, clearly intent on discussing something significant with me. Lu was the first to speak, expressing her joy at having discovered the ancient city, but emphasizing that certain matters needed clarification. Without waiting for my response, she continued, recalling our earlier remarks about casually acquiring a few treasures. However, after observing us, she noted that we seemed to be individuals of considerable worth, unlikely to covet mere trinkets. Thus, she boldly inquired about our true intentions for being there. It appeared that, despite her quarrels with me, Wenmin had kept our actual motives under wraps, and Lu remained unaware of our genuine purpose. Lu's gaze shifted between me and Harizagai, who, upon hearing her words, hastily interjected with a grin, "Captain Lu, this has nothing to do with me. I am merely here to assist Brother Chun, following the commands of that knife-wielding eccentric. As for the purpose, I am not privy to that information, so please do not inquire further." With that, he casually strolled away, hands tucked into his pockets. I inwardly cursed my situation. Realizing that although Zhuan Rue had summoned them to assist me, I felt little of the authority one might expect. Was the fee for their appearance truly justified? My mind raced with thoughts as I sought to articulate a response. Until we located the Eye of Heaven, it would be unwise to confront Lu, for her understanding of the ancient Shu relics surpassed our own, and we would need her guidance for the challenges ahead. After a brief pause, I said, "Lu, I understand that the sudden inclusion of these two friends may have caused some misunderstanding. You see, I work as a weapons consultant, and our profession often traverses the shadows of society, mingling with various factions. I must confess, the backgrounds of these two are indeed questionable, yet they harbor no ill intentions. They are simply hired hands, brought in by a friend who warned me of the dangers here. If you are uneasy, I can offer no assurances." Lu, evidently skeptical, curled her lip and glanced at Wenmin, saying, Min, I hope the individuals you recommend are trustworthy." Wenmin furrowed her brow and looked at me. Her previous anger seemingly dissipated, suggesting a newfound tranquility. She replied, "You need not worry. These individuals are indeed reliable. Moreover, they have already assisted us significantly, have they not?" Perhaps recalling the capabilities of the lazy one, Lu's expression softened a bit as she nodded, refraining from further inquiries. For a moment, only Wenmin and I remained by the flickering campfire. I was on the first watch, while, out of consideration for the women, Wenmin and Lu were assigned to the last shift. I gestured for her to rest, but she shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she said, "Chen Xian, I never anticipated we would arrive at this juncture. When I first met you, you were not this person, and now, I find myself truly disappointed." I understood her reference was to the earlier incident involving the madman. Although it was later proven that the lazy one's actions were not erroneous, at that moment, We had treated the madman as a living being, which rendered the implications altogether different. In truth, even I began to question myself. Had the curse transformed me? Or had these past years shaped who I am? Or perhaps, had the curse dictated my fate, leading to these experiences over the last 2 years? I asked, "What are your thoughts now? Or what do you intend to do?" When Min inhaled deeply and stated resolutely, "At present, you harbor doubts about me, and you have become excessively ruthless. Chun Xian, perhaps the future we once envisioned together is no longer attainable. Indeed, the dichotomy of good and evil cannot coexist. You are the embodiment of justice as a police officer, while I am a merciless grave robber." As I uttered these words, I felt as though a stone had lodged itself in my heart, causing an overwhelming heaviness within. She smiled faintly and said, "I understand that you have always been compelled to walk this path, which is why I have accompanied you. Yet now, this journey has persisted too long, and you have grown too foreign to me. When we first met, we were mere strangers. You and Xiao Dou risked your lives to save me, never abandoning me, no matter how dire the circumstances. However, now, I truly cannot accept the person you have become." Xiao Dou spoke to me regarding the curse, and while I had always maintained a skeptical view, I now believe it has obliterated those I once cherished in a mere 4 years. Hardly pausing for breath, she continued, "I know you doubt me now, and given your current state of suspicion, no matter how I explain, you will not believe me. So I shall refrain from offering any justification." After a moment, she uttered a statement I had not anticipated. Thus, "I will not abandon my quest to find a means to lift the curse. As you previously mentioned, if this is a grand deception, then I shall unveil the true nature of this ruse." I was taken aback, my mind buzzing with disbelief. To be honest, I had assumed she intended to confront me or sever our ties, yet I was unprepared for her declaration. Once I regained my composure, I found myself asking, "Why?" When Min replied, "Did you not say that good and evil cannot coexist? A curse shall inevitably forge a supervillain. My annihilation of it signifies the obliteration of that very criminal. Thus, it is a contest between justice and malevolence. I intend to extinguish your life and reclaim the one I cherish." Across the crackling bonfire, our gazes locked for what felt like an eternity, as if our hearts were in perfect sync and everything became lucid. Soon after, she retreated into the tent to sleep, while I remained vigilant through the night. In that moment, my heart was entwined with 2 perplexing emotions. Indeed, they can only be described as such. On one hand, when Min's words struck me profoundly. She is a rather meticulous individual, unlike Xiao Jing, who openly displays her affections, perpetually entwined in her emotions. Yet, her recent utterance unmistakably conveyed a singular message. Regardless of how I may transform, I shall not relinquish my hold on you. If I cease to be myself, if the qualities that once drew others to me become mundane or vanish entirely, who shall remain by my side? This evokes a sentiment that is challenging to articulate. Yet, beyond this feeling, there lies another, distinctly lucid awareness. This awareness rationally analyzes, why did she confide in me? Has my skepticism aroused her caution? Are her words mere fabrications? Is she scheming to employ deceit to assuage my vigilance? As anticipated by one Min, even at this juncture, my inner suspicion lingers stubbornly. I recognize my cautious nature. But reflecting back on the years gone by, I am struck by the realization that, years ago, such overthinking would have been foreign to me. A modicum of vigilance and suspicion is humanity's fundamental defense mechanism, ensuring greater safety. However, excessive doubt and wariness can yield dire consequences. One may find themselves perpetually ensnared in a state of skepticism, ultimately losing the ability to discern whom to trust and whom to distrust. A well-known example is Cao Cao, whose inherent suspicion led to his downfall. Despite having heard of the miraculous healing methods of the renowned physician Hua Tuo, his mistrust compelled him to execute Hua Tuo, culminating in his own demise. As I continue down this path, I can scarcely fathom what my future self will become. When an individual doubts and negates everything around them, they are bound to take actions that result in irreparable damage. Since relinquishing my pursuit of that deception, I have awaited the arrival of the curse, only to realize now that it has always been present, silently transforming everything about me. At this moment, I strive to suppress the notion of suspicion, yet akin to an obsessive compulsion, that thought only grows clearer, leading me to question whether I am suffering from a split personality. Why do 2 diametrically opposed thoughts coexist within a single mind? My heart is undeniably moved by Wen Min's words, nearly to the point of tears. Yet why does that thread of doubt tighten ever so persistently in my mind? Chapter 32. Parasite. The current situation feels as though there are two of me. One deeply moved and trusting of one man, while the other incessantly harbors doubt, each accusing the other of flawed judgment. A throbbing pain has seized my temples, and I sense a dull ache in my head. Am I truly at fault in my judgment, or have I succumbed to an aberration of the mind? I had been wholly absorbed in the endeavor to extricate the essence from within the tofu, oblivious to the looming specter of my own impending mental disarray. It took me over half an hour to regain my composure. To be candid, my current state resembles a clash of thoughts, one which I find utterly beyond my control. Thus, the thread of suspicion has yet to loosen. This momentary reprieve merely signifies a cessation of discord between the two conflicting ideologies. Yet, I recognize this as a positive development, for at least I have discerned the root of my troubles. I began to meticulously analyze the transformations I have undergone over the past 2 years. The person I once was could be characterized as composed and tranquil. I possessed a touch of ruthlessness in business dealings, yet in life, I was unremarkable. Nobody would have deemed me unfavorable. When a youth found himself in perilous waters, I would leap in to save him. When an elderly woman stumbled, I would readily assist her. Now, however, I ponder whether, should I find myself witnessing a similar scene of drowning, I would still plunge into the depths to aid another. No, I would not. My mind would spiral into myriad concerns, fears of being swindled, a desire to disengage, or a willingness to await someone else's intervention, preferring to avoid the plunge myself. Whereas my former self would have acted without hesitation, the present me embodies a tendency to scrutinize the darker aspects of human nature in a fleeting moment. The demeanor I exhibit now is no longer marked by steadiness and composure. My approach to matters has transformed significantly. One could accurately describe it as callousness. Upon recognizing this shift within myself, I felt as though I had been doused in a bucket of icy water, awakening me to my own metamorphosis. I frequently chastised individuals like Su for their cold-heartedness. Yet when did I begin to mirror this disposition? Unlike them, who possess clarity of purpose and defined goals, I find myself adrift. My mind resembles that of an individual on the brink of a mental fracture, thoughts spiraling beyond my grasp. Not long ago, I had resigned myself to abandon the pursuit of the curse's origins. If it had not been for one men's recent words, which illuminated my predicament, I fear I might have indeed morphed into the entirely different person I had once dreaded, ultimately meeting a fate akin to that of my grandfather, perishing alongside those I hold dear. I inhaled deeply, compelling myself to regain my calm. Any further contemplation would rob me of my sleep tonight. When one becomes fixated, time accelerates with remarkable swiftness, and before I knew it, the photographer had arrived to take over my shift. I retreated into the confines of my tent to rest, my mind already formulating a notion. Perhaps it is not solely the tofu that is under the influence of another, but I as well. While this realization dawned upon me, I understood that I must first address the pressing matters at hand before contemplating the future. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, a habit formed over the past 2 years resurfaced. Unless in the most extreme of circumstances, one does not achieve a deep sleep while camping outdoors. I do not know how long it was, but in a state of half-consciousness, I sensed something beneath me, as if it were writhing. We embarked on our journey with a minimalist approach, thus omitting moisture-proof mats within the tent, relying solely on sleeping bags. Consequently, any irregularities on the ground were acutely felt. At that moment, I sensed something akin to a serpent slithering beneath the tent, jolting me awake. Instinctively, I glanced at my watch, revealing the hour to be 3 in the morning, with Harazachi on watch. I swiftly extricated myself from my sleeping bag, adjusting its position, only to discover a prominent object beneath the tent. As I shifted, the object also moved rapidly, darting towards the periphery of the campsite. I immediately exited the tent and circled to the back, but found nothing. The camp lights illuminated a radius of about 5 meters, rendering the surroundings distinctly visible, and the ground bore no trace of anything unusual. I couldn't help but ponder whether the entity concealed beneath our tent was the same one that had fled during the day. Harazachi regarded me with suspicion, questioning, "What is the sudden commotion in the dead of night?" I recounted my discovery, yet he remained skeptical, dismissively waving his hand and stating, "I've been here keeping watch and haven't noticed anything. Perhaps you are merely imagining shadows in the dark. I find you overly suspicious." His words left me momentarily speechless. indicating that my disposition was not solely noted by one man. His comment prompted me to internally question my own sensitivity. Was it possible that everything I experienced was merely a figment of my imagination? Or had I been driven to madness by that cursed affliction? Noticing my silence, Hirazachi reassured me. Rest assured, this isn't our first collaboration. If you cannot trust others, at least trust me. His inquiry eased my apprehension. Despite his playful demeanor, he possessed genuine skill, and his vigil should pose no issue. With this thought, I patted my head in preparation to return to the tent. At that moment, Hirazachi also turned back to the fire, as he sat with his back to me. Exposing a substantial portion of his neck, my gaze involuntarily drifted there, and I was startled to see a dark object adhered to the back of his neck. Unbeknownst to him, initially, I could not identify it, but upon closer inspection, my heart raced, for it was unmistakably the very thing that had fled during the day. I had seen it during the body check earlier, and at that time, there was nothing on his neck. When had it managed to attach itself? Had it done so just now? Hirazachi appeared unchanged, engrossed in a mobile game with a power bank in hand, yet his ears subtly twitched, indicating his vigilance to the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, he paused the game and turned to me, asking, "Why are you still here, staring at me?" I opened my mouth, intending to reveal the matter concerning the back of his neck, when at that moment, the slothful one emerged from the tent, his complexion dark and his eyes bloodshot. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's the middle of the night. Could you possibly refrain from talking so much? Are we not to be allowed any sleep?" I knew that the slothful one was easily roused. It seemed that even the faintest sound would disturb his slumber. It was likely for this reason that he had never truly rested well, perpetually appearing as if he were on the verge of dozing off. Hajar Shigai, upon hearing this, shrugged and pointed at me, saying, "Why don't you ask him?" One moment, he claims there is something beneath the tent, and the next he is staring at me with those unblinking eyes. I told Chen Xian, "You must be utterly fatigued. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from meddling and take a proper rest for a while." His words made it seem as though the issue lay with me. Yet I was certain that the problem resided with him. I did not respond to Hajar Shigai, but instead pointed to the back of his neck, signaling for the slothful one to take notice. When his bloodshot gaze fell upon Hajar Shigai's nape, he paused momentarily before stating bluntly, "Red hair. Something has latched onto your neck." Hajar Shigai was no fool. Being scrutinized by both me and the slothful one, coupled with the latter's remark, prompted him to immediately reach for the back of his neck. Upon feeling the object, he grimaced in disgust and instinctively attempted to pull it away. However, the moment he exerted force, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. This caught me off guard. How had he fallen without any provocation? Just as I was about to approach him, the slothful one held me back with a shake of his head, indicating that I should observe first. Truth be told, the way he stood there, silent with a belt at his waist, bore a striking resemblance to Wu Shui. Had it not been for Hajar Shigai's predicament, I would have been compelled to inquire about the nature of his relationship with Wu Shui. At that moment, as Hajar Shigai fell, the hand that had been clutching the object loosened. The thing on the back of his neck began to pulse, and then, as if absorbing something, it gradually expanded, eventually resembling a human hand. Although it was not as large as the one on the back of the madman, being roughly the size of an infant's, it appeared exceedingly eerie hanging from a person's neck. It began to writhe slowly before finally burrowing into Hajar Shigai's collar, concealing itself. At this juncture, the slothful one spoke. "This entity will quickly establish a connection with the human nervous system. It is now impossible to extract it." I found this curious and inquired, "How do you know this so well?" The slothful one glanced at me and replied, "It's a guess. The conclusion is quite straightforward. Why can a deceased individual still attack others after being parasitized? From an anatomical perspective, everything relies on the mobilization of the nerves. Clearly, this entity can invade the human nervous system." He gestured towards the unconscious Hajar Shigai and added, "Moreover, observe that both instances of parasitism occurred at the back. Once at the center of the spine and once at the nape. These are the areas where the human nervous system is most concentrated." I must admit, the analytical prowess of the lazy individual is quite remarkable. Initially, I perceived this entity as merely peculiar, capable of parasitizing the human body. Yet I had not delved deeper into the principles of its parasitism. It is no wonder that Hirazagai fainted when he tugged at it. Such an action likely equates to pulling at one's own nerves. Should the lazy individual's conjecture prove true, we find ourselves in a perilous situation. If left unchecked, Hariza may well become the second madman. However, what alternative do we possess? Suddenly, I recalled that there was a female doctor within our ranks, whom Captain Lu persistently referred to as Lily. Thus, I declared, I shall summon Lily and see if she can perform a procedure to excise this entity. Chapter 23. Defining boundaries. The lazy individual neither affirmed nor impeded my decision. However, as I burst into the tent, I remembered that 3 women were resting within. Particularly, when Min exhibited heightened vigilance. Upon my entrance, she awoke, her eyes wide with alarm as she exclaimed, "Chen Xian, what are you doing?" I felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "You are all cocooned in sleeping bags. What could I possibly do? There's an emergency." With that, I hastily sought out the deeply slumbering Dr. Lily, and upon rousing her, I succinctly conveyed the situation. Upon hearing my account, Lily shook off her drowsiness, disregarding her outer garments, and swiftly exited her sleeping bag to assess Hariza's condition. We moved him into the tent, removed his upper clothing, and Lily commenced her examination. Her nimble fingers pressed around his neck, revealing previously obscured veins that now bulged slightly due to the parasitic entity. After a brief moment, Lily shook her head in dismay, stating, "It's no use. It has embedded itself." Hariza and I shared a cordial relationship, and given that he was brought in to assist by Zhuan Rue, if something were to go awry, how could I reconcile my remaining conscience? Thus I inquired, "Is there no alternative?" Lily shook her head, her expression filled with regret as she replied, "Neurosurgery is currently a complex procedure requiring overseas expertise. Given his condition, with the parasite lodged at the back of his neck, even if we were to go abroad, the likelihood of success is minimal, unless what?" When Min pressed for clarification, Lily responded, "Unless the entity disengages from its host. Although this would result in some neural damage, it would mitigate the extent of injury, allowing for potential recovery afterward." In the darkness, I exchanged a glance with the lazy individual, encouraging it to disengage. This entity is a parasite. How could it possibly detach from its host? The lazy individual was now wide awake, remarking, "We must ascertain its relationship with 01 to address the issue effectively." The tent was too cramped to accommodate many, while the one-eyed dragon and the photographer remained outside, smoking and occasionally peering in to check on Hariza's condition. Upon hearing the lazy individual's statement, Captain Lu retrieved a notebook. As the leader of this mission, she had been entrusted with its safekeeping. She flipped to the section detailing 01, furrowing her brow as she said, "I believe this parasitic entity is not the true essence of 01. It possesses the ability to split and combine, suggesting that the core entity shares similar capabilities. Perhaps this entity emerged as a consequence of injury, subsequently detaching from its original form, which is why it continues to inhabit the previously mentioned deranged individual. I believe that should we locate the original form of 01, it would undoubtedly seek to merge with its essence, ceasing to inhabit human bodies." Lu, a woman raised abroad, is both independent and insightful, likely having experienced much in her life. Thus, the current predicament did not induce excessive panic in her. Within a brief span, she arrived at this conclusion. However, I must admit that the likelihood of this theory is quite substantial. But does the original form of 01 still exist? The base has clearly undergone destruction via bombardment. Has the original form of 01 perished in that catastrophe? If it has not vanished, if it remains alive, would not our pursuit of that creature be tantamount to courting death? For a moment, an absolute silence enveloped the tent. It was amidst this tranquility that Hariza awoke with a groan. Initially, he appeared somewhat dazed, but as memories of the events preceding his fainting spell flooded back, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively reached for the back of his neck. I swiftly intercepted his hand, cautioning him, "You may touch it, but do not remove it. It has already integrated with your nervous system." Typically jovial, Hariza gazed at me in disbelief, finally exclaiming, "Ever since I met you, Chen Xian, I have not encountered a single stroke of good fortune." I replied, "Only now do you realize this? It is rather late." Hariza adjusted himself into a cross-legged position, refraining from further probing, instead stretching his neck. Not sensing anything amiss, he turned his attention to the female doctor, Lily, and his demeanor reverted to its usual playful disposition. "Beautiful lady, were you the one examining me just now? How is my condition?" Lu regarded Hariza with evident surprise, likely taken aback by his ability to smile in such circumstances. I, however, was not astonished. Hariza is indeed a rather enigmatic individual. During our time in the tomb of the giant ear king, he had handed both Doufu and me 2 bone beads, which later disintegrated into powder in our possession, clearly having shielded us from a calamity. Throughout that mission, Hariza managed to remain undetected alongside Zhuanrue and others, indicating his exceptional skills. I had once heard him discuss his perspective on life and death with Doufu, suggesting that perhaps those of religious inclination possess a broader understanding. Shamans believe that human life is a composition of the spirits of all things, and death is merely a form of return, a concept reminiscent of Taoist thought. Shamans venerate the idea that all entities possess spirits, a belief that parallels the Taoist notion of unity with all existence. Doufu once remarked that this perspective was overly abstract, to which Hariza smiled and replied, "Let us consider a less esoteric interpretation. You may regard life and death as manifestations of the law of conservation of mass. Humans are a form of matter. Upon death, the body decomposes into various substances, consumed by ants, thus becoming part of them, which in turn nourishes trees, allowing them to thrive, and the trees release oxygen, which reverts to oxygen. Life is an infinite cycle. Humanity depends on all things for survival, relying on oxygen to give birth to new life. You see, this encapsulates the law of conservation of mass. When viewed in this light, what is there to fear in life and death?" I had never realized that the law of conservation of mass could be interpreted through the lens of religious theory, which seems to render a more profound understanding. After listening to Lily, Harizaj touched his neck and mused, "We must locate 01. Where on earth can we find that thing?" Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the staff he had set aside and remarked, "This object can move on its own. If 01 were nearby, it would have already found its way back to its original form. The likelihood of it emerging on its own is slim." Lily frowned and asked, "What then shall we do?" Harizaj grinned and laughed heartily. "Where there's a will, there's a way. When the cart reaches the mountain, it will find its path. And when the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. My dear, why are you so worried?" While speaking, he leaned closer to Lily, unintentionally rendering her face crimson. I shook my head, uncertain whether to admire his composure or to chastise him for his recklessness. Nevertheless, the entity on the back of his neck, though still small, would inevitably follow a path of madness one day. What if Harizaj were to become like that? This entity absorbs the host's nutrients and grows, ultimately taking over the host's nerves, transforming them into a bloodthirsty lunatic in accordance with 01's nature. If it came to that, Harizaj would have no choice but to be burned alive. No, I cannot kill Barin, though he may perish because of me. I cannot bear to witness such a fate unfold. I said, "The situation is not too dire yet. Let us wait a little longer." I then addressed Team Leader Lu. "The ancient city is there, and it won't run away. I intend to search for traces of 01 first and devise a plan from there." Team Leader Lu furrowed his brow and replied, "What good will finding 01 do? Isn't that akin to walking into the tiger's den?" Given that 01 had been bombed years ago, I surmised that its original form must have sustained significant damage and was likely hiding somewhere to recuperate. Meanwhile, this creature that resembles a human hand has been parasitizing the lunatic, who has not completely lost his mind and has been wandering around the base. Perhaps this lunatic knows something and is deliberately avoiding the original form. I shared my conjecture with everyone, stating, "Thus, if 01 still exists, its power must surely be diminished compared to its former self. We may not be without a chance." Team Leader Lu pondered for a moment before responding, "Mr. Chun, your scenario is not without merit, and I do not oppose it. However, glancing at the female doctor and the photographer, she added, I cannot allow them to take risks alongside us. Since you were introduced to us by Minmin, our collaboration must end here. We shall each pursue our own paths and act independently. To be honest, I found a measure of admiration for this woman, in the face of great peril. She exhibited no hesitation in diverging from our course. Had I found myself in such a situation, I would likely have made the same choice, as it is indeed the most rational and correct course of action. Yet, most individuals are often swayed by their emotions and fail to refuse. Were it someone else, they might have softened at the thought of their teammates and decided to join us. While Team Leader Lu's actions may seem callous, they are, in fact, exceedingly rational. The more perilous the situation, the more one must remain composed. Indeed, the female doctor appeared somewhat troubled by her conscience and quietly said to Team Leader Lu, "Team Leader, they have been assisting us throughout this journey. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to act this way now?" Lu shrugged and remarked, "Emotionally speaking, This is indeed quite disheartening. Yet I cannot allow you to march towards your demise. Thus, the decision was rendered. The sluggard had no objections and yawned, acquiescing to my authority. As I had initially provided the appearance fee, he was merely a hired muscle. As for whom to target, that was entirely at my discretion. Harry Chowguy, visibly moved, patted my shoulder and said, "I was right to save you after all." The following day, the group divided their equipment, formally delineating boundaries. Min was determined to accompany us, but I harbored my own intentions. To put it plainly, my selfishness was at play. I feared that should any mishap occur, she might be ensnared in the turmoil. Consequently, I advised her to remain with Lu, whispering that she should continue to keep an eye on things, as Harry Chowguy needed to be rescued, and the eye of heaven must be acquired. In truth, I alone understood that my primary concern was to shield her from danger. Upon witnessing my resolute stance, Min had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Lu, the female doctor, the photographer, and Min gathered their belongings and entered the ancient city. Meanwhile, I, the sluggard, Harry Chowguy, and the one-eyed dragon retraced our steps. In my heart, I harbored a singular objective, the black hole chronicled in the notebook. That very hole had evidently once served as the lair for 01. We had previously made a conscious effort to steer clear of that area. Now, after suffering significant losses, might 01 have retreated back to its lair? Chapter 24. Arson. After the two factions established their boundaries and distributed their equipment, we set off in separate directions. Alongside the sluggard and the one-eyed dragon, as well as Red Hair, we began our quest for the cavern that had once harbored 01, following the coordinates inscribed in the notebook. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that we reached the designated area. Given the extensive search zone, we decided to camp for the night, preparing to launch our operation at dawn. As night fell, Harry Chowguy suddenly touched his neck and remarked that something on the back of his neck was quite agitated, suggesting that 01 was indeed nearby. The one-eyed dragon expressed concern, pondering whether 01 might sense its doppelganger and emerge at night. I reassured him, stating that if it could move, it would have done so long ago. It was likely in a severely injured state and should not pose any issues. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, we divided into two groups to take turns on watch, and the night passed without incident. Upon rising the next day, the air felt even colder, a thick mist enveloping the surroundings, while the biting wind rustled the meadows. We packed up our campsite, armed ourselves, and began our search. Before long, in the midst of the meadow, I stumbled upon some decaying timber. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a black wooden coffin. Recalling the details from the notebook, I surmised that the black hole must be nearby, prompting me to explore the positioning of the coffins surrounding the area. These coffins had originally formed concentric circles, now obscured by overgrown grass, rendering their arrangement nearly indiscernible. As I navigated along the perimeter of the coffins for approximately 30 meters, wielding a probing stick, I suddenly pierced through emptiness. I immediately exclaimed, "Stop, we have arrived." Though the area ahead remained choked with withered grass, I knew that the black hole lay just beneath my feet. This realization compelled me to instinctively take 2 steps back. However, the vast hole was entirely overgrown with grass, rendering its interior invisible. In desperation, we drew out our knives and began to clear the surrounding vegetation. Yet, the hole was so immense that after a full 40 minutes, we had only managed to clear a ring of open space around the entrance, while the area within was densely choked with weeds, measuring at least 10 meters in diameter. Upon witnessing this, the one-eyed dragon devised a rather mischievous plan, suggesting we cut back more of the outer grass to create a firebreak. I immediately comprehended his intention. He was preparing to set fire to the grass within the hole. This notion was quite clever, albeit fraught with peril, as a careless moment could ignite a raging inferno. To mitigate potential disasters, we dedicated 2 hours to clearing a substantial buffer zone. Fire requires fuel to spread, so we meticulously removed all grass within approximately 5 meters outside the hole, ensuring that once ignited, the flames would not extend beyond. At this juncture, Harizhag began to sweat profusely, his breath becoming labored as he uttered, "It's becoming agitated. I can hardly restrain myself. I feel compelled to move into that hole. Hold me down." Upon hearing this, Lazy placed a hand on Harizhag's shoulder, though it seemed he exerted no force. One could foresee that this hand would unleash tremendous strength at a critical moment. Subsequently, the one-eyed dragon ignited a small piece of solid fuel and tossed it near the entrance. The persistent flames swiftly ignited the damp grass, billowing thick smoke. Moments later, the fire engulfed the entire mouth of the hole, and the air filled with the crackling sounds of burning vegetation. As the outer grass was consumed, the flames gradually began to encroach upon the interior of the hole. We held our breath, straining to listen for any noise from within. Suddenly, Red-Haired let out a groan and began to thrash about. In an instant, the one-eyed dragon and I lunged forward, pinning him down. Meanwhile, a small hand at the back of his neck began to writhe incessantly, as if grasping for something, twisting and contorting. With each contortion, Harizhag's expression grew increasingly pained, and I felt a surge of anxiety. Would this method truly be effective? I feared that the parasitic entity might depart, leaving harm in its wake. Just as this thought flitted through my mind, I noticed blood beginning to flow from his neck. As the entity affixed there slowly began to extract itself. The portion being pulled from his flesh was covered in countless hair-like strands, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Simultaneously, a deep, labored breathing echoed ominously from the black abyss. Reminiscent of the descriptions in the journal, the sound resembled that of a giant gasping for air, amplified by the cavernous expanse. As if some colossal beast were about to emerge from below. Such a creature was utterly bizarre, and its origins remained a mystery. At this moment, the only one still capable of action was Lazy. He glanced at Harizhag and then crouched down to open his gear bag, retrieving a packet of explosives. The explosive device should serve as our most formidable weapon of destructive power. However, I remain uncertain whether it will prove effective against the injured 01. My gaze fixated on the neck of Harizhag, as blood continued to flow profusely. Eventually, that object, resembling an infant's arm, detached completely and swiftly burrowed into the fiery pit. Without a moment's hesitation, I urged the Cyclops to fetch medicine to treat the wound. After enduring such turmoil, Harizhag lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly weakened. The Cyclops and I promptly attended to his injuries, while the Lazy One, after the entity plunged into the fiery abyss, immediately hurled the explosives into the pit. With a resounding boom, countless stones and earth erupted, and the ground trembled momentarily. Soon after, the flames extinguished, and the great gasping ceased, leaving only the howling of the cold wind in the wake. At that moment, Harizhag's wounds were tended to, and I instructed the Cyclops to carry him as we prepared to retreat. I remained uncertain whether the explosion had neutralized the threat below. Deep down, I sensed that 01 would not succumb so easily. After all, having glimpsed the remnants of that base, I could vividly imagine the circumstances of that time. If even the bombs had failed to obliterate it, how could a mere package of explosives possibly destroy it? As we peered over the edge of the cave, the depths remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring our vision. I declared, "It seems the explosion has disoriented it. We should take this opportunity to leave." The Lazy One nodded in agreement, sheathing his dual blades. Yet, at that very moment, several dark appendages suddenly surged forth from the depths below. They approached with such swiftness that I scarcely had time to discern their shapes, but I could surmise they were likely the tentacles of 01. In the next instant, our feet were ensnared, and the force gripping our ankles was immense, pulling us down into the abyss. A cry, perhaps my own, echoed as we plummeted into the darkness. And the thought that flashed through my mind was simply, "It is over." Falling like this could only lead to death by impact or at the hands of 01. To my astonishment, we were not greeted by a hard surface, but rather a layer of soft material. The entity that had ensnared my feet still clung tightly, and in the darkness, I heard the Cyclops cursing vehemently. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the scene. The Lazy One had activated a miniature spotlight attached to his waist. In the glow, I discovered that beneath our bodies lay a soft, muddy expanse, likely formed by rainwater cascading down to create this quagmire. We four were now huddled together in a tangle, and in that moment, the Lazy One had drawn his dual blades, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The spotlight, albeit modest in brightness, illuminated a dark shadow not far from us. The silhouette was not particularly large, resembling a dog curled up in a corner. However, the entity that ensnared our ankles extended from the vicinity of that shadow. At that instant, I suddenly felt a tightness around my ankle, and before I knew it, I was being forcefully drawn toward that dark figure. Damn it, are they preparing to devour me first? The moment I caught sight of that shadow, I realized that 01 had transformed beyond recognition. The colossal monster described in the notebook had now shrunk to the size of a mere dog. As I was pulled closer, the lazy fellow swiftly followed, seemingly intent on rescuing me. With his approach, the beam of the spotlight drew nearer, and at last, I beheld the full form of the shadow. The instant I laid eyes upon this entity, a wave of goosebumps surged across my body. It resembled a human head. To be precise, it appeared to be a fragment of a gigantic head, shattered. It was dark and greasy, one half withered, while the other half, where the wound had burst open, writhed with glistening substances that were indistinct, a grotesque assembly that evoked the image of decayed entrails heaped at the wound, subtly wriggling. Strangely, it emitted no foul odor. In fact, it seemed devoid of scent, with only a faint hint of mud lingering in the cavern. The tentacles sprouted from behind this heap of debris. As I was drawn closer, the tentacles swiftly slithered up my pant leg, and in an instant, they reached my backside. What on earth did it intend to do? I felt my muscles tense involuntarily, prompting me to struggle. At that moment, the lazy fellow's black blade struck down with ferocity, severing the tentacle that ensnared me. The abrupt dismemberment caused the appendage that had invaded my trousers to momentarily cease its movement, knowing it would soon revive. I hastily extracted it from my pant leg and hurled it towards the grotesque mass ahead. In that fleeting moment, the lazy fellow, with remarkable speed, swiftly severed his own tentacle and that of the Cyclops. He then proclaimed, "A heap of rotting flesh is hardly a threat." As he spoke, he lunged forward, his dual blades slicing through the air with astonishing rapidity, cleaving through the mass as though chopping vegetables, sending bits of flesh flying and juices splattering. What a revolting sight it was. Remembering the terrifying regenerative abilities of this creature, I quickly retrieved the solid fuel. As the lazy fellow withdrew, the burning solid fuel ignited upon contact with the mass of shredded, writhing flesh, and in an instant, flames erupted violently. The conflagration engulfed a significant portion of the underground, compelling us to retreat to the opposite side. Observing the roaring flames, everyone finally exhaled in relief. The Cyclops remarked, "Fortunately, this entity has been reduced to mere rotting flesh. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster." Just then, as he spoke, he seemed to notice something and suddenly gazed into the darkness on his right, exclaiming, "What is that?" Chapter 25. The mysterious cave. At this moment, the charred, foul-smelling mass was being consumed by flames, and no immediate danger was apparent. The Cyclops crouched low and cautiously approached the direction of his gaze. Following suit, I took a closer look and was taken aback to discover that there were 4 or 5 red-furred creatures, reminiscent of both dogs and jackals. The lazy fellow, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Those are Highland red jackals. They are quite rare these days, a protected species." It seemed these creatures had been brought down by 01 as a source of sustenance. Yet, curiously, their exterior remained intact, merely appearing somewhat desiccated. As if they had been left here for an extended period, the skeletal structures were distinctly visible. Meanwhile, I sensed something amiss, particularly at the rear of the corpse, where it seemed to be dragging something. I crouched down for a closer inspection and was immediately seized by an unsettling chill, a wave of dread washing over me. There, at the posterior of the corpse, lay remnants that were evidently desiccated intestines. To confirm my suspicions, I gently prodded the body, discovering that the red jackal was surprisingly light, as if its internal contents had vanished. Clearly, this blasted creature, unlike its original form, was not grotesque enough to consume flesh and crunch bones. Instead, it had resorted to feasting on the innards of animals. Had I not been rescued in time by the lazy one, I might have met a fate akin to that of this red jackal, with a tentacle invading my orifice and extracting all my entrails. The mere thought of such a demise is excruciatingly painful and decidedly undignified. The Cyclops and the lazy one seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well. The Cyclops shuddered slightly and remarked, "Boss, this is exceedingly perilous. You ought to express your gratitude to this fellow. What was his name again?" While I was aware that the lazy one hailed from Tibet, I was unaware of his name, a detail that was conspicuously absent from the information provided to me by Juan Rouet. Evidently, the lazy one had no intention of answering the inquiry. His gaze drifted past the remains of the red jackal, fixating on a circular opening behind it. We had previously overlooked this area, only to now discover a sizable circular aperture, approximately 2 meters in diameter, large enough for a person to stand upright within. The edge of the opening bore the markings of some beast's handiwork. However, what sort of creature could create such an expansive hole? At that moment, Haricha, who lay on the ground, weakly remarked, "What are you 3 lingering about for? as if I don't exist. He had previously been carried by the Cyclops and had tumbled to the back during our fall. Due to his frail condition, he was now half sitting on the ground, his expression radiating annoyance. The Cyclops rolled his eyes and helped him up, saying, "Who knows where this hole leads? Do you think it could have been made by the 01? The lazy one, yawning as he sheathed his weapon, replied, "Let us avoid unnecessary troubles." As he spoke, he looked upward, clearly contemplating how to ascend from this vast hole. At this juncture, the flames within the hole had diminished, and we were all covered in charred mud. Looking up, we noted that the walls of the pit were remarkably smooth. The grass that might have provided handholds had been entirely incinerated, rendering our ascent seemingly insurmountable. Each of us turned our attention to the opening, as experience had taught me that curiosity could lead to peril. Thus, it was best to refrain from meddling in matters unrelated to our objectives. Consequently, we focused our thoughts on devising a way to escape. The Cyclops lamented, "Had we known, we should have brought climbing gear." The so-called ground grabber refers to a modification of shoes, equipped with specially crafted spikes beneath them, designed specifically for navigating such terrain. When stepped upon, these spikes embed themselves into the soil, providing a stabilizing effect. However, our human capabilities are limited. It is impossible to anticipate every situation, and naturally, we cannot carry every conceivable piece of equipment. After much contemplation, we resolved to take matters into our own hands, intending to have the lazy one forge a path ahead by using a crowbar to excavate some footholds. Once the lazy one ascended, we would subsequently secure ropes to aid our climb. When called upon to act, the lazy one was surprisingly diligent. Although he appeared to be dozing, his hands moved with remarkable speed as he prepared the necessary tools. Just as we were ready to proceed, a sudden gust of cold air surged from the cavern behind us. This chill, unexpected in the early winter, sent shivers through the group. Concurrently, the lazy one halted his movements and abruptly turned to face the dark void behind him, exclaiming, "There's someone there." Someone. Both I and the one-eyed dragon were taken aback, our gazes shifting towards the entrance of the cave, but all we could see was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any visible figure. As he spoke, the lazy one stowed his tools and drew a knife from his belt, cautiously advancing into the shadows. The one-eyed dragon hissed, "Hey, isn't there any sense of teamwork?" I interrupted, "Enough, let us follow him." I was aware that the lazy one possessed a keenness of awareness that surpassed most. Akin to what the great yellow duck had once described, he could sense danger lurking even before it became apparent to others. Perhaps he had detected a sound that eluded our ears. Though fierce, the lazy one was not one to recklessly court danger, prompting the one-eyed dragon to shoulder Harishtij and join me in entering the cave. The lazy one moved at a deliberate pace, clearly vigilant, observing the surrounding cavern as he proceeded. We all carried miniature searchlights at our waists, which we had not activated earlier due to the unexpected circumstances. Now, as we turned them on, the beams converged, illuminating our path with clarity. The cave walls bore visible claw marks, unmistakably not created by human hands. Yet, no ordinary animal could have excavated such a large cavity. After much deliberation, we surmised that it could only be the work of the creature designated as 01. The lazy one had mentioned the presence of another, but I suspected it was more likely a ghost. Aside from us, who else could inhabit this desolate place? This subterranean passage extended for quite some distance. As we ventured further, the incline began to ascend. Reflecting on the terrain above, I suddenly realized that this tunnel was leading towards the ancient ruins we had previously discovered. The distance between the two was not particularly great. Traversing on foot across the thick meadow had consumed considerable time, compounded by the uphill and downhill stretches we faced yesterday, which had delayed our return until the afternoon. Yet underground, devoid of topographical obstacles and the need to ascend or descend, we had traversed for a solid 2 hours. I began to suspect that we were nearing the foot of the mountain. This left the four of us utterly astounded. How could such an extensive underground tunnel have been created? If my conjecture holds true, the tunnel may very well lead to ancient ruins, suggesting that it could be a man-made structure. After traversing for over 2 hours, we encountered several junctions within the tunnel. We paused to investigate, only to find that most of these paths ended in dead ends, either blocked by massive stones or collapsed sections. After much contemplation, the Cyclops arrived at a conclusion. He speculated, what if the notion in that notebook, that 01 is a remnant of some ancient civilization, is indeed accurate? Could this civilization be the legendary Tonk and ancient city? Did they bore this tunnel from beneath Tonkan as a refuge? If this were the case, why would such a creature emerge from Tonkan? Could its mysterious disappearance be linked to 01? At this juncture, Harazachi posed another question, his curiosity piqued. He turned to the slothful one at the front and inquired, "Didn't you mention earlier that there were others? We have been walking for over 2 hours, yet there is no sign of anyone. Where are these people you spoke of?" This query also perplexed me, and I awaited his response. The slothful one, typically trailing behind, now led the way with caution, wielding a black knife, which inadvertently reminded me of the mute, stirring discomfort within me. Upon hearing the inquiry, he nonchalantly replied, "It doesn't necessarily have to be a person." I interjected a Zongzi. The slothful one nodded in affirmation. I had grown numb to the notion of Zongzi, considering the multitude of souls that had perished in this place. It would indeed be strange if there were none. However, despite our small number, both the slothful one and Harazachi were seasoned in dealing with such entities. One possessed a celestial pearl, while the other was a shaman. If there were indeed a couple of soft Zongzi, they would not pose a significant challenge. Thus I inquired, "So where are they now?" The slothful one replied, "Look behind you." Look behind? Could it be that a Zongzi lurked behind me? Why hadn't he mentioned this sooner? Alarmed, I turned around only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. There was no sign of any Zongzi. I was aware that soft Zongzi typically remained hidden unless summoned. So I was not particularly surprised, but I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps the slothful one was jesting. If there were soft Zongzi, wouldn't Harazachi have sensed them? I cast a questioning glance at Harazachi, who appeared rather solemn. He nodded slightly and remarked, "The malevolent energy in this tunnel is quite strong, as if many have perished here. Oddly enough, there are no corpses." The Cyclops asserted they must have been consumed by 01. Harazachi's gaze shifted with an air of peculiarity, as if he could perceive things that eluded both me and the Cyclops. Ultimately, he shook his head and suggested we proceed further ahead. Perhaps we could uncover the true origin of 01. If all went as anticipated, this tunnel likely connected to the ancient ruins. Chapter 26. The floating objects. The four of us continued onward through the tunnel, the sporadic junctions that emerged around us attesting to the various attempts that had shaped its current configuration. As we ventured into the cavern, it became evident that we embarked upon this journey without a definitive objective. It was apparent that the entrance lay beneath the ancient city. I found it perplexing that such an entity could emerge from the depths of the enigmatic Tonkan ancient city. Neither animal nor human. The terrifying amalgamation possessed a regenerative ability reminiscent of an enormous leech. After approximately 40 minutes of progression, I could not discern whether it was merely my imagination, but I frequently felt an inexplicable chill breeze wafting from the depths of the cave, brushing past my ears as though some unseen presence were exhaling frostily against them. Were circumstances more favorable, I would have sought incense to ascertain the nature of our surroundings. The lethargic companion remained reticent, maintaining a steady and harmonious pace at the forefront, while the Cyclops, burdened with the Harachaga, walked in the middle, and I trailed behind. At that moment, I noticed a shift in the structure of the cavern. If the earlier sections resembled a vast creature's circular burrow, as we advanced, the tunnel began to take on a more orderly shape, with faint lines hinting at human intervention. The Cyclops remarked, "It appears we have arrived. This is an unfinished passage, subsequently altered by 01. As we spoke, the tunnel transformed from a circular form to a square one, and unfinished stone slabs began to emerge around us. A question suddenly arose in my mind. How did 01 excavate such a long tunnel with such a vast expanse? I understood that animals typically excavate using their forepaws and displace soil with their hind legs, but this only applies to relatively shallow burrows. Deeper caverns necessitate a laborious process akin to human excavation. I struggled to envision how 01 managed to unearth materials over this 3-hour tunnel journey, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. As the lethargic companion continued to walk, he scrutinized the unfinished stone slabs surrounding us. To be precise, the shapes of these slabs were unproblematic. The remaining task involved their installation, thus they were orderly arranged along one side of the passage, adorned with patterns I recognized as metamorphic silkworm designs. Soon, the end of the tunnel lay before us, revealing a rounded archway. Beyond it, we observed numerous shattered stones, indicating that this area was once a stone door, now inexplicably destroyed, leaving only rubble in its wake. A peculiar odor wafted through the arched passage, neither foul nor pleasant, but distinctly unpleasant, reminiscent of something decayed and morbid. While I had encountered the scent of corpses before, this miasma of decay bore a unique distinction from the stench of death, though I could not articulate the difference. All four of us, seasoned in our experiences, immediately recognized that something strange likely lurked beyond the passage. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, we braced ourselves for what lay ahead. Our vigilance heightened as we followed the lethargic companion into the artificial tunnel. As we passed through the arched doorway, I inspected the surrounding shattered stones, finding no signs of explosives. Rather, it appeared they had been shattered by some immense force. What kind of entity possessed such power? Moreover, it is improbable that individuals from over 2 years ago could have utilized explosives. This place lacks any other entrances. Could it be that 01 emerged from behind this arched door? As we pondered this, we continued into the passageway. Under the soft illumination of our microlights, the surroundings became startlingly clear, and in that moment, a chill ran down my spine. There were no extraneous objects in sight, yet the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling were all drenched in blood. The stains appeared to have been splattered, with a vivid crimson hue saturating every surface. Occasionally, patches of the wall revealed decorative murals, now obscured by the blood. It was evident that a brutal massacre had transpired here. Harizagai immediately pointed out the crux of the matter. He remarked that the sheer volume of blood suggested that it could not have resulted from merely a few deaths. The only plausible scenario was that a multitude of people had gathered in this passage. The corridor measured approximately 3 meters in width, devoid of any other features, serving solely as a thoroughfare. What, then, could have compelled so many individuals to congregate in this location? Harizagai speculated that they must have gathered to evade something. We exchanged glances, our expressions conveying an unspoken understanding. It seemed we all arrived at the same conclusion, 01. The shattered stone door, the bloodstains, yet no corpses in sight. Where could they have gone? The only conceivable explanation was that they had been devoured by 01. That creature was indeed a monstrosity, and the ancient city of Tuncan, which birthed such a being, was shrouded in enigma. We proceeded along the bloodied passage, and soon, a faint sound of rushing water reached our ears. It took a moment for me to realize that it resembled the sound of water. Could it be that groundwater had seeped in? At that moment, we discovered a peculiar phenomenon. We were underground, and this passage was evidently part of the ancient city of Tuncan. Why would such a city possess subterranean structures? This corridor had already developed numerous cracks, and it was likely that it would collapse in a decade or so. At the end of the passage stood a wrought iron gate. Corroded with age, a mere kick sent the entire door crashing down. It was then that we realized the end of the corridor led to an emptiness. A dark expanse unfolded before us, seemingly a vast space. The iron gate did not fall to the ground, but continued its descent, producing a dull thud as it struck water below. With the faint beam of our microlights, we discerned that behind the passage lay a considerable cavity, with a pool of dark water approximately 10 meters below our feet, presumably groundwater. The one-eyed creature observed, "This water does not appear to have seeped in. It seems to be a naturally formed subterranean water cavity." Observing closely, he seemed to have discovered something, gesturing to the left to draw our attention. We now found ourselves in an underground water cavity, and the passage we traversed was situated along the wall of this cavity, devoid of a ceiling above and water below. The location indicated by the Cyclops was to our left, level with the entrance of our passage, approximately 4 to 5 meters away, where a faint dark shape was discernible. We promptly directed our lights toward it, only to discover a staircase hewn from the terrain, leading directly to the shadowy figure. That shadow revealed itself to be a suspended iron bridge, its wooden planks extending into an unseen expanse on the opposite side. The wooden boards atop the bridge had long succumbed to rust, leaving only decayed fragments embedded within the crevices, allowing me to surmise its original form. The lazy one sniffed the air, seemingly in search of the source of a musty odor. Upon entering this void, the scent intensified, subtly wafting up from the dampness below. Was there something within the water? To gain clearer insight, we extinguished the mini searchlight and retrieved a flashlight from our gear. The advantage of the mini searchlight was its ability to be hung anywhere, freeing our hands for convenience, albeit with a weaker beam. Switching to the flashlight expanded our visibility somewhat. The beam shot across to the far side, revealing a considerable distance, yet the environment remained elusive. Next, the lazy one crouched at the edge and directed the flashlight downward. Given the water level was not high, we could discern the surroundings of the water's surface. This water appeared stagnant, its surface remarkably serene, while the areas that the beam did not illuminate loomed dark and cavernous, resembling a vast, chilling abyss. The light created a moving orb upon the surface, flowing with the lazy 1s movements, extending further and obscuring our sight. At that moment, amidst the dim illumination, I suddenly perceived something floating on the water's surface. Clearly, I was not alone in this observation. The Cyclops craned his neck and inquired about the object. The lazy one replied, "It's certainly not a living thing." He seemed particularly attuned to the presence of life, suggesting that the object adrift was likely an inanimate corpse. Initially, I presumed it to be stagnant water, but I soon realized my error. The water was merely flowing slowly, with the reference of the object on the surface. I immediately recognized the current. We were situated in the southern region, yet the object drifted from east to west, remaining distant and thus obscured from our view. At this juncture, the Cyclops glanced at the iron bridge on the wall, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, "Let us change our position." With that, he took the flashlight and descended the staircase to the bridge, testing its stability by shaking the iron chains. After a moment, satisfied with its security, he clamped the flashlight between his teeth and maneuvered along the chains, eventually positioning himself 5 or 6 meters away. This shift altered the light's angle, and suddenly, the flashlight illuminated the floating object in the water. It appeared whitish, approximately the size of a human, resembling an enormous white cocoon, quite peculiar indeed. The Cyclops, with a flashlight clamped in his mouth, was unable to articulate his thoughts, yet his expression was undeniably one of bewilderment as he directed his solitary eye towards us, seemingly inquiring, "What on earth is this?" I shook my head in response. At that moment, in the dim shadows at the periphery of the light, another identical floating object emerged into our view, exuding an aura of eerie peculiarity. I pondered, could that foul, putrid scent be emanating from them? Chapter 27. Cocoon. The water below flowed gently, revealing only 2 pale objects, yet their true nature eluded us. The Cyclops, due to his vantage point, appeared to have a clearer view. His eye widened in apparent discovery, and he began to ascend along the iron chain, with the flashlight still clenched in his mouth. He could not speak, leaving us unable to inquire further. As he moved, the beam of light shifted, and soon, a third floating object materialized. What, pray tell, were these entities drifting in the water? I yearned intensely for a powerful searchlight, which would grant me a clearer perception of our surroundings. Alas, it was rather cumbersome. And when the group of bald-headed men had dispersed, we had left behind such heavy equipment. Regretting this now was futile. Suddenly, the Cyclops could not restrain himself, uttering an expletive, causing the flashlight in his mouth to drop. The beam of light plummeted swiftly, emitting a faint splash as it struck the water due to its diminutive size. Instantly, the area where the Cyclops had been plunged into darkness. Our flashlights had limited range, and his figure vanished from our sight. I found myself questioning what he had seen that had so unsettled him. Harajakich furrowed his brow and called out, "Old Jean, what's wrong?" He had spent some time in my shop and was well acquainted with the Cyclops. To my surprise, after Harajakich's inquiry, the Cyclops remained silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped us. Before I could react, a muffled thud resonated through the darkness, followed by a splash, indicating something had fallen into the water. The sound was too loud to have been the flashlight. I immediately surmised that the Cyclops had likely tumbled into the water. What the hell was going on? Sensing something strange, I grasped my gun firmly. At the same time, I distinctly heard the sound of splashing water, as if something was thrashing about beneath the surface. Accompanying this cacophony was the Cyclops' fragmented voice. "Damn it, there's something murky in the water." His sentence remained unfinished, followed by a final scream. And then both the splashing and his voice abruptly ceased. Damn it, I could no longer contain myself. I shoved the flashlight into my mouth, slung the gun across my shoulder, and swiftly followed the path previously taken by the Cyclops. The iron chain was ominously dark, its surface seemingly coated with some substance. And remarkably, it showed no signs of rust. It felt icy to the touch. The chains formed a basic network structure, and given their tautness, stepping upon them caused minimal swaying. I grasped the iron chain with both hands, cautiously stepping on the intersecting points of its mesh structure. Though my movements were not particularly graceful, I maintained a steady pace. Upon reaching the location once occupied by the Cyclops, the reason for his earlier discomposure became apparent. The distance to the two idlers at the edge of the passageway was now approximately 15 meters. From this vantage point, I noted that their gaze was fixed upon me. A glance to the left revealed the water's surface, where an abundance of floating debris became visible. While at the mouth of the passage, the details of these floating objects eluded us. They were now illuminated clearly under the light. My flashlight fell upon one of these objects, which was oval in shape, measuring about 1.5 meters in length and approximately 90 centimeters in width. Its exterior resembled a large cocoon, exhibiting a silken, semi-transparent quality under the illumination. Through this delicate layer, I discerned a shadow within, an indistinct human figure, roughly the size of a 10-year-old child, pressed tightly against the cocoon. The most terrifying aspect was that this shadow was moving. As if startled by my light, the figure pressed its face against the cocoon, struggling to escape. I harbored grave doubts that whatever resided within was about to rupture the white cocoon. What lay inside? A corpse? How could a corpse be animated? Was it perhaps a reanimated body? Could it be that these cocoons housed nothing but the dead? Beneath the ancient city of Tonkan, an inexplicable underground world existed, complete with these bizarre human cocoons. My mind was in a whirl, unable to comprehend the nature of these cocoons. However, the immediate concern was the safety of the Cyclops. I diverted my gaze from the cocoons and began to search the water's surface for any sign of him. Regrettably, aside from the floating cocoons, there was no trace of the Cyclops. Where had he gone? The Cyclops was agile. I refused to believe he had merely slipped and fallen into the water. He must have been ambushed by some unseen force. Yet here I was, suspended in midair, with no solid ground beneath me. What could possibly launch an assault from this precarious position? My gaze involuntarily returned to the cocoons, illuminating each one in turn. It dawned on me that the sizes of these cocoons varied significantly, and nearly all contained human-shaped shadows, though most remained motionless, curled up in silence. I couldn't help but speculate whether this could be some peculiar burial custom of the ancient Shu kingdom. Perhaps individuals were enclosed within these cocoons and left to float upon the water's surface. As for the shadow that moved, I might as well consider it a zongzi of an exploded corpse. At that moment, Harishaka, positioned at the entrance of the passage, impatiently inquired about the situation, but I had no time to respond. Just then, my flashlight illuminated one of the larger cocoons, and I was horrified to discover that a significant hole had formed on one side. Water was rushing into the opening, and the cocoon was on the verge of submerging. A chilling realization gripped me. The cocoon had only recently ruptured. Otherwise, it would not have started taking in water now. An image automatically formed in my mind, the scene of the one-eyed dragon's mishap. He first noticed numerous floating white cocoons, and then a shadow surged forth from within one of them, prompting him to utter an expletive, causing the flashlight in his mouth to fall. In the darkness, he immediately became alert and did not respond to Harisa's inquiries at that moment. Simultaneously, the entity that emerged from the cocoon attacked him, plunging him into the water. The one-eyed dragon was adept in aquatic environments, so it was improbable that he merely splashed about in the water. The only plausible explanation was that he had been seized by something, rendering his swimming skills ineffective, which resulted in the typical sounds of a drowning person. If my assumptions were correct, it was highly likely that he had been taken by the creature that had emerged from the cocoon. What might his current condition be? This question flashed through my mind. Was he alive or dead? Was the creature within the cocoon a zongzi or something else? Had the one-eyed dragon been killed and sunk to the bottom of the water? As I pondered this, my peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the large cocoon I had seen earlier. It had already formed a breach. At that moment, a dry, slender hand emerged from the cocoon. The hand reminded me of the tentacles of 01. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Could it be that 01 had come into existence in such a manner? This thought lingered only briefly in my mind. I was no stranger to such bizarre situations. An experience taught me to act decisively. Thus, upon witnessing the hand's emergence, my first instinct was to chamber a round and fire at the large cocoon. This was a submachine gun. Initially, I had not been equipped with such weaponry while accompanying Team Liu. These formidable items were brought by Longhua and Harisa. As I fired, a barrage echoed, and in an instant, the large cocoon shattered into pieces, freezing whatever was yet to emerge from within. Given the proximity, I could clearly see that the creature had been struck by a bullet. I was uncertain whether it was of the same nature as 01. If it were, then bullets would be ineffective against it. However, I was relieved to see that under my fierce assault, the creature sank to the bottom, producing only 2 bubbles. After a series of gunshots, The water surface returned to tranquility, and my hands were numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, Hariza and his companion, unable to elicit a response from me at the entrance, decided to join Longwa on the iron chain. In the interval of my gunfire, he had reached my side and observed everything clearly. With Longwa's keen insight, he evidently grasped the situation at hand. A profound silence enveloped us, and after a moment, Hariza's voice broke the stillness with a curse. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. What on earth is happening? You two speak up. This red-haired fellow, usually sporting a carefree demeanor as if the sky were falling, was emboldened by his prowess and had always acted without restraint. This time, I fell into the trap of 01, now weakened and languid, seated on the ground in despair. In this helpless state, the facade of cheerfulness slipped away, and I found myself muttering curses upon my ancestors and those of the lazy fool. Yet, at that moment, I had no inclination to engage with him. My gaze remained fixed upon the darkened surface of the water, and I uttered, "Zhang Sheng has vanished." The lazy fool, one hand propped on an iron chain and the other wielding a black, curved dagger, inquired, "Perhaps he has already met his demise." His calm assertion of such a grim possibility elicited a bitter smile from me, and my hand, which gripped the gun, began to tremble slightly. It was not fear. I had taken lives, severed the undead, unearthed graves, and encountered spirits. There was little left to dread. However, the mere thought of the Cyclopean dragon being in peril ignited an unsettling fury within me. This anger was indescribable, yet it pressed upon me, rendering each breath a challenge. Damn it! Must another soul fall victim to my presence? I had believed this venture merely involved seeking the celestial eye, devoid of peril. Was it destined that all those close to me would ultimately meet misfortune? First, it was Xiao Jing, transformed into a messenger by Lin the Fat. Then, it was Tofu, who encountered the corpse fairy. Almost everyone related to me had been gradually ensnared in a bizarre and perilous cycle. Cursed be this wretched deception. Cursed be this damned curse. From whence did it arise? Chapter 28. Remorse. I adjusted the flashlight repeatedly, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the Cyclopean dragon. Yet the surface of the water yielded nothing beyond those human cocoons. After a moment's contemplation, I declared, "I shall dive into the water." The lazy fool's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of surprise. He frowned and remarked, "You? When did you become so benevolent?" His peculiar smile revealed that he was well aware of my true nature, making his reaction unsurprising. I chose not to respond, but rather untied the nearly taut rope, tossing one end to the lazy fool, instructing, "If anything seems amiss, pull quickly." He nodded, still regarding me with that unexpected gaze. I could only manage a wry smile. Once a label is affixed to an individual, altering the prevailing impression becomes a formidable challenge. Perhaps in the eyes of others, I was merely a self-serving being, devoid of notions of good and evil. The incredulity etched upon the lazy fool's face irked me. Thus, concluding my words, I tossed my firearm to the mute and retrieved another black, curved dagger from his waist. The blade felt weighty and icy in my grasp. I knew not its origins nor the craftsmanship behind its forging, but I had witnessed the might it wielded in the hands of the mute and the lazy fool. Though the lazy fool expressed discontent at my seizing of his weapon, he had no chance to voice his complaint before I plunged into the water. The flashlight was not waterproof, yet the compact searchlight at my waist was. The underground water was exceedingly frigid, especially in such cold weather, delivering a sharp shock to the senses. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the chill, and submerged myself. I hoped to uncover even the slightest clue beneath the surface, even something akin to 01. However, until my breath was fully expelled, I remained empty-handed. As I broke the surface of the water, I found myself more than 10 meters away from the slothful fellow. The rope around my waist was taut, and he gestured towards me, indicating that there was no bounty to be had and urging me to ascend without wasting time. To him, the one-eyed dragon was merely a comrade, and their fates did not weigh heavily upon him, which is why he remained as composed as ever. My grandfather's words rang true. Those who delve into the underworld are a pack of red-eyed beasts, and the elites within this realm are utterly devoid of compassion. I understood that lingering in the water would be futile, and just as I intended to swim back, I caught a sudden glimpse of movement from the closest cocoon. This cocoon was substantial, housing a shadow that was significantly larger than the previous one, resembling that of an adult. My gaze instinctively shifted, and I raised the searchlight at my waist, directing its beam onto the large cocoon. Although the light was not particularly bright, I could still discern that something within the cocoon was alive. Damn! I immediately began to swim back, simultaneously pointing towards the cocoon and shouting to the slothful fellow, "Fire! Fire!" The most effective way to confront a threat is to eliminate it preemptively. Who knows what horrors might emerge from within that cocoon? The other end of the rope was not held by the slothful fellow. He had secured it to an iron chain. Upon hearing my call, he instinctively raised his weapon. But to my astonishment, I realized he was aiming not at the cocoon, but at me. In that instant, confusion flooded my mind. Was he intending to kill me? There was no reason for him to do so. Then came the deafening sound of gunfire. Although the weapon was directed at me, the bullets did not strike my body. Instead, they ricocheted off something behind me. I immediately sensed an impending danger, propelling myself forward while glancing back. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the water erupted in splashes, and the murky light combined with the tumultuous waves obscured my view, yet I could vaguely make out a figure resembling a human form. Could it be that the creature attacking the one-eyed dragon had emerged? Before I could process this, the other large cocoon suddenly ruptured, and amidst the chaos of gunfire, I heard a familiar voice, "Run." Emerging from the cocoon was none other than the one-eyed dragon. Good heavens! How had he ended up in there? A wave of dread washed over me. Had the slothful fellow not instinctively altered his aim upon noticing the threat to my right? The one-eyed dragon would likely have been riddled with bullets. In the midst of the turmoil, the one-eyed dragon swam towards me, urging, "Get to the shore. These creatures can spin webs like spiders." Suddenly, it dawned on me why I had been unable to locate him earlier. He had been ensnared by that creature resembling a creature from a nightmare. Were all the surrounding cocoons the result of such entities? The one-eyed dragon, a proficient swimmer, quickly reached my side and grasped my waist. The slothful fellow ceased firing and began to pull us upwards with the rope. Halfway up, the one-eyed dragon gasped, "I'm alive." He gazed intently downward. Following his gaze, I looked below and discovered that the creature we had attacked earlier was far from dead. It was now ominously at our feet, staring up at us. This thing bore a striking resemblance to a desiccated corpse. I had seen corpses that had exploded, but typically, such bodies would exhibit some degree of hair growth during the process of decay. Thus, the reanimated corpses I had previously encountered were all covered in hair. This particular creature, however, was devoid of hair yet still animated, a sight that astonished me greatly. It had no eyes. Its eye sockets were dark voids. Since we were not too far apart, I could distinctly see that its head and shoulders were embedded with bullets. Suddenly, it extended its hand, initially submerged in the water. As it emerged, we realized its hand was surprisingly elongated. At that moment, I was completely certain that this entity was 01, or at the very least, a kin of 01. In an instant, it seized the leg of the Cyclops. For some reason, I recalled the fate of the deceased jackals and shouted, "Old Jean, tighten your buttocks." The Cyclops, who had been holding me around the waist with both arms, likely remembered the jackals as well. And now he clutched my waist with one hand for support, while the other hand desperately covered his backside, his legs thrashing in a struggle. Despite his imposing stature, the horrific demise of the jackals instilled fear in him. I handed him the lazy man's knife and urged, "Stop covering your backside and strike." The best defense is indeed a good offense, a principle the Cyclops understood, though momentarily forgotten in his fright. Upon receiving the knife, he quickly regained his composure. With a firm squeeze of his thighs, he retracted his legs and swung the knife fiercely at the elongated hand. The black blade proved formidable, with a flash of darkness. The hand was severed in two. The creature in the water emitted a shrill cry, retracting the remaining half, while the portion entangled around the Cyclops' legs seemed to lose its vitality and fell away. I recalled that 01 possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Yet this 01 evidently did not share that trait. It appeared that although they were of the same kind, there existed notable differences. I felt a surge of relief. As long as it was not 01, everything would be manageable. At that critical moment, the Cyclops and I were pulled upward, returning to the iron chain. We dared not linger and promptly made our way back, soon arriving at the cave's entrance. Our clothes were drenched. It was early winter, and after soaking in the frigid underground water, we felt as if all warmth had been siphoned from our bodies, leaving both the Cyclops and me shivering violently. The lazy man glanced at us, then at the water, and remarked, "It's gone." The Cyclops stammered, "It must have hidden away. This is unbearable. We need to start a fire, a fire." We had only brought spare undershirts, with just one set of outer clothing between us. In such temperatures, it was utterly impossible to proceed in wet garments. Reluctantly, we retreated more than 10 meters into the cave, igniting a fire with solid fuel. We changed into dry undershirts and sat beside the fire to warm ourselves while drying our clothes. The lazy fellow patrolled at the cave's entrance, declaring that there was no unusual activity in the water for the time being. He dozed at the cave's mouth, yet I was acutely aware that should any danger arise, this rascal would undoubtedly be the first to notice. His presence at the entrance afforded us a sense of security. The one-eyed dragon retrieved some provisions from his bag, sharing them while warming himself by the fire, recounting his experiences in the water. Everything aligned closely with my conjectures, the sole difference being that the one-eyed dragon had not been pulled into the water. Instead, upon being seized by that entity, he felt it was as pliable as if it possessed no bones, coiling around him like a serpent. Subsequently, a filmy substance was expelled from the creature's mouth, which ensnared his own, rendering him utterly voiceless. In the end, he found himself enwrapped in a large cocoon, which emitted a foul odor akin to the stench we had previously encountered, overpowering him to the point of weakness. After struggling within the cocoon for what felt like an eternity without success, he recalled a few invigorating remedies and pinched his perineum. In an instant, the pain coursed from his abdomen throughout his body, revitalizing his languid form. Armed with newfound strength, he swiftly used his dagger to pierce the cocoon's wall, finally freeing himself. Of course, he was completely oblivious to the commotion outside. He had no knowledge of my orders for the lazy fellow to shoot. However, I chose not to mention this, treating it as if it had never transpired. Had the lazy fellow truly fired a shot, and I were to behold the one-eyed dragon's corpse, I shuddered at the mere thought of such a scene. After our meal, the three of us napped by the fire. Though our slumber was brief, we awoke feeling considerably rejuvenated, our clothes dry. We donned our garments, extinguished the fire, and with me carrying Hirazachi, the four of us ascended the iron chain, preparing to pass swiftly. This time, I was disinclined to concern myself with the entities lurking in the water. They were not nearly as terrifying as the first encounter, and even if they did attack, we would not be defenseless. Chapter 29. A premeditated scheme. Hirazachi had regained considerable strength, being robust men. They were not accustomed to being carried. As we prepared to move, he waved his hand, asserting he could walk. Since he expressed this, I naturally did not wish to create unnecessary trouble for myself. Thus, the four of us mounted the iron chain, activating the 4 spotlights at our waists, and advanced quickly. This time, the white cocoons remained eerily quiet, showing no signs of movement. In a short while, we traversed a third of the iron chain, and with the aid of our lights, we began to discern the situation on the opposite side. We beheld a massive pillar embedded in the other end of the chain. Half of the pillar was submerged in the water, while the exposed portion towered over 10 meters high, nearly brushing the ceiling. Hirazachi exclaimed in astonishment. In this subterranean realm, a stone pillar of such height and girth is no trivial matter. The one-eyed dragon remarked. One wonders what purpose it serves. This ancient Shu kingdom is indeed shrouded in mystery. As we drew closer, eager to ascertain the full extent of the stone pillar, we illuminated our flashlights. For individuals, each possessing a large and a small lamp, gathered together, significantly enhancing visibility. It was then that I realized the end of the iron chain was attached to a cylindrical figure, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a human-shaped sculpture. At the upper part, a face was carved, characterized by large ears and bulging eyes, strikingly reminiscent of the bronze figures from Sanxingdui. Its primitive form stood in stark contrast to the dimness of the underground, resembling a deity of the abyss, imposing and dignified, evoking a sense of reverence. The giant bore a large cavity in its chest, into which the chain of the iron bridge extended, leaving us puzzled by its significance. Due to the immense size of the stone pillar, it obstructed our view, rendering it impossible to discern what lay beyond it. Thus, the only path available was into the very chest of the stone figure. As we approached, we noticed an increasing number of cocoons floating in the water, their origins unknown. I gazed upstream, but the limited visibility prevented me from comprehending the environment opposite us. After a brief moment, we finally descended the iron chain bridge, entering the chest of the stone figure. To our astonishment, we discovered that the interior was a vertical staircase, steep and nearly perpendicular. Shining our lights downwards elicited a wave of trepidation in those of us less psychologically prepared. Harishigai squinted for a moment, remarking, "It appears this may lead to the water's depths." Do you not find this place reminiscent of a prison cell? A prison cell? The Cyclops queried, scratching his head. What leads you to that conclusion? Hari Shigai shrugged, explaining, the iron door we encountered earlier. In ancient times, wrought iron was difficult to produce, and most doors were made of stone. This iron door is evidently designed to confine something. Moreover, this iron bridge connects to the stone pillar, leading downward, suggesting that if we proceed, we will descend into a deeper stratum. What kind of structure necessitates such profound excavation? And why such a steep staircase? Clearly, its primary function is not for pedestrian access, indicating that few individuals traverse this space. Taking all this into account, Hari Shigai deduced that we were likely in an underground holding area, although what exactly was confined here remained a mystery. My thoughts drifted to the malevolent creature within Princess Gidger's tomb, and I fervently hoped nothing akin to that would emerge. The four of us would be ill-equipped to contend with it. In the midst of our conversation, Lazy, with his ear tilted downward, seemed to be listening intently. Moments later, he nimbly leapt down into the staircase, gesturing for us to follow. The Cyclops inquired about what he had heard, to which Lazy replied, moaning. His voice retained an air of drowsy confusion, yet it astonished the rest of us. Moaning? What kind of entity produces such sounds? The Cyclops probed. Human or ghost? Lazy cast a brief glance at him before responding, the moaning of the ancient city. Hari Shigai rolled his eyes, muttering, what nonsense. The indolent fellow paid no heed, deftly leading the way ahead. The straight staircase required us to tilt our bodies to descend, at times necessitating the use of both hands and feet. Though Harizagai attempted to assert his independence, his physical capabilities were lacking, compelling me to assist him, which resulted in our pace being somewhat sluggish. After more than 20 minutes, the two languid individuals had already reached the bottom. From my vantage point, I could see a square entrance, shrouded in darkness, the destination of which remained a mystery. Without waiting for me and red hair, the indolent fellow ventured inside. The one-eyed dragon rubbed his hands, evidently curious, and promptly followed suit. Observing this, Harizagai sighed, exclaiming, I never expected to become a burden today. After his lament, he chuckled and added, Shenxian, should any danger arise, you must not abandon me to flee alone. I glanced at him and replied, in such a scenario, I would undoubtedly leave you behind. Harizagai seemed unfazed, responding, indeed, you would, for you are Shenxian, not that lad Doboshi. Ah, speaking of which, I do find myself missing him. I was perplexed by his sudden mention of Do, and just as I was about to inquire, he continued, do you no longer wish to save him? If I perish, you will be unable to rescue him. I found his statement amusing and retorted, you have already attempted that yourself. Your method proved ineffective. Thus his fate is no longer your concern. Harizagai chuckled nonchalantly and said, you seek the heavenly eye, do you not? Intending to extract the corpse immortal from within the void? But once extracted, are you certain you can master it? I was somewhat perplexed by his insinuation and replied, I do not need to control the corpse immortal. Once I rescue it, the original consciousness will naturally emerge from the tofu body. Harizagai countered. Yet you overlook a crucial point. Once the corpse immortal's consciousness departs, it engenders another awareness. If this new awareness absorbs the power of the void, it will become even more complete. In that case, do you believe the current corpse immortal would relinquish the body to the original one? I was momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the question I had overlooked. Would the corpse immortal permit the original consciousness to reclaim the body? Moreover, having absorbed the essence of the void, would it harbor vengeful sentiments towards our prior sacrifices? Everything remained uncertain. If this dilemma could not be resolved, we would be embarking on an endeavor with an exceedingly high failure rate. I turned my gaze towards Harizagai. Since he articulated such thoughts, he must possess a solution. Noticing my realization, he said, the one with the surname Do has vanished. You cannot locate him, can you? I nodded, acknowledging that Do was likely searching for other items hidden by Pujun in life. We had no clues as to where those items might be, and the treasures within the Bawa Pagoda had likely been seized by Do. Where could I possibly seek him now? Not only I, but also by San Yi and El Su would find it arduous to locate the tofu now imbued with Pujun's consciousness. In a way, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise. At least we need not worry about that young man losing his limbs. Seeing my nod, Harizagai remarked, you may not find him, but I certainly can. As we conversed, the two of us finally reached the conclusion. Just as I was about to inquire further, Harizagai waved his hand and stated, Ultimately, there will be two possible outcomes. One is that the power of the corpse immortal is so formidable that the original soul cannot seize the physical body. In that case, it would forsake its original form and directly occupy Dou Xiaozu's body. The second scenario is that the corpse immortal and the original soul merge, leaving Dou Xiaozu unharmed. However, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of the latter is minimal, so we must take the initiative. Dou Xiaozu possesses only the original soul and has limited physical capabilities. We must apprehend him beforehand. I asked, and then Harizagai replied, then it depends on you. Whether you can successfully obtain the heavenly eye and its quality to assist the corpse immortal remains uncertain. All of this must be predicated on the emergence of the corpse immortal before we can proceed with our subsequent plans. Subsequent plans? Why does this red-haired individual seem so invested in this matter? What means does he possess to locate Doufu? Will capturing Doufu and then allowing the corpse immortal to emerge truly alter the outcome? He evidently discerned my confusion but offered no explanation, merely gesturing towards the passage ahead and stating, for now, we must seek the heavenly eye. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. If I am to discover the method, I must remain alive. Thus, regardless of what transpires, you must ensure my safety. Upon hearing this, I understood. This red-haired fellow was, in essence, threatening me. I found it somewhat amusing and replied, you need not say any of this to me. I, Qin Xian, am not a virtuous person. In times of peril, I do not possess the spirit of self-sacrifice. However, as one treats me, so shall I treat others. You were sent by Zhuan Rue, whether you live or die. I will not allow you to be my scapegoat. Otherwise, I would be betraying Zhuan Rue. Harizagai appeared rather surprised and remarked, I did not expect you to be someone who values loyalty. Well, do not try to deceive me. This charade might fool Dou, but he alone would believe you are a good person. I know your true nature. Do not speak too beautifully, lest you embarrass yourself when you inevitably contradict your own words. I must admit, this red-haired fellow knows me quite well. As one treats me, so shall I treat others. Indeed, I once was that kind of person, but I am no longer. The messenger who saved me twice in the Xianbing tomb ultimately turned on me. The phrase repaying kindness with enmity is but a mere reflection of reality. Individuals like us would not be wronged in facing execution. Thus, I said, since you are aware, do you believe that threatening me with those words will prove effective? Harizagai grinned and nodded, saying, certainly, it is effective. Have you not heard the saying? Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Though Dou is not your son, he is close enough. I recognize you as a formidable adversary. So I took measures long ago regarding him. Chapter 30. Echoes. I felt a surge of anger, silently cursing his ancestors. Harizagai was correct. Although he was brought in by Zhuan Rue, if it truly came to a critical moment, I might not necessarily come to his aid. I can save a life, but only under conditions that ensure my own safety. What I just said was indeed insincere, yet the discomfort of being so directly exposed is quite unpleasant. Thus I inquired, what limbs? The red-haired individual shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I'll tell you once I manage to escape alive. If it weren't for that damned 01, turning me into a burden, I wouldn't have brought this matter to light. Qin Xian, the Dou family has treated you well. I trust you wouldn't wish for his demise to be too gruesome. Would you? Qin Xian, I entrust my safety to you. Upon finishing, he let out a couple of hearty laughs before directing his gaze towards the passage ahead. The lazy ones had advanced further, and at this moment, I could only faintly discern the glow of their flashlight. Simultaneously, the one-eyed dragon shouted, Hey, you two, hurry up. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were courting each other. This person, once quite respectable, had developed quite a foul mouth after spending time with Doufu. I shook my head and followed closely behind Haji Shigai. The tunnel was riddled with numerous fissures, seemingly unable to withstand the earth's pressure, as if it could collapse at any moment. From these crevices, the brown soil layers could be glimpsed, and as we moved, bits of earth occasionally fell upon us. My curiosity was piqued regarding the groaning of the ancient city that the lazy one had previously mentioned. In our few encounters, I found him to be unlike those who merely spouted nonsense. Since he had said this, there must be a reason behind it. The lazy duo appeared to have halted, waiting for us. Moments later, Red Hair and I caught up, and suddenly, I heard a peculiar sound. The sound was faint, inaudible in the tunnel, yet at our current position, it was distinctly clear. The passage, which should have been flat, had apparently buckled under the pressure of the subterranean structure, resulting in a break in the latter half, where we were headed. The terrain abruptly dipped, and much underground water seeped in. If we were to proceed, we would have to wade through the water while bending low, and the situation ahead remained obscured. The sound was reminiscent of both wind and water, sometimes muffled, sometimes oppressive. After listening intently for a while, I realized it was the sound of water, specifically, the echo of flowing water. It seemed that underground water was surging in, swirling within. But due to the sealed subterranean structure, this peculiar sound was produced. One could surmise that the infiltration of this underground water had not been prolonged. Otherwise, the entire subterranean edifice would likely have collapsed long ago. In that instant, I comprehended what the lazy one referred to as the groaning of the ancient city. This sound signified that soon, this underground structure would inevitably cease to exist. Although Haji Shigai was physically drained, his mind remained sharp, and he suddenly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "I understand now. This place is a cage, presumably designed to confine those human cocoons. The underground water is interconnected, and those cocoons might very well emerge from here." The one-eyed dragon stroked his buzz cut and pondered aloud. What purpose does such a place serve in imprisoning these cocoons? More importantly, how did these cocoons come to be? Red Hair shrugged, indicating his ignorance. The lazy one let out a long yawn, vigorously shaking his head as if to rouse himself, then simply stated, "Let us proceed." He boldly led the way ahead. The water here was not particularly deep, so we removed our shoes and rolled our trousers up to our thighs, wading through the water. The further we ventured, the louder the echoes became. After a brief moment, we reached the end of the passage, where an odd stone chamber awaited us. To be precise, it was not entirely a stone chamber, for its surface was black, resembling the color of corroded iron. Upon touching it, we confirmed it was indeed iron, though it had rusted considerably, revealing the stone slabs beneath. I could not help but feel astonished. This was evidently a fortified secret chamber, with an outer layer of stone slabs and an inner iron seal, akin to an impenetrable fortress in ancient times. The passage ended here, with no other exits in sight. Could this truly be a dead end? As we waded through the water, maneuvering our flashlights to observe our surroundings, we soon discovered a large hole on one side of the stone wall. The gaping void appeared as though it had been shattered by some immense force, through which the subterranean water must have surged, forming a small whirlpool at the entrance. The suction was not strong, but if the chamber had originally contained those cocoons, it would have been sufficient to draw them out. It seemed that Redhaired's conjecture was indeed correct. After a thorough investigation, we concluded that this place was completely sealed, with no exits whatsoever, leaving us exchanging glances filled with dismay. Had all our previous efforts been in vain? The one-eyed dragon murmured. We forgot to pay respects to our ancestors before leaving, and nothing has gone smoothly since. Just then, the lazy one abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently above us, as if he had made a discovery. Instinctively, I followed his gaze upward, noticing that while there was no iron seal above us, it was instead sealed with blue bricks. Judging by the lazy one's demeanor, he seemed to believe there was something to be done from above. I pondered whether he suspected there might be a mechanism up there. With that thought, I retrieved my probing shovel and extended it to about 5 meters, prodding the ceiling a few times. It felt solid, and there were no signs of any mechanisms activating. At that moment, the lazy one pressed my hand down, glanced at me with an expressionless face, and said, "Don't move." He continued to gaze upwards intently. I nearly thought he had lost his mind, but soon realized his ears were twitching slightly. I immediately understood that he was not merely observing with his eyes, but rather listening intently. Was he discerning some sound? Red-haired, the one-eyed dragon, and I all paused our movements, and for a moment, the chamber was filled only with the sound of water flowing back. The lazy one slowly closed his eyes, resting his hands on the knife at his waist, motionless, like a monk in deep meditation. I refrained from disturbing him, my gaze involuntarily fixating on the ceiling. It appeared that the sound originated from above. Could it be that there was another world above us? Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. I felt as if each second stretched into an eternity. After what felt like an age, the lazy one suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "Smash it. Just smash anywhere." With that, he too withdrew his probing shovel and began to strike the surrounding corroded iron walls with fervor. The clash of metal rang out loudly, and although the three of us were unaware of his true intentions, we did not hesitate. Experience taught us that in perilous situations, one must sometimes place unwavering trust in comrades. The entire process of striking continued for a minute, after which the slacker signaled us to cease, then resumed listening intently as before. The Cyclops opened his mouth as if to inquire, but refrained. Noticing his gesture, the slacker, unusually forthcoming, explained, "There are people above. We must capture their attention." "People?" I questioned. "Are you certain they are not ghosts this time?" The slacker did not respond, continuing to listen intently. The Cyclops asked, "Have they noticed us yet?" The slacker replied with an affirmative hum. If there were indeed people above, rather than phantoms, their identities were easily surmised. It should be Wenmin and her companions. I felt a surge of excitement, yet the slacker remarked, "Listen to the footsteps. It appears to be a woman, but only one. If it were that female police officer, she might be able to locate a mechanism to rescue us. However, if it were the female doctor or the team leader, the outcome was uncertain." This fellow was truly remarkable. His keen ears were almost supernatural, enabling him to discern an individual's identity merely by the sound of their footsteps. I pondered whether they had entered the ancient city together, and now only one remained. Had something occurred that caused them to disperse? Moments later, the Cyclops could no longer contain his curiosity about the situation above, to which the slacker, eyes half closed, replied, "She is still up there, searching for a mechanism." There's movement now. As he spoke, his ears twitched rapidly, and shortly thereafter, we all heard a faint sound. A subtle clicking echoed, so delicate that had we not been straining our ears, we might have easily overlooked it. I recognized the sound as that of a mechanism in motion. Accompanying this sound, a cascade of dust suddenly fell from above, catching us off guard and momentarily blinding us, our eyes stinging as we instinctively recoiled and spat, unable to see clearly for a moment. When I managed to open my eyes, I realized a square opening had formed above us, and at its edge lay a figure, wide-eyed and gazing down at us. To my disappointment, it was not Wenmin, but rather team leader Lu. Her eyes were nearly bulging in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You, how did you end up down there?" The Cyclops let out a sigh of relief and quipped, "Beautiful Lu. This is what one might call a fateful encounter across 1,000 miles. This old man never missed an opportunity to flirt." After the initial shock wore off, team leader Lu quickly reacted, tossing down a rope. Our feet, nearly frozen from standing in the water, hastily grasped the rope and began to climb. We paid little heed to our surroundings, quickly drying our feet and pulling down our pant legs to don our boots and socks for warmth. Once these tasks were completed, the slacker disregarded everything and collapsed onto the ground, declaring, "I need to rest for 2 hours. I can't move anymore." "Can't move?" I thought, incredulous. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed he had already fallen asleep. It was the first time I witnessed someone truly fall asleep in a mere second. Chapter 31. The lazy ones collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Hongmao stifled a yawn and remarked, "I can't go on any longer. We'll address matters once we awaken." He too succumbed to sleep, leaving only myself, the one-eyed dragon, and team leader Lu exchanging glances. At that moment, I noticed that Lu, usually so composed and tidy, now appeared quite disheveled. Her hair was unkempt, and the exposed skin on her arms bore signs of abrasions. There were several blood streaks across her face, her expression weary, and her lips chapped, a stunning beauty reduced to such a state. Glancing beside her, I saw nothing but a somewhat deflated gear bag, which only heightened my concern. I inquired, "Where's everyone else?" She wearily met my gaze and replied, "You really mean Minmin, don't you?" I did not deny it, maintaining my focus on her, silently urging her to divulge the truth. Under my scrutiny, she lowered her head in silence. At that moment, without a fire to illuminate our surroundings, only a dim flashlight flickered, casting feeble light upon what I could surmise was a spacious man-made chamber, the ground adorned with large stone tiles. Her silence struck me as ominous, and unable to contain myself, I asked, "Did something happen?" Finally, she raised her head, inhaling deeply before saying, "This is not good news. I hope you can handle what I'm about to tell you." My heart sank, rendering me speechless as I awaited her continuation. Team leader Lu proceeded to recount their ordeal. After our departure, Lu, Wenmin, the female doctor, and the photographer had ventured into the ancient city. Much of the city had succumbed to the embrace of flora and fauna, and they encountered numerous wild beasts and insects along their arduous journey. Eventually, they stumbled upon a location resembling an altar, surrounded by a pyramid-like structure through which plants had crept via cracks and openings. Inside this pyramid, they unearthed several clues. The relics within the ancient city remained largely intact, though most had been reduced to fragments and ashes by the ravages of time, with only a few substantial, durable objects remaining. Upon a sacrificial bronze ding, Lu discovered a revelation concerning the ultimate secret of the swallowing silkworm ancient city. Ultimate secret? I questioned. What ultimate secret? Lu cast a glance at me, then began to relay the information inscribed upon the ding. The ding, a significant artifact, represented a peak in the development of bronze during the era of the ancient Shu kingdom. Thus, the inscriptions were of immense value and importance. The ding described an astonishing secret. It was said that the divine object known as the heavenly eye of the ancient Shu kingdom had long been housed within the swallowing silkworm ancient city. This heavenly eye possessed a peculiar power, capable of obliterating all visible entities and summoning the primordial chaotic deities. Though these statements might seem fantastical, they were quite comprehensible, albeit profoundly astonishing. Lu remarked, "The eye of heaven possesses a peculiar power, capable of rendering visible entities invisible while simultaneously summoning forth formidable forces." Upon hearing this, the Cyclops interjected, "Isn't that absurd?" Lu replied, "Indeed, it does sound quite incredulous, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Have you ever heard of the Valley of Disappearance?" I shook my head, and Lu continued, "It is a valley located in Australia, devoid of any life, a barren wasteland. After a thunderstorm, all living beings mysteriously vanish. Subsequent studies have indicated that the local magnetic field is unusual, leading to the theoretical formation of spatial black holes during storms." The Cyclops scratched his head and asked, "So, the vanished creatures were sucked away by a black hole? What does this have to do with the Eye of Heaven?" Lu explained, "This is merely my conjecture. Perhaps the Eye of Heaven serves as a medium that generates such a unique magnetic field. The inhabitants of the ancient city of swallowing silkworms have mastered the method to activate this medium, allowing them to achieve the disappearance of visible entities." Although I found this notion dubious, I refrained from arguing and inquired, "And then what? Is this recorded on the tripod?" Lu affirmed, "Certainly, but it encompasses far more. The true account inscribed upon the tripod is not about the Eye of Heaven, but rather a war. West of the ancient city of swallowing silkworms lies a small, independent nation known as June, skilled in horse riding. Due to its harsh conditions, June is militaristic and adept at plundering. While the ancient city has been a coveted target for June, hindered by its geographical isolation from reinforcements, the inhabitants of swallowing silkworms, being of shorter stature and lacking martial prowess, were continually harassed by June. Consequently, the high priest of the city resolved to utilize the Eye of Heaven to summon deities. Although the ancient Shu kingdom left behind scant historical remnants, it was indeed a civilization of profound depth, tracing its lineage back to the Tsong clan. Having traversed snowy expanses and established roots in the Central Plains, evolving into a unique and ancient culture over millennia. While theocratic power had waned in history, the ancient Shu kingdom still held a revered status. The high priest, employing the Eye of Heaven, summoned a deity, leading to June's utter defeat. However, as the saying goes, summoning a deity is easy, but sending one away is a challenge. This deity, instead of returning to its rightful abode, roamed freely, claiming lives, and most alarmingly, it consumed humans. Once satiated, it would rest briefly before resuming its grisly feast. Panic engulfed the city, as the populace understood that the entity summoned by the Eye of Heaven was likely no divine being, but rather a malevolent spirit. In desperation, they devised a scheme to trap this deity. Given its immortality, they suppressed it beneath the earth. According to the tripod's account, this deity was most likely 01. Despite the absence of conflict in the ancient city of swallowing silkworms, its inhabitants suddenly vanished. Lu speculated that 01 had escaped confinement and wreaked havoc, devouring the people of swallowing silkworms. What manner of monster could consume an entire city? If 01 indeed possessed such capabilities, it would spell disaster. At long last, I comprehend why, over 3 decades ago, considerable human and material resources were expended to establish the 01 Extermination Self-Defense Force. It appears that those in power were well aware of the existence of such a formidable entity and took extensive measures to avert future calamities. Fortunately, this is not the age of cold weapons. No matter how formidable may first be, it cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of missiles. However, in ancient times, its power could indeed be likened to that of deities or demons. The one-eyed dragon and I were utterly astonished, and Lu, the team leader, continued. In order to suppress 01, that day I was also concealed underground. Thus, we endeavored to locate the entrance to the subterranean palace meant to contain 01. She paused, her brow furrowing, and let out a sigh. They had initially believed that the ancient city was abandoned and that they merely needed to be wary of wild beasts and venomous creatures. Little did they know that the path to the underground palace was fraught with intricate traps. Among the four of them, 3 women and 1 man. The sole male being a photographer, physical strength was present, yet skill was lacking. The group suffered immensely, barely escaping with their lives. At a critical juncture, Lu recognized that their chances of successfully descending into the underground palace were slim. With a heavy heart, she suggested abandoning the mission, emphasizing that human life is paramount. After an intense discussion, the 4 of them hesitated to act impulsively and began to prepare for their return journey. However, it soon became apparent that, aside from the traps, there was something sinister lurking within the ancient city. Before long, members of the team began to encounter misfortunes, losing their mental faculties as if possessed by malevolent spirits. The first to succumb was Min, the most skilled among them. In a frenzy, she brandished her knife and fired her weapon, leaving the others unable to contain her. In their desperate attempt to flee, they unwittingly dispersed. Lu's misfortune compounded as Min relentlessly pursued her. In a climactic moment, Lu gritted her teeth and engaged in a fierce struggle with Min, both fearless women clashing with intensity. Min had completely lost her sanity. If indeed a malevolent force had taken hold, with us professionals present, we would know how to contend with it. Yet Lu and her team were not specialists. Faced with Min's lethal intentions, their thoughts on strategy vanished. Just as Lu was on the verge of exhaustion, and when Min raised her dagger to strike at her throat, a loud bang resonated. Blood cascaded down Min's face, flowing profusely. It turned out that the photographer had arrived, unbeknownst to them, and in a moment of desperation, had seized an object to strike Min on the head, saving Lu from imminent death. Upon hearing Lu's account of the blood-soaked scene, I felt a chill run through my body and instinctively asked, what happened next? Lu regarded me silently, not directly addressing my inquiry, but instead responded indirectly. The only object available at that moment was a trowel. In that instant, I felt as though all the blood in my body had frozen. The trowel, though small in surface area, possessed considerable length and weight, being an indispensable tool for both archaeology and excavation. A single blow from it could shatter a bull's skull, let alone that of a human. The one-eyed dragon inhaled sharply, and an eerie silence enveloped us. No, I refused to believe it. How could she possibly perish so easily? Over the past 2 years, we have faced numerous dangers and survived against all odds. How could she succumb so effortlessly? From the very beginning, I should never have parted ways with her. As long as she was by my side, even in the presence of malevolent forces, we would have found a way to confront them. And it would not have led us to the desperate measures taken by Lu and her companion. I vividly recall Min's remarkable agility, yet I overlooked the fact that, in certain matters, she was merely an ordinary individual. Amidst my chaotic breaths, I discerned a sobbing sound. It was Lu's voice. This woman, who had always exhibited such resilience, now buried her head in her knees. Though I could not see her face, the poignant sound of her weeping resonated clearly. Chapter 32. The innate deviant. To be frank, had I not been exerting great effort to restrain myself, I might have succumbed to the urge to throttle her. In truth, I understood that had I been in a similar predicament, facing someone intent on my demise, I would likely display no mercy. The reactions of Lu and the photographer were, in fact, responses that most individuals would exhibit. They were merely striving for survival. However, human emotions and rationality often diverge, and while I recognized this, the urge to strangle her surged uncontrollably within me. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon placed a hand upon my shoulder, his remaining eye filled with concern as he said, "In life, we seek the living. In death, we seek the dead. We have yet to see a body." Were it not for Lu's heart-wrenching cries, I might have truly lost control. The one-eyed dragon's words, whether intended as comfort or hope, indeed provided me with a rationale to suppress my fury. I took a deep breath and said, "Cease your weeping." What happened next? Lu composed herself and replied, "Afterwards, the 2 of us went in search of the missing lily. And then we discovered her in a pit." As she spoke these words, her eyes became somewhat vacant. I sensed something amiss. How could a pit suddenly emerge at the entrance of the underground palace? My heart raced, and I blurted out, "A trap pit?" Lu nodded. I hardly needed to inquire further. Within such trap pits, most were embedded with inverted iron arrows, while a smaller portion contained flammable liquids or toxic substances. Lily had encountered the former, and thus, When Lu and her companion found her, her body was completely pierced, blood rendering her unrecognizable, the stench overwhelming. No matter how independent and strong Lu was, she remained a woman. Stretched beyond her limits by 2 successive shocks, she finally let out a scream and fainted. When she regained consciousness, she found herself being carried by the photographer, who, during that time, had become drenched in blood and was in a state of delirium. He wandered aimlessly, and for a moment, Lu was disoriented, unsure of her whereabouts or what had transpired during her unconsciousness. Yet, she could discern that something was gravely wrong with the photographer. He was on the brink of collapse. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not relinquish his burden. With tears in her eyes, Lu struggled to free herself from his back and finally summoned the strength to rise. She was determined to escape, to flee from this cursed ancient city, taking the photographer with her. Subsequently, she grasped his hand and set forth on the path to seek salvation. At this point, another prolonged silence enveloped us. I inquired, and then, "Where is he?" "Do not ask me." Lu, covering her face, appeared somewhat neurotic. Suddenly, she lifted her head abruptly and exclaimed, "I don't know." We scattered, and then I kept walking until I arrived at this place. The Cyclops pressed further. "How did you scatter?" "I don't know," she replied, tugging at her hair. The Cyclops, now infuriated, retorted, "How can you not know?" After a pause, he questioned suspiciously, "Could he be dead?" "No." Lu suddenly shrieked, "He is not dead. He has merely gone missing." A glance exchanged between the Cyclops and me revealed our mutual understanding that this woman's sanity was in question. Yet, I harbored a faint hope that her previous utterances were mere fabrications born of her disturbed mind. It would be best if all of this were but a lie. After weeping for a short while, Lu wiped her tears and regained her initial composure, though her face still bore an unmistakable fatigue. She stated, "We must find a way out." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. If she truly had become separated from the photographer, she should have said they needed to find him and escape together. Instead, she spoke solely of finding a way out, implying that she had given up on searching for the photographer. This was entirely inconsistent with her earlier display of sorrow, unless she knew he would not return. Having encountered many self-deceiving individuals, including myself, I suddenly felt that this woman was also ensnared in her own delusions. After uttering these words, she appeared exhausted, curling up on the ground and slipping into a deep sleep. The coldness of the ground prompted me to kindle a small fire. Lu's words had thoroughly disrupted my thoughts. In this dire circumstance, even though my body was weary, my mind refused to succumb to sleep. Imagined visions of one man flooded my mind, her blood flowing down from the top of her head. My body felt somewhat stiff, and I sat rigidly by the fire, barely able to move. The Cyclops wrapped his arm around my shoulder, saying nothing, yet his grip was firm. The ways in which men and women comfort one another often differ greatly. After a moment, I patted the Cyclops' hand and said, "I'll keep watch. You should rest for a while." He nodded in agreement. In such an environment, regaining strength was of utmost importance. I surveyed the surroundings. The area is not illuminated by the fire remaining shrouded in darkness. Normally, I would have taken out a flashlight to assess the environment, but now I felt disinclined to move. My mind was a carousel of memories, each frame a cherished recollection from the years gone by. I recalled the first time I saw her in uniform. Despite the fact that I and Doufu were handcuffed at that moment, these memories, often overlooked, now felt profoundly precious. Could she truly be dead? I dared not contemplate such a notion. Those significant in my life seemed to be caught in a strange cycle, one by one drifting away from me. Chinsei, my grandfather, and even the mute who had always protected me but never uttered a word, they were all gone. Completely gone. Doufu, though still alive, was merely a shell. A heartbeat away from death. When Min, is she still alive? At this moment, I scarcely dared to ponder team leader Lu's words. I could only echo the sentiment of the one-eyed dragon. If one is alive, one must be seen, and if one is dead, the body must be found. Until I behold the corpse, there remains a glimmer of hope. Gazing into the flickering flames of the bonfire before me, I began to question the significance of all my efforts. This is a vicious cycle, a seemingly cursed loop. Can my endeavors truly liberate me from it? Yet, how many souls around me are worthy of my striving? As I traversed the corridors of my mind, I realized there was no one left. This is indeed a lamentable existence. Those who required my presence have nearly all perished. The remaining individuals seem to hold little connection to me, whether it be Hong Mao, the slothful one, Lu Su, or even Zhuan Rui. They persist with their lives, while Zhuan Rui continues to dwell in the fabricated reality he has woven, untouched by the truth. Only Zhong Gong and Hong Mao are privy to the secret they fervently guard, ensuring it remains concealed. This evokes a dreadful sensation, one that threatens to drive one to madness. If I were not acutely aware that Doufu still lives, waiting for my rescue, I might very well succumb to despair at this moment. I recalled a phrase I once encountered. What is loneliness? Is it merely doing things alone, feeling joy alone, or experiencing sorrow in solitude? No, true loneliness is the realization that one is ensnared in a vicious circle where those outside cannot enter and those within cannot escape. Time flew by swiftly, and the slothful one awoke punctually. He lay on the ground, blinked a few times, paused for about a minute, then sat up, stretching comfortably. Accompanying his movements, I heard a series of cracking sounds from his joints, akin to popping beans. The others, lacking his remarkable biological clock, remained in slumber. Even upon waking, the slothful one appeared weary. He rubbed his brow and suddenly inquired, "Did that policewoman die?" I was taken aback and replied, "How do you know? She is not dead. Haven't you been sleeping like a log?" Was it possible he had been listening even in his dreams? As if comprehending my thoughts, he pointed to his ears and said, "They've never ceased. I've never had a good night's sleep. All sounds penetrate here, causing me headaches." His expression of distress seemed genuine, indicating that his so-called deep slumber was merely a figment of my imagination. Even if he had truly been asleep, he was still attuned to the surrounding sounds. This ability may sound impressive, but upon reflection, it reveals itself to be quite torturous. As he articulated, he could never truly sleep because he could always hear noises. With sound reaching his consciousness, his mind could never fully relax. Just considering that constant state of tension is enough to induce a headache, I began to genuinely feel sympathy for him. No wonder he perpetually bore the appearance of someone who could never awaken fully. I couldn't help but ask, "Is this a natural condition for you?" The languid fellow cast a fleeting glance in my direction, uttering a nonchalant "HM," before his gaze shifted to the slumbering Captain Liu. Suddenly, a familiar, sinister smile graced his features, a smile that spoke of sadistic delight. The bloodlust coursing through his veins was palpable once more. He remarked, "She has slain your woman. Do you not feel anger? Allow me to exact vengeance on your behalf." As he spoke, his fingers twitched slightly, as if he were struggling to suppress the urge to unleash his violent impulses. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Some individuals are shaped into monstrosities through their experiences, while others are born with such inclinations. Like his ears, this fellow undoubtedly belonged to the former category. I could not fathom the pleasure he derived from cruelty. The image of that madman being tormented sent chills down my spine. I instinctively inquired, "You deviant, do you often torment small animals for amusement?" The languid fellow paused momentarily, his smile twisting into something more sinister as he replied, "No, I prefer creatures of greater strength. They provide more exhilarating sport." "Creatures of greater strength?" I asked. "Wolves, tigers, bears?" He yawned and patted Captain Liu's face, asserting, "Humans are the most formidable of all creatures." I felt momentarily stifled, the phrase psychopathic killer flashing through my mind. At that moment, Captain Liu was roused from her slumber by the languid fellow's actions. Chapter 33. The capture. After a brief respite, she appeared somewhat revitalized, yet upon rising, she made no immediate motions. It seemed the languid fellow had merely been jesting. He was not one to act recklessly. Thus I also roused the one-eyed dragon and Harer Shigai, who had been resting nearby. Once all five of us were on our feet, we consumed a modest meal and steeled ourselves to survey our surroundings. The space we occupied measured approximately 100 square meters, its floor laid with thick tiles, and in each corner stood the familiar bronze statues of human figures. I remained uncertain as to the purpose of this place. I inquired of Captain Liu whether there were any inscriptions on the pedestal detailing the precise location of the celestial eye. She replied, "It is located where the entity known as 01 is confined." The one-eyed dragon and I exchanged glances. The place where 01 was imprisoned was none other than the ironclad chamber we had previously escaped from. Upon her mentioning it, I recalled the cocoons and asked, "Does the pedestal bear any record of an object resembling a large, white cocoon, containing a being strikingly similar to 01? Captain Liu hesitated, then shook her head, saying, "Not that I know of. What have you encountered?" "Earlier," She had been emotionally distraught and had not inquired about our experiences. Now that she did, there was no reason for us to withhold the truth. The one-eyed dragon recounted our tale in detail. Captain Liu, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment. Given your description, the place you were in is likely where 01 is confined. Have you searched thoroughly? The one-eyed dragon responded. We examined every crevice. It is impossible to find anything. Oh. He inhaled sharply, as if struck by a revelation, and said to me, Boss, there is a hole in that location. Do you think the celestial I could have been swept away by the water through that opening? The red-haired fellow chimed in cheerfully. It's quite possible. Who among us is the best swimmer? It seems we must put in extra effort. The water was indeed treacherous, and it seemed that only the slothful and I remained. Team leader Liu was currently in frail health, and Red Hair was unable to enter the water. Thus, it was left to the Cyclops, who possessed but a single eye. Searching underwater was inherently challenging, and the task of finding anything fell solely to the slothful and me. After some deliberation, we resolved to proceed. Liu bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet she remained silent. Observing her expression, I understood her thoughts as clearly as if they were inscribed upon a glass pane. She had long harbored suspicions regarding our intentions, and now, with our forces diminished, instead of seeking an escape, we remained steadfast in our quest for the heavenly eye. It was evident to anyone that our true objective lay with the heavenly eye. Nevertheless, she was astute enough to refrain from voicing her suspicions. The members of Liu's group bore no personal grudge against me, and had it not been for necessity, I would have preferred not to confront them. Thus, I chose to feign ignorance. In the ensuing moments, the slothful and I shed our garments, donning only our underpants, armed with waterproof flashlights. We crawled through the dilapidated wall hole and plunged into the depths of the water in search of our quarry. The underwater drop was approximately 10 meters, shrouded in darkness, and every few minutes we had to surface for air. Lacking waterproof goggles, our eyes began to sting after prolonged exposure. Though it was winter, our continuous movement and robust physiques kept the chill at bay, except for that initial plunge into the water. Thus, we searched slowly, alternating between rest and labor. After more than 3 hours in the eerie, murky depths, I suddenly caught sight of something. It was a pitch-black iron box, open and inverted, resting on the bottom. Its contents unknown. I swiftly swam to the location, wedging the flashlight under my arm, and reached out to touch the box. After spending considerable time underwater, the seams of the box had come apart, allowing me to pry it open with some effort. Almost immediately, its contents surged forth. Had I not mentally prepared myself beforehand, I might have choked in excitement. Beneath the box lay an exquisite object. Its material resembled jade, but possessed a clarity surpassing that of jade, with a texture akin to a blend of stone and crystal. The object was oval in shape, intricately sculpted to resemble a human eye, with the pupil prominently protruding at its center. This protrusion was of a nature that struck one as decidedly unsettling. In ancient Shu culture, many sculptures featured similar bulging eyes. Yet those portrayed a degree of acceptability that did not evoke discomfort. In stark contrast, the object before me was excessively exaggerated, resembling a large eyeball pierced by a long, straight rod. The sight was undeniably peculiar, and I could even feel my own eyes beginning to swell. Indeed, this was the heavenly eye we sought, remarkably resembling Liu's description, and I could hardly contain my eagerness as I grasped the protruding pupil as one would wield a hammer. At that moment, the slothful had also discovered this extraordinary item. Approximately like me, he was also discomforted by those eyes. Thus he furrowed his brow, but said little, merely gesturing for us to depart. I was nearly out of breath, so I quickened my pace to swim back. After a few strokes, I noticed the lazy one had slowed down and was left behind. I sensed something was amiss. His stamina was not lacking, and he was quite adept in the water, so he should not have been left trailing. As I swam, I turned on my flashlight to ascertain what was happening, only to discover that he was not swimming at all. He stood in the water, clad only in shorts, with his back to me, directing the flashlight ahead. Beneath the eerie waters, I noticed a multitude of dark figures gathering at the boundary of light ahead of him. Those shadows distinctly resembled human forms, albeit limp and seemingly devoid of bones. In an instant, I comprehended the situation. It was the entities from within those cocoons. The waters were interconnected, and surfacing, we might have found ourselves beneath the iron bridge, but to evade those cocoons. Both the lazy one and I had retreated back to that stone chamber for air. Yet now, how had those beings emerged from their cocoons? and in such numbers? At that moment, the lazy one seemed to realize I had halted. He waved his hand in the water, indicating I should proceed. Though he was entirely undraped, a belt was fastened around his waist, from which hung dual blades and various multi-tools. He had been mocked by the red-haired one for his appearance when entering the water, but now it proved to be fortuitous. He held the flashlight in his mouth and drew his knives. Meanwhile, I was unarmed. In the instant he signaled me, he had already engaged with those creatures, and I suddenly realized they were targeting me, not him. The lazy one's pause was merely to buy me time. Could it be due to the celestial eye? As that thought flashed through my mind, I began to swim back. It was not a matter of loyalty. Rather, if I stayed, I would genuinely jeopardize the lazy one's safety. There was indeed another option, to immediately discard the celestial eye, casting it as far as possible. Yet I had to admit that selfishness was clouding my judgment. After all, I had worked hard to obtain it. How could I simply throw it away? Furthermore, if I discarded it now, I would inevitably return to retrieve it later. What purpose would that serve? If it were mere tofu, I might not hesitate to discard it for the sake of saving a life, but I was not that person, and thus could not act in such a manner. Consequently, I swam towards the stone chamber. Of course, I was not heartless. Once I surfaced, I grasped the rope and tossed the celestial eye towards the red-haired one before immediately arming myself. The one-eyed dragon inquired, "What is the matter?" Quickly, grab your weapon and descend to rescue. I could not afford to elaborate extensively. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon reacted swiftly, heeding my words without further inquiry, and promptly drew his weapon to follow me into the water. We dared not delay. As soon as we exited the cave, we were met with a scene nearly overrun by those creatures. However, the lazy fellow, at this moment, stubbornly held his ground. It was the first time I witnessed his formidable strength. Anyone who dared to lay a hand upon him would inevitably be cleaved in two. Fortunately, though this entity bore a striking resemblance to 01, it lacked the latter's regenerative abilities. The one-eyed dragon and I promptly joined the fray to fend off the advances. As the saying goes, an inch gained is an inch strengthened. Our telescopic batons proved advantageous, successfully repelling much of the encroaching menace. Seizing this opportunity, the lazy one swiftly withdrew and darted into a crevice. The one-eyed dragon and I continued to resist, retreating gradually into the cave. Outside, the red-haired individuals and others awaited, fully prepared. As we emerged from the water's surface and grasped the rope, we were immediately hoisted upwards. Simultaneously, those creatures began to crawl through the cave entrance, and within moments, the chamber below was teeming with them. With their long limbs, they sought to ascend, but fortunately, at that critical moment, Team Lu activated a mechanism. A resounding bang echoed as the square entrance was sealed shut. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings. I gasped for air, collapsing onto the ground, yet felt an undeniable sense of relief. Having acquired the heavenly eye, I had finally accomplished a task, alleviating some weight from my heart. Despite this, we could still faintly hear the sounds emanating from below, likely the creatures battering against the iron plate. Thankfully, Lu exhibited quick thinking. Otherwise, allowing them to ascend would have posed a formidable challenge. I turned to her and noticed she stood atop a three-tiered stone platform. At the center of the platform stood a statue of a stone figure. The mechanism was situated in the figure's eyes, and Lu appeared to be of similar height to the statue, perfectly still, creating an illusion that she too had turned to stone. Of course, this was merely a figment of my imagination. The one-eyed dragon wiped his face, sneezed vigorously, and without hesitation, turned around to remove his underwear, hastily slipping into his long pants, shivering as he remarked, "Our escape route is now blocked. We cannot return the way we came." I pondered for a moment and replied, "Then we shall take the path Lu used to arrive. Furthermore, we must ascertain certain matters. The living must be seen, and the dead must be confirmed. Moreover, concerning Qin Shi, we must determine his fate." Chapter 34. The choice Qin Shi was the name of the photographer. Now that we had obtained the heavenly eye, retracing our steps along the original path would arguably be safer, given our familiarity with the situation. However, Lu's route was fraught with traps, and I had lost consciousness for a time, rendering me unable to discern the way, thus significantly increasing the potential risks. Now, whether to rescue someone or to save ourselves, we had to follow Lu's original path. This three-tiered stone platform was centrally located, with the figure controlling the mechanism directly above. Opposite the figure lay an arched passageway, which, when illuminated by the flashlight, appeared ominously dark. Lu stated that she had emerged from that very passage. Upon hearing this, the others wasted no time, packed their gear. And with Lu leading the way, we entered the passage. The arched passage exhibited no signs of collapse, nor were there any fissures in its surroundings, appearing quite robust. The walls were adorned with numerous relief sculptures, predominantly depicting mythological tales, with motifs of silkworms and fish. The figures were rendered in a primitive and simplistic style, yet the craftsmanship was remarkably intricate. Even after the passage of time, not a single rough edge was discernible. As we walked, Team Leader Lu provided insights regarding our surroundings, indicating that the section we traversed was relatively safe, devoid of traps. At the end of the passage stood a massive and weighty stone door, operated by a one-way mechanism, meaning it could only be activated from outside, while we currently found ourselves within. However, Team Leader Lu and her companions had previously discerned this was a one-way mechanism. So before she opened the stone door to enter the passage, she thoughtfully placed some iron tools beneath it, ensuring the door did not close fully and left a gap through which a person could crawl. I lay on the ground, directing my light behind the stone door, revealing what Team Leader Lu had described, a staircase ascending upward. We climbed through the narrow opening at the bottom. The staircase was straight, comprising roughly 30 to 40 steps. And as the light illuminated the ascent, the top became visible. At the summit of the staircase stood a large iron door, indicating that, in those times, significant importance was placed on such barriers, with a gate nearly every 10 meters. However, the iron door, unlike the stone one, had succumbed to decay and was now precariously unstable. It had been previously damaged by Team Leader Lu using an iron tool, creating an opening through which one could crawl. The Cyclops touched his head and remarked, "Here we are, crawling and squeezing. We've become moles." The term mole is a fitting metaphor for tomb raiders. And after we squeezed through the iron door, we found ourselves in a slightly larger, arched space, facing a peculiar arched wall. Who would construct a stone chamber in such a manner? It resembled a circle bisected, and at that moment, we were turned away from the straight line, with the stone wall curving around us. This structure was a novel sight for me, and its significance remained a mystery. Bathed in the glow of our flashlight, I noticed that the arched entrance ahead revealed 6 passageways, seemingly inviting us to make a selection. The Cyclops gasped, stroking his chin, and said, "Something's amiss with this structure." I nodded in agreement. In large ancient tombs or clandestine edifices, such misleading designs are not uncommon. Typically, among several passageways, only one leads to safety, while the others are fraught with traps. However, the current dilemma was that we had approached this place in reverse. Logically, the path we were on should have been the correct one. Thus it was improbable that multiple passageways would be presented before us. The true progression should have been that we followed a singular route outward, only to discover that we had emerged from one of the passageways. Yet now, the entire sequence was inverted, presenting us with an unexpected conundrum. Instead of deliberating on which path to choose, our focus ought to be on deciphering the peculiar structure before us. If we were to liken our present location to a terminus, it would imply that these 6 passageways, extending from various origins, have ultimately converged at the site we now occupy. What significance does this hold? I inquired directly of Team Leader Lu about the circumstances she encountered. With a furrowed brow, she gestured towards a passageway directly in front of us and stated, "I emerged from this corridor. As for what transpired prior, I am unaware." As I lost consciousness at that time, with Qin carrying me, I asked, "In the passage you exited, are there any hidden tunnels or secret chambers?" Lu regarded me with a perplexed expression and shook her head, replying, "Certainly not. It is entirely safe inside." Safe? I could not suppress a derisive laugh, responding, "Then, given that Qin carried you into this passage and there are no concealed paths or chambers, and since the end of the passage leads us to our current location, how is it that Qin has vanished?" Lu paused, a flicker of panic crossing her features, clearly revealing her deceit. Red-haired shrugged and grinned, saying, "My dear, we are but brutish folk, lacking in the finesse to appreciate delicate matters. If you wish to avoid hardship, you ought to reflect carefully before speaking." Lu appeared flustered, her eyes darting about, and finally, as if surrendering, confessed, "I was too anxious and let something slip. I did indeed emerge from this corridor. I am not deceiving you. But Qin, he is dead." The one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow and asked, "How did he die?" Lu took a deep breath and replied, "I killed him. After emerging, I concealed his body there." She pointed to another passage, evidently indicating where she had disposed of the corpse. I could not help but inquire why. All of us bear the stains of blood. Her act of murder does not surprise me, yet I am curious about her motive. My words seemed to touch upon a sensitive subject, causing her body to tremble. After a moment, she spoke, her voice hoarse. I told you, he was deranged. Initially, he carried me forward, but then he suddenly halted and began to strangle me, which is when I used my dagger. In that moment, she appeared profoundly distressed, clutching her hair and sinking to the ground. For an ordinary person unaccustomed to taking life, such an experience would indeed be enough to drive one to madness, especially considering that the photographer had saved him prior. Her insistence on Qin being missing seemed to stem from a desire to conceal her act of murder. We exchanged glances, and to confirm our suspicions, I instructed the lazy one and red-haired to wait outside while I ventured into the passage Lu had indicated for hiding the body. After traversing approximately 10 meters into the corridor, I indeed discovered Qin corpse, precisely as Lu had described. At the moment of his demise, he was strangling her, prompting her to draw her dagger in desperate self-defense, striking him in the back. His back was soaked in blood, bearing multiple stab wounds. He lay motionless, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to find peace in death. It was likely that no one anticipated such a tragic end during an ostensibly ordinary reconnaissance mission. I exchanged a glance with the Cyclops, ultimately shaking my head. I then took out solid fuel and sprinkled it over Qin body, igniting a fire. The flames roared to life, while the Cyclops recited a farewell. Farewell, brother, may you journey westward. The underworld has its Yama, and the Buddha resides in paradise. Accumulate blessings and virtues, dispel karma to ensure peace. The fire grew fiercer, and as I stared at Qin gradually charred remains, my heart felt as though it were crushed under a tremendous weight. If what Captain Lu had said was indeed true, then was when men also. The acrid stench of burning flesh permeated the corridor, compelling the Cyclops and me to retreat before the body was entirely consumed. At that moment, the light from the flames illuminated the passage, revealing numerous relief sculptures on the walls, distinct from those previously encountered. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a multitude of grotesque and menacing figures, vividly carved, as if they might break through the walls at any moment, presenting a most eerie spectacle. I sensed something amiss in this corridor and hurriedly led the Cyclops out. Although Red Hair and the others awaited us outside, they too noticed the glow of the fire. And without further explanation, they quickly grasped the situation. At this juncture, the sloth was examining the various corridors, having ventured into each one without going too deep, seemingly grasping some underlying pattern. He pointed to the corridor from which Captain Lu had emerged and shook his head, stating, "Incorrect. Incorrect? Could it be that Captain Lu was lying?" It was only with the sloth's subsequent remarks that we realized his assertion of wrong did not pertain to Captain Lu's honesty, but rather indicated that the choice made by her and Qin to enter this particular corridor was itself a grave mistake. He elaborated. The reliefs within depict malevolent spirits, mountains, monsters, deities, and human figures, all with eyes. The Cyclops inquired, "What significance do these hold?" With his arms crossed, the sloth languidly replied, "I am unsure. The civilization of ancient Shu is inherently peculiar. If we are at the terminus of these 8 corridors, then their origins must lie in disparate locations. The method chosen by that group to enter the tomb was erroneous from the outset, which is why they encountered such peril." Captain Lu blinked and remarked, "So that is how it is. That path was my choice." With that, she seemed to lose her strength and sat on the ground in defeat. The Cyclops scratched his head and said, "So, you mean to say that the path chosen by Captain Lu was wrong? Should we still proceed?" The sloth candidly responded, "Ancient Shu revered the eye. Thus the correct path must be this one. No adherent of any faith would dare to meddle beneath the gaze of the divine. Having discerned the rightful path, we cannot afford to continue along the erroneous route." The Cyclops glanced at me and remarked to the sloth, "But Officer Gu and the others are still." He trailed off, unable to finish his thought. The sloth remained nonchalant, stating, "I cannot risk my life for 2 corpses. Xuan Rue summoned me merely to assist you in locating the eye of heaven, not to lead me to my demise." At that moment, all eyes turned towards me, awaiting my decision. Should we venture forth along the correct path or retrace our steps into danger to search for the 2 bodies? Chapter 35. Deception. At this juncture, everyone awaited my response. These 2 corpses, if they belonged to others, I would certainly remain indifferent. However, One of them is when Min, who is unlike anyone else. The events of recent days have stirred doubts, yet the bond forged through years of life and death together cannot simply dissipate due to these uncertainties. I cast a glance at the others and ultimately made a decision. The idle ones cannot accompany me on this perilous journey. Knowing full well the treacherous path ahead and the multitude of dangers, I have no right to drag One-Eyed Dragon and his companions into this venture. After much contemplation, I addressed One-Eyed Dragon. Distribute the gear. You all should depart first. I will search for the bodies. One-Eyed Dragon was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, what are you saying? That place is already perilous enough. Leaving you alone is tantamount to sending you to your demise. Do you think so little of me?" He then asserted with unwavering resolve, "I will go with you." I was somewhat surprised, but at this juncture, I could no longer allow those around me to take such risks. While rejecting One-Eyed Dragon's proposal, I reassured him, "Do not worry. From my experience, it is not so easy to extinguish my life. I have made my decision. You all shall leave first, and we will rendezvous outside the ancient city." Haliazagai scratched his nose and remarked, "I told Juan Rue that I would look after you and this gentleman. Are you planning to court death, thus tarnishing my reputation? Finding the bodies will not bring the living back." A wave of discomfort washed over me. My steadfast resolve to search for the corpses stemmed from a subconscious belief that when Min might still be alive, perhaps waiting for me to rescue her. Until I laid eyes upon her remains, I could not abandon her. The constant mention of death by Red Hair felt like a dagger, piercing through my hopes with every utterance. In a fit of irritation, I retorted, "Do not forget that you can hardly walk without someone carrying you. If you continue to prattle on, you may as well go alone." Red Hair raised an eyebrow, his grin unwavering. "Have you forgotten what you promised me not long ago?" His reminder weighed heavily on my heart. Why was he so invested in the matter of Doufu? What schemes had he initiated concerning her? How could he be so certain he could find her? Was he attempting to deceive me? As this thought crossed my mind, I fixed my gaze on Red Hair. His smile appeared radiant at first glance, maintaining that unflappable demeanor as if the sky could fall without affecting him. Having encountered countless individuals, I scrutinized his expression. Finding no signs of deceit, unable to suppress a frown, I inquired about his true intentions. Red Hair, still grinning, uttered a statement that left Captain Lu speechless. "You might be underestimating me. Since this woman managed to arrive here safely, do you think we, as seasoned men, would perish inside? I suggest we abandon the idea of splitting up and proceed together. I too wish to ascertain whether Officer Gu is truly dead or merely feigning." As he spoke, his gaze held a profound significance directed at Captain Lu, who could not help but interject, "Do you think I am lying?" Red Hair nodded, bluntly stating, "Yes, I do not trust you, not at all." Captain Lu furrowed her brow and replied, "Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you?" Redhead shrugged, his face still adorned with a radiant smile, and remarked, "Woman, you may be underestimating our capacity for kindness. No matter your actions, trust will elude you. Do you truly comprehend what trust is?" One-Eyed, perhaps you could enlighten her. The Cyclops crossed his arms, seemingly recalling something from Redhead's words, and coldly replied, "Trust is akin to leaving your back exposed for another to stab." Redhead clicked his tongue, saying, "It seems you speak from experience." The Cyclops gently touched his blind eye, murmuring, "Indeed, it is a memory that lingers even in death. We, who are stained with blood, understand this well. In tranquil times, all yearn for peace, kindness, and trust. Yet, in dire circumstances, trust becomes a lethal weapon. It is either you perish or I survive. I believe everyone present has blood on their hands, blood from those who once placed their trust in us. It is this very blood that allows us to stand here and speak today, like the messenger I killed, until one faces the abyss. One cannot fathom how those around them might ultimately transform. I have endured such environments and wrestled with my humanity and conscience, all trampled beneath the weight of flesh and blood." Lu's expression shifted, and she finally managed to utter, "I do not require your trust. It matters not." She sighed wearily and added, "All I wish for now is to survive. It appears you all intend to tread the same old path." After speaking, she turned towards the previously dismissed slacker and asked, "What about you? Have you changed your mind and chosen to accompany them?" While we spoke, the slacker leaned against the wall, eyes closed, evidently dozing again. At her words, he slowly lifted his eyelids, glanced at me, and grunted in response. I felt an immense relief. With the slacker alongside us, our safety would be greatly enhanced. Lu's eyes twitched, and I could see her inner turmoil. She fixed her gaze intensely on the slacker. After a moment, her shoulders slumped as she sighed. If that is the case, what more can I say? Let us face death together. I am not heartless. Since I brought them in, I must also lead them back out. Let us proceed. In her final words, she appeared to have made up her mind and walked resolutely into the central passage. The Cyclops scratched his head and whispered to me, "This woman changes her demeanor too swiftly. What say you, boss?" I replied, "Be cautious. There is something amiss with her. Should the need arise, eliminate her." When Lou first appeared, though her mind seemed somewhat unhinged, I did not harbor doubts. Even after she killed the photographer, I remained unconvinced of her treachery, for we had all faced moments where survival necessitated the abandonment of all else. Such actions, while perhaps suspect to the uninitiated, were comprehensible to those of us with shared experiences. What truly aroused my suspicion was her recent reaction. Although my time with Team Lou has been brief, I have come to understand her character quite well. Perhaps due to her upbringing in the West, she places immense value on life. I can comprehend her explosive reaction to the threat against her life, resulting in the death of the photographer. Yet I struggle to grasp her indifference towards the bodies of her companions. Unless there are underlying circumstances that compel her to prevent us from witnessing the other two corpses. If she is indeed concealing something in this matter, could it be that those two bodies do not exist at all? Might Wen Min and the doctor named Lily still be alive? Extreme environments serve as the ultimate test of human nature. Thus, should she have committed an act that I find intolerable, I cannot be blamed for my harshness. After I spoke, the one-eyed dragon nodded, and soon after, the three of us ventured down this perilous path, unaware of what awaited us. In that moment, we all instinctively focused our gaze on Team Lou. Given that this woman harbors secrets she wishes to keep from us, it is inevitable that she will take further actions to protect them. The passageway is approximately 2 meters wide, with an arched ceiling adorned with numerous reliefs depicting half-human, half-beast entities. One particular figure, a one-eyed, one-legged creature, reminded me of the Cyclopes described in the Shanhai Jing, an ancient text of supernatural tales from the pre-Qin period that has significantly influenced history. It seems that the strange creatures depicted in these reliefs are likely associated with ancient mythologies. While I can recognize some, many remain unidentifiable. This location is not an ancient tomb, but rather an underground structure of an ancient city. According to the information previously provided by Team Lou, we are currently in a building specifically designed to contain 01. The meaning behind these peculiar carvings in the passage remains a mystery. Every 10 meters or so, there are bronze wall lanterns, their age evident as they are covered in intricate patina. The one-eyed dragon, true to his role as my guide, could not resist appraising them, exclaiming, "What a fine piece! A bronze lamp with a human body and bird head. Shall we extract one?" I found it amusing. Given the abundance and regularity of these bronze lamps, I doubted there were any hidden mechanisms. I gestured for him to proceed. The one-eyed dragon, understanding the limits, took only 2, carefully stowing them in his backpack, satisfied with his find. At that moment, the surrounding reliefs began to transform. The once congested and bizarre creatures gave way to a different style. On the walls, several colossal human figures were carved. Their heads were disproportionately small, their bellies large, with feet scarcely visible. The small heads bore indistinct features, save for their mouths, which smiled, revealing long tongues. The bellies, adorned with various scenes, depicted beggars pleading, warriors in combat, emperors deliberating state affairs, and even intimate moments of marital bliss. Each tableau a miniature representation of life's myriad facets, all seemingly contained within these figures. A glance around elicited an exceedingly peculiar sensation within me. At that moment, the slothful one suddenly halted, gazing thoughtfully at the figures carved into the wall. He then promptly reminded us, "Stay alert, do not succumb to slumber." I was taken aback, thinking this admonition was misplaced. After all, among our group, he was the most prone to napping. His words reeked of the pot calling the kettle black. Chapter 36. The Dream Demon, however. His mention of sleep made me acutely aware of my own drowsiness. In truth, the others had managed to rest for over 2 hours, while I had remained awake. Consequently, upon his utterance, I found myself yawning almost instinctively. Yawning, it seems, is contagious. Soon, the one-eyed man followed suit, and our previously quiet assembly was suddenly enveloped in a heavy sense of lethargy. I could not help but exclaim, "You all managed to catch some sleep. Why are you so ineffective? Stay alert." The one-eyed man seemed poised to respond, but was interrupted by the slothful one, who gestured toward the peculiar humanoid reliefs on the stone walls, stating, "These are the dream demons from ancient mythology. It is said that to behold them is to fall into a deep sleep, ensnared in boundless dreams until death ensues." The one-eyed man, astonished, queried, "Is our drowsiness truly a result of these dream demons? But they are merely carvings. Can such things really exist?" Team leader Lu interjected. "Though I have not heard of dream demons, I recall encountering a pattern known as the mural among the Incan ruins of South America. This design possesses a psychological suggestion that induces drowsiness, leading individuals to gradually lose their sanity and engage in bewildering acts. Might these dream demons have a similar effect?" The slothful one arched an eyebrow, yawning once more, and replied, "Dream demons are not mere psychological suggestions. In mythology, they are indeed real. The prevalence of dream demons here must be rooted in some cause." Pausing, he cast a glance at team leader Lu. Lu, not one to miss a cue, quickly grasped the slothful one's implication and shook her head. "I have traversed this path before, and while I did feel drowsy upon reaching this point, there was nothing particularly unusual about it." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression shifting dramatically, her voice growing hoarse as she uttered, "I remember now. It was here that Qinshi suddenly acted strangely, choking me, and then I killed him." As if seeking confirmation, she flicked on her flashlight and hastened a few steps forward, then abruptly halted. In the beam of her flashlight, a stark patch of dried blood lay on the ground before her. A jolt of realization struck me. Could it be that Qinshi had been influenced by the dream demon, leading him to experience some bizarre dream that resulted in his somnambulistic attack on Lu? But if that were the case, why had the dream demon not affected Lu? By now, the others had gathered beside Lu, their gazes gravitating toward the bloodstain. Unable to suppress my conjectures and inquiries, I voiced them aloud. Lu's expression was one of fatigue and sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, she postulated, "Prior to this, I had been in a deep slumber, and upon awakening, I felt relatively well. Qinshi, however, had been carrying me and had endured much hardship. Perhaps he was simply too exhausted, his mental state compromised." As she spoke, she covered her face and sank to her knees, murmuring, "Oh God, what have I done?" In response to the death of Qinshi, her evident anguish and guilt seemed far too genuine to be feigned. The indolent one, devoid of any compassion, held a knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other, languidly gesturing for Captain Lu to refrain from kneeling and lamenting, lest we waste precious time. Subsequently, we all began to advance, fully alert to prevent a recurrence of Qinshi's predicament. Yet, the further we pressed on, the heavier the drowsiness weighed upon us. The entire group succumbing to a series of yawns. This sudden onset of sleepiness, whether induced by the psychological influence of the relief sculptures or some unseen force at play, became increasingly difficult to resist, compelling us to pinch our legs fiercely to stave off slumber. Moments later, the dreamlike sculptures around us vanished, and our fatigue dissipated significantly, allowing our spirits to rejuvenate, and a collective sigh of relief escaped our lips. We formed a long line, with Captain Lu at the forefront, the indolent one second, the one-eyed dragon supporting the red-haired third, and I brought up the rear. Just as everyone began to relax, an inexplicable sensation crept over me, a feeling that something unseen was watching me from behind. The sixth sense can indeed be cultivated, and this sensation of being observed was so potent that I could not resist the urge to glance back. Upon turning, I was met only by an expanse of darkness. I swept the beam of my flashlight around, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. As I turned back, the sensation of being scrutinized abruptly vanished. Was it merely a figment of my imagination, or was I simply too tense? Feeling a bit unsettled, I glanced around for a moment before deciding to turn back. Yet, almost instantaneously as I did, the feeling of being observed surged back with even greater intensity, compelling me to look over my shoulder once more. My reaction caught the attention of the others, and the one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow, asking, "What is the matter, Captain? Is something amiss?" I nodded and replied, "Do you sense that something is following us?" The one-eyed dragon blinked his solitary eye and said, "Not at all." I turned to the indolent one, who shook his head, claiming he heard no unusual sounds. Then, I looked towards Harishigai, signaling him to ascertain whether any unclean entities were trailing us. Since this was not a descent into the depths, we had not brought along certain items usually required for such an endeavor, nor could we offer incense. To discern whether any malevolent spirits were accompanying us, we would likely need to consult Harishigai. Upon meeting my gaze, he closed his eyes, his brow furrowing as if attuning to something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head, stating, "This place is quite clean. You may be overthinking it." Captain Liu interjected, "Psychological studies indicate that individuals with low feelings of security often hesitate to turn their backs to doors and windows. In tense environments, they are also more susceptible to feelings of being watched. Mr. Chun, you may simply be fatigued." Her words made me frown involuntarily. My upbringing had been tumultuous. I grew up without parents, and the only relative I had later vanished, leaving me to seek a living in distant lands, enduring scorn and hardship, which indeed contributed to a diminished sense of security. Moreover, her observations regarding the apprehension of positioning one's back to doors and windows struck a chord. I have never been one to turn my back to such openings, for the thought of someone potentially lurking just out of sight, ready to plunge a knife into me, has always been a source of unease. However, in the ancient practice of feng shui, there exists the notion of facing conflict, which dictates that one's desk should be positioned against a wall, and the individual seated before it must face the door rather than turn their back to it. To disregard this principle may lead to a restless spirit and invite malevolent forces into the space. In this regard, contemporary psychology intriguingly aligns with the wisdom of our ancestors. She astutely articulated my predicament, causing me to question whether I had indeed become overly paranoid, failing to notice the indolence of others and the absence of any prying eyes. The one-eyed dragon declared, "I understand. You lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind." Zhang Sheng, being of advanced age and well-versed in social intricacies, immediately grasped Liu's implication. I felt a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment, pondering how a man of my stature, who had committed unthinkable acts, could be so easily exposed by a woman in front of so many, branding me as insecure. Liu seemed to detect my discomfort and remarked, 80% of people experience varying degrees of psychological issues. Mr. Chun, you need not concern yourself. Truth be told, I harbored a mild case of paranoia. Paranoia? She chuckled. Most individuals possess it to some extent. It merely varies in intensity. For instance, when one sees a knife, they might envision themselves being stabbed, leading to an aversion to it. Similarly, the sight of water may provoke thoughts of drowning, prompting a subconscious retreat from it. This woman was evidently attempting to console me, albeit rather clumsily, for those afflicted with paranoia are hardly adventurers. Such individuals would be unsettled even by a mere fruit knife, and the more severe among them would experience outright terror, making it implausible for them to engage in the escapades we currently faced. The indolent one yawned, signaling that our discussion should not veer too far from its course, as this was neither the time for psychological discourse nor feng shui deliberations. At his prompt, we shifted our conversation. The one-eyed dragon had instinctively fallen behind me, leaving me to support the Hariri Shigai. With the change in position, the unsettling sensation vanished. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I truly had an issue? Doufu had berated me as a pervert daily, and now this? My life seemed increasingly burdensome. Lost in thought, the indolent one suddenly halted and turned to me, his gaze fixed behind me, brows furrowed. What is the matter? He was not looking at me, but seemingly at the one-eyed dragon behind. Instinctively, I turned to see a distance of approximately 3 meters between us. It appeared he had come to an abrupt stop. The indolent one, attuned to the sounds around, had sensed the one-eyed dragon's sudden stillness, while I, positioned ahead, remained oblivious. At that moment, I realized that the one-eyed dragon's eyes had inexplicably closed. He did not respond to the indolent one's inquiry, and the lights held by everyone converged upon him, creating an almost blinding illumination that fully revealed his figure. Yet, he stood there unresponsive, eyes shut, with a distinctly visible dark aura enveloping him. Alarmed, I exclaimed, "Old Zhang." Although Harishigai appeared feeble, his speed was remarkably swift at that moment. He drew forth his staff, murmuring incantations whose meanings eluded comprehension, swiftly pressing one end against the chest of the Cyclops. In that instant, the Cyclops suddenly emitted a peculiar laugh without opening his eyes, followed by a singular word, "Kill." His demeanor was reminiscent of the dream demon described by the lazy fellow earlier. Yet we were undeniably far removed from that dream demon now. At this thought, a realization struck me. Could it be that the previous sensation of being watched was not merely a figment of my imagination, but rather that a dream demon was indeed trailing us? Damn it. Chapter 37. Ashes. As soon as the Cyclops uttered that word, he lunged towards the nearest Harishigai, who, weakened as he was, stood no chance against the Cyclops. In an instant, he found himself gripped tightly by the throat. Red-haired and wide-eyed, he struggled desperately, prompting me to hastily pry the Cyclops' hand away. My strength was considerable, and with a concerted effort, the Cyclops' grip loosened just enough for the astute red-haired to dodge beneath. In that fleeting moment, the lazy fellow delivered a swift kick, sending the Cyclops crashing to the ground, and I stumbled aside as well. Before the Cyclops could recover, he had already immobilized the creature's arms behind its back. Pressing his knee against its spine, I noted that the lazy fellow had a penchant for this method of attack, having employed it against the madman previously. He likely relished the sensation of pinning someone beneath his knee. Suddenly, I observed a shift in the lazy fellow's demeanor, his usual lethargy replaced by a glimmer of sadistic intensity in his gaze. Was he contemplating a descent into brutality? An uneasy feeling washed over me, and I called out, "Stop!" Fortunately, my timely intervention caused the lazy fellow's movements to falter momentarily. He arched an eyebrow, and from his otherwise expressionless face, I detected a flicker of disappointment. Damn it, was he truly lamenting? Had I not intervened, would he have transformed once more into a psychotic killer? In that moment, I realized that the lazy fellow might very well be the most perilous individual in our group. The Cyclops continued to writhe, emitting a series of meaningless, blood-curdling roars. Its eyes bloodshot. I retrieved a length of rope, and together with the lazy fellow, we bound the creature, ensuring it posed no further threat. After securing the Cyclops, Team Leader Lu wore a worried expression and remarked, "Qin Shi was in a similar state. What should we do now? How can we restore him to normal?" Our knowledge of dream demons was scant, and thus the gazes of the three of us converged upon the lazy fellow. He toyed with his black, curved dagger, twirling it thoughtfully, and said, "He is currently trapped in a dream." Dreaming? If it is indeed a dream, there must be a way to rouse him. However, the commotion we had just caused seemed to bear little effect. It appeared that ordinary methods would not suffice to awaken him. I then inquired of the lazy fellow, "What must we do to awaken him?" He cast a languid glance my way, his tone tinged with impatience, and replied, "Did I not mention this before? Those ensnared by the dream demon must rely solely on themselves for salvation. Should they fail to extricate themselves from the dream, they will perish within its confines. If you contemplate calling upon external forces to awaken them, it would be futile to entertain such hopes. Alone in their plight?" I paused, my heart sinking heavily. If the dream demon were indeed as enigmatic as the legends suggest, then the Cyclops was surely doomed. I could not allow that to happen. I had to make an effort, regardless of the odds. At that moment, our surroundings appeared relatively secure, so I signaled for the others to halt, and proceeded to attempt various methods to awaken the Cyclops. These methods ranged from the forceful, such as striking him, to gentler techniques, like splashing water upon his face. This endeavor consumed nearly an hour, yet despite exhausting every means at my disposal, the Cyclops showed no signs of awakening. I feared that my relentless attempts might inadvertently lead to his demise, and with a heavy heart, I resigned myself to the situation. The lazy one then remarked that this individual seemed resolute of mind. Perhaps I should place my trust in him. It was a rare moment of support from him, a statement that offered a modicum of comfort. I managed a wry smile as I propped up the nearly unconscious Cyclops, signaling for us to continue onward. Whatever the case, we needed to vacate this place. If the dream demon was indeed residing within the carvings, perhaps leaving this location would cause the Cyclops' dream to unravel. A moment later, he seemed to have dreamt of something, suddenly becoming tranquil, a peculiar smile gracing his face, indicative of a pleasant dream, yet tinged with distortion. Were he not bound by ropes, such a smile might have evoked discomfort in us all. As we reached the end of the passage, we encountered yet another stone staircase. The entrance still adorned with a large, rusted iron door, a testament to the significance placed upon the suppression of the entity known as 01. Who could have anticipated that upon leaving the ironclad chamber, 01 would dig its own massive tunnel? This twist was surely beyond the expectations of those from the ancient city of Tingsan. We stepped through the half-open door onto the stone steps, ascending as Team Leader Lu recounted the journey ahead. She explained that at the top of the staircase lay a stone chamber, where she and Qin Shi had awakened after their unconsciousness. Qin Shi bore many injuries, prompting them to rest for over 2 hours in that chamber, consuming some provisions and medicine before descending the staircase until they encountered us. As for how Qin Shi had managed to carry her to that chamber while she was unconscious, that remained a mystery. Ascending the staircase for merely a few minutes, we indeed entered the stone chamber as described by team leader Lu. Just as she had indicated, this chamber appeared to have been inhabited, likely by guards, as evidenced by the neatly arranged stone beds against the walls, covered in what resembled tattered black material, perhaps akin to bedding. Additionally, we observed the presence of ground lamps, clay pots, and various vessels. Directly opposite the stone beds lay a darkened alcove, the purpose of which remained unknown. Lu, having caught my gaze, remarked, "Behind us lies a weapons room, though it has long since decayed. The path that leads to it is the same one we traveled here, and I cannot fathom how many traps await us. We must tread carefully." Hong Mao interjected. "If that fellow Qin sure managed to escape, it must not be anything formidable." As he spoke, his attention was drawn to one leg of the stone bed, where a pile of charred remnants lay, akin to the ashes left behind after solid fuel has burned away. Lu, maintaining his composure, replied, "That was the spot where we kindled a fire during our rest." Hong Mao kicked at the pile of ash, sneering, "Then pray tell, how do you explain the presence of bone ash within this bonfire?" "Bone ash? Ashes contain bone ash." Not only I, but even the lazy one, displayed astonishment. Quickly crouching beside the ashes, he scooped a handful of the gray substance for inspection, and upon further examination, frowned. "Indeed, it is bone ash. How did it come to be?" His gaze turned sharply towards Lu. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon suddenly lunged at us, and I realized that since we had entered this stone chamber, the woman had been subtly drawing closer to him. During our moment of observation, she had managed to sever the ropes binding the one-eyed dragon. Moreover, while he had previously been unarmed, he now wielded a retractable steel pipe. In the instant the lazy one uttered his question, the dragon swung the pipe in our direction, while the woman named Lu swiftly darted into the weapons room. Damn it! Despite all precautions, I had still fallen into her trap. The one-eyed dragon, now in a frenzied state, fought recklessly, forcing even the lazy one to evade his onslaught. Retreating onto the stone bed, Ha Rizage, surprisingly astute in this dire moment, made a hasty escape to the farthest corner from us. In an instant, the lazy one and I found ourselves cornered by the rampaging dragon. The steel pipe came crashing down upon me, and with no means of defense or escape, I bore the brunt of the blow to my shoulder, leaving half my body numb with pain. At that very moment, as the dragon struck, the lazy one's black curved blade gleamed ominously, poised to strike the dragon's throat. Though pain temporarily clouded my thoughts, upon witnessing the flash of the blade, my body instinctively reacted before my mind could catch up, propelling me into the dragon and sending him sprawling to the ground. In that instant, I heard the lazy one utter a profane curse. He rarely resorted to such language. His usual method of venting his fury was direct and lethal. I recognized that he had developed a murderous intent, yet I could not allow him to take the life of the one-eyed dragon. This was my responsibility. Despite being in this predicament for remuneration, he had treated me with considerable regard. Moreover, he had only found himself in this situation to assist me. Regardless, I had to ensure his safe exit. My collision with the dragon spared him from a lethal fate, and both of us collapsed to the ground. However, after the one-eyed dragon entered the realm of dreams, his overall prowess surged dramatically. While I was still reeling from the impact, he unexpectedly seized a steel pipe with both hands and pressed it against my neck, effectively trapping it between the steel and his chest. Good heavens! Was he attempting to take my life? The force was overwhelming, and for a fleeting moment, I was left with the disconcerting impression that my throat might have already been crushed. Just then, a resounding bang echoed through the stone chamber. It was the sound of a gunshot. The shot was fired by the red-haired man, who had been lurking at a distance. It struck the one-eyed dragon's arm, causing him to loosen his grip. As I regained my senses, I immediately pressed both hands against the steel pipe and yanked it away. But alas, one side of my shoulder was still numb, and my throat was too sore for me to utter a word, rendering me unable to subdue the one-eyed dragon at that moment. It appeared that he had lost all sensation of pain after I wrested the pipe from him. He instinctively clutched his injured arm, but in the next instant, he lunged at me once more, as I was the closest target. I cursed that woman in my mind 100 times over. Lu, you better not fall into my hands. What was the truth behind those ashes? Could they belong to a human? Whose could they be? Wenmin or Lily? These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant, and before the one-eyed dragon could attack again, the lazy man sprang into action, employing his signature move, propelling himself off the stone bed and delivering a powerful kick that sent the one-eyed dragon flying once more. Old Zhang, for heaven's sake, wake up from that damn dream. If this continues, they will surely leave you maimed. Chapter 38. Dynamite. The one-eyed dragon, now wounded, struggled to rise after being kicked away by the lazy man. Seizing the opportunity, I wasted no time and knelt on his chest, pinning his arms down. This posture bore an unsettling resemblance to a prelude of violence. The lazy man retrieved some rope and swiftly bound the one-eyed dragon. And it was only at this moment that we felt a sense of relief. The red-haired man clicked his tongue, reproaching us for not being more vigilant when we had already sensed something was amiss with that woman. I replied, "What good does it do to say that now? By the way, what do you think that pile of ashes signifies?" The red-haired man glanced around, observing, "It seems quite clean here, nothing to suggest that someone died. To uncover the truth, we should first locate that woman. It now appears that Officer Gu is likely still alive. We just don't know if she has encountered trouble. Perhaps she is trapped or injured. Regardless, as long as she is alive, that is what matters." At this point, the one-eyed dragon's arm continued to bleed, compelling us to pause and tend to his wounds. He exhibited no signs of pain. The anesthetic proved effective. After extracting the bullet, I bandaged his injury and forced him to take some anti-inflammatory medication. As we went through this ordeal, the one-eyed dragon seemed to regain some composure. His reactions no longer as violent, his eyes half closed. I genuinely worried that if this continued, he might actually perish within the confines of the dream. The languid figure, having ensured that everything was in order, directed his gaze towards the stone chamber from which Team Lu had previously fled. With a flashlight in hand, he ventured ahead, signaling for us to follow. Without a doubt, beyond this stone chamber, our forthcoming path would likely be fraught with perilous traps. At present, we were but four, one in a dreamlike state, another physically weakened, both of whom I had to tend to. Only the languid figure remained spirited and agile, and it seemed we had no choice but to rely on him to forge a path forward. As I observed the silhouette of the languid figure wielding a black blade, an uncanny resemblance to the mute's presence washed over me. Yet, I was acutely aware that the individual before me was entirely distinct from the mute. Despite the languid figure's air of mystery, his origins were traceable, and in terms of character, they were worlds apart. The mute was a proud and aloof individual, but not one given to cruelty. Yet, why did the languid figure wield his blade with such identical finesse to that of the mute? He was not financially destitute. Why then would he assist me for the sake of a mere appearance fee? What, in truth, was his ulterior motive? I resolved that upon our exit from this ancient city, I would seek to uncover the answers. As Team Lu had indicated, the adjoining stone chamber served as an armory, filled with an array of weapons, swords, spears, and crossbows, albeit most were in a state of disrepair due to the passage of time. The few artifacts that remained intact were sizable bronze pieces, adorned with intricate copper patterns. Having delved deeply into the trade of antiquities, one develops a certain obsession for such relics. Even the languid figure found it hard to resist pausing momentarily before the rare and exquisite bronzes. This was not mere greed, but rather a profound appreciation akin to that of a painter beholding a masterpiece or a literary scholar encountering a rare first edition. However, the languid figure's composure was commendable. After a few glances, he redirected his attention to the front of the stone chamber, where a closed stone door awaited. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, the door bore reliefs of 2 gigantic human faces, their expressions grave, gazing into the distance as if observing or anticipating something. Since we were traversing the chamber from within to without, it was impossible to push the door open. Red-haired remarked, given that this place once housed guarding soldiers, this stone door must surely be operable, likely equipped with a mechanism. We should search more thoroughly. I set the one-eyed dragon aside, and, alongside the languid figure, we meticulously examined the entire chamber, yet found no traces of any mechanisms. At that moment, I recalled the mechanism activated by Team Lu earlier, which seemed to involve pressing down on an eye. This thought flickered through my mind, and I instinctively turned my gaze to the 2 faces on the stone door. Their pupils were slightly protruding, albeit not overtly so, and from the surface, they appeared to be solidly formed, lacking any semblance of mobility. With a spirit of experimentation, I pressed firmly on one of the eyes. There was no response. I then pressed the other eye, and to my astonishment, the protruding eyeball indeed moved, retracting inward. Contrary to my expectations, there was no mechanical noise accompanying this action. After the eyeball receded, nothing transpired. I held my breath and waited in silence for a moment, feeling a sense of curiosity wash over me. At this moment, due to the retraction of the stone eye, a circular aperture, approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, appeared in the center. Unable to resist the urge, I gazed into the opening, pondering whether this mechanism had succumbed to the wear of time. How could that be? I wondered. How did Lou manage to pass through? To my astonishment, as I approached the light, I suddenly beheld, directly opposite the circular hole, a real eye, slightly bloodshot, staring through the opening, motionless, observing us intently. I was utterly unprepared for such a sight, and I couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Anyone confronted with a single eye peering at them would surely struggle to maintain composure. Just as my cry escaped my lips, the eye abruptly shifted away, and before I could process what was happening, a figure lunged from the side, forcefully pinning me to the ground. Simultaneously, I heard a sharp whoosh overhead as a crossbow bolt shot forth from the circular hole, striking the stone wall opposite with a resounding thud. The one who had tackled me was Harachak, who was now sprawled atop me, panting heavily and cursing under his breath. The most venomous of all is a woman's heart. It dawned on me that he had just saved my life. Had he not pushed me down, that hidden bolt would have pierced my eye and traversed my brain. The entire sequence unfolded in the nick of time, and the owner of that eye was undoubtedly Lou. I broke into a cold sweat and asked Red Hair, "How did you know a bolt would be shot from the other side?" He rose and pointed at the wall beside us, explaining, "I noticed a weapon was missing. Judging by the shape of the weapon box, it must have been an ancient bronze crossbow. I suspect that woman took it, and then I heard your scream," which was quite fortuitous. Red Hair bore a look of apprehension. The reason he had pushed me down was likely due to these clues providing him with an instinctual sense of danger. In truth, he himself probably did not anticipate that a bolt would shoot through from the other side. The ability to sense danger is not inherent to everyone. It requires a long accumulation of experiences at the brink of life and death. Red Hair, with his peculiar intuition, exhibited a heightened sense of danger compared to others. And this time, his instinct narrowly saved my life. Suddenly, he leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "We can't locate the mechanism. Do we have any explosives left?" I immediately understood his intention and nodded slightly. This rascal, having spent so much time with Juan Rouet, had evidently picked up his habits. It seemed he was inclined to resort to explosives. If Lou was still lurking behind, intending to ambush us, then quietly igniting the explosives would surely render her disarmed. Having just evaded death, my heart burned with suppressed fury, and without further ado, we moved away from the aperture to a safer location, swiftly retrieving the explosives and silently adjusting the quantities. The lazy fellow watched from the side, clearly understanding our plan. He made no comments, merely stifled a yawn, appearing noticeably more relaxed. The entire process was rapid. While preparing the explosives, Red Hair and I did not forget to engage in our little charade, exchanging mock greetings to Lou's ancestors and discussing improbable methods of opening doors, pretending to search for the mechanism. After the explosives were prepared, the three of us exchanged glances and moved the one-eyed dragon to a corner. Immediately, we ignited the fuse, and the process of ignition took merely 3 to 5 seconds. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the chamber, and in an instant, debris flew in all directions, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble. Amidst the chaos, I noticed that some of the shattered stones were stained with blood. I realized that our scheme had succeeded. Lou, at this moment, was likely no longer alive. Moments later, the explosion completed, and the stone door swung wide open. Through the swirling dust, illuminated by the dim beam of the flashlight, a gruesome sight emerged. A bloodied corpse lay before us. Not far from the body, a shattered bronze crossbow lay in pieces. Fearing a collapse, we had adjusted the amount of explosives to a lower quantity. Thus Lou was not dismembered by the blast. Rather, she lay in a pool of blood, battered by the falling debris. She was no longer a threat. I crouched beside her. This beautiful woman now bore a visage marred by blood, her eyes tightly shut, leaving her state uncertain. I reached out to feel for a pulse at her neck, but found none. "She's dead," I stated flatly. The lazy one furrowed his brow and remarked, "She died too soon." I was perplexed by his words until I realized that with Lou's death, some truths might remain forever shrouded in mystery. Lou was not inherently malevolent. What had transpired to transform her in such a manner? What had she experienced after entering the ancient city? Why could she not have joined us in seeking an escape? What connection did she have with the ashes and the remnants, the deceased Qin stone, the enigmatic female doctor, and one Min. At this moment, she lay lifeless. And even if we had questions, we could not pose them. Behind the stone door was a modest chamber, devoid of other exits, featuring a large, irregular stone pillar in the center. Initially, I assumed it was merely a pillar, but upon closer inspection under the light, I discerned that it was, in fact, a colossal stone statue. Though the chamber was small, its height was considerable. The flashlight beam could not reach the ceiling, only revealing the upper thighs of the statue, indicating the chamber's significant elevation. In this ancient city, such statues seemed ubiquitous, yet their significance remained a mystery. Were they deities worshipped by the ancient Shu kingdom? Could these underground deities truly suppress malevolence? It appeared they served little purpose. Otherwise, 01 would not have fled. We three, wielding our flashlights, surveyed the surroundings and concluded that an exit might be located above the chamber, prompting us to ascend the statue. Given its vast size and the exquisite detailing of its craftsmanship, the patterns on its attire provided ample handholds and footholds, making our ascent relatively straightforward. We resolved that the three of us would climb first, then use a rope to hoist the one-eyed dragon up afterward. As I retrieved the rope to secure it to the one-eyed dragon, I turned around only to be struck by a sudden realization. Where had Lu's body gone? In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, I gazed intently and abruptly discerned a bloodstain where the corpse had once lain. The crimson trail extending to the other side of the statue, as if Lu, our team leader, had crawled over while we three were engrossed in our observation. But how could the body move? If it were to rise as a zombie, it should have lunged at us instead of crawling on the ground. A thought flickered in my mind. Could it be that she was not dead? Yet, her pulse had unmistakably vanished moments ago. Could it be that this woman had practiced some form of breath-holding technique? This notion felt implausible, fleeting through my mind like a wisp of smoke before dissipating. At that moment, the slacker and Hari Shigai also noticed the anomaly. The slacker's typically languid demeanor contorted for an instant. Though brief, I knew he was uncharacteristically unsettled, his pride in his acute hearing faltering, having failed to detect someone crawling behind us. Almost immediately, before Hari Shigai and I could fully comprehend, the slacker unsheathed his twin daggers and followed the direction of the bloodstain, rounding to the other side of the statue. Here, the blood was faint. Yet it was evident that it had continued to the base of the statue before ceasing, leaving no trace behind. Where had Lu gone, given the surrounding evidence? The only plausible explanation was that she had climbed the statue while we were distracted. Could a person so drastically altered by an explosion achieve such a feat? Hari Shigai and I exchanged puzzled glances, both equally confounded. Hari Shigai, with a click of his tongue, remarked to the slacker, "Your ears seem rather ineffective. Why should your appearance fee be 4 times mine?" This was clearly a case of stirring the pot, exacerbating an already tense situation. I shot him a glare, signaling him to refrain from inciting chaos, though it was too late for that now. The slacker, perhaps feeling his pride wounded, scoffed and declared, "I'll go first." Without waiting for my response, he began his ascent, clearly intent on locating Lu. The more I pondered, the more the situation felt amiss. A mere mortal could not possibly climb a statue after being blown to bits. Furthermore, I was well aware of the slacker's capabilities. If Lu could evade his acute hearing, then she was indeed extraordinary. I could not help but question whether this woman named Lu was even human. Upon this realization, I voiced my inquiry. Hari Shigai stroked his chin and replied, "As for whether she is human, I cannot say for certain, but she is undoubtedly not a ghost." As a shaman, he possessed a keen sensitivity to unclean entities, and it seemed that Lu's true identity remained an enigma. At this juncture, remaining below served no purpose. We proceeded with our original plan, securing a rope around the waist of the one-eyed dragon, the other end tethered to my own waist, intending to pull the individual up once we reached the top. Although Hari Shigai appeared frail, he was not incapable, so I allowed him to ascend at his own pace. The statue felt chilling to the touch, sending a shiver through me in the early winter underground. I clung closely to the statue as I climbed. Glancing up to see the slacker above, all I could discern were his feet and backside. The sloth's pace was not slow at all. As I ascended approximately 7 or 8 meters, it appeared that the sloth was nearing the summit, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. It seemed that Lu was not detected. My gaze was fixated upward, occasionally glancing down at the struggling red-haired individual below. In a moment of distraction, when I turned my head, I was suddenly confronted by a gruesome sight, a bloodied human head protruding from the side, staring directly at me. Caught off guard, my heart seized with terror, leaving me weak all over. The head was drenched in blood, its wavy golden hair matted and disheveled. Who else could it be but Lu? At that moment, she was positioned in an utterly unnatural pose atop the statue, her limbs bent as if she were a crouching frog, her bloodied face oriented towards me. The shock was overwhelming. My limbs turned to jelly, and I nearly collapsed, barely managing to steady myself at the last moment. However, in my precarious position on the statue, all my limbs were engaged in stabilizing myself, leaving me virtually unable to free my hands. Consequently, I instinctively let out a gasp, followed by a mutual, wide-eyed stare. The descending Hariza, evidently aware of my predicament, let out a strange cry, urging me to hold on. Almost immediately, a loud thud echoed. My heart raced, and a glance downward revealed that Hariza, having not climbed very high, had jumped down on his own. Simultaneously, I heard the sound of him loading his weapon in the darkness. Meanwhile, Lu, still in her frog-like position, continued to fixate on me with eyes smeared in blood. The intense metallic scent of blood flooding my nostrils. I instinctively held my breath, continuing our silent stare down, until I could no longer restrain myself from asking, "Are you dead or alive?" Concurrently, I felt an urgent anxiety. Why wasn't he the red-haired one firing? Lu, of course, did not respond. Instead, an immense force suddenly tugged at the rope around my waist, nearly yanking me down. This force appeared momentarily before vanishing. And then I heard the red-haired one's voice. "Damn it, that Cyclops has gone mad. Chun, find a way to save yourself." Realizing that the red-haired one had severed the rope at my waist, I heard a muffled thud below, interspersed with his curses. It was indeed a daunting task for a sickly individual to confront a frenzied Cyclops, but fortunately, the Cyclops' hands were bound. Otherwise, the red-haired one would have been at a severe disadvantage. As Hariza had indicated, I was left to fend for myself. Lu, for reasons unknown, continued to fix her gaze upon me. It was only when she drew closer that I realized she was, in fact, devoid of breath. It was evident she was no longer among the living. Could she be a Zongzi? Such a frog-like Zongzi was indeed a rarity. I attempted to shift my position and slowly continue my ascent. As I moved, she mirrored my motion, inching closer, her blood-smeared face suddenly mere inches from mine. Our noses almost touching. Truth be told, Lu was quite an attractive woman, with deep-set features that bore a hint of Western allure. Yet, no matter how beautiful she once was, her visage was now marred, drenched in blood, and the sensation of her face so close to mine was beyond unsettling. I instinctively recoiled, only to find that this female specter leaned in closer. Unexpectedly, she extended her tongue and licked my lips. A shiver coursed through me, not from delight, but from sheer revulsion. Her tongue, dark and purplish, emanated a foul odor. As it made contact with my mouth, it felt cold and slimy, a nauseating sensation beyond description. Setting aside the fact that I was not in the mood for romantic entanglements, even if I were, I would never stoop to kiss a specter. What was wrong with this woman? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, her tongue suddenly lunged forward, aggressively attempting to invade my mouth. No way. I clenched my teeth resolutely, yet the overwhelming stench of her tongue was unbearable, sticky and icy. Though I managed to keep it at bay, the repugnant odor surged into my nostrils. The viscous liquid, propelled by her relentless advance, seeped between my teeth and into my mouth. My stomach churned violently, a potent urge to vomit rising within me, but I knew that if I opened my mouth to expel it, that tongue would undoubtedly slither inside. At that moment, I realized that this was not merely a tongue, it was an elongated appendage, seemingly sprouting from Lu's body. I was not naive and quickly discerned that something parasitic was likely affixed to her back. If that entity were to breach my defenses, I feared the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, human endurance has its limits, and under the relentless assault of the putrid odor, I could no longer suppress the acidic bile surging upwards. I bent forward and retched violently. As I clung tightly to the statue, my body pressed against its cold surface. The contents of my stomach erupted, splattering across my clothes, an utterly revolting experience. Yet, just as I finished my initial bout of vomiting and had not yet closed my mouth, that bloodied visage drew closer, as if impatient, and her dark, purplish tongue swiftly invaded my mouth. What a grotesque encounter! My mouth was filled with the remnants of my own vomit, and I surmised that if Doufu were in my position, it would have crumbled under such pressure. At this moment, I could not help but admire my own fortitude. The more intense the stimulus, the tighter I gripped the statue. I was acutely aware of my precarious height and the unforgiving stone floor below. Should I fall, survival would be impossible. Driven by the instinct for self-preservation, as that tongue-like appendage probed my mouth, I resolutely bit down, imagining it as a piece of beef tendon. Instantly, the appendage recoiled slightly, but then it pressed deeper. This thing was not attempting to kiss me. Rather, it was intent on navigating my oral cavity and throat, seeking entry to my stomach. My scalp tingled with shock as a thought flashed through my mind. If I were to perish, I would take her down with me. Just as I contemplated releasing my grip to lunge at Lu, she suddenly withdrew her tongue. It had nearly reached my throat, and this withdrawal triggered another wave of violent retching, leaving me bewildered as to what had just transpired. Chapter 40. Headshot. After I retched a couple of times, I lifted my head to discover that the slothful individual had finally descended from his perch. He had presumably secured a rope above the statue, and now he dangled from it like a trapeze artist. The reason Lu, our team leader, had retreated earlier was due to the slothful one kicking her aside. Since we were precariously positioned in midair, any significant movement could easily send us plummeting. At that moment, the slothful one leaped down from above, landing a foot squarely on Lu. Logically, this should have sent her tumbling to the ground below. However, to our astonishment, this woman seemed to have suction cups affixed to her body. She slid down only about 2 meters before stabilizing herself. The slothful one let out a sound of mild surprise, as if intrigued, and fixed his gaze on Lu without turning his head, instructing me, "Do not stop, continue climbing. This is my domain." With that, he loosened his grip, sliding down roughly another 2 meters, brandishing his knife and aiming for Lu's neck. He did not dwell on how Lu had managed to evade him. His approach was straightforward and brutally effective, regardless of the circumstances. She now posed a threat to our safety, and a swift strike to her head was the optimal solution. Lu, aware of the knife's deadly potential, reacted with the agility of a gecko, swiftly darting aside as the slothful one swung at her, narrowly avoiding the blow. Lacking a rope myself, I could offer no assistance. So I adhered to his command and continued my ascent, occasionally glancing down, feeling a mix of amusement and relief. Below in the stone chamber, I observed Red-Haired being pursued by One-Eyed Dragon. Though One-Eyed Dragon was unbound at the wrists, his legs were free and in a frenzied state. He resorted to kicking or headbutting when unable to use his hands. Red-Haired, frail and lacking in strength, wielded a weapon, but she was no match for the slothful one's ruthless nature and could not deliver a decisive blow against One-Eyed Dragon, leading to her cries for help. Meanwhile, in the center of the statue, Lu and the slothful one engaged in a guerrilla skirmish. The slothful one was known for his efficacy, yet this time he found himself at a disadvantage against Lu. Though not particularly formidable, Lu possessed the ability to maneuver along the walls like a gecko. The slothful one, tethered by a single rope, faced significant limitations in speed and agility, resulting in a frenetic chase and clash. Clearly unaccustomed to such circumstances, the slothful one's face darkened with frustration. Yet Lu seemed to retain her wits during her evasive maneuvers. She discerned that the slothful one relied on the rope and suddenly launched a counterattack, springing above him and gripping the rope with considerable force. The rope swayed perilously, causing the slothful one to swing helplessly like a pendulum. In what was ostensibly a perilous situation, I felt an inexplicable sense of delight witnessing their struggles, akin to the peculiar satisfaction one derives from discovering that others are more unfortunate than oneself. Thus, it is evident that humanity harbors a darker nature. However, I could not allow the two to remain in jeopardy. Armed with a firearm, I realized that if I could reach the shoulder of the statue, I could lend the slothful one my support. Without hesitation, I hastened my ascent, employing both hands and feet to climb swiftly. In a fleeting moment, I ascended to the shoulder of the statue, a height of approximately 20 meters from foot to shoulder. Despite its towering stature, the figure was relatively slender, and the shoulder's long and narrow position made it precarious for anyone to stand upon. A slip could result in a catastrophic fall. Crouching down, I illuminated the area below. At this juncture, the slothful individual appeared utterly disheveled, while Captain Lu seemed to revel in the chaos, vigorously shaking a rope. I retrieved my firearm, silently aiming at Lu's head, contemplating that regardless of the ramifications, I would fire multiple rounds. She remained stationary, making her an easy target. In an instant, I unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon her cranium. In a heartbeat, Lu's head shattered into several fragments, accompanied by a gruesome spray of crimson and ivory flesh. I was uncertain if my assault had claimed her life, as she suddenly became motionless. The slothful one, already thoroughly beleaguered, raised his gaze toward me. His usual demeanor of indolence and arrogance transformed into one of utter disarray. Even from such a distance, I could clearly perceive the beads of sweat on his face. Oh, how the tides of fortune ebb and flow. Even the fiercest of tigers can find themselves humbled. This tale serves as a reminder not to harbor excessive pride. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Lu's head was nearly reduced to half its form, with brain matter oozing forth, cascading down to the ground, and inadvertently splattering upon the red-haired individual who was circling the Cyclops. Although his expression was obscured, his furious exclamation echoed, "Chun, for heaven's sake. Can you shoot with a modicum of skill?" He abruptly fell silent, followed by the unmistakable sound of violent retching, likely the result of the grotesque matter entering his mouth as he spoke. Within mere seconds of the retching, the red-haired one emitted a bizarre cry. "Cyclops, you sneak attacked." It appeared he had been ambushed by the Cyclops during his moment of upheaval. I was momentarily speechless, just as everyone seemed to relax. I suddenly noticed that the remnants of Lu's head were slowly turning to face me, lifting its gaze. Imagine a visage with only the lower half of a head tilting upward to regard you. Her cranial cavity lay exposed before my eyes, her face possessing only a nose and mouth, while the upper portion was eerily vacant. Then, with a sudden release, she let go of the rope and, with blinding speed, lunged toward me. To borrow a phrase from the realm of gaming, it appeared she was operating on cheat codes. This astonishingly swift movement left me almost devoid of any reaction time, and in an instant, I found myself pinned beneath Lu. I observed her neck's trachea swelling rapidly, akin to a toad inflating, resembling a balloon. Subsequently, her already fissured mouth gaped open violently, and a mass of dark purple substance was expelled. That very thing was the tongue that had previously invaded my mouth, now wholly extruded, resembling an oversized earthworm, writhing against my neck. In that very instant, as the grotesque appendage emerged, Lu's body, as if vanishing into thin air, toppled to the side, becoming utterly still. However, the substance she had discharged upon my neck now employed the same tactics, abruptly lunging toward my mouth. This time, I was well prepared. There was no way I would allow it to succeed. I clenched my teeth tightly and reached out to seize it, only to find it slippery and elusive. Despite my lips being firmly sealed, it managed to pry them open, yet my strong bite prevented it from fully succeeding. After failing to catch it the first time, I immediately lunged for a second attempt, this time employing both hands. At last, I secured it, and without a moment's hesitation, I hurled it violently into the air, suddenly hearing a resounding crack. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of the creature crashing against the stone wall of the chamber before sliding downwards due to the force of the impact. At that moment, I thought of Harachag and the Cyclops below, and a surge of alarm coursed through me. Ignoring the repulsive slime coating my mouth, I shouted to warn them to keep their mouths shut and avoid being parasitized by that creature. The stark contrast in Lu's demeanor upon entering the ancient city was likely due to this very thing. It appeared that she was merely a victim, and I couldn't help but wonder what experiences she and her companions had endured within the ancient city. Turning my gaze to Lu, who lay on the ground with only half of her head remaining, I sighed and whispered, "Rest in peace." I could not ascertain the true nature of that creature, but it seemed to have been parasitizing Lu for quite some time. However, despite numerous inconsistencies in her behavior, her thoughts and actions remained consistent with those of a normal person. This peculiar characteristic involuntarily reminded me of 01, when Harachag was infected. She too retained some degree of autonomy. Even that madman exhibited a semblance of self-control. Lu's condition bore a striking resemblance to that of someone possessed by 01. Could it be that that tongue-like entity was a fragment of 01? Yet, we had long since incinerated the final pieces of 01. What, then, could be hidden within this ancient city? I couldn't help but recall the cocoons resembling 01. It seemed that the secrets concealed within this ancient city were far more intricate than merely 01. This heavenly eye was indeed a formidable challenge. At that moment, due to my elevated position and the limited reach of the light, I had no idea what was transpiring beneath with the red-haired one. All I could hear was a cacophony of sounds, and even the sloth had descended to assist. After a brief interval, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the red-haired one's voice, cursing my ancestors, echoing in the darkness. I was too fatigued to engage in disputes, standing upon the shoulder of the stone statue. I called out, "What is the situation?" The red-haired one replied, "We've contained it, secured it in the backpack. This creature possesses substantial strength. However, as the saying goes, softness conquers hardness. It can pry open your mouth, but it cannot escape this fabric." It seemed that the earlier clattering noises were likely the result of it spilling its gear, and now, with the sloth's assistance, it was being packed into the equipment bag. This bag was constructed from durable, waterproof materials, featuring 3 internal layers, thus exhibiting superior weight-bearing and damage-resistant capabilities. Although the tongue could parasitize, it was merely a soft mass of flesh devoid of a sharp exterior. Escaping from the gear bag would indeed be no simple task. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but as my tension eased, a foul metallic taste filled my mouth, causing me to feel nauseous. Unable to resist, I retched twice before finally feeling somewhat better. At this moment, I suddenly realized that this rope was certainly not crafted by the idle hands of a sloth. Standing atop the statue's shoulder, I lifted my gaze upwards, and I could finally see the apex. Just as we had anticipated, the summit featured a square opening. However, the scene above remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, at the center of this summit, there was a colossal bronze apparatus, reminiscent of a traditional well pulley used for drawing water. Suspended from the center of the bronze structure was the rope. Chapter 41. Whose hand? The material of that rope was evidently distinct from the one we carried. It appeared completely black, glistening with an oily sheen, leaving me to wonder how the sloth had managed to grip it earlier. At that moment, the sloth and the others, including Hariza, had also climbed up. Covered in remnants of our previous endeavors, we found it unbearable, prompting us to discard our jackets as the temperature suddenly dropped. The Cyclops had been rendered unconscious, and Hariza, looking quite disheveled, plopped down on the statue's shoulder. The equipment bag strapped to his back pulsated as if it contained a writhing serpent. I inquired, "How shall we deal with this object?" This ticking time bomb strapped to our backs instills a sense of dread. The sloth grasped the dangling rope and secured the end to the strap of the equipment bag before tossing it down. Thus, the bag was encased and suspended in midair. A sense of unease washed over me. What if, in the future, an archaeological team were to enter and discover a bag hanging in the air? What if they were to open it? Of course, this thought seemed rather far-fetched. With the passage of time, it was possible that this place would collapse and remain undiscovered by archaeologists. With this thought in mind, I turned my gaze to the rope above, which was dark and evidently treated in some special manner. Even today, it retained an extraordinary flexibility. I reached out to touch it, and indeed, it felt quite slick. This rope was evidently not meant for human grasp. Its slippery nature made it rather unreliable for that purpose. The memory of the sloth swinging through the air while holding onto this rope filled me with a sense of admiration. Noticing my gaze on the rope, the sloth remarked, "This rope is likely intended for transporting goods. Its end was probably once affixed to a basket or something similar." After pondering this, I concluded that, given the height of the statue, it was implausible for individuals to ascend manually. Moreover, considering the unique significance of such a statue in ancient Shu culture, which had been deified, it was improbable that they would climb upon their deity. Hence, the use of a rope or similar apparatus for access became evident, with the pulley above serving as the most compelling evidence of this. However, it was likely that the original basket or other means of carrying persons or goods had long since decayed. The slickness of the rope would also reduce friction, making it significantly easier to lower and retrieve. Wearing gloves, the sloth was the first to ascend along the rope, ultimately grasping the bronze pulley with his hands. With a swift motion, he drew his legs up and stood at the edge of the upper entrance. From our perspective, the straight-on view only allowed us to see his jawline. The lantern in the hands of the slothful figure swayed as if surveying the surroundings, his demeanor languid and seemingly oblivious to his environment. After a brief moment, he gestured for us to ascend. I took up the rear, allowing the unconscious Cyclops and Herichak to proceed first, while I followed last. Upon reaching the summit, we were greeted by an expansive space, shrouded in darkness. The flashlight beams scanned the area, revealing no end in sight, and even when directed upward, the ceiling remained unseen. Red Hair calculated our journey thus far, remarking, "We initially descended, and now we are climbing up this statue. I reckon we must be nearing the surface, given the vastness of this place." Could it be the very structure described by Team Lu? Lu had recounted how her party of 4, while navigating the ancient city, had discovered a bronze ding, inscribed with records of a grand endeavor undertaken to suppress 01, aimed at the denizens of the ancient city. This undertaking encompassed both subterranean and surface components. The underground referring to our previous path, while the surface was presumably where we now stood. Lu had depicted it as a quadrilateral, flat-topped pyramid. This surface edifice resembled a colossal altar, where, at specific times, grand sacrificial ceremonies were conducted in honor of the celestial eye. Through these rituals, they sought to harness the power of the celestial eye to subdue 01. A sudden thought struck me. Could it be that 01's eventual escape was due to the sudden disappearance of the city's inhabitants, resulting in the celestial eye losing its sacrificial potency, thus allowing 01 to flee? But why would the people of the ancient city vanish so abruptly? The internal structure of this pyramid remained a mystery, yet according to Lu's earlier descriptions, what we beheld was surely but a fragment of the pyramid's entirety. I pondered the whereabouts of one Min and her companions. Supporting the Cyclops on my back, Harachak ambled along, using his staff as a cane, while the slothful figure forged ahead. Truth be told, we owed much to him. Without his guidance, our survival thus far would have been uncertain. Not long after, shadows emerged within the inky void, resembling heaps of some objects. We instinctively quickened our pace, and as we drew closer, the dim light revealed a startling sight: coffins. More specifically, they were not ordinary coffins, but rather black lacquered sarcophagi. This material was exceedingly rare, traditionally reserved for nobility, yet here lay an astonishing number of black sarcophagi before us. The material was remarkably resilient, impervious to decay or vermin even when buried underground or submerged in water for millennia. The bodies interred within such coffins, barring unforeseen circumstances, would invariably remain in a mummified state. Should the burial site possess exceptional feng shui, it was conceivable that the bodies might even retain a lifelike appearance. We had reached the wall, constructed from large stones, and aligned against it were no fewer than 50 to 60 black coffins. These coffins bore no lacquer, showcasing the natural hue of the material itself. The air was devoid of any foul odors. Instead, it wafted with a distinctive, fragrant aroma inherent to the black lacquered wood. I inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing sensation envelop me. The scent emanating from the coffin was surprisingly pleasant, apart from the ancient burial custom known as Huanchang Taizu. It seemed only this black tomb could possess such an aroma. Huanchang Taizu is an archaic royal burial practice, with Huanchang referring to the yellow heart of cypress wood. Surrounding the coffin, walls were constructed from this yellow heart, topped with a lid, resembling a small dwelling. The dimensions of this structure were dictated by the status of the deceased. Reflecting upon it, the cypress must have grown for over 1,000 years, yet the yellow heart, only a few centimeters thick, signifies an astonishing quantity of timber required to construct the subterranean chamber. If the specifications were grander, an entire section of primeval forest would likely be sacrificed, due to the extensive use of cypress wood, known for its insect-repelling properties and pleasant fragrance. The opening of such a tomb often greeted one with a delightful aroma, a phenomenon described by some as the scent of a millennium. Before me lay a coffin, meticulously sealed and fastened with coffin nails. Upon closer inspection, the square black lid bore faint traces of symbols, likely painted with vermilion, though they had faded over time. In the darkness, these inscriptions imparted an eerie sensation. I couldn't help but ponder, what kind of sinister remains could be contained within these coffins, warranting such markings? Our gazes sequentially traversed the coffins until they converged upon one in particular, its lid distinctly ajar, clearly tampered with. Most unsettling was the sight of a hand, dangling from the open side, a delicate, slender hand, unmistakably feminine. The hand had begun to take on a bluish hue, though patches of pale skin remained visible, indicating its owner had recently departed from this world. A chill ran through me, and I felt my heart race uncontrollably. Who could lie within the coffin? It was evident she could not be a relic of ancient times, experienced as we were. We could surmise her time of death merely by observing the color of her hand, approximately a day ago, aligning with what team leader Lu had mentioned. Was it Lily or Wenmin? In that fleeting moment, my sole thought was a desperate wish that it was not Wenmin. Human nature is inherently selfish. Most individuals conceal this trait in their daily lives, but when their boundaries or hidden truths are threatened, such selfishness becomes glaringly apparent. I lacked the courage to step forward. Hariza glanced at me, noticing my hesitation, and remarked, These coffins likely harbor some mystery. We must ascertain who lies within. Surely, you wouldn't expect me, in my condition, to take action? His words compel me to draw my weapon and advance. Although her identity remained uncertain, it was evident that a person found deceased in a coffin must have encountered some dire circumstances. Considering the symbols on the coffin, I couldn't help but wonder, could it be a transformation of the corpse? Was it the zongzi that dragged her into the coffin, leading to her demise? As I approached the coffin, the lazy fellow was not idle. There existed merely a couple of steps between us, and soon enough, we stood on either side of the coffin. Taking a deep breath, I instructed him to open the casket. The coffin already had a slight opening, and scattered on the ground were several coffin nails, alongside a pool of blood. The blood extended onto the coffin, but against the dark wood. The deep red hue was rather inconspicuous. I had initially overlooked it, but upon closer inspection, distinct signs of a struggle became evident. One side of the coffin bore bullet holes, indicating that a gunfight had transpired here. Wenmin was an adept marksman, and the sight of those bullet marks heightened my concern for her. Without delay, the lazy fellow and I began to push the coffin lid, proceeding with utmost caution. His ears were slightly twitching, clearly attentive to any sounds emanating from within. If there were zongzi or similar entities concealed inside, he would likely detect them beforehand. As we moved the coffin lid, it emitted a dull scraping sound, and a hand resting on the edge of the lid gradually became more visible, followed by a blue sleeve. Upon seeing this color, a wave of joy surged within me, for I recalled that Dr. Lily's windbreaker was blue. In such dire circumstances, feeling pleased was rather ungracious, yet I found myself reluctant to chastise my emotions. Before long, the coffin was opened halfway, revealing the scene inside. The corpse was indeed Lily, a girl whose appearance was not conventionally beautiful but was quite pleasant to behold. However, at that moment, her face was obscured by dark bruises and dried blood. The bruises were indicative of blood accumulation post-mortem, and the clots seemed to have been expelled from her mouth. The body lay supine, her eyes wide open, with a protruding gaze that was exceedingly terrifying. Apart from her, the coffin appeared to contain nothing else. It was rather empty. How did she meet her end? Soon, I discovered 2 gunshot wounds on her body, one on her arm and another on her thigh, but these were not fatal. The true lethal injury seemed to be in her mouth, as her lips were completely decayed, suggesting she had sustained injuries prior to her death. The lazy fellow appeared utterly unfazed by such a gory sight. Wearing gloves, he felt no psychological burden as he touched Lily's lips. As he pried open her rotten lips, I immediately noticed that her teeth were shattered, as though struck by a hard object. Her mouth was filled with clotted blood, rendering her tongue invisible. In an instant, I realized the real fatal wound must have been in her mouth. Those broken teeth were likely the result of a bullet striking her directly, leading to her demise. A chill ran down my spine. Who could have done this? Wenmin? Team Leader Lu? Or the deceased Qin Shi? The bullet had penetrated her mouth with remarkable precision. Qin Shi was a photographer, unfamiliar with firearms, thus he was unlikely to be the perpetrator. The most plausible culprits were either Wenmin or Team Leader Lu. Wenmin could not possibly kill indiscriminately. If she were involved, it stands to reason that Lily must have undergone some transformation. Why would she specifically aim for the mouth? My mind immediately recalled the earlier mention of a long tongue, leading me to ponder whether Lily had also been parasitized, thus explaining the bizarre turn of events. At this moment, it was evident that whatever had been in Lily's mouth had vanished. I contemplated this and formed a series of conjectures in my mind. It is likely that Lily was the first to be parasitized, after which either Wenmin or Team Leader Lu fired in self-defense. Unbeknownst to them, following Lily's demise, the entity emerged from her body and found refuge in Team Leader Lu. This parasitic process must have been rather covert. Otherwise, Qin Shi would not have carried Lu for so long. Now, with the 3 members of the team deceased, only Wenmin remains. Where could she be? Based on my understanding of Wenmin, in such a dire environment, she would likely make one of 2 decisions. First, upon realizing that Lu and Qin Shi had vanished, she would attempt to locate them, or second, she might choose to retreat from the sacrificial altar and await our regrouping. As we traversed the area, we found no trace of Wenmin, suggesting she likely opted for the latter course of action, withdrawing in anticipation of reinforcements when faced with the strange circumstances of this place. Considering this possibility relieved me, and I gently placed Lily's hand, which had been draped over the coffin's edge, back inside the casket. After casting a final glance at her, I signaled to the slothful companion to close the coffin lid. Throughout the entire process, silence reigned. My companion was too lethargic to speak, and I, being superstitious, refrained from uttering a word. Those who disturb graves hold a deep-seated aversion to conversing with the corpses within. The spirit of the deceased, mingling with the vitality of the living, can easily result in a transformation. My confidence in my own fortune had dwindled to nothing. As the saying goes, misfortune clung to me like a shadow. Unlike the protagonists of television dramas who find wisdom upon falling into caverns or stumble upon secrets after tumbling off cliffs, I was merely confronted with corpses and opened coffins. I had no desire to further validate this cursed disposition that had befallen me. In the stillness, the two of us began to push the coffin lid back into place. Suddenly, however, my companion's movements faltered, and he fixated intently on the coffin. A jolt of apprehension surged through me, and I quickly glanced at Lily, thinking to myself, could it be that she has truly transformed? Yet, upon closer inspection, the corpse remained as it had been, unmoving, devoid of any signs of transformation or decay. If that was the case, what had captured my companion's attention? I shot him a questioning glance, but he remained silent. Abruptly plunging his hand into the coffin and violently yanking Lily's hair, pulling the now rigid corpse from the casket and tossing it aside with a loud thud. Although I was aware of my companion's sadistic tendencies, I had not anticipated such brutality. It is said that the deceased deserve respect. After all, they were once our companions. How could one exhibit such cruelty towards a lifeless body? A flicker of anger ignited within me as I gazed at Lily's corpse, and I could not help but admonish. Enough, show some restraint. He cast the body aside without a second glance, regarding my words with a languid, dismissive expression, before redirecting his gaze back to the coffin. I followed his gaze and soon discovered that there was something within the coffin. It was a small, desiccated corpse, likely that of a youth, previously obscured by Lily's weight. I was taken aback, but quickly understood the slovenly individual's earlier actions. However, the casual manner in which he discarded the corpse was still quite distasteful. Heritage, standing nearby, also approached, and the three of us surrounded the coffin, blocking the open space around it. Heritage plopped himself onto another coffin, fixated on the desiccated body, and remarked, "Curious. Curious." The corpse was indeed peculiar. It was bound tightly with ropes, reminiscent of the black cords from the bronze wheel, seemingly treated in a manner that rendered them impervious to decay. The ropes constricted the corpse firmly, its mouth agape as if it contained something within. I inclined the light slightly, directing it into the mouth, but could discern nothing except a dark void. The throat appeared to have adhered together, glistening with a layer of viscous corpse oil. An uncomfortable dryness settled in my throat, prompting a slight cough. Heritage pondered, "What do you think? Why was this body tied up? It seems rather young. Could it be that they committed some crime in life?" However, given Heritage's lack of expertise in tomb raiding, his speculation seemed rather unfounded. I interjected, "How could someone fit for a coffin be a criminal?" The Book of Burial states, "Burial signifies concealment, rendering one invisible to others. This place is not a grave, but rather an altar. Placing these bodies here to suppress the spirit resembles a form of sacrifice more than it does punishment. Otherwise, these bodies would have been buried away." Upon hearing this, Heritage chuckled and gave me a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, as a professional. You suggest that these bodies were used for sacrificial purposes in life." I nodded. Team Lu had mentioned that the inhabitants of the ancient city of Tun can perform annual sacrificial rites, utilizing the power of the celestial eye to subdue malevolent forces. This ritual likely involved offering these living individuals to the celestial eye. At that moment, the celestial eye rested within my equipment bag, a seemingly trivial object with immense power. One could only wonder if the inscriptions upon the vessel held any truth. Were they merely exaggerated myths of the ancients, or did they genuinely possess divine capabilities? Suddenly, the slovenly individual remarked, "These ropes are bound too tightly." Instinctively, I replied, "Perhaps they feared the struggles of the living. These individuals must have been entombed while still alive. Truly cruel." However, my response evidently did not satisfy him. He glanced at me, pointed toward the corpse, and reminded, "The body and the ropes should not be so tightly bound." His observation jolted me into realization regarding something we had overlooked. If the ropes were tied when the individual was alive, it would be reasonable for them to cling closely to the flesh. Yet, during the process of decomposition, dehydration, muscle atrophy, ultimately transforming into a desiccated state. The entire body would shrink and contort, thereby loosening the ropes. Yet now, those cords remain tightly constricted around the corpse. Thus, there exists but one possibility. These corpses must have already appeared in this state before being placed in the coffins, and yet they were subsequently bound with ropes. However, what purpose does it serve to tie up a desiccated corpse in such a manner? Could it be that these bodies exhibit signs of transformation? As I pondered the reasons behind this, the slothful companion abruptly shifted his gaze to the right, where there lay a square entrance. Judging by its non-arched, square design, it was evident that we had emerged from underground. His ears twitched slightly as he fixated on the darkened entrance, stating, "Someone is coming." I had no doubt in his words. He had rarely erred in such matters. If he said a person was approaching, it could not possibly be a ghost. The only conceivable living soul in this desolate place, apart from us, seemed to be Wenmin. Could it be her? Chapter 43. Reality and dreams. Our trio's eyes were transfixed upon the unvisited exit. Not long after the slothful companion's utterance, a faint, yellowish light emerged from the inky darkness of the entrance, illuminating the surroundings like that of a flashlight. Gradually, the light drew nearer, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps. In the dim glow, I discerned a vague silhouette. Despite the distance, I recognized that it was indeed the missing Wenmin. She evidently spotted us too. Pausing for a brief moment before hastening toward our direction, her features and form becoming increasingly distinct. She appeared disheveled, yet seemed to bear no significant injuries. However, just as I was about to greet her, she abruptly raised a firearm, its muzzle directed squarely at us. Instinctively, in the moment she lifted the gun, I was taken aback, yet my body reacted swiftly. I darted to the side and crouched behind the coffin. Almost immediately, the sound of gunfire erupted, bullets embedding themselves deep within the coffin. Harachak, perched atop the coffin lid, swiftly rolled down, seeking refuge behind it, exclaiming in panic, "Could she be parasitized as well?" My thoughts were in disarray as I crouched behind the coffin, shouting, "Wenmin, stop!" The gunfire paused momentarily before ceasing altogether. Wenmin stood at the square entrance, still aiming her weapon. Her hands trembled, her gaze appeared unfocused, as if overwhelmed by exhaustion, and she coldly declared, "Chen Xian and the others cannot be here. Do not conjure these illusions, for I shall not be deceived." Illusions? Did she perceive us as mere figments of her imagination? How could she entertain such a notion? I hastily replied, "The cave of 01 directly connects to the underground. We ascended through it. The heavenly eye is in our possession. Lower your weapon, and let us converse." She seemed entirely unconvinced by my words, showing no intention of relinquishing her grip. Thus, I pressed on, "If I were truly an illusion, do you think a bullet could harm me?" Upon hearing this, her firearm slowly descended, and she coldly commanded, "Step forward." Cautiously, we emerged from behind the coffin, relieved to see that she had no intention of firing again. At this moment, I too was unaware of what they had truly endured. Wenmin surveyed me with a vigilant gaze before turning her attention to the fallen Cyclops beside us, inquiring, "What has happened to him?" I gathered my thoughts and recounted our experiences as simply as possible. As she listened, her demeanor gradually softened, and she beckoned me closer, saying, "Come here. I need to confirm something." Observing her cautious expression, I found it hard to fathom what could have transpired to cause such a transformation in her. Thus, I approached her slowly. Upon reaching her side, she gently touched my face, and after a moment, her previously indifferent expression shattered, as she suddenly embraced my neck, murmuring, "It's not a dream, it's real. My goodness, how did you all end up in this dreadful place?" I understood that she had finally accepted our identities and returned her embrace, asking, "What exactly has transpired? What hallucination?" Wenmin took a deep breath and retrieved a powerful searchlight from her gear. This light was remarkably strong, with an extensive range, and we had only brought one along. Without a word, she activated the searchlight and directed it sharply upward. This place was lofty, and previously, with limited light sources, we had failed to discern the condition of the ceiling. But now, as the searchlight illuminated the area, the ceiling's state became instantly clear to us. The moment we grasped the situation, both I and the red-haired companion gasped in unison, for, at a height of over 30 meters above us, there astonishingly loomed countless large relief sculptures, densely arrayed, resembling grotesque figures with bulging bellies. Their faces wore an exceedingly bizarre smile as they gazed down upon us, sending shivers down our spines. After just a fleeting glance, when Min promptly extinguished the searchlight, her expression profoundly weary as she leaned against the nearest coffin, stating, "You must know that these are the dream eaters. According to folklore, they can consume and fabricate dreams. Ever since we entered this place, everything has felt like a dream, and it has become impossible to distinguish reality from illusion." I inquired, "Did you truly believe you were in a dream?" Min shook her head, glancing at Lily's corpse not far away, and solemnly replied, "Have you considered that perhaps our experiences after entering the ancient city are merely a dream? You see me now, but perhaps I am just a figment of your imagination, or maybe you are a part of my dream." I sensed that her mind might be slipping into confusion, and alarmed, I pressed firmly on a specific acupoint behind her ear. This location could stimulate clarity in those ensnared by confusion. The effect was not instantaneous, but it was better than inaction. As I pressed, she recoiled slightly, her vacant gaze gradually sharpening, and she painfully rubbed her temples, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm just terrified from all the turmoil." Hakaraga clicked his tongue and remarked, "Officer Gu, you're not usually like this. What on earth has happened?" When Min glanced at him, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and after a moment, she said, "In truth, I do not fully comprehend what has transpired. Some of it is real, while some is false, all intertwined, and I am at a loss as to how to differentiate between them." After a brief pause, she said, "Perhaps you could offer some suggestions." She appeared quite fatigued, and coupled with the earlier tumult, I too felt weary. Thus, I gathered some wood and kindled a fire. As the warm glow of the flames flickered to life, Min let out a contented sigh and extended her hands toward the warmth. While basking in the fire's embrace, she rummaged through her belongings and shared some provisions with us. As we ate, she began recounting her peculiar experiences. She remarked, "When we first entered, there were certain dangers, as the ancient city was rife with insects and serpents. Eventually, we discovered some inscriptions on a bronze ding." I nodded in acknowledgement, as Lu had previously shared this segment with us. When Min continued, following the clues left by the inscriptions, "We ventured into the temple dedicated to the heavenly eye, and that's when everything grew bizarre. Initially, we encountered numerous mechanisms, far too many to count. During this ordeal, Lily and Chinshur perished. I was taken aback. If that were the case, what then of the Chinshur we had seen earlier?" Red Hair astutely interjected, "The mechanisms do not exist. From that moment onward, you were trapped in a dream." Min nodded and spoke with difficulty. "After everyone had perished, I was the sole survivor, unable to find an escape. Surrounded by traps, I endeavored to seek a way out, during which I discovered that this place harbored dream specters. Thus, I began to question whether I was indeed dreaming. And if so, how could I awaken?" She then recounted her attempts to awaken herself. In truth, she felt her mind was exceedingly clear. Yet she could not ascertain if she had truly entered a dream. Everything was merely conjecture. Perhaps it was her formidable willpower that enabled her to awaken, only to realize that the so-called mechanisms, the perils she faced, and the deaths, all of it was illusory. At some point, she found herself ensnared in this unfamiliar realm. Throughout her journey, she sought her teammates and an exit, but almost at regular intervals, she would slip back into the dream, with the surrounding environment undergoing dramatic transformations. Although she remained within the sacrificial pyramid, its structure continuously altered, with the characters she encountered varying each time. Sometimes she would meet Chinshur, at other times Lu or Lily, and on several occasions, even us. The multitude of dangers and fears nearly drove her to the brink of madness. Yet her resolve was extraordinarily strong. Time and again she broke free from the dreams, only to unwittingly plunge back into them. The Lily before us had met her demise at Wenmin's hands, a process resembling my earlier conjecture. Lu, Lily, Wenmin, and Chinshur were reunited, each narrating their distinct experiences since their separation, almost every account differing from the others. However, Wenmin soon realized that her awareness of being trapped in a dream was closely tied to her personal experiences and willpower. Yet, why did Lu and the others also possess the knowledge that they were dreaming? They had previously been separated. Why did their experiences now mirror her own so closely? In an instant, she recognized this as a trap. Indeed, a turn of events transpired. The moment she turned around, she beheld Lily, her mouth agape, a purplish-red appendage extending forth, sweeping towards her from behind. What followed was a gunfight. They were no match for Wenmin and quickly succumbed. The details of this encounter need not be elaborated upon, for even the authenticity of that gunfight now eludes her. At this moment, Lily's corpse lay adjacent, a stark testament to the reality of the events that unfolded. This implies that before the group fell into slumber and had yet to converge, Lily had already been parasitized by some entity. Moreover, Lu and Qin Shi, who fled during the gunfight, were also questionable, though Wenmin could not articulate her thoughts at that time. Subsequently, she resumed her quest for an escape, only to find herself ensnared in a vicious cycle, repeatedly dreaming and reuniting with Qin Shi and even the deceased Lily. With each encounter, the others would inform her everything prior was merely an illusion birthed from her dreams. No one had perished, and all remained alive. As this continued, a myriad of terrifying and bizarre scenarios emerged, testing the limits of one's sanity. Reflecting on such a predicament, I soon recognized the true horror of the dream demon. It does not merely trap one in slumber, but rather obliterates one's sanity within the dream. The relentless intertwining of reality and nightmarish visions persists to this day. Wenmin stated, "If we cannot extricate ourselves from this place, all will ultimately succumb to despair." Yet the pressing question remains, is our current existence a dream or reality? If Wenmin's assertion holds true, and we were each drawn into the dream the moment we encountered the dream demon, then could it be that all my subsequent experiences, including the individuals seated beside me now, are mere fabrications? A shiver ran down my spine as I forcefully cast aside this chilling thought, declaring, "Remain calm. There must be a way out. I do not believe this is merely a dream." Chapter 44. Exorcism. The present circumstances evoke the parable of Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly. Which is real, and which is false, remains a mystery. If I am indeed in a dream, then the Wenmin I perceive now, along with all that I have previously experienced, could merely be an ephemeral reverie. Yet these experiences feel so tangible, so real, that reconciling them with a dream state becomes unfathomable. Contemplating this, I turn to the two individuals, the slothful one and Wenmin, who possess considerable knowledge about the dream demon, and said, "Embroiled in the question of whether we are dreaming or not, none can provide proof. I suggest we first seek an escape." Wenmin sighed, responding, "I have been searching, but the surrounding environment keeps shifting, preventing any exit." After pondering for a moment and sorting through my thoughts, I proposed an idea. Let us assume that everything before us is a dream. Would not all the individuals in our midst also be illusions? In this scenario, all we experience and behold would be shaped by our own consciousness, leading us to share the same dream. Conversely, if we are not dreaming, as you suggested, we might unwittingly be drawn into the dream demon's grasp at any moment, resulting in our dreams diverging significantly. Wenmin nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Do you have a plan?" I replied, "Let us first seek a way out. However, prior to that, we should tether ourselves with ropes. If we encounter the second scenario, this precaution will prevent a recurrence of the situation faced by you and Captain Lu. Moreover, with our numbers and a sufficiently strong will, it is improbable that we all succumb to the dream simultaneously. Thus, should any misfortune befall some, the others who remain awake can continue to search for an exit." Wenmin immediately nodded, a weary expression finally giving way to a hint of a smile as she exclaimed, "This idea is indeed feasible. But what if we find ourselves in the first scenario?" I continued, "In that case, we cannot trust one another. You would not believe in my authenticity, and likewise, I cannot place my trust in you. The act of entering a dream is, in fact, a deceptive maneuver. You mentioned that you had previously entered dreams, perpetually wandering within this sacrificial tower. This suggests that the realm of the dream demon is, indeed, limited. Perhaps the dream it conjures cannot extend beyond this sacrificial altar." Wenmin, being astute, pondered for a moment before responding. Thus, in the absence of concealed mechanisms within the sacrificial tower, extricating ourselves should be relatively straightforward. If I remain trapped, it would imply that you are illusions. Precisely, I affirmed. This method is not only beneficial for you, but also allows any of us to discern our true positions. Ha-Richa leaned against the coffin, grinning as he remarked, "You usually keep quiet, but your mind works swiftly. However, have you forgotten about the Cyclops? If the second scenario unfolds, the one who does not enter the dream may face numerous assaults, or a chaotic battle may erupt among those who have succumbed to the dream. What then?" This question had crossed my mind as well, yet I had not devised a solution. I responded, "At present, this is our sole dilemma. Resolving it will enable us to put our plan into action." As I sat by the fire, The comforting warmth failed to dispel the chill that lingered in my heart. I contemplated another issue. If this is indeed a dream, have I truly obtained the Eye of Heaven? Upon this thought, I could not resist retrieving the object. The Eye of Heaven's texture was akin to jade, yet not quite jade. Previously, while submerged in water, it felt icy to the touch, yet now it emanated a warmth. When Min scrutinized it for a moment and asked, "Is this it? Can its quality genuinely rescue the corpse immortal?" It was she who informed me about the eye. But witnessing such a trinket raises doubts. I nodded, my thoughts still ensnared by previous concerns, and refrained from elaborating. The Eye of Heaven was acquired before we encountered the dream demon, so it must be authentic, I reasoned. As I grasped it firmly, my heart slightly reassured. However, just then, a shiver coursed through me, and I felt the prickling of goosebumps. In the darkness, a vague sensation of being watched enveloped me. This feeling was all too familiar. I had experienced it when I first entered the pathway inhabited by the dream demon. Later, I had switched places with the Cyclops, who then fell into a dream. Could it be that the dream demon had emerged? My muscles involuntarily tensed as I abruptly turned my head towards the direction from which that unsettling sensation of being watched emanated. That area was engulfed in darkness. Yet the feeling of being observed was strikingly vivid, to the point that it was nearly impossible to dismiss. My sudden movement drew the attention of one Min and the others. One Min furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Chen Xian, what is the matter?" It seemed they were oblivious to the sensation I felt. I couldn't help but ask, "Do you all not sense that something is watching us?" One Min and Hariza glanced at each other and simultaneously shook their heads. I turned my gaze towards the slumbering Cyclops, pondering whether this was merely a figment of my imagination or if I had detected the presence of the dream demon. Yet, why was it that only I could sense it? The dream demon, as depicted in myth and legend, is not typically classified among spirits. It was reasonable that Hariza, the shaman, could not perceive it, but even the astute sloth had failed to notice it. What could this mean? The sensation of being watched intensified, and I felt as though that entity was drawing closer to us, as if an invisible specter was fixated upon us, advancing step by step. I fixated on that direction, though in reality, it was merely a stone wall. One Min nearly assumed I was about to enter a dream. She approached me, her expression laced with concern, and was about to speak when I suddenly felt the sensation of being watched dissipate, as though that invisible entity had vanished. I found myself momentarily dazed, questioning whether my sanity was faltering. Just then, the sloth yawned, tears forming at the corners of his eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. He remarked, "You all can take your time to figure it out. I'll just take a nap." With that, he lay down beside the fire. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Hong Mao's face. He raked his fingers through his hair and lamented, "It's infuriating how some people can sleep so soundly at any moment." No sooner had he spoken than One Min and I simultaneously realized the gravity of the situation and cried out in alarm. The place where the dream demon dwells is notorious for inducing extreme drowsiness. Sleeping there is the gravest taboo, and the sloth should undoubtedly be aware of this. Yet now he spoke of sleep. Could he be on the verge of entering a dream? Recalling the earlier sensation of being watched, I quickly grasped that it was a precursor to the dream demon's manifestation. Panic surged within me. I could hardly contemplate why only I could sense it. Without a second thought, I leaped over the fire towards the sloth, throwing a punch directly at his face. Just as he had barely closed his eyes, my blow jolted him awake. He shielded his face, seemingly regaining his senses, and muttered, "Thank you. It is rather gratifying to strike someone and have them express gratitude afterward, especially when that person is someone you've long desired to admonish but had been unable to." I mused that perhaps this was the sole advantage brought forth by the dream demon. In that instant, as the sloth regained consciousness, the sensation of being watched surged back with even greater intensity. I immediately shouted, "The dream demon has arrived," and everyone steeled their resolve. For this entity primarily relies on the strength of human will. Since Hong Mao was injured by the parasitic entity, he has become exceedingly frail. Moreover, with the one-eyed dragon in a state of frenzy, I find myself responsible for both of them. Consequently, I have taken the lead throughout this journey, which has significantly drained my physical and mental stamina, intensifying my fatigue. It seems that his exhaustion has rendered him incapable of maintaining focus, allowing the dream demon to seize its opportunity. In this moment, I also became aware of something I had previously overlooked. The inhabitants of the ancient city of swallowing silkworms must possess methods to counter these dream demons. The reason they manipulate these entities is likely to prevent intruders from infiltrating. Thus, these dream demons exist as a form of guardianship. The question arises, what do they guard? At this moment, a realization gripped my heart. Rather than guarding something, they are likely protecting the heavenly eye that suppresses 01. After all, this artifact is a divine relic of the ancient Shu kingdom, easily susceptible to prying eyes. Currently, the heavenly eye rests upon me. Perhaps it indeed possesses a unique power that enables me to sense the dream demons. Based on my previous encounters with them, it appears they are utterly incapable of launching an attack against me. Now that it has withdrawn from the lazy fellow's body, who will be its next target? I can hardly afford to elaborate further. I immediately grasped the heavenly eye in my hand and stood at the center of the group. While attuning myself to the sensation of being observed, I shared my conjecture with those around me and urged them to gather close. The entire process unfolded over the course of 20 minutes, with the dream demon adopting a nearly predatory stance, engaging us invisibly. Ultimately, it seemed to relent, and that feeling of being watched abruptly vanished. I breathed a sigh of relief as we huddled closely together, placing the heavenly eye at the center to form an invisible barrier. At this juncture, glancing at the still slumbering one-eyed dragon, a thought crossed my mind. Could the heavenly eye awaken him from this dream? I attempted to place the heavenly eye upon the one-eyed dragon's chest, yet after a while, there was no sign of response. Could it be that if one is too deeply ensnared in slumber, the heavenly eye would prove ineffective? Just as I contemplated abandoning this approach, a surge of dark mist suddenly erupted from the seemingly jade-like heavenly eye. The mist vaguely took on a humanoid shape, appearing within the eye for only an instant before swiftly vanishing, as if consumed by the eye itself. Simultaneously, the one-eyed dragon abruptly opened his eyes. In Chapter 45, we encircled the one-eyed dragon, scrutinizing his every move with vigilance. At this point, the bloodshot veins in his eyes had receded, and he stared blankly at us, seemingly still dazed. After a brief moment, his gaze began to sharpen, quickly revealing a look of astonishment. How did you all end up here? It appeared that he had fully awakened. Hongmao exhaled with relief, grinning as he cracked his knuckles, saying, "We've been right here all along. Now that you're awake, it's time to settle some old scores." The duration of the one-eyed dragon's slumber had indeed caused considerable distress for Hongmao. Upon witnessing his actions, I could not help but feel a surge of irritation and interjected, "Enough already. Given the circumstances, let's postpone any thoughts of revenge until we are safely outside." The one-eyed dragon appeared to be in a state of confusion, gradually rising to a seated position. He furrowed his brow, letting out a pained hiss as he clutched the gunshot wound on his arm. How did I sustain this injury? Could it be that I am merely hallucinating? He murmured to himself, then instinctively reached out as if to grasp our presence, seemingly wishing to ascertain our reality. Previously, the idler had mentioned that prolonged immersion in dreams could lead to a collapse of one's sanity. It seems that while the one-eyed dragon had not completely succumbed, he was certainly disoriented. Thankfully, he was awakened early. Otherwise, the future would have been uncertain. I brushed aside his hand that sought to grasp me and explained the situation. However, instead of enlightenment, the one-eyed dragon regarded us with a gaze laden with distrust, retorting, "How can I ascertain whether my previous experiences were dreams or if what I am currently perceiving is but an illusion?" I could only manage a wry smile at his inquiry. In truth, it is a challenging conundrum to address. The intertwining of dream and reality blurs the lines of certainty, leaving one to ponder which experiences are authentic and which are mere fabrications. Red-haired one waved dismissively, exclaiming, "One-eyed fellow, spare us the discussion of truth and illusion. What stands before you are we few. Are you truly considering wandering this place alone?" The one-eyed dragon fell silent. This reaction was somewhat unexpected, prompting me to inquire, "What have you dreamt of during this time? More precisely, what have you experienced?" He frowned, scrutinizing me with his solitary eye, a gaze I had not encountered before. I allowed him to observe me, and after a moment, he succinctly replied, "Many who led traps fell into that dark passage to save me." As he spoke, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly sprang to his feet, declaring, "I must rescue him." His abrupt movement startled me, and I exclaimed, "I am perfectly fine. I have not fallen into any dark passage. This is merely your dream." The one-eyed dragon clearly harbored doubts, asserting, "Such a realistic dream cannot exist. I know not what you are, but I only trust myself." "Well then," red-haired one interjected, rolling his eyes while laughing, "if that is the case, How did you acquire that gunshot wound? Think carefully. Why do you find yourself here? There is a saying that goes, strong limbs, simple mind. Zhang, you appear tall and muscular. Yet your intellect is rather vexing. The one-eyed dragon was immediately incensed, retorting, you little red-haired brat. I haven tea, yet settled accounts with you. Hadn't they just avoided fighting moments ago? Red-haired one paused, then realized, stomping in frustration, well, you, one-eyed fellow, even dream of assaulting me. If I do not teach you a lesson today, do you think I, as a sorcerer, am an easy target? With that, he wielded his staff like a club aimed at the one-eyed dragon. The latter, with his hands still bound, could only awkwardly evade. The idler, in a languid manner, interjected. Enough. Since there is a celestial eye, let us not waste time. We must depart. Red-haired one was not one to be deemed unreliable. He sheathed his staff, casting a glance at the one-eyed dragon that suggested they could continue this fight later. Consequently, we resolved to make our exit. Since the celestial eye in my possession can dispel the dream demons and sense their approach in advance, our chances of successfully escaping have significantly increased. We swiftly adhered to our original plan and bound everyone with ropes. Subsequently, we evaded the coffins and proceeded towards the passage from which Min had earlier arrived. Given that Min had spent a considerable amount of time here, traversing between dreams and reality, she had long lost the ability to discern what she had previously witnessed, what was real and what was illusory. Therefore, we could not anticipate what lay ahead. The passage was not particularly long, and at its end stood a stone door, ajar, adorned with faded paintings. The colors on the surface of the door had uniformly faded to a brownish hue, blending together to the point of being indistinguishable, leaving only some deeper lines to provide a vague outline. The depicted scene seemed to portray a sacrificial ritual, featuring figures carrying something on their shoulders. Initially, I could not decipher what those items were, but eventually, I realized they were mummified corpses. When Min's expression shifted to one of surprise as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. She remarked, previously, there was a mention on that bronze cauldron about the celestial eye being used for human sacrifices. I had thought it could only involve a few individuals, yet. Her unspoken words hung heavily in the air, her astonishment evident. Haji Chakai commented, the corpses within those coffins appear to be the mummified remains intended for sacrifice. However, employing such coffins for sacrificial purposes seems rather excessive. It seems to me that these mummies are bound too tightly, almost as if to prevent decomposition. This ancient city, utilizing the celestial eye, had created something akin to 01 amid the chaos of war. Afterward, inviting deities was easy, but sending them away proved challenging, leading to the need for the celestial eye to suppress 01 and to perform sacrifices on the celestial eye itself. While this appeared to pose no issues, I could not shake the feeling that I was overlooking something. Soon, I recalled what we had neglected, those human cocoons. Though there were numerous coffins here, the scale of the sacrifices indicated that these mummified corpses were merely a fraction. So, where had the rest of the bodies gone? Could those cocoons be the remains of those once sacrificed? They were initially intended for the celestial eye's offering, but ultimately seemed to have been assimilated by 01. At this moment, however, the celestial eye was in our grasp, and our immediate priority was to vacate this cursed place. As for the events that transpired in the ancient city of the silkworms, they were of no concern to me any longer. With this thought, I pushed open the stone door and stepped inside first. Almost the instant we crossed the threshold, the previously dark environment erupted into brightness, akin to the sudden illumination of a powerful light. This unexpected radiance was not blinding. Rather, it was remarkably gentle. We were all taken aback and immediately began to survey our surroundings. Upon doing so, our hearts raced with excitement. Above us loomed an immense artificial starry sky, adorned with luminous pearls. As we entered, the beams from our flashlights intertwined with the pearls, causing countless orbs to emit light simultaneously, creating the soft glow we now experienced. At that moment, as everyone raised their gaze, it felt as though the starry sky had descended upon us, a truly breathtaking spectacle. In truth, this is not my first encounter with such a spectacle. The Chinese revere the concept of harmony between heaven and humanity, as well as the cosmos, which holds an infinite allure and mystique for both contemporary and ancient individuals. The miscellaneous essays of Zhuangzi recounts an episode where Zhuangzi, facing death, was urged by his disciples to receive a lavish burial. He replied, I take the heavens and the earth as my coffin, the sun and moon as my jewel-encrusted lid. The the stars as pearls, and all living things as my funeral attendants. Would my burial attire not be odd? What more could be added? This illustrates the ancients' profound veneration for the vastness of the universe. Historical texts also document numerous instances of creating celestial representations with luminous pearls within tomb chambers, with the first emperor being the most renowned example. I was astonished to discover that such a phenomenon could also be witnessed in the ruins of the ancient Shu kingdom, a testament to its formidable power. At this moment, the pearls shimmered like fallen stars, while around us stood towering stone slabs, arranged meticulously as if they were colossal stone screens. Upon closer inspection, each slab bore inscriptions and intricate designs. I was aware that the ancient Shu kingdom lacked a written language. The majority of archaeological findings consist of symbols known as Shu symbols. Some scholars speculate that these might represent a form of pictographic script contemporaneous with oracle bone inscriptions, unique to the Shu kingdom, which remains undeciphered to this day. Presently, these stone slabs were adorned with such ancient Shu pictographs, and should they be discovered by relevant archaeologists, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. These enigmatic inscriptions lay quietly etched upon the stone, while when Min's expression darkened as she softly remarked, if she could see these, she would surely be delighted. I understood that the she referred to was the late Lu Dui. Beyond the pearls and stone slabs, directly before us stood a circular object resembling a stone mill. This peculiar artifact was composed of 8 layers, each separated by approximately 20 centimeters, and each circular stone slab was emblazoned with numerous pictographs and some drawings, creating an eerie impression. The overall appearance resembled a string of candied hawthorn. Furthermore, to our right, there was a large stone door ajar, and at its entrance lay a probing spade. When Min promptly stated, I remember having opened a stone door before, but the scene beyond was different from what I see now. It seems I have indeed been here before, merely lost in a dream. I inquired, what lies behind this stone door? One Min's face brightened as she replied, it is the path we took to arrive here. It appears we have chosen the right way this time. Just as we were deliberating, I noticed that the lazy fellow was intently examining the stone slabs. A spark of curiosity ignited within me. Could he possibly comprehend these inscriptions? Intrigued, when Min and I approached him for clarification, the lazy fellow squinted, shook his head, and said, I cannot understand these characters, but I can interpret the images. The overall length of the stone slab was approximately 2 meters, with the upper half featuring pictographs and the lower half merely etched images, characterized by simple but clear lines. Upon his remark, when Min and I scrutinized the patterns on the slab, the first slab depicted the sun and moon, the second showcased water ripples, and the third illustrated a rotund figure holding grass and consuming it, notably with a transparent belly. Upon reaching this point, both Min and I came to a realization that the third panel must depict the tale of Shinnong tasting 100 herbs. The celestial bodies ahead perhaps symbolize the primordial creation of heaven and earth, while the water patterns likely allude to the collapse of the celestial pillar, catastrophic floods, and the transformation of the landscape. Could it be that these stone tablets serve as a historical record chronicled by the ancient people of Shu? Chapter 46. Prophecy. After gazing upon the stone tablet illustrating Shinnong's exploration of medicinal plants, a profound curiosity was ignited within us, compelling us to delve deeper. The fourth panel portrays a duel between 2 figures, one adorned with a singular head, 3 faces, and 8 arms, each wielding a weapon. This imagery closely resembles the legendary figure of Qiyu, undoubtedly representing him. Between these 2 figures lies a stone chariot, upon which a diminutive figure points forward. This fourth panel presumably recounts the tale of the emperor's creation of the guiding chariot and his epic battle with Qiyu. As we continued our exploration, we encountered numerous mythological figures, gradually transitioning into the historical epics of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Notable events such as the tyranny of Xia Jie and Mei Shi, King Yu of Zhou's beacon fires to entertain the lords, the campaigns of King Wu against Zhou, and the infamous burning of books and burying of scholars were recorded, events both significant and familiar to many. I found myself pondering the purpose of documenting such occurrences. Throughout this journey, we stumbled upon several stone tablets that eluded our comprehension, yet we could surmise they chronicled the history of ancient Shu's development. By correlating this information with what I knew of Shu's history, I managed to make some sense of it. The tablets contained records of the founding of the clans of Kinsong and Yufu, the arduous process of relocating the capital, and the chaos of the 7 warring states until the late warring states period when Qin extinguished Shu. Logically, if the history of ancient Shu concluded with its demise, then these stone tablets should cease at that point. Yet, astonishingly, we had only perused 1/3 of the tablets. With Shu already fallen, what could the remaining 2/3 of the tablets possibly document? The historical account inscribed upon these tablets extends to the very downfall of ancient Shu, which raises intriguing questions. How could a defunct nation have constructed the ancient city of Tunkan? One man furrowed her brow and remarked that the timeline appeared inconsistent, presenting contradictions. She had previously informed me that Tunkan was the westernmost fortress of ancient Shu. If Shu had indeed fallen, this city would have been either seized or abandoned, rendering the existence of these tablets questionable. I nodded in agreement, pondering that if the history recorded on the tablets had merely progressed to the mid-period of ancient Shu, it would pose no issue. However, the narrative continued until the kingdom's demise. Did the inhabitants of Tunkan somehow survive the conquest by Qin? The term annihilation implies total eradication. If ancient Shu had indeed retained Tunkan, it could not be deemed extinguished. What could possibly explain this anomaly? Perhaps the remaining tablets held the key to unraveling this mystery. With a sense of trepidation, the 3 of us pressed onward, yet the further we delved, the more astounded we became. Upon reaching the 2/3 mark, we felt an overwhelming reluctance to continue. The inscriptions upon this stone tablet, though invisible to our eyes, are adorned with remarkably representative patterns. Among them is a depiction of a woman clad in a dragon robe, her attire reflecting the quintessential style of the Tang dynasty. Almost everyone has surmised the identity of this woman, the immortal Empress Wu Zetian. Following this stone tablet, events unfolded, such as the Huangxiao uprising and the southern advance of the Jin army. In the later scenes, an unsightly beggar wielding a large knife while clutching a broken bowl emerges, a clear allusion to the beggar emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. As we delve deeper, the imagery of the Manchu Qing dynasty appears, most notably characterized by individuals with shaved heads and braided hair. In the later stages, the braids vanish, giving way to short hair, and on the final tablet, there is a rudimentary depiction of an airplane. Indeed, despite its simplistic lines, it is unmistakably the silhouette of an aircraft. There remain 6 or 7 more stone tablets, yet we lack the courage to explore further. When Min's breaths are heavy, and after a moment, she remarks, "We must still be dreaming, otherwise, how could we witness such things?" In a city that has lain desolate for 2 millennia, the presence of Zhu Yuanzhang, the Qing soldiers, and an airplane would lead anyone to believe they are ensnared in a dream. In truth, I too have begun to question whether we have indeed entered a dream state. However, everything feels so palpably real, especially since the dream demon only appeared after I acquired the celestial eye. With the celestial eye now in my possession, it is implausible that I could be so easily drawn into a dream. Yet, what is the reality of our current situation? Who could have created these stone tablets? Could it be that the ancient city of Tunkan has long been visited? Even if modern individuals had come here, their act of inscribing these tablets seems devoid of purpose. My imagination, which has never been particularly fertile, is now nearly paralyzed. Beside me, the slothful companion lies with half-closed eyes, seemingly pondering something. At this moment, Harishigai walks over, shaking his head and muttering about not understanding the purpose of the grinding stone. "What on earth are those expressions on your faces?" he inquires. His words jolt me back to reality, reminding me that my facial muscles have grown stiff, prompting me to rub my face and ask when Min and the others for their thoughts. When Min contemplates for a moment and states, "There are only 2 possibilities. First, we have entered a dream. Second, if these are indeed real, I suspect they may be akin to the Taipei too, though more detailed. Regrettably, we cannot comprehend the inscriptions. The Taipei of China has long been hailed as an enigma, a peculiar prophetic book, or rather a book of prophecies. Almost every ancient civilization has produced prophecies, with the Mayan doomsday prophecy being notably famous. Additionally, countries such as India and Egypt possess their own prophetic narratives. However, what perplexes and intrigues historians is that nearly all prophecies foretell humanity's destruction through warfare, natural disasters, and pandemics. Among all ancient prophecies, only China's Taipei stands distinctly apart. In its concluding predictions, it foresees humanity on the brink of a global, ultimate conflict, after which a unified existence will emerge, akin to a federation of Earth, wherein people of all races coexist harmoniously. historically renowned, yet largely dismissed by mainstream thought. 2A is said to have been composed during the Tang dynasty. Legend has it that Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, commissioned two eminent astrologers of the time, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to forecast the fate of the Tang Empire. Li Chunfeng, through the application of the I Ching's hexagrams, became so engrossed in his calculations that he inadvertently unraveled the destiny of China for over 2 millennia beyond the Tang era, until Yuan Tiangang urged him to cease, proclaiming that the secrets of heaven should not be further divulged, thus giving rise to the name 2A. Subsequent historical developments have remarkably aligned with the contents of this prophetic work, with one particular hexagram from the modern era being particularly striking. The book is well known, and I have previously perused it, retaining some memories. The 56th hexagram states, "The omen declares, what flies is not a bird, what dives is not a fish. War does not lie within soldiers, it is a game of creation." The accompanying verse reads, "The maritime borders stretch endlessly amidst clouds and mist, reaching up to the heavens and down to the springs. Golden mother and wood father craft illusions. Calamities of war yet to come shall befall the heavens." Jin Xingtan remarked, "This symbol signifies military fire, indicating chaos does not rest with soldiers." The verse reveals that the vastness of the maritime borders implies the intensity of warfare is not confined to China alone. What soars in the sky is certainly not a bird. What glides beneath the waves is not merely a fish. Warfare no longer necessitates soldiers charging into battle. It is akin to a game played from a distance. This depiction, once unfathomable to ancient minds, becomes readily explicable in contemporary terms. The imagery of maritime borders stretching endlessly evokes scenes of immense conflict, clearly indicative of nuclear weaponry rather than traditional arms. Following the 56th hexagram, for additional symbols culminate in a vision of a world united post-conflict, with a phrase stating, "Red, yellow, black, and white shall not be separated." This phrase, once perplexing to ancient scholars, now reveals its significance in the context of the four major races of humanity. Red, yellow, black, and white not being divided symbolizes a great unification. It is worth noting that during the Tang dynasty, the ancients were unaware of the existence of black and red peoples. However, this vision of unification diverges significantly from the apocalyptic prophecies of other ancient civilizations, conveying a notably optimistic outlook. Should prophecies indeed hold true, the stone tablets before us may well prove to be far more intricate than those of 2A's day. At this moment, standing before the aircraft, we find ourselves almost devoid of courage to gaze upon the next stone tablet. With the advent of aviation, what might this next tablet unveil? Is it a glimpse into humanity's future? If this is indeed a prophecy from the ancient Shu kingdom, then it predates the 2A, thereby providing an explanation for previous disputes. The temporal arguments are fundamentally unfounded, as the ancient Shu kingdom had not yet perished when these stone tablets were created. Suddenly, when men appeared to have an epiphany and remarked, "Do you think the inhabitants of the ancient cities of Shu vanished abruptly because they foresaw their demise in a prophecy and chose to withdraw?" The Shu kingdom was once formidable, yet by the time it was conquered by Qin, its power had considerably waned. The reasons behind this decline have long remained an intricate enigma. Hong Mao and the One-Eyed Dragon had also discerned the underlying cause, with the One-Eyed Dragon expressing his astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that prophecies truly exist?" I responded, "In many matters, it is wiser to believe in their existence than to dismiss them." This is not my first encounter with prophecies, yet the precision with which they were laid out before me was remarkable. When Doufu and Xiao Jing analyzed the 8 characters, nearly every detail was accurate. Chinese culture is profound and intricate, with many aspects shrouded in mystery, beyond the comprehension of the average person. Upon my conclusion, all eyes shifted from the aircraft to the next stone tablet. If this is a prophecy, then the preceding ones have nearly all come to fruition, thus ensuring a high degree of accuracy for the forthcoming predictions. A thought crossed my mind. What will the future hold? Chapter 47. Treasures. Everyone's gaze instinctively converged on the subsequent stone tablets, the ones located at the rear of the aircraft, which bore a peculiar shape resembling a large mushroom adorned with several human faces. The One-Eyed Dragon inquired, "What on earth is this?" Wenmin shook her head, frowning slightly, and said, "I cannot decipher it. It is unfortunate that we cannot recognize these characters." Hong Mao suggested, "Why don't we make a rubbing of it, and consult someone once we are outside?" This was indeed a sound idea. as these artifacts are valuable historical materials that could be examined by experts. When Min, who specializes in the smuggling of antiquities and knows many experts in the field, referred to those in archaeology. While speaking, she retrieved paper and pen from her equipment bag and began recording, lacking the tools for rubbings. She meticulously documented the findings to avoid errors. As she worked, we continued to explore further. On the stone tablet behind the mushroom, there was an engraving of a towering mountain, crowned by a crimson sun, with several figures kneeling at its base. As this event had not transpired, we had no historical records to correlate with it, leaving us perplexed. As we examined further, the images became increasingly enigmatic, culminating in the last tablet, which was entirely blank save for a handprint indented into its surface. At this moment, when Min was still diligently recording, while we exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend, Hong Mao retreated to investigate the mushroom, asking, "What are your thoughts?" The lazy one yawned and remarked, "It makes no sense." The one-eyed dragon stared intently at the mushroom, smacking his lips, and said, "I wonder what species of mushroom this is, particularly with human faces growing upon it." I choked momentarily, and indeed, as the saying goes, one who associates with the red will become red, one who associates with the black will become black. The one-eyed dragon, once a reliable individual, has become utterly disoriented after mingling with the tofu vendor for too long. Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind as I recalled the records from the prophetic illustrations. I exclaimed, "Do you think this mushroom resembles the scene of a nuclear explosion?" Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon let out a hiss and exclaimed, "It truly does. It's remarkably akin to the images in the book. You have quite the quick wit." I pointed out, "Look, although the faces within are small, each expresses profound agony. Therefore, this depiction likely refers to the detonation of a nuclear weapon." When Min paused her note-taking and remarked, "Isn't that consistent with the prophecy in the prophetic illustrations? One originates from the Warring States period, the other from the Tang dynasty, two different nations and times, yet their predictions astonishingly align. Had this been in the past, I would have found it utterly unbelievable. However, at this moment, I could hardly suppress my astonishment. The shocked expressions of those around me reminded me of a line from Zhuangzi. The small knowledge cannot surpass the great knowledge. The small year cannot equal the great year. The morning mushroom is unaware of the cyclical nature of time, and the cicada knows not the seasons of spring and autumn. The ephemeral fungi do not comprehend the beginning and end of a month, while the cicada, living only a summer, can never grasp the existence of spring and autumn within a year. In this world, many things may not be non-existent. Rather, most of us resemble the transient mushroom and the fleeting cicada. Does what we cannot see truly not exist? It seems now that the answer is negative. The ancients comprehended this principle long ago, and what has left the deepest impression on me during these years of exploration is this: never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients, lest you pay a steep price for your folly. Whether it be Chen Ci, El Su, Zhuan Rui, the blade wielding by Lao Si, or by San Yi and his ilk, all would be prominent figures in the modern era. Yet, when it comes to the art of strategy, they are often outmaneuvered by the ancients, with many meeting their demise as a result. I suppressed my astonishment and continued to examine the next illustration, connecting it to the prophetic illustrations as I began to discern the outlines of subsequent predictions. The second image depicted a mountain and a sun. The mountain towering and the sun immense, reminiscent of a phenomenon where, under poor air quality, sunlight scatters through clouds, creating the illusion of an enlarged sun. The towering mountain and colossal sun could foreshadow the extreme environmental degradation following the war, while the reason for the people at the mountain's base to kneel remains a mystery. Further down, explanations emerged that closely mirrored the prophecies in the illustrations. Yet, when I arrived at the final blank stone slab, it remained elusive. What could an empty handprint signify? The one-eyed dragon placed his hand upon the slab and compared it to the handprint. His palm was slightly narrower, with longer fingers, suggesting that the owner of this hand likely did not engage in laborious tasks. Whose hand was it that left this imprint? Could it belong to the one who inscribed these stone slabs? I attempted to place my hand upon the surface, finding that the length of my fingers was quite similar, though my palm was slightly broader. As I pondered this, the languid one suddenly turned to the red-haired individual and suggested, "Why not try placing your hand here?" With a look of skepticism, the red-haired one pressed his hand down, only to discover that it fit perfectly, as if he had become embedded within the imprint. A sound of astonishment escaped from Harizagai. Before we could fully comprehend the situation, the stone slab emitted a muffled thud, and abruptly, it flipped over. This unexpected turn of events caused the red-haired one, who was closest, to be thrust behind the slab. It appeared that there was a hidden chamber of sorts behind it. Simultaneously, the imprint on the now reversed slab had vanished, revealing instead a stone carving. The image depicted a child sitting cross-legged, wide-eyed, staring directly at us. Although the carving was executed in a simplistic style, those eyes were remarkably lifelike, as if the child were truly alive. However, the gaze conveyed was far from that of a mere child. It resembled the wise stare of an elderly sage. I hastily tapped the stone slab, but it yielded no further reaction. What lay within the space behind the slab? Was there any danger posed by the Cyclops at this moment? I rapped my knuckles against it, discerning that the slab was not overly thick. Breaking through it should not pose a significant challenge. As I considered this, I recalled the earlier incident where the languid one had asked the Cyclops to extend his hand. Could it be that he knew something? My gaze shifted towards him. The languid one, clearly aware of my thoughts, remarked, "I have witnessed mechanisms activated by handprints before. His hand seems to be a suitable match." His demeanor remained languid, and I found myself questioning this explanation. However, pressing further seemed futile, so I declared, "Regardless, we must break the slab." The languid one raised his eyelids slightly and replied, "If you wish to avoid death, proceed with caution." "What do you mean?" When Min interjected, the languid one settled into a cross-legged position and explained, "As I mentioned, I have seen similar mechanisms. This is a type of reserved mechanism." Reserved mechanism? The Cyclops' single eye widened in confusion. The languid one nodded, stating, in simple terms, "Only a designated individual can activate the mechanism. There should be something left behind in the stone chamber. Once the mechanism is triggered, it can only be opened from within. Any external force will activate a self-destruct mechanism." The Cyclops immediately countered, "But just a handprint? That seems rather unreliable. A cunning individual could create a mold of a hand. Even if they are not the designated person, they could still activate it. Moreover, the likelihood of matching hand sizes is quite high. Didn't the red-haired one fit perfectly? This mechanism seems rather frivolous." The languid one yawned, tears forming at the corners of his eyes from fatigue, and half closed his lids, saying, "You would have to inquire with the creators of the mechanism to understand their rationale. However, for now, I prefer to wait for him to emerge." With that, he settled back into a cross-legged position and pinched himself sharply, presumably to dispel his drowsiness. As I observed the lad with tear-filled eyes, utterly exhausted yet unable to succumb to slumber, my irritation faded away. I shook my head and resigned myself to waiting. The slothful companion, displaying a flicker of conscience, offered me some reassurance, saying, "Do not fret, such mechanisms are rare. Most are designed to safeguard treasures for particular individuals, and that young man should be in no peril. On the contrary, his fortune seems rather favorable." This sentiment did provide me with a modicum of comfort, allowing me to exercise patience, while when Min resumed jotting down notes. Meanwhile, the one-eyed dragon and I intermittently pressed our ears against the stone slab, hoping to catch some sound. Yet, over an hour elapsed without a whisper. Just as impatience began to gnaw at me, the stillness of the stone chamber was abruptly pierced by a creaking sound. Immediately thereafter, the stone slab pivoted once more. But this time it only turned halfway, not closing entirely. Simultaneously, the red-haired figure strode forth, his face aglow with a triumphant smile, exuding an unmistakable air of delight. Such a countenance suggested he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. My heart sank slightly. Could it be that this young man had indeed discovered a treasure? As I scrutinized him closely, I found no additional items adorning his person. At that moment, Hariza gestured towards us, announcing, "One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" I replied, "The good news." He grinned broadly and declared, "The good news is that we need no longer worry about entering a dream state. When this mechanism is activated, the self-destruction mechanism of the sacrificial temple commences, and the first to perish will be them." "What?" the one-eyed dragon exclaimed in astonishment, cursing under his breath. "How can that be considered good news when we are still trapped inside? What on earth is happening?" Hariza, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and an air of complete nonchalance, responded slowly, "Who told you this place would collapse? Can you guess what lies within?" I ventured, "A treasure." The red-haired one paused, taken aback, and asked, "How did you know?" I gestured towards the slothful companion, prompting the red-haired fellow to roll his eyes and retort, "Why must you involve yourself in everything? Well then, let us proceed. With that, he led the way as if it were his own home, beckoning us to follow into the secret chamber behind the stone slab. Chapter 48. The prophet. Although the circumstances remained unclear, the red-haired fellow's calm demeanor suggested minimal danger, and we followed him into the shadowy chamber behind the stone slab. The space was relatively small, square in shape, and illuminated sufficiently to reveal its entirety. As the light illuminated the dark chamber, I was taken aback to discover a child within, staring intently at us, sending a jolt of shock through me. The sudden appearance of a child in such a place was exceedingly eerie. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was, in fact, the corpse of a child, left unburied and seemingly neglected. Strangely, the body appeared almost lifelike, save for the bluish hue on its face. I could not ascertain whether this was due to the climate of the area or some extraordinary preservation technique employed. In the dimly lit chamber, it appeared that the only presence aside from the child was ourselves. I inquired of Harazachi regarding the peculiar situation, to which he replied, "Observe closely. What is the surface of this child's corpse?" We drew nearer and discovered a transparent, glossy layer enveloping the body, reminiscent of a wax coating. Hongmao explained, "This substance is known as human candle oil. In our shamanic practices, there exists a method of applying human candle oil onto a corpse, accompanied by specific incantations. This technique not only preserves the body from decay, but also ensures that the spirit of the deceased remains entrapped within this layer of oil." As I examined the thick layer of human candle oil, I pondered who would resort to such a method against a mere child. Setting aside the efficacy of this arcane practice, I questioned the purpose of binding a child's spirit. Shamanism is a global religion. Yet due to its ancient origins and convoluted transmission, no pertinent records have been discovered in the ancient Western regions. The emergence of such shamanic techniques manifested in the case of this child was indeed astonishing. At that moment, I noticed a circular hole in the layer of human candle oil above the child's head, not entirely sealed. More strikingly, the hole contained blood, fresh, viscous blood that had not dried. I found this peculiar and pointed out the opening, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Hongmao shrugged and said, "I created that hole to release the child's spirit, which subsequently conveyed a multitude of revelations to me." The one-eyed dragon gasped, his head spinning in disbelief. "The spirit? The child's spirit has emerged? Where is it?" Harazachi rolled his eyes, stating, "It has already been transcended. However, that is not the crux of the matter." The one-eyed dragon muttered, "If the appearance of a spirit is not the main issue, then what is?" Hongmao continued, "The method of utilizing human candle oil is exceedingly brutal. It requires the essence from a living child. The copious layer of oil suggests that many children were likely skinned alive in the process. This practice among us shamans is actually a long-lost art, known only to a select few powerful shamans, even in ancient times. Thus, if it were not for my presence here today, any other individual, even if by chance they managed to activate the mechanism, would have been unable to liberate this child's spirit, as they would lack the knowledge of the correct method." Upon hearing this, I could not suppress a gasp. The implications were evident. Everything seemed too coincidental. The handprint on the stone slab, along with the shaman's identity, appeared to be meticulously tailored for Harazachi. Wunmin expressed her astonishment. "How could such a thing be?" She continued, "If this practice has been lost, how do you possess this knowledge?" Her inquiry was indeed incisive. Hongmao shrugged and gestured towards me, stating, "Do you think I aided you in seeking Huchiduo out of mere benevolence?" The journey to the ghost realm was perilous, and prior to our acquaintance with Hongmao, I presumed he was motivated solely by monetary gain in his role as our guide. Having known each other for quite some time now, I have come to understand the temperament of the red-haired lad. He often presents a facade of joviality, lamenting his financial woes. However, he is not the type to recklessly pursue wealth. In truth, he is rather cunning and astute. After our venture into the ghost realm, he seemed to have engaged in a rather unprofitable undertaking. Yet, instead of expressing anger, he persistently accompanied me and Doufu to Shenzhen, ultimately leveraging our connection to remain beside Zhuang Rue. It appears that his motives extend beyond mere monetary gain. Before I could respond, Hari Shigai interjected, recounting, "Years ago, I resided in Inner Mongolia, a region known as the cradle of Northwest shamanic culture. I was familiar with Yaofeng and the ghost realm. The secrets left by our ancestors within are numerous, yet my limited resources rendered me powerless to act. Subsequently, the individual surnamed Zhuang approached me, providing a document that you extracted from Yaofeng. In that moment, I comprehended the significance of the material and inquired, "Does that document contain relevant information?" Hari Shigai nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, the lost secret techniques were discovered within the copy provided by Zhuang Rue." I remarked, "So, your continued association with Zhuang Rue was driven by your awareness of his pursuit of shamanic leads, hoping to benefit from it." Red-haired lad unabashedly confirmed, "Yes. Though it is not entirely so. I became disheartened upon realizing that he was merely purifying individuals." His remark clarified my previous suspicions, prompting Wenmin to take the conversation forward and inquire about the child. According to the conditions for unlocking this ghostly entity, the handprint must match, and the individual must be a formidable shaman. Hari Shigai does not qualify as such. At best, he is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Nevertheless, the peculiar coincidence is quite uncanny. This mechanism was originally intended as a reserve, and all current indications suggest that it was specifically designed with the red-haired lad in mind. Could it be that the ancients, 2 millennia ago, foresaw the arrival of individuals like us 2,000 years hence? After Wenmin's inquiry, Hari Shigai began to elaborate on the circumstances, all of which were relayed to him by the child. In truth, this child is not a shaman, but a prophet. The term prophet bears 2 interpretations. One refers to a person of profound wisdom and extensive knowledge, capable of drawing lessons from history to accurately predict future outcomes based on present conditions, essentially a form of foresight, akin to experts forecasting real estate trends. The other interpretation carries a mythical connotation, describing an innate prophet, divinely appointed to save humanity, who perceives the past, present, and future through the soul, guiding individuals toward fortune and away from misfortune. This child before us embodies the latter definition of a prophet. From an early age, he began experiencing prophetic dreams, which invariably manifested into reality. Initially, he dreamt of minor events, such as the weather for the following day or concerns about firewood supply at home, but as he matured, the scope of his dreams expanded considerably. Ultimately, he foretold a most dreadful event, that Emma, who was suppressed beneath the temple, would break free from her constraints and consume the entirety of the ancient city's populace, leaving it a desolate, empty shell. Emma, as they referred to her, was their designation for the entity known as 01. His prophecies were invariably accurate, and thus, at a tender age, he was venerated as a prophet. Upon hearing this, the Cyclops exclaimed, "Is it truly possible to dream of the future? Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated." Wenmin shook her head and replied, "It is not an exaggeration. In 19th century England, there was indeed a seer who prophesied through dreams, causing quite a stir. However, he mysteriously vanished thereafter." I instinctively inquired, "How did he disappear?" Wenmin responded, "No one knows the manner of his disappearance. Consider this. If you were a person of great power and encountered someone with prophetic abilities, what would you do?" Before I could respond, the Cyclops interjected, "I would demand he predict lottery numbers and stock prices for me, and then I would be wealthy beyond measure." Wenmin nodded, saying, "Indeed." While the truth of his disappearance remains unknown, many speculate that he may have been forcibly recruited or abducted by a powerful faction. Despite his prophetic gifts, he was merely an ordinary individual. The Cyclops, upon hearing this, expressed his astonishment. Wenmin's words reminded me of a phenomenon experienced by a small segment of the population. In fleeting moments, they feel a sense of déjà vu, as though they have dreamt of the unfolding events and can distinctly anticipate what will transpire next. Though such occurrences are rare, they are more prevalent than the elusive prophets. Scientists have studied this phenomenon, attributing it to a delay in memory, while some dissenters assert that it is the manifestation of humanity's fading sixth sense. Once considered enigmatic, this sixth sense has now been validated as a genuine phenomenon. Animals possess an instinctive awareness of impending calamities, with varying degrees of sensitivity across species. Humans, too, possess this sixth sense, though it has gradually diminished through prolonged periods of comfort. A small fraction of individuals retain this gift, and while they are few in number, their existence is undeniable. Some have humorously posited that if the world were truly to face an apocalypse, and if Noah's Ark were real, then those truly worthy of boarding the vessel would be the individuals with the most acute sixth sense, rather than politicians or affluent merchants. The former have preserved this dwindling human ability, which may enable the new generation to uncover the most fitting means of survival in an end-of-days scenario. Returning to the crux of the matter, The prophet's newfound prediction incited unprecedented trepidation within the ancient city of swallowing silkworms. In a bid to alter this terrifying nightmare, all participants in the rituals commenced more elaborate human sacrifices to amplify the power of their celestial sight, hoping to change their fate. The prophet, however, foresaw this very spectacle and likewise anticipated the immutable truth that lay ahead. Under his mobilization, the majority began to relocate, leaving only a small faction of diehards to stubbornly hold their ground. The prophet foresaw the demise of the ancient city and anticipated a significant peril. Consequently, he instructed a priest to preserve his body and soul in such a manner, awaiting the arrival of one who could eliminate the impending danger. The Cyclops stared oddly at the red-haired one and said, "Do not tell me that this person is you." The red-haired one replied calmly, "Indeed, that person is I." Chapter 49. The House Snake. The Cyclops remarked, "I have read little, so do not deceive me. Are you suggesting that this child foresaw your arrival 2 millennia ago? I find this rather unsettling. What task did he assign you?" The red-haired one explained, "When this mechanism activated, the nightmare had already ceased to exist. Thus, there are no further dangers within this ancient city. The sole threat lies in the cocoons we previously observed. Those cocoons, in fact, are the remains of those once sacrificed. Unbeknownst to us, these corpses, under the influence of the infection, could undergo aberration. Moreover, they are connected to the underground water, which represents a colossal risk. What we witnessed as those tongues is merely a source of infection." The prophet predicted that if these corpses were allowed to drift in the water over time, the subterranean waters would become contaminated, leading the surrounding life forms to develop mutations akin to the infection. Therefore, his task for me was to retrieve and incinerate all those cocoons from the water. Upon hearing this, I could not help but exclaim, "The number of cocoons is far too great. We lack the capacity to accomplish this." The Cyclops replied, "This prophet is excessively concerned. He feels compelled to involve himself in matters 2,000 years hence." When Min expressed her worries, stating, "We cannot dismiss this lightly. If the properties of the infection are indeed contagious, it would spell disaster. We must intervene." Her overwhelming sense of justice ignited once more. The Cyclops scratched his nose and said, "In any case, the nightmare is gone, and there are no mechanisms left here. We might as well depart. These aberrations do not concern us. Moreover, despite how formidable the infection was, it was ultimately eradicated by the government. We must place our trust in the party and the nation. Let us not overestimate our own abilities." Hali Shagai shrugged and said, "I fear that is not feasible." "Why not?" the Cyclops inquired. "It left me an item detailing the method of employing the heavenly eye. Only with this artifact can you execute your plan, otherwise, throwing the heavenly eye into the void would be futile." As he spoke, he glanced at me and added, "That item lies at the bottom of the underground water, sealed with iron, meaning we must return." The Cyclops hissed, glaring fiercely at the lifeless child before him, saying, "This child is exceedingly treacherous." Hali Shagai asserted, "He revealed to me the vulnerabilities of those entities. They were all sacrificial offerings, bound and suffocated in life, then exposed to the sun for ritualistic purposes, thus inherently fearing that which caused their demise. Those coffins contain offerings that did not complete their rituals. The ropes binding them have undergone special treatment. We can use them to contend with the entities below." The one-eyed dragon deemed the situation dubious, questioning why the child, possessing knowledge to confront those entities, failed to act in life, and instead left the burden to us after death. Ha-Rizhag replied, "Because at that time, 01 was still present. With its existence, the inhabitants of the ancient silkworm city were utterly powerless. Now that 01 has vanished, we can deal with those entities and return along the same path without repercussions." Having reached this point in our discussion, we could no longer hesitate and were compelled to retrace our steps. However, this time, the dream demons did not emerge to wreak havoc. As we illuminated the area, the sculptures of the dream demons revealed cracks of varying degrees, dispelling the eerie sensation that had pervaded the atmosphere. We proceeded to open the burial coffins, unbinding the corpses from their restraints. The ropes, glossy and obsidian, bore red circles at intervals along their length. According to Hong Mao, these ropes had been inscribed with incantations. In ancient times, when burying the dead, the Yin-Yang officials would chant spells as part of the rites. Among these incantations were many that targeted the earth or stones of the grave, believed to deter wild beasts from disturbing the resting place. Otherwise, the graves would easily be excavated by creatures such as wild dogs. It was said that the enchanted soil and stones possessed extraordinary strength, and if someone carelessly used this grave earth to plaster their walls, the inhabitants would fall ill, and their livestock would become unproductive, a phenomenon both uncanny and effective. These ropes seemed to share a similar enchantment with the grave earth invoked by the officials. We gathered around 10 of them, opening over a dozen coffins, and were drenched in sweat. After a brief respite, we resumed our return journey. Upon reaching the colossal statue, we were astonished to find the backpack that had been tethered to the end of the rope had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the strap behind, as if something had exerted tremendous force to sever it. It is worth noting that our backpacks were of considerable quality, waterproof, fire-resistant, and crafted from flexible, sealed materials with 3 layers of protection. Even with a dagger, it would be challenging to cut through. What kind of force could have torn the backpack apart? Could it be that the tongue within had somehow freed itself? That seemed implausible. How could it possess such strength? A chill ran down my spine as I exclaimed. I never anticipated that thing had escaped. This was a grave miscalculation. Everyone, be vigilant and avoid letting it enter your mouths. As I spoke, the initial relaxation that had enveloped us was replaced by a heightened sense of alertness, akin to a psychological roller coaster. At that moment, I found myself yearning for the days spent in the shop, even if it meant discussing life with the elderly men from the antique market. Those gentlemen, the elders of the antique city, had to be cultivated in business relations. As people age, they tend to reminisce about the past. During every gathering, I would endure tales of how they built their fortunes from scratch, how they married beautiful wives, and how they raised commendable children. I would smile politely, listening repeatedly to their stories, which, though I could tolerate once or twice, became increasingly tiresome with each telling. The crowd cautiously descended to the ground, where remnants of our previous encounter lingered, blood, brain matter, and other unsightly remnants, all dried and grotesque, evoking a wave of nausea that compelled me to recall the harrowing experience and Team Lou. To spare one min from distress, I had deliberately arranged for her to descend from another side. Thus she remained oblivious to the horrifying sight of Lou's severed head. Upon reaching the ground, we shone our lights around, yet the ominous tongue had vanished without a trace. This creature requires a host, and I was certain it would seek us out again. Henceforth, we must tread with utmost caution. As we retraced our steps, the keen ears of the lazy one remained alert, and with his exceptional sense of hearing, we felt a semblance of safety. Just as we were nearing the grand hall, the lazy one abruptly halted, straining to listen intently. His brow furrowed as he declared, "There is something ahead." After a moment of contemplation, he squinted and uttered a single word, "Snake." "Snake? In this place?" I questioned, bewildered. Not only were we deep underground, but it was also winter. Nevertheless, I trusted the lazy one's instincts. "How far away is it?" I inquired. "Approximately 50 meters," he replied. The one-eyed dragon speculated. "It might be a giant earth python. Only such serpents dwell in the depths, yet it should be hibernating at this time." I asked, "Is it numerous?" The lazy one shook his head. "No, it should only be one." The others breathed a sigh of relief. A single snake posed little threat to us. Even a formidable python would be no match against firearms. Thus, we quickened our pace, and soon, within the beam of our flashlight, a serpent indeed emerged. It was a peculiar black snake, as thick as an adult's arm, yet not a python. Notably, it bore a distinctive red stripe along its back. One man remarked in astonishment, "I've heard that such snakes, adorned with a red line, only appear in places heavy with energy." Hari Shigai added, "Although there are no corpses here, the sheer number of deceased makes it rather eerie." He continued, "This type of snake is known as a guardian snake, or home snake. Rural households often harbor such creatures, which remain close to their abodes, frequently seeking warmth during winter, thus they do not hibernate." I had heard this tale before. It was said that a guardian snake is a harbinger of good fortune. The elders would typically adopt a stance of coexistence, believing that if a large snake appeared in their home, it might be a guardian snake, and harming it would invite misfortune. In modern times, as people reside in apartments unsuitable for snakes, sightings of guardian snakes have become rare. However, if one should encounter a fearless serpent in their apartment, there is no need for alarm or aggression. It symbolizes auspiciousness and prosperity. Of course, if someone were to deliberately unleash a snake, that would be another matter entirely. The best way to differentiate is that guardian snakes are non-venomous and unafraid of humans, while most snakes tend to flee or attack upon encountering people. If a snake appears in one's home and exhibits a lack of fear, it is likely a guardian snake. The snake, which does not hibernate, may very well be a homebody snake, and its age is uncertain. The crimson markings on its body evidently indicate it has been tainted by dark energy, leaving one to wonder if this will alter its nature. At this moment, the snake's beady eyes were fixed intently upon us, coiled in a corner of the passage, hissing as it flicked its tongue. In Chapter 50, titled Exorcism, the snake straightens and rears back before an attack. However, it appeared to harbor no immediate intentions of aggression. As I observed, a lazy companion suddenly snatched the handgun from Wunmin's waist, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being chambered. Before we could react, he fired 2 shots, obliterating the snake's head. Wunmin gasped, "What are you doing?" With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Strike first, or wait for it to bite you." Wunmin frowned, evidently displeased with his bloodthirsty approach, yet recognizing it was merely a snake and not a human, she refrained from further comment. As we maneuvered around the serpent's remains, preparing to advance, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye. The snake seemed to stir, as though not entirely dead. How could it still be alive after such a blow? I halted, turning my head to investigate, only to witness something emerging from the decimated head. It was none other than the vanished tongue. To my astonishment, this entity had evidently taken residence within the homebody snake. I immediately shouted, "Be careful." No sooner had I spoken than the snake's corpse sprang to life, its tail darting out and swiftly ensnaring Wunmin, who was closest. Understanding the danger, she quickly shut her mouth, but the constriction was tremendous. As it coiled around her neck, her beautiful face flushed crimson. The grotesque, shattered head of the snake sought to invade her mouth. With gritted teeth and pursed lips, she deftly drew a dagger from her waist, swiftly severing the snake in 2. I exhaled in relief, grateful it was Wunmin. Had it been another woman, she would undoubtedly have screamed, allowing that creature to succeed. All of this transpired in an instant, silently, with no one daring to utter a sound. After severing the snake, Wunmin forcefully slammed the detached half against the wall, producing a resounding crack as the tongue splattered against the surface. With half of the snake still entangled around her bloodied neck and the other half in her grasp, she denied the tongue any chance to react, striking it repeatedly against the wall until it was thoroughly mangled. It was evident that the tongue-like creature felt pain, and it suddenly fell to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Wunmin stepped forward, bringing her foot down hard, grinding it into submission. Her exquisite face was smeared with blood, her hair slightly disheveled, yet her expression remained grave and fierce. The one-eyed dragon swallowed hard and remarked, "Boss, if you can subdue such a fierce woman, I am utterly impressed." I felt as if my own tongue was being crushed underfoot, my eyelids twitching at the sight. With a wry smile, I replied, "You misunderstand. This is a case of women proving themselves equal to men." At that moment, the slothful individual brandished a knife and forcefully plunged it into the creature, penetrating it completely. Wunmin then retracted her foot, swiftly removed the serpent from her neck, flashed a smile at me, and commended my earlier remarks, saying, "My Chun Xian truly knows how to articulate." How could I not? I certainly didn't wish to find myself trampled underfoot. The one-eyed dragon dryly interjected, "Could you refrain from flaunting your affection in front of the singletons?" Wunmin chuckled, wiped the blood from her face, and turned her gaze toward the object on the slothful one's knife. The size and texture of that thing resembled a human tongue, approximately 20 centimeters long, one end adorned with numerous fine, hair-like tentacles, strikingly similar to the small hand that once parasitized our visage, albeit with a different appearance. At that moment, it was skewered on the knife like candied hawthorn, writhing and squirming, and with its movements, the incision in the blade began to widen, threatening to split itself in 2. I immediately exclaimed, "This creature must also be a 0-1. It's likely to divide as well. Let us not allow it to become 2. The one-eyed dragon concurred, "Yes. Yes, we must find something to contain it." While speaking, he retrieved a water bag, unscrewed the cap, and the slothful one hastily shoved the creature inside, subsequently sealing it. The entire water bag began to writhe. The one-eyed dragon remarked, "I wonder if this creature requires air and water to survive. This bag is empty, and being made of leather, it's not breathable. Perhaps it will suffocate inside." I replied, "Your imagination is rather fanciful, but let us hope for the best. May your notion come to fruition." We resolved not to carry this perilous entity with us, so we produced solid fuel and incinerated the creature. leaving only a pile of charred ashes in our wake. Having eliminated this significant threat, we continued onward and soon returned to the location of the previous mechanism. At that moment, I vividly recalled Lu's expression when he activated the mechanism. Yet alas, he had departed this world in such a manner. Life is indeed fragile, at times. Simply existing is a blessing in itself. I am aware that many individuals today are drawn to explore uninhabited regions. In the past, I held a commendatory stance towards such endeavors, but after enduring these past years, my perspective has shifted. In this world, humanity's footprints should cease at reasonable bounds. Some territories must remain untouched for the enigmatic creatures that inhabit them. Upon reaching our destination, the silence was shattered by a series of thumping sounds emanating from the floor beneath us. The slothful one stood in the center of the altar, probing for the mechanism. After a moment, he tapped the statue's eyes, signaling us to prepare and first deal with the entities that had already emerged from their cocoons. The remaining 4 of us positioned ourselves at each corner, arranging the ropes into several interlocking squares. Thus, if the prophet's words were indeed accurate, when those entities sprang forth, we could simply pull the ropes to ensnare 1, or even 10, at once. Subsequently, as the slothful one pressed the mechanism, the tiles before us abruptly flipped, revealing a dark, square aperture. In an instant, several heads emerged, the glistening black bodies surfacing from the darkness, resembling the opening of the gates to the underworld. Had this occurred years ago, I could scarcely have imagined myself witnessing such an event. Yet now, everything seems oddly familiar. It appears that fear, too, is something one can become accustomed to. We had previously deliberated, thus our reactions were swift. The ropes in our hands tightened instantly, and with a twist of our hands, we secured them. The ropes proved effective. Those who had initially charged forth with ferocity now became as pliable as noodles upon their constriction. We took turns, dispatching 3 groups, successfully clearing the area below. Harajakigan produced solid fuel to ignite, sending these entities to their final resting place. Once the ropes were severed by flames, they regained their strength, scattering chaotically, the flickering fire illuminating the stench of decay, akin to being engulfed in a fiery hell. When the flames had consumed half of their mass and they could no longer pose a threat, we proceeded according to our original plan, descending the underwater stone steps to reattach a rope to the iron chain, beginning our retrieval efforts. Bundled tightly by the ropes, they lay compliant, akin to lifeless cocoons. As we salvaged and burned, the acrid stench numbed our senses, and I momentarily felt as though I were working in a crematorium. We took turns laboring, and after an indeterminate period, amidst the winter chill, the fire from the burning corpses kept us warm, causing us to sweat despite the cold. The corpse fire, also known as the fire of inaction, is said to absolve karmic burdens and assist souls in their journey to the afterlife. It is believed that the act of cremating bodies accumulates merit, although children and the elderly are to be spared from such flames. In ancient times, cremation was not commonly practiced, making the opportunities to witness the fire of inaction rare. Moreover, the bodies incinerated during that era were often those afflicted with disease, rendering the scenes of high monks performing cremations particularly grand, attracting numerous devotees as spectators. At this moment, we were drenched in sweat from the heat of the inaction fire, alternating between the icy waters and the scorching shore. Even the healthiest among us struggled to endure the strain, with nearly everyone succumbing to sneezing and tears. The one-eyed dragon remarked to Red Hair, "While we toil here, it seems you'll be the one to reap the benefits. That child surely left you something of value, did he not? Upon our return, you must treat us, not just once but 100 times at 7-Star Tower." Harajakigan appeared visibly elated, wearing a smile that suggested he had found treasure. He responded, 100 feasts would suffice. I have indeed acquired something precious, but the greatest beneficiary is not I. Then who is it? The one-eyed dragon inquired. Red Hair flashed an enigmatic smile, stating, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. The time is not yet ripe. When it arrives, you shall know. Now, let us resume our work. As we were engulfed in tears and sneezes, we finally cleared the area entirely. Harajakigan donned a mask from his gear, reciting incantations, seemingly performing a ritual. We waited patiently for over half an hour until he finally removed the mask, declaring, "This place is laden with malevolence. I cannot cleanse it and must forfeit my task. Let us return home, brothers." It appears that the seer had previously instructed the red-haired individual to perform an act of transcendence, Yet it seems this fellow has now resolved to break his promise. However, with no one voicing any objections, given that the seer has already ascended to a state of bliss, we deemed it unnecessary to delve into the matter too deeply. A few of us promptly gathered our belongings and advanced through the subterranean tunnel that had been created by 01. Chapter 51. The return. The tunnel crafted by 01 was quite extensive. We had traversed it once before without encountering any peril. Throughout our journey, the one-eyed dragon incessantly inquired about the treasures left behind by the red-haired seer. When he had submerged to retrieve them, he indeed surfaced with a palm-sized box. Yet he remained enigmatic, refusing to disclose its contents, merely stating that the moment had not yet arrived, thus tantalizing us. This object pertained to the operational methods of the heavenly eye, which piqued my interest, and I kept a vigilant watch on the red-haired individual, apprehensive that he might conjure some mischief. Nevertheless, all remained tranquil, and after more than 2 hours, we returned to the vast cavern's depths. The walls of the cave were rugged and uneven, facilitating our ascent. Thus, we swiftly scrambled out through the entrance. As we emerged, a biting cold wind swept over us, carrying the fragrant scent of dried grass, which served to invigorate our weary bodies, akin to a baptism of refreshing vitality, prompting us to exhale deeply. Little did we know, before we could finish our sighs, a group of individuals abruptly rose from the dense underbrush, startling us greatly. How could there be people here? Upon closer inspection, we discerned that this group was clad in standardized black uniforms, wielding firearms, and forming a semi-encircling perimeter around us, totaling 8 in number. What were their intentions? Initially taken aback, I was swiftly enlightened by the presence of a familiar face among these armed strangers. To my astonishment, one of them was robot number 4. I realized instantly that they were officials masquerading as bandits. Since our last encounter on Time Island, we had not crossed paths again, nor had we been in communication, as the life of an official bandit is shrouded in secrecy. Upon seeing him, I immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. It seemed this group had been lying in wait, and as we emerged, one of them uttered the classic lines, "You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons, do not resist, and place your hands on your head." For heaven's sake, we were mere country folk, having just emerged from the depths of a tunnel, exhausted and unarmed. We exchanged glances, slowly raising our hands in surrender. There was no alternative. The circumstances were beyond our control, and facing 8 firearms, what else could we do? In that fleeting moment, I locked eyes with robot number 4. I noticed a flicker of surprise in his gaze upon recognizing me and Min, which quickly vanished as we relinquished our resistance. For individuals surged forward to restrain us with handcuffs. The last time I had been cuffed was in the tomb of Princess Gidge, when I had been outsmarted by Min. I never imagined that 2 years later, I would find myself in the same predicament, once again at the hands of a familiar acquaintance. The only one who remained uncuffed was Min, having been alerted by the robot. They evidently recognized her identity and took her aside for questioning. During this process, Robot 4 approached and inquired, "Are you here to engage in a struggle?" From his words, it appeared he was oblivious to our circumstances and bore no malice. I nodded in response, stating, "This place lacks conflict. It is merely an ancient city, and we are here to seek something. To foster camaraderie, one must reminisce." So without waiting for him to speak, I asked, "What about the other 3? Robot 4 replied, "They are undertaking other tasks." The red-haired individual chimed in with a grin, "So you know each other. That is splendid. Since we are acquaintances, could you possibly set us free? We are all law-abiding citizens." Robot 4 absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach and muttered, "I am quite hungry." It seemed that his insatiable appetite and tendency to wander off into self-talk remained intact. The red-haired man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he struggled to find words. Nevertheless, Robot 4, despite his somewhat vacant demeanor, proved to be reliable, smacking his lips and declaring, "We are also here on a search mission." I asked, "What kind of mission?" Robot 4 replied, "It is classified, but it has already been completed. We merely discovered signs of outsiders, which appear to be grave robbers. Hence we followed and cornered you." A sigh of relief escaped me. As long as they were not specifically there to capture us, I felt at ease. I then remarked, "You are the official thieves, and I am the common thief. We are all in this together. Please, release us." Robot 4 shrugged and pointed to a burly man with a buzz cut in the group, stating, "He is the leader of this operation, and we must heed his authority." The red-haired man urged, "At least you are teammates. Go speak with him and request a favor on our behalf, as if we owe you a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Robot 4 smacked his lips and replied, "They find me too gluttonous and do not particularly care for me. Thus there is no friendship or favor to be had." The red-haired man rolled his eyes in disbelief, then chuckled dryly. "You truly speak candidly. To be as forthright as you are and still be alive is nothing short of miraculous." Robot 4 nodded, adding, "The boss, the second in command, and the third all say the same." He then glanced at me and continued, "However, you need not worry. This is not a grave matter. We can pretend we did not see anything, provided he grants Officer Gu a favor." When Min's father had substantial connections in this regard. Thus when Min held considerable influence within official circles. At that moment, I observed her calmly conversing with the leader, and moments later, he nodded and gestured towards us. This gesture was naturally meant for the attention of Robot 4. Upon seeing it, Robot 4 smiled and proclaimed, "All right, it is safe now." He then proceeded to remove the handcuffs from us. The one-eyed man, while stretching his joints, remarked to the lazy individual, "Isn't your hearing quite acute? How could you be unaware of such a group lurking outside?" The lazy one yawned and replied nonchalantly, "They have undergone specialized training, and their breathing is deliberately subdued. Moreover, the wind here is quite fierce." Moments later, when Min returned and announced, "Everything is arranged. We can accompany them back." I inquired, "Did you find out what mission they are undertaking?" When Min shook her head and remarked, "Such confidential missions will not be disclosed to those outside the task. I am also unaware of the specifics. All I know is that they too are here in search of something, and they have likely already found it." The group rested outside the cave for a while, replenishing their energy with some food before following the procession led by the robot and others as they made their way out. After a short distance, we beheld a large truck with an elevated chassis. The reason we had to walk previously was that ordinary off-road vehicles could not access this area. But the officials had procured a military truck. The rear compartment of the truck was securely locked and tightly sealed, with not even a narrow gap left. It seemed that what they sought was most likely contained within. Due to the limited seating in the truck, they opened the rear doors and gestured for us to enter. Besides the few of us, the robot and another 4 individuals also approached the back. Upon opening the doors, we were greeted by the sight of a large iron cage, shrouded in a thick waterproof cover that concealed its contents completely. Once aboard, the 4 individuals positioned themselves around the cage, guns in hand, on full alert, while the rest of us sat on the outer side. Although there was ample space, aside from the ventilation opening above, the place felt stiflingly dark, creating a sense of psychological oppression. Robot number 4, though taciturn, was the type who spoke straightforwardly and honestly. Although he appeared somewhat dull, interacting with such a person was rather relaxing. Thus we engaged in a casual conversation. During our chat, he inquired about my companion, nicknamed Tofu. I thought to myself that this moniker had indeed gained unanimous recognition among the group, but the complexities surrounding the situation were too intricate for me to explain fully. So I casually replied, "He's at the shop." He responded with a drawn-out "oh," then bluntly stated, "You're lying." Caught off guard, I managed a wry smile and asked, "How do you know?" Robot number 4 then drifted off into thought, saying, "It's so cold. I want to eat lamb skewers." Suddenly, I felt that his seemingly vacant demeanor was likely feigned. Nevertheless, whether genuine or not was inconsequential. After all, who among us does not wear a mask? With the vehicle at our disposal, our pace quickened. We set off at 4 in the afternoon. Although the meadows were dense, the terrain was flat, facilitating travel at night. By the break of dawn the following day, we had reached the highway. When Min reached out to the group, led by the bald man in a hat, and informed me, "You all go ahead. I need to handle the aftermath regarding Lu's situation. They are not ordinary individuals, and I must provide their families with an explanation." I asked, "Is there anything I can assist with?" To be honest, I felt quite guilty towards one Min. She had indeed borne a considerable burden due to my troubles. When Min replied, "Your position is somewhat delicate. It would not be appropriate for you to intervene. Leave this to me." She smiled, embraced me gently, and reassured, "Don't worry. I can manage this. I believe that the future will be bright, and everything will eventually be all right." A warm surge of emotion welled up within me, and I returned her embrace with fervor. Perhaps I should consider the brighter side of things. Thus, we parted ways, each returning to our respective paths. The eye of heaven remained firmly in my grasp, while the red-haired man suggested that he should first report back to Zhuan and incidentally study the items retrieved from the ancient city of swallowing silkworms, promising to reconvene after some time. Meanwhile, The slothful fellow expressed his desire to return to Beijing. But I intercepted him, stating, "Since you claim not to be aligned with Master Bai San, may I have the honor of inviting you to rest at my humble abode for a few days? I shall also settle your appearance fee. This time, you cannot simply evade responsibility. I am certain he has some connection with Chen Ci or the mute. After the mute's demise, his entanglement with Master Bai San is evidently suspicious. My instincts tell me there is something concealed within this affair. What is the true nature of his relationship with Chen Ci and the mute?" Chapter 52. An unexpected turn upon extending my invitation. The slothful one did not even open his eyelids. He had been asleep since boarding the truck. After we disembarked and settled into the inn, he continued to slumber, even dozing off while dressing, until he inadvertently stumbled and fell, landing squarely on his backside, which finally roused him from his stupor. At this moment, having finished my explanation, he yawned and queried, "Off to Shenzhen? Is your place soundproof?" I was momentarily taken aback by his question, thinking to myself that my establishment was a commercial venture located on a bustling antique street, where the foot traffic was incessant. Soundproofing was hardly a priority. Reluctantly, I replied, "Qixing Building, soundproof rooms, stay as long as you wish. I assure you can sleep from dawn till dusk." I surmised that my final remark piqued his interest, as he finally opened his eyes and nodded enthusiastically. In my heart, I mused, given my connection with Bai Shuang, she ought to offer me a discount. Thus, I escorted the one-eyed dragon and the slothful fellow back to Shenzhen. By this time, winter had set in, yet Shenzhen, being in the southern region, did not experience harsh cold during the season. Upon landing, I promptly called Bai Shuang to inquire if there were any rooms available, mentioning that I had an important guest to accommodate. Bai Shuang, ever astute, responded, "I shall reserve the finest room for you. How did your matters proceed?" "All is well," I assured her. "You may rest easy. I shall provide the details later." Due to the slothful one's profound need for rest, I directly delivered him to Qixing Building after disembarking. The room was indeed constructed with top-notch soundproof materials. Even if a concert were to be held outside, nothing could penetrate the walls. Upon entering, the slothful one rubbed his ears and, with astonishing swiftness, dashed into the bathroom. Within 10 minutes, he emerged clad only in his undergarments, promptly rolling onto the bed, pulling the covers over his head, and descending into an absolute silence akin to that of the dead. Bai Shuang stared in disbelief, likely having never encountered such a person. Unable to restrain herself, she was about to speak, but I quickly gestured for silence, instructing her to leave first. I then closed the door, saying, "Do not concern yourselves with him. Once he has had sufficient rest, he is easily manageable. As long as he does not voice any demands, ensure he is not disturbed." It must be said, however, that he was quite unfortunate. While his acute auditory capabilities were indeed impressive, the incessant amplification of even the faintest sound must render each day a torment for him. Just contemplating it, I could empathize with his plight. Bai Shuang nodded and led me to her personal lounge. In this quaint little hall, a tea table was adorned with refreshments, and the one-eyed dragon, as if he had never eaten before, eagerly stuffed food into his mouth, much to the amusement of Bai Shuang, who suppressed a smile. Fortunately, we were not strangers, and I was too weary to dwell on the one-eyed dragon's embarrassing demeanor. Instead, I recounted the details of our recent endeavor to Bai Shuang. Upon hearing my words, she expressed her concern, pondering whether that sorcerer had tampered with him. "What sort of tampering?" I shook my head, replying, "It remains unclear. We'll have to wait for the person to arrive to find out. However, it likely isn't anything nefarious, as he is not on bad terms with us and possesses secret arts, probably having employed some form of tracking." Bai Shuang sighed softly. "I wonder where he is at this moment." I felt a pang of emotion. They say dragons pair with dragons and phoenixes with phoenixes, yet it was quite surprising that Bai Shuang would take a liking to someone like the tofu. This could very well embody the old adage that every vegetable has its own admirer. Sometimes, what is deemed the best may not necessarily be the most suitable. A woman like Bai Shuang, who has weathered the storms of life and endured emotional setbacks, might indeed find solace only in the purity of someone like the tofu. It could be considered a form of fate. To be honest, I had previously worried that that fool might struggle to find a partner, and even if he did, he would likely be swindled of both his wealth and affection. However, it now seemed I had worried in vain. I had always believed that if a person is too naive, their life would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Yet, it appears the saying that fools have their own blessings holds some truth. Noticing Bai Shuang's anxiety, I reassured her, that lad left with a sum of money. Rest assured. He will not suffer from cold or hunger. Moreover, now that he has fused with the corpse immortal, rather than worrying about others harming him, it might be wiser to be concerned about him wreaking havoc upon others. Bai Shuang smiled at my words and nodded slightly. We engaged in casual conversation for a while longer, and once the one-eyed dragon had eaten his fill, I rose to take my leave, reminding her to keep an eye on that lazy fellow's movements before we both returned to our shop. The day's events had been rather exhausting, and upon returning, the one-eyed dragon and I rested for the afternoon, waking up at 8 in the evening, both of us ravenous. I called Wen-min to inquire about her situation. Her voice sounded quite spirited over the phone as she remarked that those raised in the West tend to be more open-minded. Adventure is inherently a matter of life and death. Though the Liu family was saddened, they did not make things difficult for her. In China, regardless of whether we were at fault, the other party would likely cling to us and never let go, she added. When Min continued, if they persist, that would be one thing, but their understanding and reasonableness make me uneasy. She mentioned a millennium-old temple nearby, where she intended to seek a high monk to conduct a ritual. You need not worry, she reassured me. Then, as if struck by a thought, she said, I inquired about the item they are searching for. It should be the one we unearthed back then. It suddenly dawned on me that she was referring to the group that dealt with robot number 4. That item was reportedly developed specifically to counteract Unit 01, possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Its prolonged concealment in such a location was precarious, which explained why the higher-ups were obstructing their efforts to retrieve it. What a fortunate coincidence. When Min's connections appeared to be extensive, as she had managed to uncover such confidential information, and a sense of unease crept into my heart. In the past, whenever there were matters of official concern, I would typically seek assistance from Zhuan Rue. The reason I refrained from approaching Wen Min was twofold. Initially, I regarded her merely as an ordinary police officer, and secondly, it was my foolish male pride that held me back. In retrospect, it seems my understanding of her was rather superficial. I couldn't help but recall the profound conversation we shared that night on the meadow, which left my heart in turmoil. Trust or suspicion. Having traversed life and death together, the doubts and anxieties that now plagued me felt rather dark and unsettling. Shaking my head, I splashed some water on my face to regain my composure before heading out for a late-night snack with the one-eyed dragon. We found ourselves at a Korean barbecue restaurant located on the outskirts of the antique market, a place once favored by Doufu. The three of us, robust men, rarely cooked for ourselves, often gathering here at night to enjoy food, drink, and lively conversation. However, now it was just the two of us, and the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. As we were eating, a woman's voice suddenly emerged from behind me. May I sit here? The sound caused my grilling to falter. It was a voice I recognized all too well, one I thought I would never hear again, Xiao Jing. I turned sharply, and there she was, clad in a black woolen winter dress, draped in a delicate leather shawl, her figure graceful and her makeup exquisite. Upon entering, she captured the attention of nearly everyone in the establishment. The piece of meat that the one-eyed dragon had been holding fell from his mouth onto the table as he stammered, SS Sender. Xiao Jing appeared even more beautiful than before, an ethereal allure that evoked thoughts of a corpse fairy. Is it true that the less vitality something possesses, the more enchanting it becomes? Her beauty struck me as somewhat unfamiliar. She settled into the seat to my left, casually beckoning the waiter for an extra set of utensils, then propped her delicately pointed chin upon her hand, gazing at me with sultry eyes. That look was utterly captivating. I cleared my throat and asked, what brings you here? In truth, I yearned to inquire how she had become entangled with El Su. When I first learned from El Su that Xiao Jing was his planted spy, I was taken aback. However, subsequent events unfolded rapidly, leaving little time for clarity. I had even thought I would never see her again, and now her calm presence before me left me bewildered. My first thought was, has El Su sent her here? A bitter smile crossed my face. The woman I had lived with for 3 years, the one I had loved deeply, now possibly aiding another in opposing me. Such a feeling was indeed unbearable. After I spoke, Xiao Jing's crimson lips curled slightly as she replied, I came to see you, Xian. It's been so long. Do you miss me? As she spoke, her seductive eyes scanned the surroundings, and she inquired, where's that fool today? I replied, isn't it obvious? El Su sent you here, didn't he? What does he want now? I wonder how his conflict with Bai San Yi is faring. I suppose I should ask Zhuan Rue for insights. Xiao Jing chuckled softly, saying, you are so rigid. Why bring up such ominous matters at a time like this? I merely wished to see you, yet now that you have someone new, you seem to have forgotten the past. As I gazed upon her increasingly delicate and enchanting visage, I could not help but coldly remark, "Indeed, there is a new acquaintance. But I have yet to see the old one. Are you even human?" The smile on Xiao Jing's face faltered momentarily, her lips twitching violently, rendering her expression somewhat grotesque. This fleeting countenance vanished swiftly as the one-eyed dragon beneath the table nudged me, signaling that we were outmatched, advising against engaging with such an inhuman woman. Xiao Jing was undeniably captivating, her allure drawing glances from those nearby. Suppressing her ire, she offered a chilling smile and said, "Since you are disinclined to reminisce, let us discuss other matters. I am aware of your discord with Lu Su. I know a weakness of his. Are you interested?" A sense of suspicion arose within me. What could this woman possibly intend? Thus, I inquired, "What? Did you have a falling out with him?" Xiao Jing delicately traced her long nails, sneering coldly. "What courage do I possess? Do not be deceived by Lu's facade. His heart bleeds black. I will not conceal it from you. Lu has extensive connections, a cadre of extraordinary individuals at his command, more than capable of dealing with someone like me. That scoundrel believes I am unaware of his intentions to use me as fodder. If I do not confront him now, he will surely turn the tables in the future." After much contemplation, I realized that I must seek your cooperation. Chapter 53. Vulnerability. As she spoke with gritted teeth, her beautiful face contorted in anger, I found myself perplexed. What did she mean by being treated as fertilizer? It appeared that Lu Su intended to discard her once her utility had been exhausted. Yet what did fertilizer signify? As if she could read my thoughts, she nonchalantly stirred the contents of the roasting pot, saying, "I have been by his side for quite some time. Do not question my motives. Individuals like me require protection. Since my return, I have learned that this world is teeming with remarkable talents, capable of extinguishing my life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Without someone as formidable as Lu Su backing me, I would have perished countless times." I replied, "So, you aided him in opposing me?" Xiao Jing chuckled softly. "Do not frame it in such harsh terms. In this world, everyone is driven by self-interest. You once encouraged me to read more, and I took your advice to heart. Over the past 2 years, I have immersed myself in literature and have gained clarity on many matters. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Remember when I devoted myself to you? You ultimately discarded me at your whim." I could not suppress a cold laugh as I retorted, "Your ability to distort the truth has certainly improved. While I am reluctant to concede, you are well aware of who wronged whom in the past." Xiao Jing replied with a sneer, "I explained long ago that the Lu family used you to coerce me, which is why I aligned myself with him. And in the end, you had already found a new lover. For me to cling to you, professing loyalty, would be nothing short of foolishness." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fluttered closed for a moment, and after a brief pause, she continued, "Some things, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Debating who is right or wrong holds little significance for me now." A faint bitter smile graced her lips, fleeting as it was. For reasons unknown, my once tumultuous heart suddenly felt weighed down by an inexplicable heaviness. What, in truth, had transpired back then? This woman has deceived me on numerous occasions. To be honest, among the 100 words she currently utters, I can only place faith in one. Suppressing the discomfort within, I inquired, "So, are you here to sever ties with your benefactor?" Xiao Jing raised her hand to glance at her exquisite wristwatch and replied, "I have slipped out discreetly. Time is scarce, so I shall be brief. Over the past 2 years, I have remained by his side and have come to learn certain significant matters. That insufferable fool has now become quite prominent, making quite a stir. Lu Su has cast a wide net to capture him, yet he remains elusive. It seems I previously underestimated him." "A wide net?" I furrowed my brow and asked, "And then?" Xiao Jing smiled and said, "Chen Xian, you are faring well now. When the Li family sought to bring you down, they ultimately met their demise at your hands. In every regard, you are no longer the easy target you once were. However, do you believe that your current power can stand against Lu Su?" She narrowed her eyes and continued, "Do you know why Lu Su has never truly targeted you?" A sudden realization struck me. This was indeed a question I had pondered. I have consistently opposed Lu Su, and with his influence, it would not be difficult for him to eliminate me covertly if he so desired. Yet, he has refrained from taking lethal action. I certainly do not naively trust the so-called friendship and loyalty he professes. His reluctance to strike has genuinely surprised me. With Xiao Jing's mention of it, my ears perked up, Xiao Jing slowly chewed a piece of meat before stating, I do not possess much knowledge on this matter. I merely caught wind of a rumor. It is said to be related to your grandfather and a man known as Bai Lao Si. They seem to have set a trap, and until Lu Su comprehends this scheme, he will not truly move against you. After all, you are the last surviving member of the Qin family. A trap? That deception? I recalled the tale of Bai Lao Si, who, cursed, ventured into the tomb of the giant ear king, ultimately perishing within while his shadow emerged. Consequently, everyone believed the curse had dissipated, assuming there existed a means to transfer the curse within the tomb, prompting my grandfather to enter once more. Yet in the end, he emerged burdened with the curse. This is indeed a ruse. The origin of the curse afflicting my grandfather is a crucial question. Unless this mystery is unraveled, many matters will inevitably reach a dead end. What role does Lu Su play in this affair? At this juncture, Xiao Jing added, I presume you would not wish to be toyed with indefinitely, would you? Let us not waste time. Saying this, she handed me a folded note, stating, This location is a secret stronghold of Lu Su, containing his vulnerabilities. If you manage to acquire it, you will undoubtedly grasp his Achilles heel. It. I asked, who is it? Xiao Jing smirked and uttered 2 words, Lu Su. In that instant, I comprehended her implication. This Lu Su is indeed the true Lu Su. I recalled the story Wen Min once shared with me. In the coffin shop, Lu Su adopted a wild man from the mountains. Subsequently, the real Lu Su went missing, and the current Lu Su parades through the streets, assuming this identity. Lu Su once proclaimed that he was in pursuit of the secret to a key, driven by the desire to save his brother. Thus, this brother likely refers to the genuine Lu Su. My heart skipped a beat as I inquired, Where's the true Lu Su? Xiao Jing, taken aback, looked at me with surprise and replied, It seems that you know more than I had anticipated. Indeed, the present Lu Su is not the authentic Lu Su. The true Lu Su is concealed in this very place. She gestured towards a folded piece of paper on the table, stating, I do not know what method he employed, but that Lu Su can no longer be deemed human. He consumes flesh and blood and is quite sinister. That scoundrel has recently set his sights on eliminating me, likely intending to use me as sustenance for that ghastly creature. I was astonished and asked, Is that Lu Su still alive? Both Wen Min and I speculated that the real Lu Su might have been inadvertently killed by the current Lu Su during one of his rampages. According to Xiao Jing's implication, it seemed that the true Lu Su was still alive. Xiao Jing shook her head and said, I have not seen him. I only lingered around the periphery of that dwelling once. However, there is a scent emanating from there, one that only individuals like us can detect. It is certainly not a human odor. Regardless of Lu Su's intentions, if you can find that person, it will undoubtedly aid you. I understood all too well that if that place held such significance for Lu Su, it must be fraught with peril. Despite being a woman, Xiao Jing now served as a messenger, and once she shed this guise, she could likely eliminate me with ease. She possesses such capability. If she truly had good intentions, why not bring the real Lu Su to me? Viewed in this light, that place must be something even she regards with trepidation. Now, seeking me out, is she not attempting to use me as a pawn? To be frank, Lu Su's quest for the key is of no concern to me. Had he not fixated on the tofu, I would have preferred to steer clear of his troubles. I pushed the paper on the table back towards her. Xiao Jing's expression shifted as she asked, What do you mean? I replied, I am indeed eager to grasp his weakness, but I am not inclined to court death. Xiao Jing's eyes darted as she said, I understand your apprehensions. That location is concealed and untouched by others. Lu Su is acquainted with many extraordinary individuals and has gathered some spirits there, which is why rumors of hauntings persist in that area. Ordinary people dare not approach. I suspect the true Lu Su is not human either, for I detected a potent stench of decay at that time. You might consider enlisting some assistance. As far as I know, you are acquainted with someone skilled in handling corpses. What was his name? Her words reminded me of Chun Tianda, stirring something within me. If Chun Tianda could lend his support, the situation might indeed be feasible. I just wondered how reliable her claims were. As Xiao Jing finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression shifted slightly as she said, I cannot afford to elaborate further. Chun Xian, Lu Su's influence is beyond your imagination. His refraining from killing you is merely a matter of convenience. Whether for that fool or for your own sake, remaining idle is certainly not a wise course of action. Today, I find myself here, and whether we proceed is entirely up to you. On the 1st of every month, she would visit that place. while the rest of the time, it remained deserted. After a brief pause, she smiled sadly and said, "I hope we have the chance to meet again." Her words carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow, stirring within me an ominous premonition. Yet, before I could inquire further, she had already connected the call. Her voice barely a whisper, her charm momentarily subdued, replaced by a demeanor of utmost respect, even tinged with a hint of anxiety. I could only hear her say, "Why, I will come over immediately." With that, she departed swiftly. The Cyclops smacked his lips, then picked up a piece of paper from the table, examining it closely before exclaiming, "I've heard of this place." I snapped back to reality and glanced at the note, discovering the address was a location called Ainyu-go in Shinwan. I recalled that the true home of El Su was in Sanchi town of Wan. So this Ainyu-go was also in Wan? The Cyclops continued, "We've scouted this area before. Our previous leads indicated a cluster of mass graves nearby. However, the target proved too significant, and we couldn't seize the opportunity. Locally, I've heard that this place is haunted, with many who enter never returning, and those who do emerge either mad or foolish." I asked, "Have you ever been there?" The Cyclops replied, "Who would dare? We go there to seek fortune, not to provoke spirits. In our line of work, we are already susceptible to the influences of negative energies and the stench of death, making us particularly vulnerable to unclean entities. Generally, we avoid areas with such ominous legends whenever possible." After a moment, he inquired, "Are you planning to take a look?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "First, I must head to Beijing to enlist some assistance." During our conversation, the food had grown somewhat cold, yet we had barely eaten, and my stomach continued to rumble. Thus, I suggested to the Cyclops that he eat first while we put this matter on hold. Chapter 54. The desire to eliminate you. The urgency of my trip to Beijing could not be rushed. The following morning, I resolved to visit the lazy one to foster our relationship, anticipating that he had rested sufficiently, and the pressing questions needed clarity. Upon arrival, I found that Bai Shuang was absent, so I proceeded to seek out the lazy one. This fellow truly knew how to indulge himself. The room was tightly sealed, radiating warmth. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely enjoying several plates of steaming delicacies accompanied by fragrant red tea, seemingly oblivious to my entrance. I let out a wry smile, reflecting on how, despite our shared humanity, I seemed destined for a life of toil, never having truly savored relaxation. Having just emerged from the biting cold, witnessing his leisurely demeanor made me yearn for a moment of reprieve. I took my time, settling onto the sofa and savoring a cup of hot tea. The lazy one, while indulging in his meal, was engrossed in a nature documentary, displaying an unusual focus. It was evident that a good night's sleep had rejuvenated him, as his usually heavy eyelids appeared lively. As warmth enveloped my body, I inquired, "How has your rest been?" The lazy one, not diverting his gaze from the screen, nodded and replied, "Quite well." I continued, "That's good to hear. Now that you have rested and eaten adequately, perhaps we should discuss more serious matters." The lazy one glanced at me and said, "Go on." I smiled lightly and said, "Let's speak plainly. We are no longer strangers. Pray, enlighten me about your relationship with Wu Shui. Do not claim ignorance, for your methods with a blade are strikingly similar." The lazy one tilted his head, seemingly pondering my words. After a moment, he replied, "Master and disciple." I was taken aback, realizing that while Chen Xi had taken Si Taiping as his apprentice, Wu Shui had chosen a bloodthirsty individual as his own. The two truly seemed a perfect match. I have always harbored great curiosity regarding Wu Shui. 30 years ago, Chen Xi perished within the tomb of the giant-eared king, and subsequently, Wu Shui emerged from the grave as a shadow. Shadows do not age or succumb to illness. Thus his appearance has remained unchanged. Yet, what has he endured over these 30 years? Why did he ultimately fall into the sea, leading to his amnesia and subsequent exile in Japan? Perhaps this man before me holds the answers. The lazy one appeared reluctant to delve into his past. Thus his response was succinct. After descending the mountain, I was alone and adrift. He saved me. I followed him for a time, and then we parted ways. Such a brief account left me wanting for more. Clearing my throat, I inquired, "How did he save you? When did this occur? What transpired during your time by his side? How much do you know of his past?" As I bombarded him with questions, the lazy one squinted slightly. However, perhaps he was enjoying my company, for this time he was more forthcoming, shedding some of his usual reticence. He described himself as someone who generally preferred to speak as little as possible, thus his narrative remained concise, omitting many personal details. Of course, I was not particularly interested in his private matters. My focus lay solely on his connection to Wu Shui. He recounted that when he first left the mountain, he possessed little money and was uncertain of his purpose. By chance, a few brazen thugs took an interest in him. Though he was a formidable fighter, he harbored a troubling penchant for bloodshed, bordering on psychopathy, yet he concealed it well. At that time, he was not particularly old, and his skills were not as honed as they are now. He was prone to inflicting damage upon himself as much as upon his foes, leaving him seething with rage. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, his sadistic impulses became uncontrollable. He stealthily followed one of the thugs and, under the cover of darkness, dragged him into a nearby abandoned building, exhilaration coursing through him. As I listened, I endeavored to maintain a calm facade, though internally I was beginning to unravel. Encountering such a psychopath, it would be wise to keep my distance in the future. Once inside the building, he began to enact his violent intentions. His descriptions lacked detail in some areas, yet he elaborated excessively on others. For instance, he meticulously outlined the steps he took, sending a shiver down my spine. Eventually, he grew somewhat displeased. His victim's mouth was silenced, muffling most of the screams. He yearned to hear the sounds of suffering. This level of depravity left me speechless. I could no longer suppress my disdain and rolled my eyes, saying, "We can skip over this part. How did he save you?" The indolent fellow was interrupted by me, displaying a hint of displeasure as he furrowed his brow, yet he proceeded to recount his experiences in the bustling metropolis. Astonished by the prowess of the city's law enforcement, lacking self-restraint in his youth, he could not resist the temptation to silence a victim, ultimately prolonging their suffering for over 3 hours, during which their agonizing cries echoed relentlessly. I pondered. Perhaps this was the reason the indolent one had emerged from the snowy peaks. He likely could not thrive in his hometown, extinguished by his own depravity. Such a twisted individual would be unbearable for anyone. In this era, there are always some distorted youths who derive pleasure from tormenting cats and dogs, broadcasting their exploits on social media, and the more society condemns their actions, the more they revel in their notoriety. However, when confronted with someone like the indolent one, who relishes in human cruelty, there exists but one recourse: confine them to a psychiatric institution or end their life with a bullet. To my assertion, the indolent one merely scoffed, disdainfully curling his lip, and remarked, "In this world, with so many people, what catastrophe would arise from the death of a few? I consider myself fortunate for not having targeted a giant panda." His reasoning left me speechless. For him, humanity, numbering in the billions, was akin to vermin, and in his estimation, human life held far less value than that of a panda, perhaps even less than that of a macaw. I cleared my throat, unwilling to engage further with someone possessing such a warped worldview, and thus redirected the conversation, encouraging him to continue his tale. Subsequently, the police, in pursuit of leads, nearly apprehended him. During his escape, he fled into the depths of a nearby mountain, engaging in a game of hide and seek with the officers. There, he encountered Wu Shui. Wu Shui was certainly not a naive savior. In truth, he rescued the indolent one out of annoyance, as the latter had unwittingly drawn the police to him while he was preoccupied with his own affairs. Consequently, he concealed the indolent one and cleverly diverted the officer's attention. Afterward, he merely raised his chin slightly, his gaze icy and haughty, and uttered a single word: "Scram." The indolent one, a psychologically twisted individual, once expressed that tormenting cats and dogs lacked excitement. It was only the powerful that provided true amusement. Thus, after being saved by Wu Shui, his immediate reaction was not one of gratitude, but rather a disturbing fantasy of binding this formidable, composed individual, methodically dislocating his joints, and slowly peeling away his skin, relishing in the agonizing cries and desperate pleas for mercy. The mere thought exhilarated him. As I listened to the indolent one's words, my expression froze, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. The world of perversion was indeed beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. I had quietly resolved that once I extracted the necessary information from him, I would sever all ties with this individual. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired, "Is it true that your desire to toy with him is what prompted you to follow Wu Shui? Given that you've accompanied me twice now, you wouldn't dare to turn your malice towards me, would you?" The indolent one cast a glance in my direction and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I have moved beyond such pursuits." Could it be that he had developed a new fascination? Regardless of what new hobby one may have, it is best not to entertain thoughts of skinning anyone alive. I sighed in relief. For Wu Shui showed little interest in this sudden interloper and was indifferent to whether he was a good or bad person. He simply wished for him to leave and not impede his affairs. The lazy man, recognizing the futility of opposing Wu Shui, was aware that he was not his match. However, with his pockets nearly empty and a ravenous desire to dissect Wu Shui, he feigned humility, offering himself to serve at Wu Shui's beck and call. Wu Shui regarded him coldly, a black curved blade pressed against his neck, his gaze akin to that of one surveying refuse. Calmly, he stated, "Leave or die. Choose one." The lazy man felt a chill at his throat and dared not move, his gruesome imaginings quelled. Realizing he was no match for Wu Shui, he slinked away from the mountain, though the twisted psyche that drove him was one that a normal person would find hard to comprehend. To put it metaphorically, his obsession with torturing Wu Shui was as unwavering as a tofu enthusiast's determination to win the lottery. He would not easily relinquish his desire. After descending the mountain, he lingered in a nearby town, occasionally resorting to robbery for some funds, while keeping a vigilant ear to the happenings in the mountains. Days passed without a sight of Wu Shui, and the lazy man found it peculiar, pondering whether something untoward had befallen him, perhaps even being taken by a wild beast. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss, worse than the feeling of having one's spouse stolen away. However, the following afternoon, opportunity knocked. He spotted Wu Shui, who was grievously wounded and hiding in a daze. The lazy man's eyes gleamed with wicked intent as he reached out with his nefarious hands, binding Wu Shui and dragging him to a premeditated abandoned mud hut. Wu Shui was bloodied and nearly incapable of resistance, sprawled out on the ground in a star shape. The lazy man, wielding a knife, decided to start with an appetizer. He hesitated to kill him outright, noticing the many bloodied wounds already marring Wu Shui's body. Instead, he tossed aside the knife and, in a moment of twisted mercy, took a swig of liquor, letting it spray onto the wounds. The anticipated screams did not come, leaving the lazy man momentarily bewildered. Anger flared within him as he kicked Wu Shui, demanding, "Are you mute? Let me hear you scream." For a sadist who derived pleasure from inflicting pain, the absence of sound from his victim was an affront to his pride. Wu Shui managed to open his eyes and cast a glance at him. In that fleeting moment, the lazy man felt his self-esteem severely bruised, realizing that Wu Shui held him in utter disregard. Enraged, he contemplated escalating his brutality, but upon peeling back Wu Shui's clothing, he hesitated. The numerous fatal wounds on the man's body warned him that if he continued, death would surely follow within mere minutes. Chapter 55. The Code. The lazy man stared at Wu Shui, contemplating that his consciousness was already foggy and his sensory nerves likely dulled, no matter what he did. He could not elicit any noteworthy response from him. How truly unfortunate. After much deliberation, he decided to secretly relocate Wu Shui. Knowing the man possessed money, he utilized it to rent a secluded dwelling, intending to keep him captive until he could revive him, only to ultimately end his life. At this juncture, the slothful individual sighed and lamented, "What a pity, what a pity. I have heard that the one surnamed Wu has already passed away. I shall never have the chance to take action in this lifetime." I replied, "You are merely fostering a future threat. If Wu Shui were to spring back to life, would you truly be able to subdue him?" At that time, the slothful one was still quite young and lacked such profound considerations. Thus, when Wu Shui indeed returned to vitality, he found himself unexpectedly subdued. Although Wu Shui was proud and aloof, he was not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, since the slothful one had inadvertently saved his life, Wu Shui, while grasping him by the neck to the brink of asphyxiation, ultimately cast him to the ground, sparing his life. Naturally, the slothful one was filled with resentment, yet that twisted desire to inflict suffering burned more fiercely within him, longing to extract Wu Shui's sinews as if they were mere rubber bands. Through gritted teeth, he altered his demeanor, kneeling before Wu Shui, extolling his exceptional skills and expressing his fervent wish to be accepted as a disciple. Unexpectedly, Wu Shui nodded in agreement, stating, "I am aware of your intentions. If you wish to kill me, you must possess the necessary ability. If you desire to learn such abilities, you must heed my teachings." The slothful one was taken aback by Wu Shui's forthrightness. Which sane individual would react so when confronted by someone seeking their demise? At the tender age of 17 or 18, having emerged from the Tibetan region, the slothful one was rather naive about the intricacies of the inner world. leading to a certain immaturity in his interactions. Thus, he began to follow Wu Shui closely. Wu Shui was a grave robber, yet he seldom descended into tombs, only doing so when in dire financial straits, and the treasures he unearthed were meager and of little worth. The remainder of his time was spent wandering from place to place, occasionally disappearing for extended periods. Nevertheless, he earnestly imparted knowledge to the slothful one. Initially indifferent, the slothful one soon recognized that Wu Shui genuinely regarded him as a true disciple. As time passed, he found it increasingly difficult to harbor ill intentions against Wu Shui. The slothful one could not fathom Wu Shui's motives, why he would invest such effort in someone like himself. He was self-aware, understanding how monstrous his reputation was in the eyes of normal society. After his true nature was revealed in his hometown, he was regarded with the same horror reserved for demons, ultimately being cast out. Yet, Wu Shui never regarded him with such disdain. He simply taught him with diligence, occasionally assigning him tasks, mostly delivering messages. Wu Shui was a mysterious figure, and during the years the slothful one spent by his side, he discovered Wu Shui's connections with various factions of society. However, Wu Shui primarily viewed him as a mere messenger, not permitting him to delve deeper into the core of those dealings. There is a saying, when you spend a significant amount of time with someone, you inevitably adopt some of their habits. Not long after emerging from the Tibetan region, the slothful one had been closely following Wu Shui, and over time, he was influenced by Wu Shui's character. Ultimately, he nearly forgot his earlier notions of torturing Wu Shui. This was partly due to the emotional bond formed over time, and partly because he recognized the profound depths of Wu Shui's character, realizing that he was not someone he could easily confront. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, he shifted his focus away from Wu Shui. One day, for years later, Wu Shui said to him, "You have learned nearly everything you need. What remains is merely experience. Let us depart." The idle fellow had little to lament. After years of accompanying Wu Shui in the underground world, he had accrued sufficient wealth. Thus, he bid farewell and left without a second thought. The last time he had seen Wu Shui was 5 years prior. The idle fellow had long pondered why Wu Shui had chosen him as a disciple. In the years following their separation, although they had not met, they maintained sporadic contact. Due to Wu Shui's prideful and infuriating demeanor, their correspondence was infrequent. It was not until 5 years ago that they met again. On that occasion, Wu Shui entrusted him with a letter, indicating that it could only be opened after his departure. Once Wu Shui was gone, the idle fellow eagerly tore open the envelope, discovering 2 items within, a letter from Wu Shui and a slender notebook. The letter was brief. Wu Shui provided him with an address and instructed him to visit 2 individuals. If those 2 were well, he was to take no further action. However, should there be any issues, he must intervene. This was the first genuine task Wu Shui had assigned him since taking him as a disciple. At this juncture, the idle fellow paused and continued, "You might have guessed it. It was the address of your hometown. He wanted me to check on you and your grandfather. When I arrived, no one was there. Eventually, I learned about your family's situation, and upon returning to the city, I intended to contact him, but after that, I could never reach him again." I sipped my hot tea, slowly processing the information I had just received. From the idle fellow's account, certain truths became evident. Wu Shui, even in the guise of a shadow, had retained his memories from that time. Otherwise, he would not have sent the idle fellow back to look for us. Yet, why had he never appeared for nearly 20 years? The timeline aligned with what GZ had told me 5 years ago, shortly after which the mute must have fallen into the sea and lost his memory. What had he been doing prior to that? The idle fellow claimed to have been merely a messenger. To whom, then, had he been delivering messages? I recalled the image of the mute transforming into a skeleton in my embrace, a tightness creeping into my muscles. It dawned on me that this person had once sought us out. Yet, why hadn't he returned himself? Heaven knows how I had envied others for having a complete family in my childhood. Did he have some insurmountable reason? What could possibly compel him to remain away from home for over 20 years? Before I could pose my questions, the idle fellow continued. Having failed to locate me and my grandfather, he returned to report to the mute, only to discover that the mute had vanished without a trace. Thereafter, he wandered alone on the streets. With time, he naturally developed his own connections. Before long, he caught wind of the mute re-emerging into the world. The idle fellow missed his master dearly. Moreover, the last task assigned to him by the mute remained unfulfilled, leaving him quite unsettled. Thus, he resolved to seek clarity from the mute. The slender notebook, which he had later opened, revealed its contents to be incomprehensible to him, as it was a cipher. The aforementioned should be a personal password, known likely only to the mute, or perhaps my grandfather. The idle fellow initially intended to return the notebook to the mute, but when he sought him out, he discovered that the mute had perished, along with a few revelations pertaining to my own existence. It dawned upon the idle fellow that I was indeed one of the individuals the mute had previously requested him to locate. The mute was not a victim of the infamous by San Yi, hence the idle fellow felt no impulse to avenge him. However, upon realizing that the mute's blade lay in by San Yi's possession, he opted to assist by San Yi in exchange for the knife, leading to that fateful pilgrimage to the Ba Wa Buddha Tower. After recounting this, he inquired if I had further questions. I pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the notebook?" The idle fellow replied, "I left it at home. I shall retrieve it for you next time." Following that, silence enveloped us. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. As the smoke escaped my lips, I felt a modicum of my inner turmoil dissipate. After listening to the idle fellow's narrative, my mind was beset with even more questions. Wu Shui's actions from years past remained an enigma. How did he ultimately succumb to the sea, leading to his amnesia? What message did he intend to convey to my grandfather? The significance of what Wu Shui held in such high regard must have been substantial, yet tragically, he lost his memory in the end. Fate can be cruel. If the notebook indeed contained a cipher, then it must possess a corresponding method of decryption. In ancient times, during military confrontations, nations devised their own codes to prevent the leakage of sensitive information. Only the highest-ranking generals were privy to the methods of decryption. Wu Shui's decision to deliver this item to my grandfather implies that my grandfather must have known the means to decode it. What secrets might it hold? I took a deep drag from my cigarette and queried, "Since you recognized my identity long ago, why didn't you return the item to me sooner?" The idle fellow reflected briefly and responded, "Jealousy." "What?" I questioned, doubting my hearing. Jealousy? What was he envious of? It appeared he was lost in thought, and finally, with a dismissive expression, he stated, "It's nothing that concerns you. However, since it rightfully belongs to you, I shall not withhold it. After all, it was the last task Wu Shui entrusted to me. Returning it to you would allow me to fulfill it." With that, he resumed watching the nature documentary. Though I could tell his mind had wandered, his gaze drifting beyond the screen as if lost in reminiscence. I had sat silently for over half an hour when I felt compelled to interrupt. "Whom have you delivered messages for?" "I don't know." "How could you possibly not know?" The idle fellow replied blandly, "I am merely a lowly courier, and the recipients are also insignificant. What could we possibly know?" His retort rendered my forthcoming inquiries futile. Chapter 56. Departure. Initially, I intended to keep the idle fellow a while longer, but now I merely wished for him to hasten back to his lair and retrieve the item left by the mute. Yet, it seemed he had grown fond of lingering, yawning lazily before collapsing onto the sofa, embodying a blissful spirit. He was engrossed in the television, the volume set so low that I could barely discern the program, rendering the room enveloped in an almost eerie tranquility. Were it not for the bright lights, one might almost feel as though they were still amidst a struggle. With no other option, I reluctantly spoke up and asked, "When will you retrieve your belongings?" The indolent one retorted, "An eviction order?" I offered a wry smile and replied, "I merely wish to obtain this item sooner." The indolent one declared, "It's comfortable here. I shall make this my residence henceforth." I was momentarily taken aback and countered, "As a guest, one cannot overstay their welcome." The indolent replied languidly, "I have the means. I shall claim this room." Having exchanged all that needed to be said, he added, "If you have no further matters, you may leave. I require rest." Infuriated, I felt as if I were suffocating, rendered speechless by his audacity. Observing him asleep, I could only leave in exasperation. Upon returning to my shop, I called Zhuan Rui to inquire about Hong Mao and Chen Tianda. It was said that upon his return to Beijing, Hong Mao had sequestered himself in his room, engrossed in studying the treasure unearthed from the depths, forbidding any disturbances. Zhuan Rui was not entirely certain, but at least he was still alive. As for Chen Tianda, he remained as he always was. He had mysteriously vanished for a time, and it was only through Zhuan Rui's discreet inquiries that I learned the unfortunate news of old Master Chen's passing this winter. Though Chen Tianda possessed a peculiar temperament, he was not devoid of compassion and returned home. It seemed he was currently in a state of distress. I also inquired about El Su. and Zhuan Rui informed me that Bai Sanyi and El Su had been in fierce conflict. However, in recent days, the hostilities had subsided, and there had been no reports of activity. Yet, based on experience, it was likely that something significant was brewing. El Su continued his pursuit of Doufu, leveraging an extensive network, yet he had failed to uncover even the slightest hint of Doufu's whereabouts. During this time, Zhuan Rui observed an intriguing development. In terms of domestic power dynamics, Bai Sanyi was at a disadvantage, having recently returned to the country. This confrontation with El Su had provoked a vehement counterattack, resulting in considerable losses for Bai Sanyi. Zhuan Rui was quietly observing, believing El Su to be in the ascendant, while Bai Sanyi appeared to be struggling, even seeking assistance from abroad. However, distant aid could not resolve immediate dilemmas. With a little more effort, El Su might very well prevail. Yet, at this critical juncture, it was El Su who first called for a retreat, both factions swiftly withdrawing, an occurrence that struck Zhuan Rui as exceedingly peculiar. He speculated that perhaps El Su encountered some internal issue, or there might have been an agreement reached between the two, leading to a reconciliation. Zhuan Rui surmised that reconciliation was unlikely, given the substantial losses Bai Sanyi had suffered at El Su's hands. The more probable explanation was that El Su had faced some predicament of his own. As Zhuan Rui articulated this, I could not help but recall Xiao Jing. Could it be that her words had stirred El Su's turmoil? What else could possibly disrupt El Su's resolve? Contemplating this, I resolved to journey to Beijing, to persuade Chen Tianda to reemerge, for I must visit that place and discern the true nature of El Su. Should I manage to grasp this Achilles heel, it might indeed alter the course of events. Neither I nor the tofu would be reduced to mere bait in the water, utterly powerless to resist. However, having spent over half a month away, there were matters within the shop that required my attention, and I could not rush back immediately. By the time I had settled those affairs, it was already the second week. The slothful one continued to reside at Qixing Tower, a fact that Bai Shuang seemed indifferent to, remarking that the slothful one was relatively well-behaved, rarely stepping outside, and spending his days merely sleeping and eating, which made him easy to manage. This fellow's stronghold was in Beijing, and upon learning of my impending visit to the capital, he benevolently offered to return with the items for me. Having booked a flight, we departed for the capital the following day, each attending to our respective matters. Zhuan Rui had his own engagements, and I did not wish to intrude upon him, so I brought my gifts to his doorstep. With experience under my belt, I was now well aware of the appropriate gifts to present, having procured over 40 pounds of finely sliced pork to bring along. Upon seeing my initiative, Chen Tianda's demeanor was less hostile than during our first encounter, yet he still ignored me, engrossed in his noodles. The winter in the north was biting cold. As we spoke, puffs of white vapor escaped our mouths. Chen Tianda, disinclined to converse, merely raised his eyelids, signaling me to speak swiftly. Not wishing to provoke someone who could be lethal over trifles, I paid little heed to his attitude and conveyed my purpose. I had anticipated it would take considerable effort to persuade him to emerge from his seclusion. However, upon hearing my account, his expression shifted dramatically, and he remarked with a sense of self-absorption, "The courier is fertilizer. It appears that individual is nurturing a corpse. For that courier to have survived this long, they must possess some skill. If even she cannot handle it, how intriguing. It seems that corpse is being well cared for. It is often said that those knowledgeable see the intricacies while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle." Hardly had I finished my statement when he discerned the crux of the matter, revealing a palpable interest in the corpse nurtured by El Su. I had been contemplating the true fate of El Su, whether he was alive or dead. However, upon hearing Chen Tianda's words, I was convinced of his demise. During our conversation, he inquired about our departure, appearing quite eager. I calculated the time remaining, noting that there were still 5 days until Monday. Yet considering the potential for unexpected changes, the sooner we could leave, the better. Chen Tianda, however, expressed concern for his dog, prompting me to call Zhuan Rui, who readily agreed to send someone to care for them. After finalizing our departure time, I took my leave from the Chun residence. Initially, I intended to visit Hong Mao, but he was currently unavailable. From the tone of his voice over the phone, he seemed quite exhilarated, and without allowing me to inquire further, he hurriedly exclaimed, "We'll discuss it next time. I'm almost done here," and promptly hung up. As I had booked a flight for the following day, I spent that night at the hotel, during which the slothful one delivered the item to me. It was a rather thin notebook, appearing somewhat worn, well preserved within a wooden box. Upon opening it, as the slothful one had indicated, it was filled with cryptic symbols. Without knowledge of the decryption method, its significance would remain elusive to anyone. Yet, with my grandfather having passed and Wu Shui also deceased, who else would possess the key to this cipher? After the lazy fellow handed me the items, he departed without further ado, leaving me a number, claiming that, considering I am Wu Shui's son, I could receive a discount on his services. I replied, even with the discount, I cannot afford your 80,000 in fees, which I still owe. He raised an eyebrow and, with a dismissive smirk, stated, just provide meals and a place to sleep. I was taken aback. It seemed he was offering me a kindness. Experience had taught me that no one is unreasonably generous, which left me puzzled. I inquired about his meaning. After a brief silence, he explained, when we parted years ago, he instructed me to look after you if I found you. I agreed. With that, he waved his hand and said, if you need anything, just call. I immediately replied, I have something for you now. Come with me tomorrow. He asked no further questions, simply nodded and departed. As I lay on the bed in your hotel, pondering his words, I felt a sense of suffocating discomfort. The Wu Shui he described was an entirely different person. Perhaps he should have been a good father. Yet, what truly transpired back then? What shattered the family happiness I was meant to have? The following day, the three of us met at the airport. Chen Tianda carried a small pet carrier, and I noticed it contained a palm-sized black dog. I felt displeased. Why did he bring a dog again? However, I soon realized that this dog was peculiar. It remained silent and motionless, as though it possessed a spirit of its own, without Chen Tianda's command. It resembled a mere toy. In an instant, it reminded me of something, a spirit pet. Such creatures were often kept by ancient practitioners, typically a black cat or dog, nurtured through a unique set of secret techniques. These spirit pets were said to share a bond with their owners, providing longevity and warding off disasters. Could this be the spirit pet raised by Chen Tianda? Sensing my confusion, he patted the little dog and said, this is a land spirit pet. It can bite ghosts, making it quite useful. The folklore surrounding dogs biting ghosts does not imply that dogs physically latch onto spirits, but rather that they can see them. When a stranger enters their home, dogs will bark, hence the term biting ghosts. However, Chen Tianda's interpretation of bite clearly conveyed something more substantial. This land spirit pet could genuinely confront ghosts. I rubbed my nose, feeling somewhat skeptical, as the concept of spirit pets had always been hearsay. Whether they possessed the legendary prowess was uncertain. Fortunately, this creature remained quiet and undemanding, sparing me any concern. Chapter 57. Human Head. The winter in Wan Province was frigid. Upon reaching the destination, we procured some supplies and headed towards the low cattle gorge. Braving the biting cold and harsh winds was hardly a pleasant undertaking. Fortunately, aside from Chen Tianda, both the lazy fellow and I were seasoned travelers, having endured all manner of inclement weather, so the discomfort felt minimal. However, Chen Tianda struggled. He had bought a heavy coat, wrapping himself up like a bear. I couldn't help but wonder if, in this state, he would be of any use once we arrived at our destination. The automobile journey transported us to the vicinity of Yaji Team, closest to the infamous Ainugu. This rural area is home to approximately 100 residents, spaced far apart, lending an air of desolation to the landscape. Early in the morning, we entered the team and sought out a local villager to inquire about the route to Ainugu. The villager, who had risen early to gather pig feed in a woven basket, appeared somewhat hunched yet exuded a lively spirit. Upon hearing our inquiry about Ainugu, his expression shifted dramatically, and he cautioned, that place is haunted. Why do you wish to know about it? I replied, oh, it's nothing much. We've merely heard tales of its hauntings and felt curious, so we thought we'd ask. Here, have a cigarette. As I offered him a cigarette, he felt obliged to pause, setting down his basket to rest, and engage in casual conversation about the region surrounding Ainugu. The territory of Ainugu technically falls within this team's jurisdiction. Once, there were 2 households residing in that area, but over time, reports of hauntings began to surface. By nightfall, one could hear the eerie sounds of wailing, and occasionally, a putrid stench would waft through the air, reminiscent of decaying corpses. The villagers sought the counsel of various geomancers, but the outcomes were invariably disheartening. Some were charlatans who duped them for money without offering any real assistance, while others, possessing genuine skills, merely shook their heads after surveying the land, declaring it was beyond their remedy. They warned that the place was under the dominion of a malevolent spirit. making it inauspicious for the living, and urged the two nearby families to relocate, leaving without demanding a fee. For the villagers, who had cultivated their roots here for generations, relocating was no trivial matter. Thus, the issue was set aside until, tragically, the geomancer's predictions came to fruition. Both households suffered untimely deaths in succession, and the subsequent young residents dared not remain, abandoning their ancestral lands to seek work in the south, never to return. The villager, crushing his cigarette, asserted, "I am not trying to frighten you. I am over 50, and I have witnessed these events unfold in the past 20 years. This is no mere hearsay intended to deceive you. Young people may be bold and curious, but I advise you not to provoke whatever resides there." I nodded in agreement, and once the villager departed, the three of us shouldered our belongings and ventured toward the direction he had indicated. Xiao Jing had mentioned that El Su maintained an exceedingly strict watch over that area, trusting no one except the deceased, resulting in a lack of guardians in the vicinity, leaving behind an aura of eerie phenomena. Thus, we felt unencumbered in our undertaking. My companion, seemingly adept at dealing with spirits, had previously demonstrated effective methods against minor apparitions that remain vividly etched in my memory. As for Chun Tianda, he was even more of a connoisseur in this realm. With the three of us gathered, it was uncertain whether we could confront this territory that instilled such wariness in El Su. Braving the biting wind and morning fog, we made our way toward Inugu. The valley of Inugu, nestled between two low hills, resembles the form of a calf, hence its name. Upon reaching the summit, we gazed down into the valley, only to be met with a shroud of chilly mist, obscuring the landscape below. The three of them pressed onward, their bodies warmed by the exertion, rendering the cold almost negligible. By midday, they entered the narrow valley of Ungu, as winter had stripped the trees of their foliage. The landscape appeared stark and devoid of wildlife. The persistent cold mist hung in the air, and the sun was obscured by clouds, imbuing the valley with a rather eerie atmosphere. Upon entering, Chun Tianda remarked on the heavy presence of yin energy. His gaze swept the surroundings, as if he could perceive what remained hidden from our sight. Without the need for us to navigate, he released the spirit companion from his pocket. After affectionately stroking the little creature's neck, the small dog barked and dashed ahead on its four little legs, leading the way. The further they ventured, the more exuberant the little dog became, and an enveloping chill began to permeate the air. This cold was not merely a result of the winter wind, but rather a penetrating chill that no garment could shield against. I was all too familiar with this sensation. This was the essence of yin energy. The fact that even an ordinary person such as myself could sense it indicated its potency. I surmised we were nearing our destination. Indeed, the small black dog began to slow its pace, and through the dense fog, a structure emerged, an earthen-walled house. The house resembled the typical rural dwellings of the region, revealing the main room directly across from the entrance. The wooden door was locked, and adjacent to it lay a cooking area, with a pig and cow pen situated at the back. This was a yellow clay house, a rarity in an era where most rural homes had transitioned to brick. Only the most impoverished families would continue to inhabit such dilapidated abodes. It appeared this place had long succumbed to neglect and abandonment. Yet the modern lock on the door hinted that visitors might still frequent the location. The lock, a mere symbolic barrier, was easily shattered, allowing us entry into a dust-laden, unremarkable farmhouse. However, the little black dog led us straight to the bedroom, where it began to bark at the space beneath the bed. There, beneath a large wooden plank, rested a chamber pot. Even a thief would likely overlook such an unremarkable item, yet the dog's insistence suggested there was more to discover beneath the board. We promptly removed the pot and the plank, revealing a locked iron grate beneath. Darkness loomed below, but as light shone down, a wooden staircase became visible, extending downward. Clearly, a basement lay beneath. Chun Tianda sniffed the air and remarked on a peculiar scent. I, not detecting anything unusual, inquired, "What scent?" Without glancing in my direction, he replied, "The scent of death." He then gestured for me to break the iron grate, appearing eager to proceed. The lock was merely a token. Lu Su likely had little faith in its efficacy, as the true peril awaited below. Once the grate was smashed open, the little black dog swiftly darted into the abyss. Followed closely by Chun Tianda, I trailed behind, but the lazy fellow suddenly reached out to halt me. Handing over a string of blue celestial beads he had previously acquired from the corpse tower, signaling me to wear them. Surprised yet grateful, I nodded at him and adorned my wrist with the beads. The wooden staircase was remarkably sturdy, making not a sound as we descended into the basement, enveloped in an eerie silence. This subterranean chamber was modest in size, and upon entering, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the 4 imposing shelves lining the walls, each laden with an array of brown ceramic jars, all of similar dimensions and indistinguishable in appearance, reminiscent of pickling vessels, their purpose a mystery to me. I certainly did not entertain the notion that El Su was engaged in pickling vegetables here. Whatever resided within those jars was likely far from benign. As soon as we set foot inside, a small black dog erupted into a frenzied bark, fixating on a particular spot and darting forward as if intent on biting something. Yet the area was undeniably empty. Could it be sensing a ghost? I remained on high alert, scanning the surroundings when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of something on one of the shelves, a ghostly blue head, wide-eyed and staring at us from the right rear corner. I was taken aback and turned sharply, only to find the head had vanished, as if it were nothing more than a figment of my imagination. The space where it had been was now empty, flanked by 2 jars. Uncanny, observing my reaction, gestured towards the nearest jar and urged, "Smash it. Let us see what lies within." The circumstances here surpassed my expertise, so I acquiesced to Uncanny's authority as an expert, lifting the jar and smashing it forcefully against the ground. With a resounding crash, shards of ceramic flew, and a plume of white dust erupted, prompting us to retreat hastily, fanning our faces to evade the cloud. As the dust settled, we discerned something round nestled within the debris. Though its surface was veiled in powder, the outline was unmistakably that of a human head. A chill ran down my spine. Were these jars filled with severed heads? Could the blue head I had glimpsed earlier be a manifestation of the spirits trapped here? The little black dog continued to leap and bark wildly. Was it also attempting to bite at the heads? The thought of being scrutinized by countless gazes sent shivers down my spine. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the head appeared to belong to a child. Uncanny grunted, truly ruthless, employing 81 innocents to construct this soul-binding array. Soul-binding array? The mention of 81 children left me aghast. I was aware of El Su's outwardly gentle demeanor, yet I had never fathomed he could perpetrate such heinous acts. In a world where countless individuals vanish daily, with a significant proportion never to be found again, I felt no curiosity regarding how he had acquired 81 children. The sheer brutality of his capability was beyond my comprehension. Uncanny continued, "This array is exceedingly malevolent. Each jar contains a vengeful spirit. During the day, they remain confined within this chamber, but upon the arrival of outsiders, they will swiftly enact their vengeance. In the stillness of night, when the oppressive atmosphere reigns supreme, it is also the moment when their power reaches its zenith, allowing them to roam freely. But what if someone were to trespass here after dark?" I envisioned a scene where, in the dead of night, countless heads were soaring through the forest. Chapter 58, Suffocated. The mere thought of such a sight sends chills down one's spine. At this moment, the earth spirit pet continued to lash out, and the surrounding darkness seemed to absorb the beam of the flashlight, preventing its brilliance from dispersing widely. According to Uncanny, it was still daytime. We had entered, and these malevolent spirits were confined within this basement. Though invisible to the naked eye, who could say if a head was not resting upon one's shoulder? Yet, aside from the unusual behavior of the earth spirit pet, everything else appeared to be in order. I found it peculiar and inquired of Uncanny about the situation. He did not respond, his gaze fixated on the shattered clay pot at my feet. When I looked down, I was struck with horror as I realized that the head, encrusted with white ash, had opened its eyes unbeknownst to me. Its eye sockets were dark and empty, but the absence of the original ash gave the illusion that this head had indeed awakened. Just as I turned my gaze towards it, the little black dog suddenly yelped and retreated swiftly to Uncanny's side, its fur standing on end, embodying a posture of imminent threat. At that moment, Uncanny said, "They are coming." No sooner had he uttered these words than our flashlights flickered erratically, seemingly affected by some unseen force, before plunging us into an impenetrable darkness. I had heard tales of ghosts extinguishing lights. It is said in folklore that when spirits invade a home, candles and lamps easily extinguish without a breeze, for they prefer the dark and will first snuff out the light before carrying out their deeds. Though we lacked candles, our flashlights too succumbed to this phenomenon. In the enveloping darkness, Uncanny instructed, "Stay close to me, do not wander. Position to my left." I immediately grasped his clothing to prevent us from becoming separated in the obscurity, but as I did so, a chilling breath swept across my hand, sending shivers down my spine. What was that? Though my sight was hindered, I could surmise the source, and my scalp prickled with unease. 11The then paused momentarily before commanding, "Run in a straight line." As he tugged his garment, I followed suit, yet just as we began our flight, a piercing wail erupted in the pitch-black chamber, a cacophony of ghostly lamentations. When an overwhelmingly quiet environment is suddenly pierced by such a deafening sound, one that is sharp and shrill, it feels as though one's mind and ears are assaulted by a heavy blow. The lazy spirit dog trailed closely behind me, while 11The pressed on without faltering, urging, "Run faster." In the obscurity, the path was obscured from our sight, but it was clear that 11The had his own method, guiding us forward with our noses leading the way. In my recollection, this was a rather small stone chamber. Logically, the three of us, being robust men, should have been able to traverse it in mere strides. Yet, in the oppressive darkness, it felt as though we were treading in place. 11The remarked, "Xiao Bao is clearing the path for us." Xiao Bao was the name of the little black dog. 11The explained that the malevolent formation was far too formidable to be unraveled. Our only recourse was to rely on the spirit pet to lead the way. The spirit pet exuded a potent essence of yang, capable of providing temporary protection. Without it, we would surely meet our demise at the hands of this sinister array. As we sprinted, I suddenly stumbled over an unseen object, and before I realized it, I found myself crashing to the ground. In that moment of descent, my grip on 11The's clothing slackened, and a surge of panic coursed through me. I instinctively reached out, hoping to grasp him again, only to discover that my hand clutched nothing but air. 11The had vanished. The instant I released my hold, the cacophony of wailing and howling abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid even of the sound of footsteps. In that darkened space, it felt as though I was utterly alone. I sensed that I had fallen victim to the trap, and a shiver ran through me as I instinctively clutched the blue prayer beads in my hand. At that moment, a series of sinister giggles echoed in my ear, reminiscent of a child's laughter, yet disturbingly peculiar, sending chills down my spine. Accompanying the laughter, blue heads of varying sizes began to materialize in the darkness, floating around me with grotesque smiles, inching closer with each passing moment. My scalp prickled as I beheld the nearest head lunging towards my face. In that moment of urgency, I was at a loss for how to react. I knew how to deal with solid foes, but these ethereal entities posed a unique challenge. In a state of desperation, I wielded the string of prayer beads like a whip and struck at the approaching head. It emitted a shriek and vanished, only to reassemble elsewhere, the smile on its face transforming into one of malevolence. Though I managed to fend off one, I could hardly contend with the multitude that followed. In the blink of an eye, the heads surged towards me. Instinctively, I scrambled to my feet and attempted to flee, only to turn and find myself confronted by an unfathomable abyss. Despite the absence of light, I could see it distinctly. I realized that this was the work of those entities. Who could fathom how such a chasm had materialized? Just then, a voice pierced through the darkness. "Do not enter any hole. That is a clay pot." A jolt coursed through me. My God, had I inadvertently fallen into that pit? Would my head also find itself encased within a clay vessel? The voice belonged to 11The, prompting me to retreat a few steps. However, in doing so, I stumbled directly into a mass of heads, and in an instant, a multitude of faces surged towards me. As they closed in, I could scarcely discern their features. Only a sea of blue before me. I braced for pain, but as they enveloped me, I felt nothing but a suffocating grip. My throat was not constricted, yet it felt as if the very air around me had been siphoned away. I gasped desperately for breath, but to no avail. In that moment, I understood. I was being smothered to death. In a moment of desperation, I threw caution to the wind, wielding the heavenly bead with fervor. With each strike, a fissure would emerge, allowing a breath of air to seep through. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon me. These entities were suffocating me, threatening to smother my very existence. I had to break free from this encirclement. A spark ignited in my mind, and I ceased my strikes, opting instead to twirl the heavenly bead in a circular motion. The sound of the beads clashing resonated crisply, and the blue forms before me were instantly repelled, ultimately revealing a multitude of vengeful faces. Realizing the efficacy of my method, I charged outward, only to discover that I had no path ahead, for I was still confronted by that ominous black void. What now? Confusion enveloped my thoughts. Should I retreat? It seemed that I had no other choice. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden bark pierced the air, followed by the eerie laughter around me, which reverted to the original cacophony of wails. Simultaneously, the gaping maw before me began to fade, revealing the silhouettes of two figures and a dog. It was none other than Chun Tienda, accompanied by his lazy companion and its incessant barking. Chun Tienda shouted urgently, "Hurry, this way is the exit. Come quickly. Xiaobao can't hold on much longer." An exit? Wasn't he merely a clay jar? Almost immediately, another voice of Chun Tienda echoed from the darkness, warning, "Do not trust him. That is the illusion of a specter meant to deceive you. Flee back." I turned, only to find the heads had vanished, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, Chun Tienda in the pit continued to call out, "Hurry, we are here. Do not believe the other sounds you see and hear. Come quickly." The barking intensified, becoming almost hoarse, yet I found myself at a loss as to whom to believe. The thought of the black void ahead possibly being a mere jar sent a shiver down my spine. Just as I grappled with my indecision, the lazy companion suddenly drew its black blade and charged towards me. Accompanying this was Chun Tienda's horrified voice, "Don't go." In truth, the lazy companion was at the bottom of the pit, yet the entire black void seemed to transform into a flat plane. It took only 2 steps for me to feel another presence at my side, followed by the lazy companion's command, "Stay alert." The instant it emerged, the black void before me vanished, plunging my vision back into an impenetrable darkness. I felt another person's back against mine. It was the lazy companion. We stood back to back in the obscurity. The companion ceased its barking, the void had evaporated, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of our breathing breaking the stillness. I struggled to inquire, "What is happening?" The lazy companion replied, "You fell behind." I responded, "Something tripped me." I suspected these spirits were aware of the soft targets to ensnare, likely employing their tricks against me. The lazy companion said nothing further, simply instructing, "Move forward." In a straight line. As we were back to back, forward meant to our left. Cautiously, we advanced sideways like crabs, navigating through the darkness. After walking 4 or 5 steps away, everything seemed normal, yet a heavy sensation settled in my heart. For I knew that both myself and the slothful companion remained ensnared within this sinister formation. Given the expanse of the stone chamber, we should have reached the end by now. Clearly, the slothful companion had been propelled out by Chun Tienda, only to return due to my presence. For the first time, I felt a pang of guilt towards this eccentric individual, saying, "This time, it is I who have implicated you." In the darkness, the slothful companion replied, "I acted out of consideration for Wu Shui. That old wretch, even in death, refuses to grant me peace. I should have never acquiesced to him." Although Wu Shui's visage belied his age, he was indeed an old man. I could not help but smile wryly, about to speak when suddenly, the temperature around us plummeted sharply. The drop was unmistakable, as if one were abruptly cast into the frigid depths of winter. My legs buckled from the cold, and I thought, what new mischief is afoot? Chapter 59. Do not look back. The sudden chill made both the slothful companion and I tremble uncontrollably. Around us, darkness prevailed. We could neither see those bizarre heads, nor hear a whisper. The only change was the temperature. The slothful companion hissed, signaling me to keep moving according to our plan. I questioned, "Can we truly escape this way?" The slothful companion responded, "We cannot rely solely on ourselves. We must depend on him." Naturally, him referred to Chun Tienda. Yet, given the perilous circumstances, I harbored doubts about his return. As we continued forward, our steps unwavering, it felt as though this place was endless. In the biting cold, I was not only shivering, but felt my joints stiffening. Were these malevolent spirits intent on freezing us to death? At that moment, the slothful companion remarked, "This is not mere cold, it is condensed energy. We cannot linger here too long, or the consequences will be dire." I had heard tales of amateur grave robbers, those not as skilled as the experts who unearthed treasures of immense value. These amateurs, lacking the ability to observe mountains and discern waters, or to identify soil and locate graves, often dug up insignificant tombs. Consequently, they were compelled to descend frequently for their livelihoods. Over time, the accumulation of energy and cadaverous aura took a toll, leading to deformed joints by the time they reached their 50s or 60s. Such petty thieves were the most numerous, yet many would eventually change trades. utilizing their amassed funds for other ventures. Only those who were particularly foolish or inept would persist down the same dark path. Now, we found ourselves encircled by this palpable and formidable energy. If we remained here too long, we would likely succumb to the same afflictions. The oppressive darkness instilled a sense of foreboding, and I could not resist flicking the switch on my flashlight, which failed to illuminate. I then retrieved my lighter. Surprisingly, it sparked to life, although the flame was an eerie green flicker. Noticing the light, the slothful companion glanced back at me, then fixated on the lighter in my hand. The illumination was feeble, allowing us only to see each other's pallid faces, which appeared particularly ghastly in the dim glow. He said, "We must endure a while longer and devise a means to keep warm. This is not a trivial matter, and we have not brought any solid fuel with us." After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss for what we might ignite. Suddenly, the thought of the heads in those jars struck me. The malevolent spirits, forged from those very heads, rely upon them. If we were to destroy those heads, would it not disrupt their power? But then I reconsidered. We are presently ensconced in a shadowy realm, devoid of landmarks, with the jars now vanished from sight. How could I possibly locate them? Upon expressing my thoughts, the lazy one remarked, "They will not grant us that opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than the flame of my lighter flickered and extinguished abruptly. In that instant, something seized my ankle, a grip that felt both human and reminiscent of coarse vines, coiling upwards along my leg. Startled, I attempted to struggle, but the lazy one cautioned. "It's a trick. Spirits excel at deceiving the mind." In the darkness, I felt his back detach from mine, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. The entity that had ensnared my leg vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as though it had never existed. I surmised that the lazy one had drawn his blade, which bore an impressive celestial pearl. Previously, a mere touch against the neck of the great yellow duck had sealed that little spirit. Yet, I understood clearly that the efficacy of his blade was limited. If it were sufficient for our escape, we would not be in this predicament. Must we truly await Chuntienda's arrival? As uncertainty gnawed at my mind, a hoarse bark echoed through the darkness. The sound was unmistakably clear and emanated from our right. The lazy one and I, invigorated by this noise, wasted no time and sprinted towards its source. Thus, the phrase "hidden wonders within a mere inch" aptly describes our current situation. Though we had only moved a few paces, visibility returned almost instantaneously, revealing the black void once more. This time, I beheld Chuntienda seated at the bottom of the abyss. Before him lay a massive sheet of yellow paper, inscribed with serpentine vermilion characters, while Xiaobao barked furiously at our approach. This time, Chuntienda did not beckon us. Instead, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, muttering incantations. Beads of sweat cascading down his face, indicating immense strain. Just as the lazy one and I prepared to leap down, another voice, mimicking Chuntienda's, resonated. "Do not trust him. That is merely a jar." A chill ran down my spine, yet I was no longer swayed by deception and resolutely leapt downwards. However, in the next heartbeat, that voice thundered, "Do not go. It is all an illusion. The one beside you is not human." The proclamation reverberated in my ears like a clap of thunder. The lazy one clearly heard it as well. In the obscurity, he suddenly grasped my arm and urged, "Do not let these spirits beguile you. Chuntienda must have employed some arcane method to open this passage. I can see he cannot endure much longer. We must hurry." I had not paid attention before, but in light of that voice's warning, I abruptly felt how stiff the lazy one's grip had become. This sensation sent a jolt through my heart. I instinctively grasped his hand, which felt as frigid as though it belonged to the deceased. Strangely, I too felt an icy chill enveloping my body, yet for reasons unknown, the presence of the slothful figure felt even more disconcerting, an instinct whispering that something was amiss. I retreated silently a step. The slothful one, sensing my withdrawal, tightened his grip on my arm, and in an instant, the oppressive aura surrounding me intensified. I swiftly ignited my lighter, and by the flickering flame, I discerned his face lurking in the shadows, an eerie shade of blue. Clearly, he had not anticipated my sudden action. His expression shifted, and the pallor of his visage returned to normal. Yet, this revelation was sufficient for me to grasp the truth. Meanwhile, the barking from the depths of the cave grew increasingly frantic, and the slothful one held my arm with an iron grip. Upon closer inspection, his hand appeared withered and blackened, reminiscent of a corpse wrapped in a decayed rice dumpling. My reflexes kicked in, and I delivered a swift kick, only to have my foot pass right through him. How could one possibly strike a soft phantom? Realizing that his ruse had been uncovered, he shed his pretense, his face contorting into a grotesque snarl as his form dissipated, transforming into a floating blue head. Before me, the dark abyss remained, yet there. Chun Tienda had lifted his head, revealing a similarly eerie blue visage. It was all an illusion. A wave of dread washed over me as I comprehended that I had been in the company of a ghost, one that sought to entice me into reaching for a ceramic jar. My scalp prickled with fear as I stared at the floating blue head, and I turned to flee. At that moment, another voice of Chun Tienda called out, "Yes, come here, hurry, run forward." In truth, my surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and as I ran, countless grasping hands reached out to ensnare my feet, tripping me repeatedly with such force that I struggled to rise. I recalled the heavenly bead upon my wrist and began to wield it like a whip, striking my own legs. With each lash, the hand-like entities vanished. The blue head lingered behind me, suspended above, fixated on me, yet making no further move, as though intimidated by the heavenly bead in my grasp. In that moment, I felt a surge of gratitude towards the slothful one for providing me with such an item. In truth, I possessed few talismans against malevolence. My grandfather had gifted me a string of peachwood beads, each one marred by cracks from countless trials, and subsequent experiences had shown that its protective power waned with its deterioration. Many so-called amulets against evil abound in the world, yet most are mere fakes. Treasures like the heavenly bead are rare. Not everyone is fortunate enough to possess such luck as the slothful one. Clinging to this string of beads, I navigated my way through the chaos, hearing Chun Tienda's voice growing increasingly urgent. "Hurry, hurry, time is running out, run faster." Time? What time? In my heart, confusion lingered, yet I dared not halt my steps. With merely a two-step distance, the world before me suddenly illuminated. A passageway had emerged ahead, and at its entrance stood Chun Tienda, alongside that slothful creature and its spirit companion. Chun Tienda's expression brightened, and he gestured emphatically towards me, urging, "Do not look back, come quickly." As he spoke, I felt numerous slick entities slithering towards my neck, crawling down my back, an utterly nauseating sensation. I suppressed the urge to glance back, inching closer to Chun Tienda, when suddenly a pair of hands shot out from behind, gripping my clothing tightly. In that instant, I heard a familiar voice cry out, "Help!" Doufu. Overwhelmed with shock, I instinctively turned, but quickly realized that Doufu could not possibly be in such a place. Consequently, I forcefully struck the celestial bead in my hand backward, causing the grip on my clothing to loosen immediately. I dashed to Chun Tienda's side, and he swiftly pulled me past him. Only then did he say, "You may turn and look now." Chapter 60. Double joy upon his prompt. I instinctively turned my gaze back, only to find that we were still in the initial stone chamber from which we had descended. The light illuminated the space, revealing the entrance clearly. However, I noticed that the earthen jars surrounding the chamber had, unbeknownst to me, turned towards my direction. Within those jars, I could distinctly see heads, encased in white ash, trembling as if they would emerge at any moment. I recalled narrowly escaping being tricked into one of those jars by the counterfeit sloth and felt a chill run down my spine. Chun Tienda huffed in disdain, likely perceiving me as a burden. "You were clever enough to avoid that. Had you turned back, those entities would have dragged you back again." I stared at the quaking jars and inquired, "What shall we do now?" With humility, I sought guidance, recognizing the value of heeding the expertise of professionals in such a dire environment. Chun Tienda gestured for us to follow him. Since entering the underground chamber, the spirit companion had remained in a state of heightened alertness, and after taking a few steps forward, we entered another stone chamber. This room was similarly modest, devoid of any furnishings. Furrowing his brow, Chun Tienda sniffed the air, and suddenly, he looked up with a profound change in expression. Both the sloth and I instinctively followed his gaze, only to discover a corpse hanging from the ceiling of the chamber. The body faced away from us, draped in a red robe and adorned with red shoes, suspended by a thick rope around its neck, motionless in the air. Yet as we watched, it slowly turned towards us. In an instant, I beheld a face of a ghastly purple hue, its long tongue dangling, and its eerie eyes staring down at us. This sight unmistakably indicated a reanimated corpse. As the saying goes, red coffins contain restless spirits, red garments herald vengeful ghosts. Traditionally, it is considered a taboo to bury a corpse in red, as folklore suggests that the deceased clad in red may transform into a malevolent spirit, a force to be reckoned with. At first glance, I believed the figure before me to be a woman, but upon closer inspection, I suddenly realized it was a male corpse. How could a male body be adorned in such a manner? Chun Tienda remarked approvingly, stating, "The individual you mentioned, Lu Su, must have a powerful figure backing him. This is known as the yin-yang double happiness corpse. If I am not mistaken, this person was castrated in life, then dressed in wedding garments and hanged alive. Such a corpse is far more formidable than a typical joyous corpse. Be cautious. It will likely take a keen interest in your companions." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie, hoarse laughter echoed throughout the stone chamber. A smile inexplicably appeared on the face of the hanged ghost. Though its lips did not move, we all understood it was laughing. Joyous corpses and ghosts do not weep, but rather rejoice. The body detached itself from the noose, floating in midair, beckoning to us. Simultaneously, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated. "Come, come, come, the ghost awaits you." We instinctively took a step back. At that moment, Chun Tienda glanced toward the back of the stone chamber, where a heavily secured iron door stood, tightly sealed with not a single crack visible, suggesting it concealed something of great significance. We needed to traverse this chamber to unlock that iron door. However, it was evident that the yin-yang double happiness corpse would not allow us passage easily. Our spirit companion barked furiously at the double happiness corpse, yet the figure hovering in the air remained unfazed, continuing to wave at us while slowly drifting closer. I found myself positioned behind Chun Tienda, and thus I caught sight of one of his hands discreetly retrieving something from his backpack. This bag was of his own preparation, containing likely his personal items, though I was unaware of its contents. Observing Chun Tienda's stealthy actions and composed demeanor, I felt assured that I had chosen the right ally. He appeared to have a plan. Just as the double happiness corpse was about to draw near, Chun Tienda made his move. He abruptly thrust his hand outward, scattering a cloud of black ash upon the corpse. In an instant, the areas touched by the ash began to emit smoke. The double happiness corpse shrieked and ascended rapidly, pressing itself against the ceiling of the chamber, its expression twisted with malice and resentment as it glared at us. Realizing it had been harmed, I pondered what substance Chun Tienda had cast. A small portion of the black ash fell to the ground, and upon inspecting it, I discovered it was not ash, but rather granules resembling the black sand I had previously collected with Doufu. Regrettably, we had exhausted our supply of that black sand long ago. Chun Tienda signaled for me and the slothful companion to remain still. He then retrieved a brass corpse bell from his backpack. The bell appeared remarkably heavy, about the size of an adult's palm. Upon shaking it, I noticed, rather peculiarly, that the bell emitted no sound. More precisely, it did produce a sound, but it was inaudible to us. The double happiness corpse above us began to exhibit signs of agitation as Chun Tienda started to ring the bell. A furious, hoarse roar echoed throughout the stone chamber, instilling a sense of dread and animosity that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Chun Tienda, while shaking a bell, explained, "This Xuanxi corpse has been refined by someone. The corpse bell can evoke its memories from before death. If we can disrupt the corpse formation created by another, we may subdue it." It appeared that Chun Tienda was making considerable progress. I recalled the ceramic jar from earlier and cast a glance at the lifeless male corpse before me, an inexplicable wave of trepidation washing over me. Thankfully, I heeded Xiao Jing's advice and refrained from rushing in recklessly, had it not been for Chun Tienda, an adept in corpse refinement. Both Lazy and I would likely have met our doom. Suddenly, however, the situation in the chamber shifted dramatically. The rope dangling from above appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, floating upward and slowly coiling around the neck of the Xuanxi corpse. Chun Tienda's previously composed demeanor faltered. He stomped his foot and cursed, "It's a seeking rope. How insidious." He swiftly scanned Lazy and me, inquiring, "Is either of your birth months and days even?" "Not I," I replied. I turned to Lazy, who, with drooping eyelids, responded, "I don't know. We are so poor where I come from that we don't celebrate birthdays." Indeed, it was said that Lazy hailed from a place beyond the snow mountains, even more remote than the most impoverished regions of Tibet. One could only imagine the extent of their destitution. Upon hearing this, Chun Tienda declared, "We cannot dwell on that now." He fixed his gaze on the curved blade at Lazy's waist and commanded, "You wield a knife. Go and sever that rope. But be cautious not to let it ensnare you." Although Lazy appeared lethargic, He was remarkably swift when action was required. The moment Chen Tianda finished speaking, he darted forward like an arrow, leaping into the air and seizing the noose with one hand. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. With one hand gripping the hanging rope, Lazy brandished his long knife, poised to cut it. Unexpectedly, the rope twisted like a serpent, swiftly curling around Lazy's neck. This unforeseen turn of events prompted Chen Tianda to exclaim, "This seeking rope is exceedingly rare. It is made by soaking the blood of 9 youthful spirits during the months and hours. Anyone with weak yang energy who approaches it will be ensnared. In essence, the weakest yang energy belongs to corpses, making this contraption specifically designed to target them. In other words, should that seeking rope reattach itself to the Shuangshi corpse's neck, all of Chen Tianda's previous efforts would be rendered futile." A chill coursed through me. The outwardly refined Lu Su was capable of such gruesome cruelty in his actions. At that moment, Lazy had no time to evade. He was instantaneously ensnared by the rope around his neck, leaving him suspended in midair. Alarmed, I disregarded all else. As Chen Tianda was occupied with the Shuangshi corpse, I was the only one free to act. I dashed forward, drawing my dagger with the intent to rescue him. Just as I reached Lazy, his feet landed perfectly on my shoulders. In that instant, Lazy suddenly pushed off with great force, causing me to topple to the ground, my elbow colliding painfully with the hard floor. I found myself unable to rise for a moment, my heart racing with anxiety as I wondered what that rascal intended to do. Turning my head, I beheld the slothful fellow using the force of his kick to twist his body, suspended by the noose around his neck. In an instant, he began to swing, grasping the rope with one hand, gaining momentum until he reached an exhilarating height. In the next heartbeat, he executed a full somersault, his feet landing atop the stone chamber, his back facing downward, neck ensnared by the rope. In this peculiar position, he transformed into a gecko adhering to the ceiling, leveraging the tension of the rope and the strength of his legs. Suddenly, he swung his knife with ferocity, severing the rope. Without its support, the lazy fellow's gecko act was undone, and he plummeted from above, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the fall from this height of merely 4 or 5 meters resulted in no significant harm. However, the pressure had already rendered his face a deep shade of purple, as if the rope had gained sentience and tightened on its own. I rushed to pull at it, but it resisted all my efforts. What was to be done? Would the slothful one perish in such a manner? I called out to Chen Tianda. "How do we save him?"